tower. Does anybody know what that literally is, what they were called? Geostationary satellites. Earth-stationed satellite. That's what a repeater tower was originally called. I mean, satellites work if you just put them on a repeater tower on the top of a building. It's still considered a satellite. The problem is most people aren't aware of these things and not a wide array of these things. We just go through and point them all out. We research. You know how many videos Indio watches just to learn about math that's used about something, or how many books we read to see how eyesight really works. This isn't something undereducated people do that lack understanding of the true nature of things. We look into the foundational principles of a thing. We don't just take it at face value, because we know things are converted down the line. Like the first nav system was, what the hell was the name of that? Military navigation system, or GPS. It was ground based. I'm thinking NORAD, but I know damn well that's not the name. Indio, you remember? Oh, I didn't talk too much and killed the lobby.
You're good,
Someone
man.
say something to me?
Go ahead.
Huh? I missed
that was Mike.
I thought I heard someone say my name. Never mind.
Yeah, I was asking you what that ground-based Navy navigation system. What was the name of that? I forgot.
Oh, Loran?
Yeah, Loran system. Yeah. So GPS works just from triangulation. We don't even need satellites, right? And
No, and they're like, here's the funny part. The USGS says it's switching to a ground-based system anyway. So, like, why would they need to do that?
Right, why not take
Because it's well
advantage?
known that not only can GPS be spoofed, they've actually spoofed GPS I remember an article like 5 years ago where they made some cruise ship, go way off course of where it was supposed to go by spoofing the GPS signal. It's just a passive signal. It's nothing special about it. It could be coming from anywhere.
That letter G is the special part about it. GPS. It's global, man.
Well, because the satellite, like so-called satellite, when it sends out its beacon, it's saying, I'm at this location, right? So what's the difference? So say I take a tower and I stick it on the ground. And instead of reporting my coordinates that they're on the ground, I say, not only am I at that spot, but I'm actually, I'll say I'm 100 miles above the spot. And then I send out my signal. And then you just do the math. Oh, hey, it's 100 miles above this spot. Took this long for the signal to get here. Yada, yada, yada. It's easy. It's nothing. There's nothing to it. It's just basic math, dude. It's like, I don't get it. Like, why people think that GPS satellites could only work on a globe. It makes no sense to me.
Right, but I always put the question back in their lap and I go, okay, so if I prove that none of it comes from satellites, then we're good, and they won't be able to answer that, Indio.
Yeah, when they choose on the other foot, they don't like that.
We get the data that proposed to a globe.
Well, my point is, as soon as you satisfy one claim, they'll hide from it, and then they'll say, oh, well, it doesn't matter because of now new excuse. Like Matthew learns right now, we already disproved this. What's his next excuse?
Hey, Matthew.
Well, I know Matthew knows a lot about computers. Like, what's a man-in-the-middle attack, Matthew?
Yes, I agree that GPS can be spoofed.
Yeah, it could literally be coming from anywhere.
Anything, bro.
Anywhere.
That's right, yeah.
If you lived
GPT.
in the city, you would know like how much GPS just does not work at all. Like it just does. Man, I watch people where I used to live just do laps because the GPS is telling them they're somewhere they're not.
Yeah, GPS can do anything. If you turn your phone off, but like it's a GPS tracker if you turn the phone off or on. So if you're a criminal or not. So if you're a criminal, sorry for that.
Hey Matthew, do you remember last time when your mic was broken? We were discussing something. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
is it better now?
Oh, way better. I don't remember what we were talking about. I just remember that I was excited for it. Yeah, I don't
Sorry,
know
I
what
don't
it was.
remember either.
It had to be Einstein. I can tell you that much because I remember I was like, "No, man, don't leave." So it had to be Einstein or some shit like that.
Bingo. Thank you, XO. Bingo. Satellite C4. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm a little bit suspicious of Einstein's theory of
Yes.
relativity
It's
myself. So
It's a
Hooch, what are you
satellite
doing?
for you.
What are you
It's a
doing,
satellite.
Hooch?
You got like the.
If the mods are gonna change my name, can I get a cool name? I don't know about this evolved atheist spacecraft. Can we think of something else?
Or was it the Big Bang? Had to be the Big Bang or some shit like that. Maybe it was.
was there another Glober in here talking about evolution? Was that it?
When?
A couple days ago. I don't remember.
I don't remember, man, either. So it's whatever, you know. Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
I don't believe that the universe was created by methodological naturalism and pure naturalistic causes are the only explanation for the beginning of the universe and for the beginning of life. So no, I don't believe in that standard story.
Oh, you don't believe in the big bad boom?
But I'm sort of agnostic about exactly how an intelligent being created it. Like God created God could choose to use whatever method he wants to create the world.
Oh shit! Here we go again.
Now we got a bigger problem.
Is that not true?
I think, and this might be a little out there as a way to kind of validate, but I think that sacred geometry pretty much proves intelligent design. What, like that kind of thing literally forms our whole reality.
That's interesting. Could you say more about sacred geometry? I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Well, if you go down to even atoms follow the same code, so to speak, of sacred geometry. All plant life does. What's it called? The golden ratio, and what's the other one?
Fingerprint of God.
Yeah,
You can see it everywhere.
It's not.
I don't know if
It's kind of like more
yeah.
of philosophical validation than it is scientific proof. But there's no real way to explain that outside of it being some kind of intelligent coding. I mean, and that's just from my perspective. That's just something that really kind of helped me believe in intelligent design.
I think you could be right about that. That's interesting.
The more you look into sacred geometry, the more it baffles kind of any other explanation than intelligent design. Especially how plant life all followed this in its own way. I mean, there's a bunch of different layers to it, but I'm trying to think, is it Fibonacci sequence that all plant life follows?
Yeah,
And the
right.
golden ratio is a thing that most leaves and stuff like that follow. And it's just really interesting. And fractals, stuff like that. It's just something to think about as far as intelligent design goes.
What
I
isn't
agree.
dependent on intelligent design? Anybody know what the word nature means? It's always a not the
I
Google
heard it in
definition.
Discovery Channel, but I'm not sure about that word.
Jamesy, yeah.
Can you expand?
Yeah, Jamesy, the same people that say we live on a magical cartoon and that animals come from germs and pond scum and turn into atheist heroes. Yeah, it's hard to get the correct information from the modern day Satanists. Oops, sorry about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of different psyops that are designed to trick you into not believing in intelligent design, like Darwinism and all of that.
My point is, you can't even find the correct definition for nature. The word nature now,
Oh,
they have hidden the definition for, about 80, 100 years now.
wow. I didn't know that. Creation?
Ooh, who said that? Who said that? Who's a smart person that just said creation?
Wait, nature means creation, like in the etymology of it, or what?
No, but who's this? Who said that? Who said creation?
I did.
Okay, what's your name? You're talking so fast that you're not lighting up. Who is it? Is this? Am I imagining this, Jemsy?
No,
Do
here
you know who
too.
said that? Perspective, is that you? Okay. No, it does not mean creation. But that is part of the story here. That again, I'm not going to talk about it right now and get. I don't want to be burned at the stake right now. Half the flat earthers would light me on fire if I told them what the problem here is. But no, that's a good guess though. That's what it should mean, or that's what it may have. Maybe there's something else going on here. But excellent guess.
I think it means nitric acid, but that's just me. An
Oh,
alchemist.
you got it. Cyrus wins.
That's
That's
it.
what it means. Perfect.
Nitric acid.
Excellent. Great job. And
Thank
right,
you.
it also means golden elephant feathers, depending on which day of the week you want to talk about it. Yep.
Well, do you actually know? Well, okay, you can make nitric acid out of thin air. That's the funny part. So, nitrogen, knitter, nature. That knitter word shows up in history in different cultures, even the ancient Egyptians. So nature, it's actually etched in the hieroglyphs, the word nature, knitter, but maybe they had a different perspective on it. Like I said, I'm crazy, I'm left brain, it's nitric acid. I'm just insane, which is all right.
I'd like to see some references to the word knitter, if that means nature, or if that is an etymological similarity.
I wouldn't.
But no,
it's older. It's older than that. So I don't know if it had influence, but that knitter does exist. It predates English and Latin, so it's like interesting, you know.
No doubt, right? No doubt about that. But here's what I'm getting at. No, without spilling the beans and going down this crazy rabbit hole and spilling the red pill everywhere and everybody stomping on it. Nature is a, how do I say? It's not part of the old world terminology. It is a maybe 3,000 years old at the most, maybe 2,500 years. It's not Hebraic. It's not Aramaic. It's that part of the turn of when society was getting away from God. Hint, hint. Point is, atheists use this word as if nature can just automatically solve the problem and get you away from God. It's literally like this religious word that atheists use to claim that there's no God, if you notice that.
So it's a fabricated word to replace a concept.
Ooh, perspective, Al. Are you smoking some good cannabis or?
Usually.
Okay. Interesting.
That makes sense to me though. It's like it's a word they used as a placeholder to distract people from what's actually there. And they have a lot of stuff like that.
Well, here's the problem is I'm just going to tell you what it means initially. Okay, what it really means is design. Does anybody have a problem with that?
No.
So if I say the nature of the beast, I could be talking about my cat, or I can talking about my Dodge truck, right? Or I could be talking about my refrigerator that's about to explode. That means the design of the beast. Yeah, that's nature.
That does make
literally
sense.
means Thank you. It literally means design. So when you tell that to an atheist, what do you think they're going to do?
I wouldn't know because I'm not one, but I can imagine.
Right, they're going to have a temper tantrum because
Yeah.
that's obviously not what they want. An atheist
Yeah.
believes in nature not being designed. You see?
Right. Yeah, I think it's just all believing programming. I don't even think people that are atheists really think past all of those psyops that I was speaking of, like Darwinism and stuff. I mean, it's all intertwined into one big deception. And that goes along with trusting man to explain reality for you instead of trusting your own observations.
Right. So nature means design, and that's the crux of this.
I
But
can
the
get
point is,
down with that.
right, if you speak about that to an evolutionist, the whole point of evolution, though, is everything was created without a design. They can't even use the word created.
Yeah, it's all to distract you from having a divine purpose and make you think everything is meaningless.
Right. So once you say design, the argument's over.
No arguments here.
Right. So once you say design, that a design requires a designer. So that's it. It's over.
I like the way you said that.
Right. So this entire time, it's just a literal spelling word game that they play to literally hypnotize people into thinking that evolution is even possible. They have to remove the meanings of words entirely.
Yep, there's a reason it's called spelling.
Yep, they changed that too, such as, when you look at the word, you hear this all the time, oh, the sun actually means the sun. People will say because of the Bible, Jesus is actually the sun. When, of course, 3,000 years ago, the word son and the word my 5-year-old son were not close, right? Even like Helios is, right? Helios in Greek is son. Kleos is my son, my 5-year-old. And Hebrew, it's much farther, right? Sheshem,
Right.
or it's like Sheshesh, right? Or something like that. That's the
Yeah, I
son.
get what you're
Completely
saying.
different word. Ben is the son. My 5-year-old son, Ben, is Ben. And then the sun in the sky, of course, is like Shemesh, something like that. So completely different. It wasn't until the English language, now sun is the sun. Well, that didn't matter 3,000 years ago. So it's an insane claim to say that Jesus is the sun. It's completely irrelevant. Just doesn't.
Yeah, it's a very shallow claim.
Right. Somebody's manipulating the language.
Right,
Look at this
that's what I was
perspective.
thinking too. Like, I've thought that for a
Watch.
while, and they're like the way people use words, or I say people, but like doctors, for instance, like the word diagnosis. If you break down the roots of each dia and gnosis, dia means complete, gnosis means esoteric knowledge hidden from the public. So a diagnosis is like a spell they put on you, and the whole time you
Yes.
think it's professional telling you this and that, especially what's psychiatry. Like, it's all black magic and stuff, dude. And especially pharmaceuticals, pharmakia means witchcraft. And I mean, there's really no misunderstanding that if you look at it and you compare it to the pharmaceutical industry. But I mean, that's a whole nother topic. But I find that all of these conspiracies are connected into one big deception.
Well, that's true. They are. Yeah. Like, well, let me give you an example. How about this? What's Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name?
I have no idea.
Look it up. I don't want to say it. It's so ridiculous. Make sure that I'm
What
not
is it?
looking
Who
up
is
the
it?
same thing. Buzz Aldrin. What's Buzz Aldrin's maiden name? Oh, excuse me, his mother. So I'm just a little off today. So Buzz
It's all good.
Aldrin's mother's maiden name. What's Buzz Aldrin's mother's mommy? His mommy's
Moon.
maiden name. Oh my goodness. What is that? What is that? Thank you very much.
I've heard a lot of weird stuff about the moon in general, though. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of conspiracies around the moon.
So you have two options. That's true or it's not, right? We have two options here, right? Is there a third option? It's either true or it's not. That's my guess.
That's
Okay, so if it's true, what do we get out of it? If it's not true, what do we get out of it, right? I got to leave myself open. What does it mean if it's true? I think if it's true, I think that's I think that's more interesting. That's my.
I find it ironic though that when I looked up Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name, and the first site that comes up is a fact checker site. Snopes. And I just anytime that happens, I'm like, oh, they're trying to hide something. Clearly.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
That's always a red flag. They kind of give themselves away to me every time they do that.
Right. So, I mean, the type of strictness that has entered our lives, especially in a server like this is probably the most strict, right, point of view that we could ever gather, right? We've realized that we have to absolutely keep things to the really is level. So I can't make a claim that the problem is what I'm saying is that I can't claim that's true. Even though it could be, right? I can't say, oh, I know what Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name was Moon. Well, I didn't find that out, so I can't make the claim.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's a good place to be. Like, that's all we're all trying to just be real and find the truth. I mean, anybody who claims they know something for sure, it can that in itself can cloud your judgment. Like, and it's good to be able to be flexible with your beliefs to an extent, especially when it comes to what reality actually is.
The XO, you could say, mainstream media claims his mother's maiden name is Moon.
Was what?
No, XO was saying he can't claim that her name was Moon, but you could say mainstream media claims that her name
I see
was
what
Moon.
you mean.
What mainstream media source told you that?
I'm just saying, like, if you look it up on Wikipedia or lots of places. So you could, if you make a slightly less strong claim, then you could still say it, is all I'm saying.
You can't make a claim, though, without a source, though. And I mean, the media doesn't tell you that. I was alive for 38 years before I found it out. The mainstream never told any of us that Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name was Moon. Nobody here knew that. Find one person here that knew it because of the mainstream media. Nobody was told that. That's the point.
Yeah, at this point, anything mainstream tells me, I look in the exact opposite direction for the truth.
Right. So don't you think that would have been interesting by 1970? Don't you think we should have been told that, and it should have been written down in history books and told us in school? You're not going to believe this, children. Guess what, little XO? Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name was Moon. That never happened. Nobody ever told us that. Thanks.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, that's just funny, though. They leave the truth right in front of your face. You just have to look for it.
Did anybody know that before this topic, before this conversation, maybe before I mentioned it? Anybody
Not
here?
even close.
I mean, Indio knows a lot. Battle Mod knows a lot. You know, they tell me.
Well, I knew it. I knew it from the other time you mentioned it.
Right. So again, nobody told us. XO had to come in the room and tell you that. Don't you think that would have been a big deal?
Yeah, just quite peculiar, I have to admit.
I mean, talk about winning the lottery. This is like winning the lottery every day and getting struck by lightning on my way to winning the lottery 5 times in a row at 5 days of the week.
Which is still more likely to happen than dying from COVID.
No, don't mention that. But I'm saying, you're telling me the first guy that gets to the moon, his mother's maiden name is Moon. And nobody is curious of why we weren't told this for the past 50 years?
Yeah,
Am I in the
something's up
Twilight
there.
Zone? Am I in the freaking Twilight Zone?
I think we kind of all are.
That's what I'm saying. But no, you ask an atheist. Let's go down to Gem
Right.
Panda's server and poke around with a bunch of retards. I had Gem Panda's retard group. You guys know what Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name is? And if they did, when did they find out about it? Probably listening to this server right now. Thanks.
So technically his name is Buzz Moon?
No, that's his maiden. That's his mother's maiden name. So it's not going to affect his. She was married, right? So apparently Aldrin. And again, I'm not even saying this is true. I'm saying if it was true, wouldn't they think that might be an interesting coincidence, as they say, to teach us, to let us know? Oh, by the way, kids, yada, yada, yada. But here we are, 2022 is when most, now the people listening are finding this out.
Coincidence? I think not.
Shout out, special shout out, 24 minutes after the hour, west of the Rockies, north of Mexico, her eyes on level. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a witness to this insanity of this deception. While I'm at it, there we go. Slow-mo moon buggy, muscle car overlord. Who else? And of course, triple for the truth, the best witness I've ever had. Thanks for being here. Watch out for the fake flat earthers, the weirdo things that I can't say, of these scoffers that are here to insult the truth and try to destroy you. Are now they're literally their only option now is to pretend to be flat earthers. If you haven't noticed, I know triple for the truth has noticed. I'm sure Slow-mo has, Horizon Level, Muscle Car Overlord. Overload. Be careful, because now they have no choice but to put on that sheep uniform to hide the fact that they are wolves. Wolves in sheep's clothing everywhere, pretending to be flat earthers. Watch your backs.
Very good. Yeah, there's a ton of psyops on any side of the conspiracy table right now. And they
Now
basically
watch.
have to disguise themselves.
One SQ message, Horizon Level again, triple for the truth, Slow-mo moon buggy, and Muscle Car Overload. See this weirdo right here? This person with the word flat in their name? See this? Nature is just natural. That is called spontaneous generation self-worship. And this is literally one of the most, if not the most, evil religious beliefs in history. And if you notice, that religious belief will be tolerated here. But again, if you're a Bible believer, it will not be tolerated, especially in chat. You'll get blocked. This person here, ask them where nature came from. Just ask them where nature came from and watch the hysterical insanity of people pretending to be flat earthers. Thanks. Oh, another shout out to what? Question mark? What? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. What? For your participation. Triggered Glober Troll. Yeah, I can't even find one. They're now pretending they cannot even claim that they're Globers anymore. Globers have gone extinct. If you guys didn't know, they are scared to death of their own claim. Thanks.
I would be too if I were them.
Like yesterday, it was very quiet for several hours. And of course, trolls kept coming up going, oh, flat earth servers are not looking to. I'm like, yeah, there's no more Globers left. That's why it's silenced for 12 hours in a flat earth hangout, because there's not one Glober that can defend their cartoon outer space religion. If there were any Globers left, this place would be popping, but they're scared to death. Come on,
I mean,
Jensen.
it's funny enough that somebody who doesn't believe in it, who obviously hasn't looked into it very far, has the free time to come in here and just insult things. Like, you really have that little of a life? You need to come in here and insult people? Like, it's just very telling about the person. And more than likely, that's a dead giveaway that they're, not actually real people. They're just there to
Well, I got
cause.
bad news for you. Yep, I know you're right. I got bad news. So
Yeah.
just for the audience in the chat specifically, nature means design. And you might want to let that psychopath know nature literally means design. That's why you can say the nature of the beast. That means the design of the beast. That's the literal, necessary antecedent for nature. It means design.
Like
There's
it.
no way around it. Nothing you can do about it.
I like it. The thing is, I know Jesus exists. I've been, like I said, I'm gang stalked and stuff. So they have witches. They have witches that literally send demonic entities after me, and I've had to figure it out. I've had to figure out how to tell if a demonic entity is attacking me through a lot of trial and error. And I finally started praying about it, and I say the name Jesus, and they literally flee from me. And it's effortless. Just using his name, they flee from me. They run away. They leave my entire household, and they stop bothering me. I mean, you can ignore that all you want, but it doesn't make it not true. I've felt it myself personally, and I've had to deal with this kind of thing for a long time, and the results are instant and they're very powerful. I mean, you can't explain that to me any other way
Hold
than
on. We just caught the troll. We just caught the troll. Did you see that 444? So yeah, slow mo moon buggy. It's 2 clicks above you is the person. The person posted nature is self-sustaining, and then 444 the truth asked that person who's named Flat Forever. You missed my question. The person forgot to switch accounts and is using his William Williams account, and then asked 444, oh, what was it or something, and then realized, uh-oh, I used my wrong account. So Flat Forever and William Williams are both the same psychopathic weirdo pretending to be a flat earther to, of course, cause problems in the server. But that's an easy catch, 444 the truth. Well done, you did that.
nice.
Yep. Congratulations. So yeah, that was easy.
They're out of here.
It's so amazing. But yeah, I don't think we have any we don't have any moderators in chat right now. I think Glatflow was taking the day off. But yeah, Muscle Car Overload, that was easy. Yeah, right below 444 the truth. William Williams is also Flat Forever. He is obviously a troll. He's actually I'm trying to think of the word I can use. There's certain words I can't use on this channel. He would be known as a scoffer, a psychopath, or an atheist pretending to be a flat earther, but not really an atheist. Of course, there's no such thing. They're all agnostic. But yeah, that was easy. Yes, thank you very much, Slow Mo Moon Buggy. If I wouldn't have seen it instantly, obviously, I wouldn't be able to tell. So he tried to answer 444 the truth and forgot, oops, I didn't switch my account back. So yeah, that's what self-proclaimed atheists who are not atheists, who are hiding from morality. Remember, the entire job is to hide from morality so that they can justify that lifestyle. So they worship nature. Ironically, they worship nature, which means design. Nature means design. There's just no way around it. Nature of the beast means the design of the beast. I have a 1909 dictionary before they removed these terms, and that's one of the reasons I know. That's not the only reason, though. There are many sources you can go to. If you pull it up on Google, you're not going to get it. You have to do some heavy digging. Try to find an old dictionary, at least 75, 80, 90 years old. The older, the better. But yeah, this is a form of self-worship. Yes, an RP12ification. I'm a real flat earther. I don't think that we would doubt you, sir. I think I've seen you in the chat many times. That's right, they're goblin. Uh-oh, here he is again. Look we got a cleanup crew here. Clean up on aisle 5.
Where are you seeing them?
YouTube on Helioskeptic's channel, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Yeah, so YouTube live chat. We have obviously caught the troll red-handed. It's been recorded. And that was easy.
What's interesting is true Satanists actually know Jesus exists. They just deny him.
I'm glad you said that because yes, that's what he is. Correct.
I have a video I want to share about that. It's actually really informative. Like, it's an ex-satanic high priest, and he gave himself to Jesus because Jesus finally reached out to him and told him, dude, because he was born into that life. His parents were, and they basically turned him into a Satanist as a child.
Okay,
but now he's basically like he's like a spiritual sniper now for Jesus. But it's crazy because he explains all of the stuff Satanist high priests do and how they go and curse entire countries and stuff. But I mean, somebody who knows that much about the demonic realm they even believe in Jesus. So it's people that just don't understand the spiritual realm, that don't believe in God. Like, it's people who just are ill-informed. And I'm not even religious. I just know what's real and what isn't from experience.
So real quick, let's go back to the chat right now. All right, yes. So William Williams got absolutely annihilated. He deleted his message. It was too late. I already saw it. So now William Williams and his other self, his split personality, which is what these perverts have, they're now talking to each other, pretending to be separate people. Flat Forever and William Williams are now pretending to talk to each other. You can't make this up. This is literally what these weirdos do. They are so scared to death of their own belief system. Okay.
Digital schizophrenia.
Yes.
Maybe he doesn't know that he's two different people.
Listen, no, it could be right, but now he's pretending to talk to himself. Yes, you cannot make this up. Triple for the truth. Again, listen, the credit goes to Triple for the Truth, who asked him a question, and he tried to answer him with his other name, and then deleted it really quick, and I saw it. It was too late. He acknowledged Triple for the Truth, and it's too late. So William Williams is, again, the weirdo atheist hiding from his own religion, pretending to be a flat earther. His other name is Flat Forever. You won't be here too long, though, but thanks for giving the channel some more views. What? Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome. Yeah, you can't make this up, Horizon Level. You cannot make this up. I absolutely write none of this. All I do is speak it, and I get in trouble once in a while, but I do not make up any of this. There's no way I could. It's absolutely amazing. Nailed it. Thank you. What does RP stand for, by the way? I'm thinking Royal Purple. RP, 12ification, is evil. It is. It is pure evil. These people are psychopaths. And remember, they can't even be themselves now. They're so scared to death to admit who they are, because once they come here, not just me, the people in chat are going to ask them, okay, well, let's hear your evidence. Let's hear your claim. And they can't do it. Atheists are scared to death to even try to give you evidence of evolution. So now they just come in here, pretend that they're flat earthers, and they will admit to you that they worship nature now. And they'll claim that nature spontaneously generated itself accidentally from nothing, as if that's a legitimate claim. Actually, that's literally, again, just like he said, RP 12ification, evil. It's pure evil. Here's another one right here. 2 celestial poles. Well, too bad we only have one pole star. And if there's one pole star at all, the entire magical outer space religion is dead. If we have 2 celestial poles, then it also is dead. You can't have any celestial poles. The entire sky would be moving in 6 different vectors. So that was easy. It's way too easy, 2 celestial poles. Thanks for also disproving your magical outer space cartoon religion. There's a good chance that 2 celestial poles is also William Williams and Flat Forever, of course, the troll. So now he's using his actual screen name. He's not gonna use his trolls account anymore since they got caught. Yep. And I can spot them by their words. Yeah, it's too easy. If somebody comes into the room, if I say, hey, let me read your name again. Where's Gemsy? So if I say Gemsy, yada, 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 and somebody else comes in and answers me pretending to be, you know what I mean? It's so obvious. Like I can't take any credit. Who we got in here? And what's with the space crab thing? That's weird. Okay. Glatflobe is here. So Glatflobe, you might have some cleanup in aisle 7 and 5 in the live stream of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord YouTube channel, because there's some serious psychopathic trolling going along here, but that's normal every day here. Welcome to Groundhog Day, January 16th.
Expect nothing less.
Okay, well, if there's any moderators here, there is some new people in the chat. I don't want to be too long-winded, but since new people have come in here, you might want to see if they can use their microphone. Well, since we got a little bit of a calm moment there is little baby that has come in here, but I see that you have been VC verified, so I'm assuming you're a real person, so you can use your mic at any moment. Maybe some other time. And of course, there's Guy Gene. We know that's an issue. We'll have to figure that out later. Glatflow, let me know if you're in the building. Thanks.
It's Guy.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Again, yes. The guy who's not Japanese.
French.
Have you found any magical cartoon evolution outer space evidence yet? Oh, that's right. You only believe in half the evolution religion?
I don't know what you asked me.
That's okay. Don't worry. The questions will get easier.
Good.
Okay, so when you figure out what your cartoon belief system is, you can chime in at any moment to present evidence for that cartoon outer space religion at any time.
Do you, XO? I think you and I
No,
have gone down that route.
I don't have any evidence at all for your outer space cartoon religion. Sorry, I have nothing to help you out there. In fact, I can't read your mind anyway, so it's hard for me to figure out what I should find for your outer space cartoon imagined religion.
I just don't know if I mean, I appreciate the invitation. I just don't know if I want to engage with that with you in particular, because we have done it before.
Oh, well, I do know. I know that you don't want to engage with. Trust me, everybody knows. No doubt about it. There's no mystery here, Gaijin. I mean, Gijin.
It's pretty funny.
That was literally an honest Freudian slip. I mean, your name literally is a line away from saying gay. You say, I can't pronounce it guy, and I have to pronounce it G, right? Or gi. Right?
Gi.
Yes, as if you're like a gi that you wear, or the Japanese word.
Like a gi that you wear. Just think about it that way.
Right,
That's
there
how
you
pronounce
go. Okay. All right, so we're not going to get any claim from you today. That's what we've established. There's no way you could possibly tell us anything as far as your outer space religion, right?
I would. I just don't feel comfortable you being the representative from the other side.
That was probably the first time you've ever been honest. And let's just give him a hand, guys. He's telling the truth today. Congratulations. Jemsy, you witnessed that. I got him to tell the truth, man. You can say I can't work miracles. There it is right there, Jemsy.
Why are you gay?
Oh, boy. Reminds me of that movie Congo.
Who's doing the voice effects?
That would be Creation Bear, also known as Charlie Bravo, or also known, a.k.a. CB.
Pretty funny.
No need to thank me.
Oh, wait, do you have the pumping iron Arnie line by any chance? I know it's a long shot.
What is it?
You've never seen pumping iron?
It's inappropriate, so I would hope that he does not have that. CB likes to get really close to the edge of the rules.
Okay. I mean, if you don't know about it, go watch it on YouTube. It's hilarious.
No, we.
Was that with Arnold?
Yes.
This is an inappropriate suggestion. I'm going to have to disagree. Which also, so this goes back to the other point, Guy, is that you're pretending to have morality, but you suggest things that are very immoral. Why would you do that?
Well, what do you mean I pretend to have morality? I mean, I can lay down, if you want, what I think my morality is.
The rules of the server do not permit us to have so-called religious discussions, but you've already admitted that you can make up things to justify your own belief system, so it's impossible for you to have morality. You can't just go around making stuff up to justify a religion that came from a cartoon on television. No, that's...
I mean, I don't think I have to invoke religion at all. Not even the lack of religion at all. Or what guides my moral choices. To me, it's just like, bro, we live in a society, we're all human beings, we're all trying to survive. In what way should we all behave such that it produces the best possible outcome for everybody?
Hold that thought. Hold
You know, we're
that
living in a
intelligent-
society.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. So we got what? Man, that was funny. What says parallaxative is triggered? Yeah, I got some triggered weirdos in the chat today, man, and you guys witnessed it firsthand. You would have never believed me, Horizon Level or Muscle Car Overload or what? Man, that is amazing. We got a crazy chat going on. Also, Jay Heitenen, I think you guys deflated the globe for the globies. Yeah, I can't even find anybody that can actually make a claim for an outer space magical globe religion. I've been trying for several years now, and they all end up running away or pretending to be flat earthers. And if you don't remember what was that Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin said, hey, we're just passengers. So they also admit that they're not experiencing or adjusting for curvature or spin. I hate to tell you, sorry. Yep. So if there was any evidence for the globe Earth outer space religion in any way, shape, or form, we would be discussing that evidence. So everything is already dependent on a flat Earth, including all flat Earth maps and models have to be used when discussing reality or comparing it to reality. All flight simulators are also models of a flat world. That's why they're made with flat maps. So everything goes hand in hand with already being dependent on a flat, non-rotating Earth, to quote NASA's 1988 Trident Flight Research Center. So yeah, so we're going to go back to you right now, Guy. So since you're not going to be able to give us any evidence for the outer space cartoon religion, what would be the other topic that you're able to talk about at this time? How about the evolution paradigm, which you're going to claim now, I assume that you don't believe?
No, I generally believe in it if I understand what you mean it to be.
Right, that obviously all organisms or life in this realm, which you called a cartoon ball Earth, came from a common ancestor. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Right, so you would have to have evidence that literal different families of anything, whether it be plant, animal, fungus, are going to come from the same common ancestor. So it'd have to be different families eventually evolving, there's that word, evolving from different families, such as eventually a non-cat turning into a cat, or a cat turning into a non-cat. You see, eventually it has to become a non-cat, or eventually the cat has to come from a non-cat. So we know cats exist. Is there any examples of non-cats coming from cats or non-cats making cats? I can do it either way, backward or forward. Any evidence of that at all?
Yeah, well, that transition point where a cat becoming a non-cat or the other way around, right? It's not a hard thing. It doesn't happen like in an instant. And the labels cat and non-cat, they are to some degree fuzzy. There are cases where it's not clear, it's not well defined if something is a cat or a non-cat. Whereas if you point to a human, you and I would be very clearly able to say that's not a cat. Very clearly, right? But there are creatures in which they slowly start transitioning away from that, and to try and give it a hard label is not the right game to play.
Well, that's the point, is that you can't give it a label because there's no such thing. So in order for this foggy, magical, mystical, metaphysical, pseudoscience imagined paradigm to exist, it can only exist in the imagination, and that's why you don't even have a claim. You can't even say or give a time or expectation or prediction or knowledge of anything that's a family giving rise or coming from a different family. There isn't even a choice. There's no option.
I mean, so here's a question that I have. Like if you have a child and your child has a child and so on, would you say the offspring of your offspring and so on and so forth is always in your family?
Yes, all human beings maintain the same phylum and gene pool. There's no other option. Even if there's an extra chromosome, which is called a mutation, such as trisomy 12, it's still considered, or him or her, 100% human. Even if there's a vast difference in the offspring, it's not even a speciation event. It's considered the exact same kind in every single example that's ever been witnessed throughout all of history.
Oh, so you and I are family.
Yes, as long as you are a human, which I'm assuming you are, which it's iffy these days with the new atheistic paradigms. Yes. And
Okay.
yes, Glatflobe, as soon as you get a chance, we'll answer that message real quick, but mostly in the YouTube section of this paradigm. But yes, sophists will be appearing shortly. So that's the point, is that humans don't have any other. Okay, so no matter what the combination, can two humans, a mother and father, bring forth anything other than a human being?
Yeah, but I mean, I would argue that.
Well, can I get an answer? Excuse me, just wait.
Oh,
slow
sorry.
down.
What was
Don't
your
try
question?
to just. So you already forgot the question. Can two human beings, a mother and a father, ever bring forth anything other than a human being? Ever?
As I've defined human, no.
Well, wait. Are you saying that your definition of human is different from a consensus definition?
No, it's different from yours.
Oh, how is it different from mine?
So.
Sasha took his.
So the word,
off.
the word.
Oh,
Human.
yeah, I want to hear this.
Yeah, this would be good, of course. Yep. It's always a fun pleasure, Sasha. Watch this.
So the word human is an abstract. See, this is the same point that I made last time.
So now we got a problem because of words. So words have meaning now, and that's the issue for evolutionists. Yeah, that's a problem. Yes, words destroy evolution. This is absolutely something you'll always run into, Guy. Yes, that's the point. Is that the easy answer? Everybody in their right mind, Sasha, can answer. So Sasha, I'm going to ask you this, Sasha. Is there any possibility for two humans to get together and procreate and make anything other than a human?
No. And the point is also this. For example, the human in English, blah, blah, doesn't matter, because in my language, human means, and in Italian language, because I know 3 languages, is the same thing,
Mm-hmm.
That means that human, like a word, doesn't mean that will change something if we now start to explain what human means.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that human in Croatian is human in Croatian, and in English is the same.
Right, now hold on. Good. Now stop, listen. Good, Sasha, thank you. So now I'm going to show you another example. Let's say we have a litter of kittens, okay? Let's say we have 9 kittens, and let's say there are a variety of colors: orange, black, white, brown, and red cats, okay? And this combination of 9, some are female, some are male, and that's another complicated story if you're an atheist. So we have 9 cats in a litter, okay? This has happened before. And they have a variation of allele frequencies. Some are slightly bigger, some are smaller, some have a ring around their nose, some have a flatter nose, but they're all cats. Is there any other possibility of any of these combinations of kittens to come from anything other than 2 cats, adult cats? Is there any other possibility, Guy?
No.
Exactly right. So how is it possible that evolution is even a thought when all of phylum, the law of nature, which is another issue, the law of life that we experience, the law of this creation, always depends on an already existing gene pool, such as if it's a gene pool of a frog, it's only going to bring forth tadpoles that turn into frogs. If it's a gene pool of a toad, the toad can't even make a frog, and they are identical in the genome. Just like tortoises and turtles, a tortoise can only bring forth tortoise, a turtle can only bring forth a turtle, and cats can only bring forth kittens, and there's no other option. That's what the gene pool demands 100% of the time. Not 97, not 98, not 99.9, 100% of the time. The only option is that the offspring come from the same family. Do you know of any other example?
Another example of what?
Any other examples of the fact that all offspring came from the same family of living creatures, such as, again, cats?
No, I mean, I agree with your statement. I don't know what
the point is. Right. So the point is, there's never going to be another option. If there's a gene pool that works, it's only going to bring forth out of that same exact gene pool. It never even changes the gene pool.
So you're. I think you're
Ixo, can I say something? Do you know how people watch evolution? Everything started to change in some point. Before that point, that what was before the cat, non-cat, how non-cat was before the cat.
That's right. How exactly? We're trying to find out. There's no claim, Sasha. They admit that cats have to come from cats. There's no other option.
I will tell you what I learned in school. I learned in school that the life came from the water.
Right. Okay. Well,
Now
yeah,
my question is how from water all animals came out and got kidneys, liver, and lungs.
They can't. They already have to have them in the gene
And
pool.
how they get all that organs? They got all that organs getting out from the water. They got all that organs evaluating, and all that organs has function in body to do something what is important. That means going out from the water, some gravity maybe influenced that they got lungs or other organs, you know. And gravity realized that heart and lungs need to be for breathing, and kidneys for other function, and that
Correct.
you know together with the sun and with the nature that was formed in the body.
Correct. And real quick, let me just do a quick interruption. 54 minutes after the hour. If anybody is new to the channel right now and wants to speak up at any moment during this conversation, if you're new, or if there's a moderator that obviously wants to interrupt me, that's fine as well. But please interrupt me because the channel is designed for new people. Okay, so back to that fact, Sasha, yes, there is no example. And that's why the evolutionist believer admits that there is no example, and then will even admit further that they have to now beg the question and claim that normal reproduction, such as cats making kittens, dogs making dogs, finches making finches, eagles making eagles, every specific family can only bring forth from that same family. A bird cannot even make a different family of bird, let alone make a non-bird. So they'll end up admitting, Sasha, that normal reproduction is their evidence for evolution. Of course, we know that's not true. Normal reproduction proves that evolution is not possible. So the fact is there any way that a new feature could exist if the information in the gene pool doesn't already exist? Well, obviously not. So it's an oxymoron. There's no such thing as a new feature. There's no such thing as, excuse me, there's no such thing as a new feature, and there's no such thing as new information in a genome. So Guy, go ahead and explain for yourself.
So let's say we have Adam and Eve, right? And
which are humans, or they're people, right?
Sure, but I mean,
yes.
Surely you agree with me that, I mean, it's not like their cells. It's written on a little cell wall in English, you know, human, right? What defines them to be humans are
they are a kind.
Their genetic code, right?
Right, doesn't matter. They are an existing, literal human beings, or man and woman. Yes, that is literally probably written a lot more closer to the code.
It wasn't ape man or ape woman. It wasn't an ape man, or ape woman, was it? Was it?
Right.
Well, the thing is,
but don't you think that
listen,
more?
The thing is, to be human isn't defined by your genetic code. That's not how we define humans.
Okay,
and during the evolution, we realized that we are humans, and then we put our name. We call ourselves humans.
Okay, wait up. Listen, let's let
No,
this
of
guy
course, I'm saying shit. I want to say like a bullshit.
Let's just let this guy talk, though, right? Let's not just like, let's not let like 6 people all coming at evolution talk before he has a chance to respond.
Right. Go ahead and explain, Guy. Go ahead and explain your story. The whatever.
Well, the whole point that I'm trying to make is, in the case of Adam and Eve, right? What defines them to be human is their DNA. Like the DNA that looks somewhat similar to the DNA that they have is what we call humans. Like there's no writing in the cells in English that says human.
Right, but that's besides. We're not talking about that. So you're straying away from the point that the DNA exists.
That's just not true. We don't define humans by their DNA. That's just not true.
Okay. I mean, I just fundamentally disagree with that. Like
how? Because in 15th century,
hold on.
We didn't realize that.
Hold on, Sasha. Battlemod, Battlemod, do you want to kind of figure this out, what he's talking about? Because maybe he's having issues. He's obviously straying away from the point, though. So.
Yeah. So, can you want to get more specific? Yeah, EXO. You want to try to ask this guy a question relevant to it? Are you making a claim? I haven't really. Your claim is that the DNA.
I am.
The
I
DNA is
am.
fine.
Yeah, that's fundamentally wrong, and he's saying I'm fundamentally wrong. But all I have to do is stand on the colloquial definition of a human, relating to or characteristic of people or human beings, the human body. So we're defined by our body: 2 arms, 2 legs, a head.
Anatomical individuality. What say you, evolutionists?
Exactly. It has nothing to do with DNA characteristics because we all have separate DNA and characteristics.
But the thing that is fundamental to having arms and legs and a nose and eyes and vocal
Not
cords.
DNA, dude. You're gonna try to lead it back to it, but it's not. That's not how we define the state of being human.
Right, that's actually a non sequitur. I will have to say, as the moderator, right? Like the rebuttal back to you is anatomical individuality is how you define human. So to say, to say that the anatomy is tied to DNA is not only self-explanatory, but technically a non sequitur or a red herring.
You could declare it.
I mean,
I don't think so.
We can also declare mammal. How do you define my mammal?
That's a man-made construct, so that would be going out of the realm, yeah.
It all is, yeah. So definitions of humans, defining us by our DNA, it's all an abstract construct.
Well, there's only one type of human being. Like a human being has a human body, okay, and that is just individual, distinct on its own. That's how we know what it is, because there's only one type of human. You know.
Yeah, he's saying that like a bird. We cannot know the bird is a bird if you don't know the DNA of the bird.
No, I mean obviously,
Yeah.
if you go outside and you see a
Well,
little creature that
a
has
false
wings
dichotomy.
and a beak and legs, you and I can obviously tell that's a bird.
Okay, but how about this? Have you talked to him about the crux of the issue here?
No offense, but that's not defined as a bird either. It's classified as a fowl, airfowl.
Is
You
this
don't even know what a bird is fundamentally.
That means before we need to catch the bird, take out the DNA, find out if that bird has the DNA of the bird, and then we will realize that that bird is a bird.
No, well, the DNA doesn't say in it it's a bird, right?
And what is saying that bird is a bird? Okay, question for you. What is saying that bird is a bird?
Okay, so what is saying?
It can fly.
All right,
it's a winged fowl.
Yeah, we're going into the weeds with this guy. That's the point. Is that BattleMod is already showing you that what we're terminologically explaining it with is irrelevant. We're talking about the gene pool, and you're already trying to leave the conversation somewhere else.
No, I want to go back to the conversation. You guys are the ones that are grabbing this conversation.
No. I asked you. Okay, then back it up.
Let's let them two talk, maybe.
No.
If everyone's cool with that, then maybe.
Yeah, you want to go back to
like this guy and EXO, just have the conversation back and forth and kind of see
trying to drag it back to DNA.
So what was the question, EXO?
You have an example of evolution.
Do I have an example of evolution?
Yes. That's all I got to do.
So, and by as in, so would a new feature being introduced count as evidence for evolution?
Yes, absolutely. Please give me just give me an example of any new feature, please.
No, because features change in variations of
then that's
reproduction.
Not new. It has to be completely new. It can't
How
be
about a new
variation
protein?
of what already
You'd have to prove the ability to change isn't already inherent in the cell.
I'm so desperate to let this conversation go. Let's see what his example is. I guarantee it's going to be good. What's your example of a new feature, Guy?
So, I already gave you this example last time, I think. Or maybe I gave it to somebody else, I don't quite recall.
Well,
But
you can say it again. Come on, it's okay.
So
No, don't do it again. Don't say it
Hold on,
again.
Sasha. Guys,
Let him
guys,
say
relax.
it, please.
Yep.
So over time
Mute
we've seen that.
Sasha.
Okay, we're all ears, Guy.
So over time we've observed, for example, the length of horses' teeth growing.
Nope.
Such
Incorrect.
that
That's the same. Nope. That's not a new feature. That's a variation within a kind. It's absolutely the same feature. That's not new teeth. The teeth already exist, so that's not going to matter. Sorry.
Right. I never said the teeth didn't exist before.
No,
I
you said a new. Yes, you said new feature. That's not new. Everything that has teeth already has teeth. You'd have to give an example of something not having teeth that now has teeth. See, I knew he was going to do that. Too easy.
And they all vary in size. That's the funny
Right.
thing.
All right. So
my teeth are different.
Let him
Right.
respond. Let him respond.
Right. Go ahead. Try again.
So what I'm trying to explain to you, it's not the teeth themselves that are the new feature. The length of the teeth being larger nowadays than they were before is the new feature.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying if they get smaller,
It's not.
hold on, watch this. Are you saying so if the teeth get smaller, it's not evolution, or if they get bigger, it is? That's what you're saying, right?
So over many generations,
He can't answer the
the
question.
average length.
I need you to be able to answer the
I'm
question.
answering
Are you
the
saying
question.
if it gets
I'm answering
smaller,
the
is it a
question.
new
Let me
feature?
answer
No,
the question.
it's a yes or no answer. If it gets smaller, is it a new feature, or is it just if it gets bigger, it's a new feature?
The way you're phrasing this question requires
See,
me to.
he can't even answer. There's no claim,
There's
Witsit. Witsit, I'm going to
ambiguity
turn
in your
this over to
question.
you, Witsit. He can't answer. It's over.
Well, yeah. To be fair, I mean,
Well,
just give your. He's asking. So if they get smaller, is that an example of evolution?
If it becomes beneficial for their teeth
Nope.
to get smaller,
Nope,
then
they already
yes, that's
exist
an
anyway.
example of
Nope,
evolution.
nope, they already exist. I'm sorry, variation within the already existing feature is not a new feature. The same feature.
I'm not talking about variation. I'm talking about trends. Right?
Nope,
There's always variation
already
in all
exists.
features.
Nope,
in
it
this
already
species.
exists. So it's my last claim. I'm done.
Listen.
I'm gonna handle it. Battlebot, I'm gonna handle it over.
Exo is right about that. Yeah, you're right about that, though. It's not a new feature. Teeth vary in size due to breeding. So,
Right.
all characteristics change due to breeding. Selective breeding isn't a new feature.
Right. So here's the point. Either the creature. Hold on. I'm gonna get out of this conversation because I know he's just gonna spiral worse and worse. So someone's gonna have to take over. If I already have the ability to survive with whatever existing features that already exist, I survive. If I don't have the ability to survive, that's also not adapting, let alone evolution, and I die. I either already have the ability or I die. Both examples disprove evolution. Thanks for playing.
Bro, my question is it still a horse?
I turn it to somebody. Yeah, you guys take
That's a
over
great
with
question.
it because.
Hey, Guy, what about this? Can you even pretend to propose an idea such as "quote unquote" evolution, whatever that is, if you don't have billions and billions of years that you must presume?
For large changes, yeah, for large enough changes, you need millions of years. Like the longer time happens between.
Man, listen this question.
longer
How
time
you
that
will
happens,
realize how you
the more-
will realize changes in 300 years?
Right, when there's still multiple variations within the species. So you act like all species has bigger teeth, but the truth is there's variations the size of teeth within the species of horse.
Right, but I just want to make this one point to him, right? So
There's smaller
it
horses,
requires
bigger horses,
the idea
still
requires
horses.
the assumption of billions of years timeline. And you're going to actually have to address the idea of abiogenesis, that organic life can come from inorganic matter with time alone.
Well, bro,
wait,
my point was going to be
this is the conclusion point. You have to verify these made up numbers, right? I mean, if what you're claiming is describing reality, it requires billion of year claim. I mean, we need some evidence, bro. That's ridiculous.
Listen, in the breed you chose, horses, there's already variations. Arabian horses are small, Clydesdales are big, but they're still frickin' horses.
Thank you for that point. Witsit. So, if we're talking about the origin of life, That I can't answer. Like the only thing that I am certain of is that we all have a common ancestor. How that common ancestor happened to instantiate, I don't know enough.
Well, first of all, when you say that you're certain of things, you need to watch out, right? But for one, are you saying that all the humans are, right? Because we just discussed like humans are different than like a different type of animal.
Yeah, I want to know if by we he means all living things have a common ancestor. Because I'd
I
say
do
that's
mean
just
all living things.
it's just not a logical inference based on what we know.
Right, and this is why I'm getting right to the crux, and it actually kind of can intertwine with the actual name of the server, but it doesn't. I don't care to take it away from this, but you are requiring the assumption of billions of years. I don't know why it is that, and when you can't, and this is what evolutionists quote unquote love to do. They love to just brush off the abiogenesis part. But when it comes to the actual the origin of it, you can't do that, bro. That's an antecedent of you even proposing the idea of evolution.
I mean, if you want to talk about
have
that
we
in terms, we
observed?
can.
Have we observed billions of years?
No.
No, we haven't. So it's not logical to infer anything about billions of years.
Right. We have some recordings from some thousands of years, right? We can look at things, but the point is that
carbon dating.
I know it's uncomfortable because you like to. It's an interesting idea, and you can get lost in the theoretical aspect and want to try to figure it out of evolution. But you cannot just skip past the requirement. It's an antecedent. How did the organic life get there? So if you're going to say that inorganic matter can result in organic life, I mean, we're going to need some actual evidence of that. And this is the cornerstone of the entire proposal.
That's not the question that I thought I was arguing for. But if you would like to move the discussion into that domain, I think it's an interesting question to have. I don't have the proper education to be able to say with any certainty that that is how the first living thing emerged.
Right. And so education would never allow you to attain such an answer, my friend. But either way, you realize why I'm not just trying to pull you away from evolution. I'm telling you that it's actually very, very relevant. In fact, the most important factor of relevance. If we come up with all kinds of theories, but our base assumptions are inaccurate, they're intrinsically inaccurate regardless.
I mean, you can still have interesting discussions about valid arguments that are not sound.
Well, okay. Well, they're not valid if they're invalid.
No. Valid and sound are not the same thing, right? An argument can be valid and not true.
Sure. I see what you're trying to say, and I agree with the premise.
Like a curvature.
So you can explain to me, you can show me a mathematical equation even of how Superman flies, and you can explain everything to me about how Superman's real, bro. But Superman just isn't real. And we can mess around and make comics and pretend Superman's real, but he's not actually real. And so if we extend over into making claims about reality and how people exist and these insane claims of billions of years and right, like that's a different ballgame. That is not a comic book, right?
I have a question for you, if you allow. So,
good.
Why can't we just say? And I mean, I don't believe this personally, right? But for the sake of argument, let's just say that God created the first self-replicating molecule, right? Do you then have a problem with evolution being the explanation for everything that comes afterwards?
Yeah, sure, because there's still absolutely no evidence for it at all whatsoever, and amino acids alone debunk it. The self-replicating cell, what? Like you're invoking magic to refute a creator. You know what I'm saying? That evolution's point is to explain what we observe inhabiting the earth without a creator.
No, I disagree. I disagree totally with that. Evolution does not explain the origin of life. It explains how life developed from an already existing seed.
Sounds like you.
So you don't think that lightning struck? Wait, you don't think lightning struck primordial soup?
I don't know.
Here's accurate summarization of what your sales pitch is. It's that lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish, and fish turned into fish that decided to jump out the water and get some feet. That turned into rodents. That turned into apes. That turned into humans. And I know it's crude, but that is actually what the theory is. So you disavow that at least?
You've oversimplified massively, but to a gross abstract sense, I guess it's correct.
Yeah, and so that's just a crazy wild claim, right? Like what's the fundamentally, if we're going to look at the natural world, the study of the natural world, right, natural science, then you're going to take what you have, observable, empirical, repeatable, verifiable, factual, tangible, real, and you're going to go from there, right? And so if you do the opposite, if you just assume all these things that are in no way empirical, verifiable, or real, and then make up stories about it, it doesn't mean anything, right? And when they contradict what is empirical and real, you have a very big problem. I mean, you have a burden of proof that is enormous, and it cannot be fulfilled intrinsically. So it's actually it's a very unintelligent position to take, bro. Right? Like it is inefficient.
I disagree with your statement that there's no evidence for it.
Okay, what's your evidence of billions of years,
man? So radiocarbon dating, for example, is one of them.
Okay, and so you know that they admit they can't actually isolate the elements entirely that they're trying to watch the degradation rate of, though.
So I don't know enough physics.
But just on that one,
okay, let me just give you this one.
Valid for 100,000 years only. 100,000. So that's irrelevant.
Wait. So are you
Witsit,
Time out.
real quick. Witsit, I got to point this out. Carbon dating goes back 50,000 years. So how could I test something that's supposed to be millions of years when the testing of carbon dating only goes back 50,000 years? So it just shows the disconnect of what they don't even know what they're talking about. You got to pick what you're talking about correctly, bro.
Yeah.
You're correct. I think you're correct on that.
Yeah. And so what? So where's the evidence of billions of years? I already know your answer gets to where you just there is no evidence, and I've read the stories, and they say that. Think about this: if you're basing this supposed timeline on the degradation of an element, but you can't entirely isolate that element to watch its degradation rate, you cannot adequately assess its degradation rate over billions of years. It is insanity.
Well, I mean, your point became moot because EXO corrected me that you can't radiocarbon date past 50,000 years.
Oh, you're not understanding. Yeah, there are different methodologies that are supposedly tried to be invoked. So that's what I'm talking about. And I assumed you were talking about that because carbon dating isn't going to help you prove billions of years. So you know, basically, I guess now you're just conceding that you don't know of any actual evidence of billions of years. It's just theoretical.
I don't know the science off of the top of my head.
Well, there is, right? And definitely know like natural science with where you're actually going to go do something. And, you know, you can't, this is just a timeline that you're proposing theoretically.
You conceded, Witsit. So one last thing.
Right, but this is the important part. This is what he needs to get, though. This is what he needs to get. That's important because everything that you've been told that's a lie your entire life is dependent upon that. The reason that they have to say billions of years, well, for one, we have a magnetic field that never changes, looks just like a permanent magnetic, but they can't say that on a globe. So they have to say it takes billions of years so you don't see the difference. Same with the stars, same with the distances to the stars, same with the idea of evolution, same with the idea of abiogenesis, and then all these amino acids being magical. Every lie requires this base presupposition that there are billions of years, and you can actually fluctuate this number based on however far you need to because the theory's wrong again, but never verify it. It's preposterous. It is impossible that you have any evidence for anything about billions of years. It's important to notice this because it is the crux of the brainwash, my man.
Yeah, you know, I'm okay with you thinking this.
Witsit, I got to point this out, not just for him, Witsit, but just so that everybody listening understands this, especially for the true skeptics, the ones that want the truth. So the question is, Guy, did they come up with the dates first or the radiometric dating processes first? Which one was first?
The dates of what? You mean the dates of how old fossils
Yes,
and
everything
life
that you're
is?
talking about, everything about your claim
Oh.
about dating things, did they come up with the dates first, the belief of the dates first, or did they come up with the radiometric dating processes first?
I don't think it's as simple as one was first.
Witsit, can I
But I
make
don't
this?
think-
Witsit, you're gonna have to moderate. Can I make this question any more simple?
No, man. Repeat the question. Just try to answer the
Right.
question, man. Be honest.
Did they come up with the belief of the dates first, or the radiometric dating processes first?
Right. I'm not saying your question isn't simple. I'm saying it's ill posed. I reject.
How
the,
so?
sorry,
It's
scared
a
to death.
perfectly. It's a
Scared
perfectly.
to
It's a
death.
question about the sequence of events.
Because determining how old are tons of samples isn't a single event that you can point to.
No.
That wasn't
So
a
you
question.
can't say.
No.
So
Nope,
you can't
I have the
say
books right
one
here.
was
Outline.
before
No,
another.
I got the book right here. It's a 100-year-old book called The Outline of History. All the dating beliefs were made up first before any of the radiometric dating processes were even invented. Thanks for playing. It's over.
And dude, if you didn't know that, isn't that pretty interesting?
All claims that I hear on here, I have to verify. I'm not just gonna trust random people on the internet.
We encourage you to do that.
If it's true,
crushed.
If it is true that all fossils and all evidence for evolution was dated before radiocarbon dating, that's interesting.
Radiocarbon dating can
That's
produce.
not what he said. That's not what he said, dude. He said the timelines were proposed before the actual testing
Process.
that they
Yes, before the processes existed.
timelines for
correct.
what?
All of them. All of it. Everything you claim they
The
proposed before
timeline
radiometric
for
dating existed.
evolution.
Which
You know,
timeline?
65 millions
That's
of
not-
dinosaurs.
He forgot his own belief system. Witsit. You got to remind him.
Evolutionary timeline. Evolutionary
Yeah.
timeline. What
Like,
do you
I don't
mean
know.
which?
Isn't it like
Which
60
timeline? What the hell are we talking about?
Billions,
I've
billions
already
of years old.
conceded
The whole thing.
I've already conceded that you can't use radiocarbon dating for this if it only goes back 50,000 years, right? Obviously, I would presume.
That's if you trusted it
there are
all
other
for 50,000.
I would presume that there are other methods of dating stuff.
Oh,
And in
no.
fact, I think in general that's how.
So you'll
methods of
verify
dating are
what we
cross-validated.
say, but presume for you to be
Now you-
right. I can presume stuff, so I'm correct. But if you say something, I have to verify it. So
And you should verify everything, man.
What's next? Do we have an academic penal sword fight or what?
Wait, do you believe I'm trying to explain to you, they made up stories to you, brother. Like, they said that a crazy asteroid hit the Earth 66 million years ago and wiped out the dinosaurs. How did they prove 66
And
million?
they said that. Yeah, they said that before carbon dating was even a thing.
I mean,
so why'd they even say it then, bro?
I don't know this for a fact, but I would think that people like geologists can take a look at
And you say
soil
fossils,
layers and
all
then be
we
able to
find
tell, like,
is
oh, we
bone.
know that this soil layer has been here for, like, I don't know, 5,000 years. And then some other asshole, right, does something similar for another layer underneath that. And then they say, oh my god, in this country we had the same sort of layering. So it might be a good assumption.
Geometric radiocarbon dating, see, it's not that accurate, bro. That's the thing. We know damn well that people have showed examples that it's inaccurate. You can send a sample to one person and to another person and get two different dates.
Drastic different dates.
And guys, I will change now. Doesn't matter, but I like to change. All this, how you explained it, it's very good. It's layers. Can you do that to get with the same example of curvature? They're claiming that Earth is curving. Water is curving.
Okay, but wait up.
I know.
Wait up.
Why are we even debating evolution?
Well, wait.
It's
This is
not
why
a debate.
I jumped in and brought up the billions of years. It actually does tie it all in. So because for example, stuff like this, we have a magnetic field in the Earth, and it behaves just like a permanent magnetic field. It cannot be a permanent magnetic field if the Earth is a spinning globe. Therefore, because it would change. Magnetic field would change. It would not. It is not permanent. It's in constant motion. changing.
Why do you think that the statement that it's permanent is in conflict with it being changing?
Conservation of momentum. Loss of momentum. So conservation of momentum isn't an infinite thing.
Let me help you out here. You don't know about this. I'm telling you what the top levels of your side say. This is Harvard that we're talking. I'm using Harvard's. I could cite them right now. Okay, so just check it out, man. The only way you could even claim theoretically that we have the type of magnetic field we do on the globe Earth is that the change is so slow that you would not notice it. And this claim necessitates billions of years.
I mean, I don't know anything about this. I don't even know what you
But
brought
isn't
up.
that interesting if what I'm saying is true?
Yes, but I don't know anything about it. So
all right,
I can't engage you on it.
Ignorance
Clearly,
doesn't make it untrue.
I mean, I know about a lot of electromagnetism, right? I know that the Earth having a magnetic field requires some current, some charge current beneath us. That's
does it have to be beneath us? So anywhere electric flows, there's going to be a magnetic field. That's why it's electromagnetic. So we know electricity flows through the atmosphere. It's lightning and sprites. It goes up in one area and down in the other. That in itself, the flow of the billions of volts, creates a magnetic field. Whether you want to agree with it or not, I don't really care. Where
volts don't flow, charges flow.
What?
Volts don't flow. Volts is the unit for voltage.
2 million volts it can be broke down to a measure of charge. Are you really that naive?
No, I agree that it can be broken down into a measure of charge, but that doesn't mean that volts flow.
So I specifically, well, yeah, they do, but does lightning not flow? Are you debunking lightning flowing? Because it does flow.
No, because you see, lightning is not the same thing as volts. It has a voltage, but it's not the same.
Address the point. There's a flow of electric in the realm of Earth. Wherever, what's required for an magnetic field? What's the requirement of that? Do you know?
For an electromagnetic field?
Yeah, is it the movement of electrons?
That generates a change in the electromagnetic field.
No. Actually, you can't have Actually, no, it is the antecedent. That's why it's electro and magnetic. Without electro, there is no magnetic.
Right, well, that's not what you asked, but okay.
So then,
it's
answer what he said.
Yeah, the antecedent to electromagnetic field is the flow of electrons. We showed this when we wrap a coil around a bolt and hook it up to a battery. So we make electrons flow around a bolt and it becomes magnetized.
Sure. You just said
so
something.
You don't need movement under us. You don't need movement under us. You only need the flow of electrons to have an electromagnetic flow because we can register it on the surface.
Right, but if the Earth is a sphere,
based on
it needs to be.
It doesn't matter if it's a sphere. It could be on the surface. You haven't debunked the fact that the flow of electric on the surface of Earth creates an electromagnetic field.
To my knowledge, that's not consistent with the magnetic field that we actually measure out. But I haven't.
Well, how would you know if it's not your knowledge? So what's that mean? Nothing.
But he's detracted from the point. Whitsitt made a point that there's a constant magnetic field, and even an electromagnetic field will vary based on the voltage or amperage variation. Yeah. So that's the whole point, is that it's a constant, a physical magnetic field.
It can't be a constant without a constant input. Exactly.
Well, it could be that the variation.
And if it was caused by rotation.
It could be that the variation is so slow or so.
You're gonna minuscule it.
So small that it looks constant on the scales that we measure it.
Well, then wouldn't we register a change in the Schumann resonance?
The what?
The Schumann resonance, the resonant frequency of Earth. It's wrapped in an electromagnetic field that it vibrates at a wavelength. That's the Schumann frequency.
I know nothing about this.
Yeah, well, that frequency would change if it changed, and we would notice it over years.
Really? Have you measured it yourself?
Well, how does that address the point? Have you measured the magnetism that you're falling on?
No.
Well, all right then.
So other people have, and I rely on their publications. But I haven't done it myself.
Well,
You mean demonstrations or just public? An article doesn't prove nothing unless somebody demonstrated something. And then it wouldn't be an article or a publication. It'd be peer-reviewed premise. Sorry, Elijah. Go ahead.
sorry, I'm mostly agreeing with you guys for just
Can I ask you a question?
doing what rumpusers do. My back up. So, as it pertains to the billions of years origin story, you have no source because there's no source for that. You agreed. Then, when it comes to the electromagnetic nature of the Earth, it can't be a sphere. And you're saying, well, maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. Maybe there is some change, or maybe there is some difference. In which I think that you were saying that you rely on others, but where is that citation? They've picked up some kind of difference.
Yeah. So, on your first point, that I have no evidence for the age of reality, right, or the Earth. I mean, I disagree. Other evidence for
if you disagree, then can you post it?
So other evidence, yeah. I mean, I can spend the time to look it up for you if you want.
So you don't even have it. Why are you saying it exists?
Because I can be aware of things existing without me having them listed in front of me. That's a thing.
Okay, can you describe what you're talking about?
Yeah, sure. Like if you take, for example, the night sky, and you measure where galaxies are right now and where they were like 5 years ago, you would see that they're all moving away from each other. And then you can ask yourself.
Well, we don't base that on measurement. It's based on light. Phases of light.
Right. I when I say measurement, I say I mean observations by looking up at the night sky.
With assumed mediums and assumptions of the light.
It's just not based on observations of the sky. It's based on light.
Yeah, if you look
Shifting.
at the sky and you see light and you assume it's going to
red shifting.
Like if you take a look at a bunch of points that are spreading out.
Ignorance a little too
But
often.
you know that what you're saying right now. Do you know that there are tons of models in academia that go against this? In fact, there are a lot of people that will say that that isn't true. Not that I'm saying that they're credible either. I'm just saying a lot of people come in here thinking the heliocentric model is perfect and everyone is on board, but the very thing that you just said, there are a lot of credible sources that say that that's not true. Did you know that?
Yeah, I'm aware that there are well-known cosmologists that don't believe the universe is expanding.
So have you looked into any of those reasons or their logic behind it?
Yes, I have actually.
Really? Did you know Edwin Hubble himself said that would it'd simply be a difference in the medium, and if we misinterpret red and blue shift based on Doppler shift effects, actually it would show us the most plausible without the need to invent spatial curvature, etc. Is that the stars, quote unquote, are closer, much more local, and smaller. Edwin Hubble.
We have a lot more data since Hubble's time, right? We have a lot more points to plot.
No, you still use redshift, blue shift.
Right, but the
no, there's no right. There's no. He built what you still think.
the points of data which build up his or the conclusion that the galaxies are moving away from each other, right? That conclusion is increasingly corroborated by the amount of data which we can add to what we have observed.
No, it's still the same thing. It's still the same red blue shift. You
yeah.
don't understand. Have you ever read the quote? Are you just going to comment on the quote? Are you saying that you're going to
Yeah.
throw him away because it was a while ago? Because I guess we'll throw Einstein's relativity away as well.
You're totally
I just
misunderstanding
wonder,
what I'm
is
saying.
this another thing he's ignorant of, or can we get a citation for this? Because most of us can give citation on everything we talk about.
Sure. I mean, I have my general relativity textbook right here.
Wow. Have you ever read the actual theory of relativity instead of just a book about it?
Wait, bro. You were just
It's a
talking about.
textbook, not a
Listen,
pop
he
science.
was just.
It's a
Dude, listen. Relativity doesn't collaborate anything. You were just talking about a collaborating evidence, and I asked for a citation on that. So relativity is a postulation not backed by experimentation, so it's not even a scientific theory.
Oh, so you guys don't even accept general relativity?
Well, it's been
No,
debunked and has no evidence. I don't know.
I
Hold on.
accept science.
Do you accept
Listen.
Newtonian mechanics?
I
No,
accept
why would I do such
science.
a thing? It's been debunked.
Listen,
on the
Hold on. I'm just fact finding here. I just want to know what you believe, right? Like,
I don't
You're
believe
not
in fairy
fact
tales.
finding,
So,
'cause you
so
refuse
general
to listen.
relativity says that space and time bend, warp, and dilate. That's physical properties attributed to concepts.
Yeah.
That's dumb. That's so dumb. And then the idea of instantaneous action at a distance without
We believe in
interstellary medium,
Cover
which
that.
even Einstein said himself is an impossibility, which is Newtonian, and it's been debunked. And there's no evidence for either ever, of course, because they're both preposterous.
Okay, wait. So we've scratched off general relativity. You don't believe in it. What about special relativity?
No, attributes a constant speed to light. No, I don't buy it.
You're too being
Okay,
too general. It's not about belief when it comes to that. So science, listen, science builds a concrete reality. For a thing to be labeled scientific, it has to be backed by experimentation. None of that is backed by experimentation, so none of it's even earned a scientific level.
That's true. That's true. But I do think it's funny that as he asked me what I believe in, it's somewhat beneficial for the audience, maybe, right? So special relativity attributed to constant speed to light. No, I don't buy that. We actually have observations antithetical to that, and clearly the light's already there.
I'm not asking you to prove
That's not based on a belief.
Please allow me
It's
to
not
keep
based
asking
on a
fact-finding
belief.
questions.
Which it.
You're right. He's making a good point. You understand the point he's making. Like, you keep on asking me the B word. Like, do you believe in? Like, no. Just go ahead and assume the answer is no.
Okay, so you don't believe
it. It hasn't been demonstrated, so we don't accept it. It's more of acceptance, not belief.
Okay, thank you, Battlemon. So, Witsit, so do you believe in Newtonian mechanics?
There's
no, they've actually been debunked irrefutably, even on the quantum scale. So
okay, so you don't believe in Newtonian mechanics, special relativity, and general relativity. Do you believe in quantum
Can you
mechanics?
demonstrate them to be a reality?
Man, if you stop with that belief, maybe you'll reach some point.
Well, it's interesting because the point is he doesn't understand the fundamental difference in any of it. Like, he doesn't know that in the theory of relativity, Einstein said in the literal theory of relativity, he said it's an impossibility. It's an impossibility if there's an instantaneous action at a distance, referring to Newtonian physics, based on what we know about all electromagnetic phenomena without a medium interceding in between it. He says this in his own thing. That's the whole point. It was superseding Newton.
Well, the thing is, quantum mechanics doesn't unify with Newtonian mechanics anyway.
I know, and I wasn't implying that it does. I'm just
really,
fact-finding.
you asked if there's a belief for any of these three things that you just mentioned. Well, is there any scientific validation or any kind of experiment following a hypothesis from any of them?
Yes, there absolutely is. But
Can
you're
you
not
produce it? Can you produce it?
I will.
Yeah,
but can I finish?
we
asking
want
my
a
question?
Sure, let him finish, and I want you to produce what Eli wants
Listen,
after you
bro,
say it.
get over that I'm talking to this guy thing. It's an open platform here.
So we can play this game, which we know we're going to play. I could bring up the Cavendish experiment, which I know what you're going to say.
Cavendish
What I'm going to say.
experiment is not
You really
it.
want to go down that stupid route?
Listen, if Einstein, right? If Einstein, I'll just make this point real quick. I'll give it back. If Einstein proposed a scientific theory, I would assume that he was the person that validated it with experiment following a hypothesis. Same thing for Newton. At the time that they proposed the hypothesis, if there is one. So if you're going to say that someone somewhere else in some other timeline came along and validated their theories, that's kind of silly, don't you think?
No.
Okay, so anyway, you just keep on asking us what we believe, and he's explained to you that we need scientific empirical evidence, right? And the truth is, I know, and I'm pretty sure you know it too. All these things you're asking if I believe in, I actually know more about them than you do. And so then you brought up quantum mechanics. And if you have to listen carefully to my responses, which you're not either, because you're asking big boy questions, but you clearly don't actually have the big boy knowledge yet. And it's okay. I think it's cool that you kind of want to know. But so quantum mechanics is the attempt to quantify the immaterial. So the actual phenomena observed is not inaccurate. In fact, it's dope that we see these things. It is how we describe and claim cause mechanisms on a materialistic confinement that is inaccurate. Our assumption about light is inaccurate. Our assumption about the Earth being a spinning magic ball is inaccurate, etc. The point everyone in here keeps on getting antsy and wanting to interrupt because you keep on asking what we believe, as if we're dumb because we don't believe in these things and we know more about them than you. We're trying to point out to you, how about you question your belief and realize there's actually no scientific evidence for any of that?
So how about we do this fairly?
His statements on magnetism go against quantum field theory anyway.
And then
Dude, listen. I already said it's an open platform. Get over that. But what you already said about magnetism denies quantum field theory anyway, and then you go on to ask us, do we believe in quantum field theory or quantum theory, which quantum field is part of quantum theory. So you already deny what it says anyway, so what would it matter?
Right, so your answer, I'm assuming that it implies
I thought so.
You believe quantum mechanics works, right?
No offense, dude, but don't think you can step around other moderators here to do that crap. Done got old for me.
Yeah, by the way, dude, Cavendish wasn't trying to prove gravity or anything, man. He was trying to figure out the supposed density of the presupposed globe. He would think someone is incredibly dumb to invoke that to prove gravity. That's why he didn't do that.
Are you going to answer my question?
Did you hear what Vitis said? Can you repeat what Vitis said now? This last two sentences. Hello?
Yeah. Dude, I'll repeat it for him. I'm throwing you some life jackets, man. I'm really hoping that you're gonna come out of this cognizant.
Are you gonna answer my question?
What's your question, man?
Is it correct to interpret what you said many sentences ago to say that you believe quantum mechanics is correct? As in, it describes the reality well.
No, because quantum mechanics doesn't even agree, and there's all kinds of different quantum theories, and like quantum field theory, for example, is a difference that's has come up out of what we've observed. I'm saying that what we observe, there's real phenomena we observe. We assume that they are matter, materialistic, right? We assume that, and then we try to come up with different theories to make it work. No one can even pretend to make it work with relativity still. And quantum field is an attempt to try to do that, but it doesn't work. So, like, you're asking about complicated subjects, right? And you're not really fully understanding what I'm saying. But I think you could one day. You have to look into it. But this doesn't help. All that we see on quantum scale debunks every notion of gravity.
Right, but why would that matter if you don't believe in it?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's that you and billions
you
of other
don't
people
believe
do
in
believe
quantum
in it.
field
You know,
theory.
right? Like it's because you do believe in it. And I'm trying to show you that actually, not only is there no scientific evidence, as the whole room tried to get you to point out where it was, but actually, any observations we have only debunk the claim. But if you go around presuming it's real and acting as if someone's on the intellectually shaky ground questioning it, then you're living in verse, bro. And I'm just saying, you need to catch up.
I mean, you can be declarative about it, or you can be imperative about it. And I don't think you're
Listen,
being useful.
you denied
declaring
quantum
stuff.
theory when you made statements against electromagnetic fields.
No, I mean,
and
I believe in
and
quantum
how they're produced. What quantum mechanics tells you that the flow of electrons is absolutely the antecedent of electromagnetic field. So you defy that. You deny it, and that's quantum
No.
theory, guy.
No, you don't need a flow of electrons. You need flow of electrons for a magnetic field. Just the presence of
Electromagnetics is created by the flow of electrons.
No, a magnetic field is created by the flow of electrons.
Listen, listen, there's no difference between magnetics and electromagnetic. Magnetic
They're
is
highly coupled, but they're not the same
electromagnetic.
thing.
Hey, you want another cooler Red Bull about
You're
the
wrong.
bro? Just so you know, so J.J. Thompson, the guy that's attributed
Well,
to
you're
discovering
wrong
it,
about that.
he was, but his
You
the
can't
original.
separate magnetics from
Oh, you want to talk about the
electricity.
oil drop experiment?
I'm trying to red pill this guy, bro. Okay, I have hope for him, man. So, did you know the person that actually discovered the electron, J.J. Thompson? He originally said that the electron is nothing more than the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction, meaning it's just a gap in the field of dielectricity, and that when that is moving, that is of course how you obtain any type of a field. And he then actually went back on this, changing the definition and getting a Nobel Prize. So that's the real history that I'm sure you weren't taught.
Sorry, I don't have my salad with me.
What the? Maybe you're not hopeful, you know? Here, let's change up the vibe.
So you said that there's experiments for gravity. You brought up Cavendish. That's not relevant because that has to do with the density of the Earth, not establishing cause and effect. Right now, the best experiment, which is not even an experiment for gravity, is gravitational lensing. Are you familiar with that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so all they do is observe an eclipse. And they observe it at different times. And they say that proves gravity. But
well, do you know what about the eclipse they observed? What
do they say?
Well, if GR is true, then the stars around an eclipse should sort of warp. I forget if it's inwards or outwards, but they should warp from where they usually are. Because they're being lensed through the gravitational field.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Here's the problem, though, with trying to say that gravitational lensing proves bending and warping of space-time. An observation can never actually establish causation. The only thing that an observation can do is establish correlation.
You're absolutely correct about that.
Yeah, and correlation is great, but it doesn't really answer the question of cause and effect.
Correct.
Which is exactly so we observe the effect of things going down, seeking their equilibrium, and you want to understand the cause. So in order to do that, you'd actually have to do a scientific experiment, which is the key part of that is manipulating the independent variable and having it there and then removing it to know if you still have the cause and effect. With an observation, there is no manipulation of the independent variable. And that's another problem. So when we say there's no experiment for gravity, this is true because their best thing is just observing things or observing the effect.
Right, because we can't turn off the laws of physics, right? But there are definitely experiments that you can set up where you can call something independent variable, which you can vary. And those experiments have been done. By the way, coming back to your example of lensing, and when you say that, you observe the lensing on the stars, you can't claim you can't claim a causal link. You are absolutely dead on about that. You are correct. However, when two things are correlated, okay, it is necessary that if indeed general relativity is correct, it is necessary for that lensing to have been observed. So it's not out of this world for if two variables are correlated. That
correlation isn't causation.
It's
not out of this world that if you observe two variables being correlated,
correlation isn't causation. Period.
Well,
not
the
out of
problem
this
is
world
you can
for
mistake
if you observe
things.
two variables being correlated, that the explanation for them being
Correlation's not causation.
All right,
If
bro.
you see,
Are you gonna
if you
keep interrupting?
see, if
Yeah, yes,
yeah.
I am.
If you see birds flying over the volcanoes, that means that birds are causing the volcanoes explode. Because if birds
I
flying
don't know
every
why he
time
wastes
over,
his breath.
But I think it's good though to point out like there's flaws to that because it's like the rooster crow and the sunrise. I noticed that every time the rooster crows, the sun will rise later. And I write this hypothesis and I have this whole, rooster crow relativity thing drawn up. And I'm positive that because I see these things correlated, that the roosters cause the sunrise. But that's you can't actually do that. What you would have to do is then manipulate, and you'd have to remove the rooster and see, oh well, I removed the rooster, the sun still rises.
Yeah.
That's the key to establishing
He
causation.
was trying to claim
well,
like
I
two
mean-
wrongs make a right, two correlations make a causation. Is that your point? Two correlations make a causation.
Yeah, and his point better says like two correlations makes the case a little stronger, I think.
No, I mean it's just one correlation, right? I mean the whole thing with the eclipse, which I don't think I was the one that even brought it up.
Was that one correlation makes a causation? Is that what you were trying to answer?
There's
One
no
correlation makes a causation.
There's no.
Would you like me?
There's
Yeah, we
no
should let him
such thing
answer
as
though.
one.
To be fair, he has to be allowed to say something.
There's two events, or you can't correlate anything.
Okay, so my whole point about the eclipse experiment, which I wasn't even the one to bring it up, right, is that the
Just stay on the correlation thing, and then you can move on.
All right, bro. I can't make points.
You
if you don't
can
let me
experiment on an eclipse.
Come on. Let him talk, dude. You understand what's being said. The correlation is not causation.
He's trying to change topic.
Well,
he's just trying to
because
change
you
topic.
keep saying that crap, dude.
Okay, well,
It's actually starting to annoy me.
this guy's tried to talk like 20 times, and so the audience can't.
I
Just gonna
know
think,
he's
well,
annoying, and you just keep letting him walk off into these areas where it can't prove anything. It doesn't prove anything. But I'm going to go ahead and finish my sentence.
So, the whole point about the eclipse experiment, right, is that this theory was developed first, and then somebody else went, if this theory is correct, then we should observe gravitational lensing by this amount when an eclipse happens, right? And if we do indeed observe that, it doesn't necessarily
It's an
mean the theory
observation
is
and an
correct.
experiment.
It builds up confidence that the theory is correct. It doesn't make
okay, cool. So if we have tons of observations
back
that
to
debunk
correlation.
it, then if we have tons of observations that debunk it, then that doesn't really mean anything. Then at that point, right?
We don't need a ton. We just need one.
Right. So selenilian eclipse.
What?
Selenilian eclipse.
Can you spell that out or type it?
Yeah, Selenelion eclipse. It is where the sun and the moon are both above the earth during the lunar eclipse. Geometric impossibility on the globe Earth, as it should be blocking the sun, casting a shadow onto the moon. In addition, it actually comes from the wrong direction. It should come from the bottom up, come from the top down. It is called the impossible eclipse. You can never invoke a lunar eclipse to prove this model. If a lunar eclipse literally debunks the model, could you?
Hold on. I want to engage with you on this, but I can't do it if I'm not listening to you.
Just listen first.
Yeah, listen, and you can look in the voice text, and people will give you what you need. Like if you watch the voice text.
So you asked for the spelling of selenelian, meaning that you didn't know this occurrence. Then Witsit kindly goes into an explanation, and you interrupt him mid-sentence to tell him that you need to listen to him.
Yes, because I want him to repeat his first sentence. Because if he keeps on talking, I'm not going to understand what he's saying because I wasn't listening to the very.
Okay. Look, here's the deal, right? The idea that you're going to invoke an eclipse to prove relativity within this globe Earth model cannot work if you have, and you agreed, an observation that refutes that. Then that little story doesn't matter. Well, we have a lunar eclipse, which is an observation. It's called the Selenilian eclipse, and the sun and moon are both above the Earth during the lunar eclipse, and this is geometrically impossible.
Okay, so let me. I'm not going to argue against it because I don't know enough about it. But if you give me enough time, I'm very glad to come back to this.
Okay, and so don't you think the best thing to do is you want to see both sides, right? So you should look in the voice text right now because you're seeing the side that I'm telling you. And of course, the side is actually me just addressing what objectively happens. So if like in the globe Earth model, you know how a lunar eclipse supposedly happens?
Yes.
Right. So if the Earth is going to block the light from the sun and cast a shadow onto the moon, then it should come from the bottom up.
You mean the sun should be below the Earth, right?
The sun should be below the Earth, and
Talking about
the
the shadow.
should come from the bottom of the moon up. Because the sun's going down beneath
Wait, what
the
do you
Earth.
mean what do you mean the shadow should come? Oh, you mean like the shadow covering the bottom of the? Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right. Like it should come up on the moon from bottom up because the sun's going down behind the Earth and the moon's up above it. So there's two problems with this eclipse. Literally two problems, and it's called the impossible eclipse. Literally. That's why they don't teach you this. It's the sun and the moon are both above the Earth. So how can the Earth be blocking the sun if the sun's above the Earth?
I don't see any pictures where they're both above the Earth.
It's the definition. It's the definition of selenilian. It's the definition. The sun and the moon are both above the horizon, and the moon goes into lunar eclipse, shaded from the top. That is the definition.
Yeah,
so
well-known,
it's called the
established
impossible
phenomenon.
because it cannot work with your current paradigm. And just take some time. I know this is new information to you, but do write the name down and do some research on it because it's one of those moments.
Yep. Okay.
But there's really no further to go because what's its only point is, if you're going to use observation to strengthen what you think is a theory, well, then you can use observation to completely destroy a theory as well. I mean, which is why, just observation shouldn't be a standard and isn't a standard in actual science.
So from what I'm reading now,
it's very true. It's very true that the theory about eclipses are in black and white. That it's a syzygy, the three bodies in alignment, and this is what causes the eclipse. Except when you view it, doesn't look how the theory would describe it. On top of the other problem being that the shadow can come any way other than what you would expect it to if it were descending into the Earth shadow.
So you should have a couple questions. One is, why have I never heard of this eclipse? Is this a real thing? Is this a real phenomena? It's odd. I've never heard of it. Very understandable because that's what most of our initial reactions were as well. It is a very known and established observable phenomena.
So, quick question. Is what's weird about this the fact that the eclipse is possible while they're both above the horizon, or the direction of the shadow, or is it both?
Both.
Okay. Because the former I can answer right away.
Right now, the former Google gives you an answer to right away.
Correct. And
but the second one, you'll never listen. Google will never give you an answer to the second one, bro.
Okay.
So NASA gives you the same answer Google's going to give you, right? And it is that it just looks like the sun's up above the Earth and that it's still got light there, but actually it's not there. It's refracted up.
Yeah, but that's consistent with my understanding.
Except that's not true. So let's go further. So let's go further. Let me push your mental further by saying this, right? So they're trying to tell you that the moon that you're looking at, right, and the sun as well, of course, is refracted some minuscule degree above the horizon after having descended below the horizon, except if you're watching the moon the entire night, it doesn't go anywhere near the horizon until after the phenomena has taken place, until it's well into the eclipse. So you can't say that what you're seeing is a refracted moon, at least until the very tail end of the eclipse in question.
Well, just one of them is being refracted is necessary for the effect in theory.
No, that's not true. Because they're talking about you seeing the moon in this impossible position is also supposed to be refracted. You can't say that it is because it's well above what 0.5, 0.6 degrees.
I don't know I don't know how close it would need to be. So any discussion of it looks far away enough, I don't think is.
No, I'm just talking about degrees. I mean, we do degree measurements all the time for navigation and all
right.
that.
Right,
So
I'm
the
telling you,
point,
I don't know what that amount in degrees is.
It's refracted. Is the shadow refracted also?
That's what I want to know. How do you refract a shadow?
Yeah, I've been waiting to ask.
See, Google doesn't have an answer for him, so.
So Aristotle is the first one. So Aristotle is one of the first people to say, "Hey, the Earth is a globe because during a lunar eclipse you can see the Earth's shadow." Well, we're telling you right now, no, that can't be true.
Hold on. I got a message from work. Give me 2 minutes.
Is the shadow refracted too? I kind of want to answer from that.
Well, as far as I know, it requires light to be refracted. That's what it is light being refracted. When there's no light, there's no refraction. That's my opinion.
But the fact that you can see a shadow means that some light is still being bounced back towards your eye, and your eye is rendering that as a shadow because it's less intense than the reflected light. So
Hey, if
even
this happens,
shadows.
Sorry.
It's an interesting thing that I've recently learned. Elijah actually posted a video about how blackness can be light, how your brain is actually the thing that's decoding how much light. Because think about it, if you can see it, means the light had to travel to your eye. So if you can see black, means black light had to travel to your eye.
Quote unquote travel, yeah.
Yeah. But that's like a really higher grade point to what you guys are busy discussing. So anyway.
Well, yeah, you get the fundamental. So if it's refracted, how can you predict this eclipse then?
I just love how you can hear the cogs in this guy's brain like grinding to a halt as you ask the question. And then when he types it into his Google machine, then suddenly he's got all the confidence in the world. Now he knows this question.
Well, they're not going to answer this one either, though, bro.
All right, I was listening to a work email. What's your
How
question?
How could you predict the eclipse if it's happens because of refraction? How could you predict it in advance?
I don't know. I would think that there probably is some average amount of refraction that has some certainty of it always being there, but obviously atmospheric events could cause it to massively deviate, so I don't know.
The computations are for a geocentric universe, though, right? Did you know that part?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
What's funny is, so if the sun's refracted, then the whole entire initial Aristophanes ordeal, where he said he looked at the sun, we gotta throw that out from the rip, right?
No, we don't.
I'm done. That makes no sense, bro. That's blatantly doublespeak.
I mean, the effect of refraction is lessened the more the sun is up above us, right? This refraction effect is only really super significant once it's near the horizon. Once this light travels through more atmosphere, right? And the angle with which you're making to the sun is very close to the horizon.
So we can actually look like we're seeing a sunset, but in fact, it's just a mirage of refraction.
I mean, the sunset is real. It's just that
Stop
where
putting
you're
telephone on
observing
the
the
mute.
sun,
All three bodies have to be in alignment. You're talking about the sun, but like I pointed out, the moon is still well above the horizon during majority of this time. What's up, Sasha?
Oh, sorry, not Mike.
So you still don't have this alignment that they theorize has to happen for this to take place, because the moon is still well above the horizon.
Right, and the shadow comes from the wrong way.
Okay, again, I don't know enough to address the shadow coming in the wrong way. But the
Okay, well, let's just talk about it like just very logically, right? So if you have 3 balls that are going to have to geometrically align to make this eclipse, and then the sun's actually above the middle ball, but we're going to pretend it just looks like that and it's down below it. And as the sun goes down below the earth, but the moon is still in the sky above the horizon, above the earth, you're going to see the shadow start to come up towards the moon as the sun goes down behind the earth. And it's going to come up and start to eclipse the moon bottom up.
That is what my first intuition would tell me.
Yeah, well, it literally does the exact opposite. It comes top down.
But that doesn't mean that I might have that I.
And there's that shadow. Is the shadow refracted too? Remember, they're below the horizon and just refracted up above it.
So
the video that's on this, the one that posted by Miguel. Does anybody have the dates for those eclipses? I can actually verify that on those dates, on those locations, the sun was also visible.
Sure. So when you see the one, you think the sun's down below the horizon during that picture? It's freaking daylight, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm not saying that it's not. But I mean, there are times in the day where I can see, right? I can see objects. There's enough light, but I can't see the sun.
Okay, so the sun's below the earth, but we can still see its light.
I'm not arguing any point. I'm saying I want to see dates. I want to see a location where this happened. I'm not saying this is an impossible effect, right? I'm saying I'm researching it still. And in order for
I don't know. Like space.com, your hero NASA talks about this, man.
When you go to the definition, like Solar pointed out for you, I mean, there's no reason. I mean, you can do what you want, but the Selenilian definition pretty much states that it is both the sun and the moon above the horizon. That's what the definition of it is. So obviously it happens somewhere at some times,
right?
Because of the definition.
But we're talking about the shadow coming from underneath the.
Oh, that happens all the time. That happens during. That happens during. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. That happens during most, and I say most, lunar eclipses. So that phenomena can't be explained at any time.
It can be explained,
let alone when it's a Selenilian eclipse.
Hold on, are you saying it can't be explained when it's just a lunar eclipse that's not a Selenilian eclipse? Is that what you're saying?
Well, a Selenilian eclipse is a partial lunar eclipse, which means during a lunar eclipse, the Selenilian part happens too. Sometimes it's just partial, though.
I guess you didn't hear my question.
The nuance, let me explain. I heard your question. The nuance that Elijah just said to you was that the shadow that starts to enter the moon's face of like that glowing orb often comes from the wrong direction logically. You would think the shadow is always on the side closest to the earth if the earth is the object casting said shadow. So Elijah said the fact that the shadow comes in at the wrong angle is a common occurrence that also is not addressed. But the selenelian is the impossible eclipse because the sun and moon are both above and the shadow comes from the top. And if you can find a selenelian eclipse where the shadow comes from the bottom up, then that would start to make a bit more sense logically, like you agreed.
You mean
Now, do you understand Elijah's point?
No, I don't.
It's very simple. It's just shapes and shadows. I don't understand what you don't understand.
It's not difficult for me for a lunar eclipse that's not a selenelian eclipse. It's not difficult for me to explain how the shadow might come from any direction.
What do you mean?
Okay, well, you just don't understand.
During a lunar eclipse, you have the moon supposedly as it makes its long night trek through your sky. At some point, it is supposed to descend into the Earth's shadow, the thing that you're standing on. You're standing on the Earth, looking at the moon, and then all of a sudden, it begins to fade out from the top, or fade out from the right, or fade out from the left. Whenever will that make sense?
Because the sun could be at different positions relative to the sun.
Well, guess what? Well, guess what? As you're standing there, the sun rises from your east and the moon is setting to your west, always. So when you have this happening, because it's always going to be this orientation, again, the selenelian is just at such a degree that you can see both. But sometimes it just might be that the sun is trekking just a little late, which is why you wouldn't call it a selenelian, because it's trekking just a little late. But you know that it's coming from the east, maybe an hour later, and you know that you're looking at the moon descend to the west as you're standing on top of this earth. No way is the sun gonna be in some position where the top of the moon should be shaded. Ever.
I totally disagree with it. The fact that the sun rises from the east does not
find me a diagram. So find me a diagram.
The fact that the sun
find me a diagram or draw out a diagram.
The fact that the sun rises from the east does not preclude it being in any possible position behind you. It can still be moving east, but it could be anywhere behind you.
That's retarded. Why don't you just get me, sorry for using the R word, draw up a diagram or find one.
The sun's path is very well known. It does not deviate. Every day you know exactly where it's going to be, where it's going to come up. It's been tracked for thousands of years, so it cannot just be anywhere. It's going to be right where it is every other day on that same day of the year.
No,
that's ridiculous.
Yes and no. It's not like there are some positions in the sky where the sun will never be, right? The sun spans the whole sky over a long time.
Yeah, but we're talking about shadow.
I agree that we can predict where the sun is going to be at any time.
We're talking about the shadow orientation. So, say, for example, look at your clock. There's a 12 o'clock point on your clock and a 6 o'clock, and then there's the middle position. If the sun is the 12, the earth is in the middle position, and the moon is at the 6 o'clock, the shadow should enter from the 12 or the 6 o'clock. When you notice that the shadow enters from the 3 o'clock or the 2 o'clock or the 1 o'clock or the 4 o'clock or the 9, 10, 11, or anywhere in between the 12 and the 6, what could be causing that shadow to enter from the side?
Are we just talking about selenelium eclipse or any
I'm
eclipse?
talking about all lunar eclipses.
Okay. I mean,
any damn eclipse.
What could cause the shadow to come in from the 2 o'clock? What caused the shadow to come in from 7 o'clock?
It requires the heliocentric model.
Wrong.
Yeah, you can explain
I can
it.
explain
Or
any
why.
direction it's coming in if you allow me to present a heliocentric model.
Okay, you're gonna present.
Well, that's what I'm asking you for. I'm asking you for a diagram with 3 balls.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
because
I
the angle,
can absolutely do that. But you're gonna have to.
the angle is said to happen from, the angle it's observed from, it's not possible. That's what you're not getting. It's impossible for the shadow to come from that direction. When they're supposed to be moving, in opposite directions in your model. And we don't have to predict where the sun will be. We know where it'll be every day of the year, every month. We've mapped it. It's not a prediction.
And even further than that, the shadow may enter from the 2 o'clock, meaning that it should exit at the 7 o'clock, but it enters at the 2 o'clock, makes the entire moon face turn red, and then will exit toward the 9 o'clock or the 10 o'clock position. And sometimes it does really crazy shit. It doesn't just move across the face like a shadow should move. It does like a fade in and fade out motion, and often not even on the same vector. So there's a lot to the moon and the shadow during a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, how's that work? I want to know how that works.
For instance, what he's saying is like the very last lunar eclipse. What was it? Texas. I think OK Cool got video of it, and it came in from what is that? 8 o'clock, and then left at like 1-2 o'clock.
Why would you not tape an eclipse from the outside if you were in space? Crickets, dude.
Or from the
it's
moon.
real weird. They like insist that it's this layout, right? Like I call it Papa Bear, Mama Bear, Baby Bear. But they've never even sent a satellite far enough out to even confirm that this alignment is happening. They would have to send one so far out to even really know. It's just a drawing that they do. That's it.
Yeah, I think Jeranism said, imagine a camera on the moon watching the Earth move between the sun and the moon. And you could have all advertisers branding all over the screen. It would pay for itself 10 times over. And as soon as the next eclipse is coming, because the whole face of the moon is going to be eclipsed,
dude,
you can place that camera anywhere on the fucking moon.
Okay. Well, I guess I can't share screen, but I guess I can share screenshots.
Okay. Because, like, dude, think about this honestly, bro. Like, even if they couldn't get far enough away to see the entire sun, they would show us the video of the eclipse, even if you could only predominantly see the moon and the Earth. So why do we not have an outside shot of the eclipse if we're sitting satellites all over space?
Well, I guess
it would be the most amazing thing. It would be like the first thing you would do. You would do that before you would even try to go land on the moon.
I mean, can you give me a role to share pictures? Or okay, sure.
Just a sec. I don't think this dude's anything crazy. I'll trust him.
I could just give it to CV.
You've seen those shots, Witsit, of Earthrise, where the Earth rises up over the moon's surface. You know, those supposed, where they went around the back of the moon and then looked back at the Earth, and you see the Earth slowly rising up from the moon. You would have footage like that of the lunar eclipse. There'd probably be 5 or 6 documented by now already.
Dude, that's it's insane. You would have, but why wouldn't you look at it from the outside, bro?
You just set your trajectory to be on the line, in alignment, so that the sun, Earth, and moon are all on the same vector, and you would do your orbit around the back of the moon and then look back towards the Earth. And you would see the Earth move in between the sun, casting this massive shadow that blackened the entire moon surface. It'd be amazing footage.
And anyone who's like a millennial cannot look at that thing that They just post it and say that's not CGI. That is CGI. And I would give it like a C+, honestly, not even like an A+ CGI.
It was so bad they actually had to do like a press run damage control and explain why it looks so fake. Literally, bro. That's very similar to when Elon said, you know it's real because it looks so fake. Because he was
tell
asked
it's
why it
real
looked
because it's so fake.
That's what a joke. I must be some crazy conspiracy theorist if I don't believe in this stuff. The idea is you're some
I'm
crazy
sorry,
guy
that was
who
too
comes up
funny.
with all this crazy stuff you believe in, but they just call you that for not believing in their fairy tales.
I think Guy Jean ran out of questions in the article that he was reading. That's why he battled so much to go off script or to answer any of
bro,
BattleMod's points.
So you guys asked for a model where I can reproduce a heliocentric model where I can reproduce the lunar eclipse where the moon was being lit from the bottom and from the top.
No,
and you did.
no, we're wanting to see where the mainstream actually modeled it that way.
Okay.
Citation.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be making a
can model.
Sorry, if you're going to be making a model, it has to be congruent with somebody's observation. It has to make sense too. Because after all, we're talking about someone's observation.
I gave him the role.
You can pick the path of travel when you simulate it, but that we don't know that's representative of how they actually travel during an eclipse.
Okay, that's fine.
So it has to be representative of reality.
Right, but
with
that's not what was asked
citation,
of
it
me.
can't just be oh, I modeled it, it worked. So you can model it, yeah, because you can pick the path and the totality. You can pick all that crap.
But there's one.
But that doesn't mean that's how we observe it in reality.
But I think it could be a good laugh, right? I don't think this guy's gonna do anything crazy. I gave you the role. If you got some magic screenshot you want to show us.
Oh, I already did.
But
CB posted it in
Guy Jean? Guy Jean?
Oh, you gave this dude link, bro?
Okay, maybe I should take it back. You already got it in here. I thought you were
18 minutes
So,
past the hour.
Guy Jean, I've got one question for you. You know about Eratosthenes, right?
I know about his experiment. Yeah.
Okay, what was the first fundamental premise of light required for his experiment?
That it travels in parallel rays.
Okay, now just go look at the pictures that you posted for me.
Uh-huh.
Just tell me what you see. Do you see parallel lines?
Not strictly, but mostly.
But mostly going conical shaped. So converging.
Sure. Okay.
Converging light.
So over small distances, meaning over the distance of like a little person on the planet.
No.
You can see the picture.
Distance is irrelevant.
Very
You
close
either
to
have
being parallel.
converging or you have parallel. Distance would just make it more evident. You know that. We all know that. The light is either converging towards a perigee and apogee situation where we get the umbra and the penumbra on the moon, or light is traveling in parallel lines, and Eratosthenes' experiment can be built around the assumption of parallel light rays. or they have to be
I'll give
converging
you
light rays. So which one do you want to take? The converging light rays or the parallel light rays?
So you see, in science
I'll
and
give you-
engineering, it is
yeah.
very often the case where they do a lot of hand waving, right?
So they make shit up.
So you can say,
parallel
Like
light
that's
rays.
what you're about to do, bro.
you can say over small distances, although these lights are really, although these photons are really traveling in a conical shape. Yeah.
I'm an engineer.
Because
I
the
would
sun
like
is
to know
so
the
far
specifics
away,
on hand waving.
over short distances, we
That's
can
not
basically
engineering.
say they're parallel.
93 miles is not a short distance.
Astrology is
No.
not
You misunderstand.
engineering. I'm
Short
an
distance
engineer.
on Earth.
I would like no.
Not short distance.
You interrupted me. You're interrupting me. I would like a specific case note where engineers hand wave anything, please and thank you.
Yeah, sure. For example, when we were designing CMOS circuits, right? And instead of actually running or actually analytically solving equations in order to determine what a logic circuit does, right? A lot of engineers, what they'll do is like, we can safely say that this voltage here is going to be 0.7 volts because we know it's a diode.
That's computer
You don't need to-
science. It's not applicable
physics.
to
What are you talking about?
reality. It's only applicable to man-made stuff.
Light rays are not parallel.
Not science. Give me an example of when in reality we use. You did. It's computer science. It's computer engineering.
I mean, it's not computer science. It's circuit design.
How does it apply to the Earth and our operations on Earth circuit?
What?
I'll be specific about what I'm asking. How is it analogous to the Earth and observations?
Yeah, so the context in which we're talking about this is the sun rays, right? So the objection was brought up where, we know the sun rays aren't actually parallel, therefore his assumption is bad.
I mean, not only that, but I said this should be congruent with our reality. First of all, North America is all lit up. When give us an example of, say, me standing somewhere in North America, recreating the eclipse as it happened. This isn't showing me how I could be standing in North America, looking at the moon go to the west, while seeing the shadow begin from the top or the left or the right or wherever.
So we're changing points here, which we can do that if you want, but I thought
we're not changing points. That's the very first thing that I told
we
you.
were talking about parallel versus divergent sun rays.
Well,
Okay,
I
well,
said,
look,
hand wave certain things.
If I can just finish my point there with you, was trying to highlight another flaw in this model that either assumes parallel when they're using this observation or converging when they're observing this observation. And both times they assume that observation proves something. When you look at the light in how it actually behaves, there's something called the inverse square law of light, which means light is actually diverging. So it's radial. Light moves away from one another. So it neither moves parallel nor converging. And in reality, we actually notice a more divergent behavior to light. But in both your stories, as you were saying now, over short distances, etc., can either be parallel or converging, whereas the actual property of light is diverging. But now we can go back to the original point, which we were asking you about the shadow on the moon, to which you posted a false simulator example of converging light. Converging light and placing this at an 18-year cycle where we don't have selenelians only every 18 years. They're far more frequent. And in fact, lunar eclipses occur about every they occur in an 8-year cycle. But they are far more frequent than 18 years, like your model is trying to suggest. But just the fact that light is neither parallel nor converging should, if you've got a decent faculty of thinking, make you realize that what you just posted is not reality.
Okay, so I'm going to address this claim, not both. So, if we both agree, life diverges, right? If it comes from a point source like the sun, like a light bulb, it extends radially, as you said, by the inverse square law, right? So, the farther away the light travels, if you were to follow a wavefront of the light, what is the relationship of the angle of two light beams that are next to each other? Because I am proposing that the further that you are from the light source, the angle between adjacent light rays, like the
Why
angle
would they converge?
zero, or it gets closer and closer to zero as they get further and further away.
No.
Right?
It increases, dude. What are you talking about?
What are you saying? They all converge even though they're parallel.
People don't even know.
Just trying to do it in a roundabout manner.
If they're divergent,
I mean, all I'm saying,
if they're divergent, John, listen, Gene, listen. If they're divergent,
it's a
they're
poetic
vectors.
story, but you can't demonstrate it to be true in reality.
If they're divergent, their vectors will be outward. If they're convergent, their vectors will be inward.
Correct.
If they're parallel, they will remain parallel.
Correct.
This will be compounded over distance. That's why I said distance is actually quite irrelevant here. Because if they're converging, they will be noticeably converging. If they are diverging, they will be noticeably diverging. And you're trying to say, all right, so they start off radial, diverging. Then we focus in on just one little light beam. And we follow that little beam, and he stays parallel, like one little light beam. And therefore, I can assume all light rays are parallel because I'm only fixating on the single light beam, which is my assumption of how this radial diverging light can now behave parallel.
No. I'm not saying fixate on one or two. I'm saying fixate on one.
If you have two,
look at the one.
if
look
you
at the
have
one
two, if you have two, you will notice diverging or converging.
Okay, so I'm not saying fixate on one or two. I'm saying fixate on one. And then at the very beginning, you can ask yourself, what is the angle between the one I'm fixing on and the one that happens to be right next to it? Right? And then it will make some angle. Now,
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It has to come from the same light source first, okay? And the distance between those two will increase. The angles stay the same. Do you get it?
So let me, if you would like to let me finish my point. If you then
You
look
gotta
at
draw a starting point for that light, that other light ray you're talking about. And if you draw it all the way back to its source, it's not going to be the same source as the other light ray that you're talking about.
I don't understand your point.
Okay.
Before you interrupted me, can I finish my point?
Yeah, you can't compare two light rays, if they're not coming from the same source, from
They
the
are
same
coming from the
point.
same source. They're coming
Okay,
from a light bulb.
Okay,
And
then
if I
like
have a light
like
bulb,
Elijah said, draw
have
it
a
out
light
so
bulb and I
we
turn it
can see
on,
it. Yeah, draw it out so you can see it.
sure.
If you have a light
That is
bulb,
an
it's
excellent
radial.
point.
See what it looks like.
That is an excellent point. I will draw it.
Okay.
Because I can draw it. Let's
Yeah.
see.
When do these two light rays that come from the same light source, right, start being parallel to each other after they diverge from 93 million miles away, right?
I'm not talking about the same pair. I think that's where the confusion is.
That was what you were talking about. You were saying I can take two light rays,
but not the same
and they will appear parallel. What do you mean not the same two? We're analyzing two. Okay? So forget all others, and you're focusing on these two. And like Bong just said to you, if you trace them back, they will either have an origin point together, or they will be parallel and they will have two different origin points. And if you drew a light bulb that's circular with light rays coming out in all directions, like we see light do, it's radial, and there is an inverse squaring, which means every time the distance is doubled, there's a 4-factor increase of surface area that's now illuminated by that light source, indicating the diverging nature of light. That's not in question. You're trying to make it back to parallel, but your diagram showed converging. So your diagram was wrong because it showed converging light.
They're divergent.
And there's no way. What do you mean divergent? Because it's creating a conical shape towards the Earth, and then the Earth casts a more conical shadow towards the Moon. That's converging shadows and converging light.
No. So the fact
We've
that
been
there is
talking
an
about
area,
diverging, and you've been
in the
trying to
diagram.
bend diverging back to parallel.
Hold on. The fact that there is an area that is colored yellow
Stop
in the
interrupting
diagram
him,
does not
dude.
mean it's the only area that's lit up by light. The light is everywhere.
Well, exactly, but now you're just contradicting yourselves in other like places like
Hey,
refraction, right? Just
I would like to hear him finish what he's talking about. Divergent and convergent are two separate things. This dude's confusing him, and he doesn't even get it.
but you're already, yeah, and we're already assuming that light does this and that, and we're ignoring all the things that happen in your model as light travels from the sun to the earth, like refraction. Remember that?
Oh, you had to unmute him. My bad.
So good. You're like, damn, man, curvature.
What happened to the refraction?
I'm just tired of him interrupting. Before he even considers all that's said to a person, he's already coming back to his original point and repeating the same stuff that was. He already explained to you the difference between convergent light rays and divergent light rays. You're confused if you think divergent means all focusing towards a point and getting closer together and squeeze. No, divergent means spreading apart. They diverge from each other. Convergence means they all come into a focal point. It'd be a focus beam of light, but we can demonstrate that light doesn't work that way. That's his point. It doesn't converge.
I mean, at this point, we've just delved into such a realm of absurdity. We're having the conversation for the sake of a person who's going to debate against the heliocentric model being wrong, regardless of how absurd it gets.
Correct.
Yeah, well, he demonstrated that when he said he will presume for his model, he will assume that things are correct, but for ours, he needs verification. He's not open-minded. I don't know why we wasted our time past that.
So I think I can illustrate what I mean. If you'll allow me. So if you take a light bulb.
I think you should quit interrupting me because I'm not the guy that takes that lightly.
I mean, I don't know why you think I've been interrupting anybody.
Well, you overtalk them. I'm observing it. Are you saying I'm not?
No, I'm saying you're selectively enforcing that rule.
Well, and according to his theory,
No.
observation means it's absolutely true. So
Two correlations make a
in
causation.
the middle. Yeah, so in the middle of the sentence, you start your sentence. That's an interruption. I observed it multiple times. I have correlation, which equals causation. And you're rude. You're rude, so you interrupt.
Okay.
Does he have well, post your illustration, but the problem is like you're just posting these illustrations and we're just kind of in this like la la land of not really confirming that this is reality.
So, I mean, I'm trying to give you a real experiment that you could do at home.
Okay,
if you'll allow me.
We use but we will have to make sure though that when you use the word experiment, that you're actually using the word correctly.
Yeah, he's not. But
Yeah.
that's just a
He
distractionary
hasn't.
tactic away from the point that I made
Oh, sorry. Go
about his diagram and the offset, that it's not congruent with any reality. I live in North America. I was talking about North America, if you didn't know. And at the very least, you could, you know, make it make sense, because obviously if I'm looking at the lunar eclipse, it's going to be just hitting morning for me. And that's not what this diagram is showing at all. It's not really showing anything. It's just saying, it's just giving a depiction of the moon lit from the bottom and a depiction of it lit from the top. I
Correct.
mean,
And that was my original description when I said the 12 o'clock and the 6 o'clock makes sense. We should see those two sides. Now, show me in your modeling software how you make it that the 2 o'clock is lit, or the 3 o'clock, or the 4 o'clock, or the 7 o'clock, or the 11 o'clock. How do you light up the sides in that same model, which you just illuminated the top and the bottom of, which we all said that would be a common idea as to where the moon would be and where the Earth's shadow would be in relation to the moon. But yet the shadow is often not in the position it should be in relation to the Earth. That's the conundrum. How does the shadow enter from the 2 o'clock, or the 3 o'clock, or the 4 o'clock? When you're standing on the Earth, it should only really enter from the 6 o'clock, or when it comes from the 12 o'clock, that's also nonsensical, because how can the Earth you're standing on cause the shadow to enter from the top? What you've shown is a moon lit up on a certain side. We want to see the eclipse entering from a specific side.
Are you done? So the
Did you listen to what I said?
Yeah, of course.
Well,
the experiment that I would like to use to demonstrate how or why it's a good assumption that the light rays are parallel is if you take a light bulb, right, and you have a piece of cardboard and you punch holes in it. The holes, the light can pass through the holes in the piece of cardboard, and they will make a certain image on the ground. And the further away you have the piece of cardboard from the light bulb, as is shown in Miguel's image, then the more parallel the light beams will be. I don't think anybody.
And if you move the cardboard, closer up, what happens?
The light rays start to diverge more and more. If you move it closer.
Oh, and I wonder what we see in our reality. Oh, I wonder what we see.
Why do you say we see that in
just
reality?
Proved my point.
Do you not see the
proved my
pictures?
point.
Wait, are you
listen,
saying
he
that,
thinks
that God rays are evidence to the contrary?
No, they're convergent rays.
Well, they're converging up. They're diverging
You
down.
agreed already that light was divergent. Didn't you agree like 10 minutes ago when he was talking about the law of light? Did I hallucinate that? Oh, okay.
Yes. But this is not a binary thing. There are degrees of divergence, right?
Binary.
It's not as in it's not a black or white thing.
It only takes one white swan to prove that there aren't just only black swans. So you say it's parallel.
We're never going to get to the incongruity of this entire example, because we keep talking about the divergence and the convergence and the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And my original point was that the only thing you can do is take diverging light and try and squeeze it back to parallel. You can never demonstrate converging, meaning going toward itself. You can never demonstrate light converging. We only see light diverging, and if you do a little experiment like this, hold the object really far away from the light source, and then it makes a tiny little section, and then you misdescribe that as parallel, even though it's still obviously diverging. And if you measured it, they would be diverging because they came from a point source. So that's logical. You can understand that. You can only take diverging, going outward, and squeeze it back to parallel for your assumption of parallel. Your whole assumption of the lunar is converging. That's never demonstrated. That was my original point.
There are different degrees of divergent, right? It's not just like two lines can be almost parallel, right? And they can be.
Did you not hear what I just said to you?
I did, and I think your mistake is that you're considering either they're parallel or they're not parallel, which is true.
Irrelevant, because I said show me converging.
Show you converging, like outgoing light rays converging.
like your simulation model, just that you posted with such glee and vigor to suggest why the moon could be lit up at the 6 o'clock and the 12 o'clock, which no one disagreed with, Guy.
How does that show convergent light beams? Are you talking about the yellow colored section? Are you really talking about that?
And the subsequent dark shadow portion of the converging conical light? Yes. Do you know what converging and diverging means?
Yes, and that is not converging light. The yellow colored section is imaginary. It's not actually there. The light is everywhere. Right?
Why do you think it's included in your demonstration?
I don't know.
It's needed for totality.
No, wait. Are you saying that if we had like radially light that's radially spanning from the sun, we wouldn't have that?
Let's take the last lunar eclipse. Let's take the last lunar eclipse. For the dark out totality was only 2 miles wide.
Hold on, let's not change subject. I mean, he's saying that I'm claiming that light converges in because this diagram has a yellow.
I'm just telling you why you need it. You need it to converge in. Otherwise, your model for a number and penumbra don't work.
If you can't understand after this has been put to you so simply, you've demonstrated that you lack the spatial awareness to actually continue discussing the subject.
All right, so
maybe there's a I don't know. Does anyone else want to chat about something?
If we want to talk about
with
space
you.
and emptiness, we could ask him about the vacuum since he's pretty familiar with.
But we still
Oh, sorry.
didn't, like that. That's insane. Like, what about the fact that this has nothing to do with anyone's observation?
I just
mean, whose
question want to know if we got any new people. That's all I'm gonna ask. Nobody's. If you're asking me, because you haven't answered any one of them. You're apologetic for everything that Google says. And you might not even understand it, and you say my understanding, but the truth is, it's just the quickest answer you got from Google.
Well,
you can't even cover the foundational premises.
Yeah. And I think he's come here to defend the heliocentric model. I don't know if he's necessarily like ready to learn new information. I think that every time new information is presented to him, he just whacks it like a piñata with his Google searches.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to pretend that I know something that I don't, right?
But like, for example, the
Well,
Selenian eclipse, right? The Selenian eclipse, he had never heard of it before. And now he's going to explain to us how he knows the shadow is coming from the top, for sure.
No, I never said that. I very clearly said I can't explain with my limited knowledge why the shadow comes from the direction that it shouldn't be coming from, right? But somebody else here made the
try to explain something he doesn't understand.
Okay, sorry, I just saw your diagram showing the shadow coming from the top.
Yeah, because somebody here claimed that that can never happen in a lunar eclipse. Not just stellar eclipses.
No, that does happen during the eclipse. The problem is the explanation of what an eclipse is in the heliocentric model. That happens.
I mean, do we want to move on? I'm happy to talk.
I do want to ask about the vacuum of space. Unless other people want to talk, then, you know.
Yeah, I want to move on past him.
Well, do we have any other
Yeah,
Globers in here?
I would like to move on.
I think he has been like cordial, you know. I mean, I think he's just still trying really hardly to cling to one side and not be open-minded. And I don't know if this is your first time like hearing Flat Earth, so maybe that's why. But like, is this your
Yes,
first
it's a
time?
classic. To interrupt you, but it's a classic case of separation anxiety disorder. This, okay? That's what that is.
Spot on.
Been listening all the time. Yeah, what that is cognitive dissonance with the separation anxiety disorder.
Well, and it's probably hard if he like. This is the thing too, is a lot of Globers are really smart, right? They're really smart. You have to have a high processing
I
speed.
wasn't saying what shit.
You're roboting, Battlemon. You have to have a good memorization skills and processing speed to like retain all this information that they give you, and it's a bunch of garbage. So people that actually can learn this stuff, they're really smart, but because they've invested so much time in learning it, it's really hard for them to accept that maybe they're wrong, or that, you know, their intellectual gods are wrong. So I kind of see why he's really trying to defend it and justify things.
Well, all I can say is Flat Earth continues to rise. Flat Earth rising, people, in the year 2022 is the year where we, the Flat Earthers, put a magnifying glass over the heliocentrists, find out their mental status and ask them why is it they want to believe in something they cannot prove. That's the situation as it is now. And in the last 6 years, 7 years, Flat Earth has been rising steadily. The numbers are increasing. Yeah? I think we're doing...
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, Guy, is this your first time debating about the shape of the Earth?
No, I think I've done it here a few times.
Okay. And what brings you back?
I just enjoy being here. I genuinely enjoy talking to you guys, generally.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I don't.
Are you open to Flat Earth, or are you pretty set on Helio Spaceballs?
I mean, I don't know if you'll believe me, but I consider myself open to the possibility. It's just that to me, the evidence seems so overwhelmingly in favor against it that I would need to have extraordinary evidence for it.
That's been a little bit disingenuous and dishonest, sir, because you haven't presented any shred of evidence for the heliocentric model. This is why I asked that question. Why is it you want to believe in something you cannot prove?
It's not that I'm being disingenuous, is that that's my interpretation of it, right? I could be wrong.
Well, then
you are absolutely wrong, sir. You haven't presented a single shred of evidence. So the question there remains is, why is it you want to believe in something you cannot?
Well, I agree with Jin that he should provide evidence if there's such an overwhelming amount, because we would love to hear it. So, can you please provide evidence that we are in a vacuum?
That we are in a vacuum? We're not in a vacuum.
That our Earth is nestled in a vacuum?
Can I provide evidence that that space is a vacuum?
Yeah.
Um,
And that the celestial bodies reside in this vacuum.
So, I mean, I can't personally do it. I believe that
I don't
the
need
trend
you to, but you said there's an overwhelming amount of evidence. So even if it's your professor's professor, doesn't matter. Just something that's actual.
So there have been
some
publications
physical,
where
tangible.
there have been publications where they publish measurements of pressure, right? And we generally see pressure going down as we go up in elevation.
Okay, so there's a pressure gradient.
Yeah, I mean, it stands to reason that if it's generally true that as we go higher and higher, pressure goes down, down, and down, it's that approaches a vacuum, right? So I don't think it's crazy then to say that the limit of that is, no molecules bouncing around, which would be a vacuum.
When you have a vacuum chamber here on Earth and you open it, what happens to the air that's surrounding the vacuum chamber?
It's sucked in.
Okay. So why does the air go into the vacuum chamber?
Why does the air go into the vacuum chamber?
Yeah.
Like the mechanism that makes it so?
Yeah. What is causing the air to fill the now available space?
Sure. So the way that I see the air is that. Sorry, there's some echo. So the way that I see the air, right, is I imagine a bunch of little molecules bouncing around, boom, 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 everywhere, right? Bouncing into each other and into. They're in a container. They're bouncing against the walls of the container. And I mean, it makes sense to me that if you open up a vacuum chamber, because it's a vacuum, there's no molecules bouncing around in there, right? So the molecules that are bouncing around just outside the opening of it are going to fly in because there's nothing to bounce them against. So they'll just be forced in.
It's entropy, and high pressure wants to go to pressure.
Oh, I mean, if you want to talk about the gas laws, those are emergent phenomena, right? But the underlying theory is the kinetic theory of gases. And from that, you can derive the gas laws, which has like all these terms that we've been using, like pressure, entropy, volume, temperature.
So then why does that not happen with the air here? Why does it not go into the vacuum surrounding the Earth?
Oh, because, okay, so for the same reason that a high pressure container, meaning like a gas tank where you have a lot of air in it, the same reason that the air inside of it doesn't escape if it's sealed, because it's in a container, right? There's a force field, which we call the wall, that's very strong at the edge of the wall, bounces all the molecules back in, right?
What is this force field?
In the case of the Earth, that's gravity. It's not as
gravity's on the very edge.
There we go now. Gravity is an unproven theory, sir. You cannot use that, sir. Sorry.
I couldn't hear your question.
And which gravity are you referring to? Are you referring to the mass attracting mass, or are you referring to the Einsteinian, which has been replaced, which replaced Newtonian 106 years ago now, which is the bending and warping of space-time fabric? So we have a problem here, sir.
Would you like me to answer his question, or would you like me to answer your question, the nice lady that I've been talking to?
You can answer his first, just to clarify, I guess, which one you're talking about.
Sure. So the one that is more fundamental is the general relativity, but it overall it works well.
Sorry, guy, but we was with you like 1 hour ago with the same thing 1 hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
Were we? I don't think we were talking about this 1 hour ago.
Really? Really? Did you speak about, man? You speak about Cavendish, about evolution, about eclipses, about shadows, about
quantum theory.
Do you want 1 minute to speak about antecedent for the sphere curvature?
I mean, it's just an empirical fact that stuff falls down, right?
Listen
what I
this.
call it.
Listen this. One empirical stuff is this: sphere has the shape. Sphere has the shape because you are 2 hours speaking about everything, but not about sphere. Sphere has the shape. Let's find out where is that curvature.
My
I
argument.
don't want to switch subjects yet, though. I don't want to switch subjects because
to spend at least 5 minutes on that.
Bro, my argument works.
Jen, you're
if the Earth is
echoing.
flat.
Okay, sorry.
Like my argument like we can assume the Earth is flat. The argument works just as well, right? If the Earth is flat,
but I don't want to assume nothing. I want to know for sure.
Okay,
I want to know for sure.
I don't want to go yet to curvature because he said something that I thought was crazy. And he said the wall, which is pretty ironic that they call it the wall. The force field of gravity is strongest at the edge.
No. In a container, it's strongest at the edge. The force is strongest at the edge.
Okay, but you agree with Earth, the strongest point of gravity is center of mass, center of the Earth.
Correct.
Okay,
so the difference here is that you can think of the container as not having one clearly defined wall. It's more like a wall that's sort of spread out as you get further and further from Earth.
Okay, so you're saying that. So you are agreeing that there needs to be a container. You just are under the assumption that the container doesn't need to be physical, that it can just be gravity.
Yeah, the container.
And we want to challenge that.
Yeah, the job that the container actually does to me is that it provides a force for the molecules of air to bounce against, and that job can be fulfilled by just a force field. It doesn't have to be a physical container.
Bro.
So it's like he knows he's not wrong in the sense of you have to have a physical container for the gas molecules to collide with to cause pressure to therefore then create pressure gradient. But gravity is not a container because in the example I gave you, why does gravity not prevent the high pressure filling into the vacuum then?
Because it's providing a force against the air molecules, right? As the air molecules go up into the sky, gravity's dragging them back down. I mean, it takes a long time for them to change direction back down, but the effect is the same as if it were in a container, a really tall container.
So things are going down at the same time?
What's up?
Things are going up and down at the same time?
What do you mean by things? Like air molecules?
Yeah, gas is going down.
Yeah, they're going up and down.
That's very weird. I see helium rising.
I've never seen gravity.
Yeah, overall. But
gravity affects gas.
But the natural property of air is to expand to fill the available volume.
Correct.
And that space is a volume at a lower pressure for it to go and fill. So your idea that it would lose momentum is incorrect. It would actually gain momentum because it would be constantly encountering a lower pressure. So exactly like the demonstration on the Earth, if you open the vacuum chamber on one side, if you open just the smallest little gap, high pressure air will flow into the low pressure. Always. It's a second law of thermodynamics. So listen to what you said is that at a point really far away from the center where gravity should be the strongest. So at 5,000 feet, gravity is not strong enough to contain the air. At 10,000 feet, it's still not strong enough to contain the air, even though it's still quite close to the center. But when we go really far up past the Kármán line, suddenly there's an area where the gravity is now strong enough to contain the air.
No.
So where the field starts to get the weakest, it now has the strength to contain. But where it's the strongest, where it should keep like all the air down right on the surface where the gravity is the strongest, it's incapable of holding the air because the air goes in all vectors. Air expands in all directions, not only upward, until it meets a wall of its container to be able to bounce back inward to create the inward pressure, which we measure at 14.7 psi at sea level. So for us to have air pressure in the first place, when you type gas pressure definition, you will see it's the pressing on the walls of the container. The pressure exerted on the walls of its container that allows the inward pressure that we can then measure because air expands outward to fill the available volume. And space is a space that the oxygen would want to flow into.
Yeah, if there wasn't a force field pulling it back down, I agree.
Why is the force field not closer to the center where its strength should be the strongest?
Oh, the force field is everywhere. That's what makes it a field. It's strongest closer to the ground. You're correct about that.
Do you have an experiment to validate this claim? Can you show an experiment that, demonstrates gas pressure due to gravity?
Experiment that demonstrates gas pressure due to gravity.
It's ludicrous because it's never been demonstrated that you can hold gas down. Look, I can put a little straw in my mouth and then create a slight vacuum in my mouth, and water and air will flow up through the straw into my mouth. Mm-hmm. Because a slight low pressure will create a higher pressure zone to flow towards it to find equilibrium. That's a natural physics. That's a natural property we see everywhere, in gases, in liquids, in many different things. They're all seeking equilibrium. So you've got these two disequilibrium states. There's high pressure air and there's this infinite vacuum. Now, to make this so that I think you're not quite getting it yet, if I had a vacuum chamber, can I release a ball of gas into that vacuum chamber that it remains a ball of gas? Or would that gas, the small amount of gas I inject into the vacuum chamber, would it expand to fill the available volume?
It would fill the available volume.
Bye-bye, Jupiter.
Okay, so how do you have gas planets and the gaseous sun and these balls of gas inside a vacuum? And while you're trying to wrap your mind around that, why I brought that up, because now we go back to the Earth. How do you have the gas adjacent to the Earth? It's the same question.
Okay.
How do you have gas adjacent to a vacuum? So atmosphere is atmos, air, and sphere is sphere shape. So that's why I said gas planets, sphere-shaped air inside a vacuum. Atmosphere, you're assuming a sphere-shaped air inside a vacuum. Same point. Same question. Two examples that are ludicrous.
So the assumption that there is a sudden jump in pressure from one point in the atmosphere to another, where there's a big difference, such that there is when you pull up water through a straw, is not real. The difference in pressure is extremely slow with distance as you get away from the Earth. And the way that you can have that pressure, you say that I don't understand, but I really do feel like you're not understanding what I'm trying to convey.
No, my question was, can you have a ball of gas? Can you have a ball of gas? Can you have a ball of gas in a vacuum chamber?
And it depends on the size of the ball. If it's human-sized, no. I think most people would realize that over those distances.
Hey, Guy, you just agreed that gas would fill the available volume. Do you remember that? Like maybe a minute ago?
Yes.
Do you still stand by that statement, Guy?
At human scales, yes.
At human scales.
Did the sun start off at what? Alien scales, or did it start off as one particle attracted to another particle attracted to another particle until eventually it became the sun? Which one?
I don't understand the question.
Well, you said at human scales. Well, at some point, um, there was just this gas out in space. I assume you believe, and at some point, it became spherical suns and stars.
Yes. Are you asking me how that's consistent with what I just said? Yeah. So if you agree mass attracts mass, which I know you don't, but I accept it, right? But if you accept that as a premise, you can see why larger and larger collections of gas would eventually, instead of being forced away by pressure differences, would eventually, given enough of
So
the
not
gas,
at human scales.
start making balls.
At human
not
scales.
Guy?
So the question
Guy,
becomes, why would you believe it? Obviously, space is a religion, which is why you would have to say such a thing, because you can't experience anything other than gas at, as you call it, human scales. But you have a story. Why would you believe it?
Which started at human scales.
So on any scale,
If the gas, bro, listen. If gravity is the strongest at the surface because it's relative to the center of mass, and it doesn't stop gas from going in all directions there, it would never prevent the violent filling of the empty space that would occur where gravity is weaker, hundreds of miles above that, with gas pressure sitting next to a vacuum.
No, because the average velocity of the molecules also goes down with height, and
they're
can be
going
very comparable.
faster than anywhere else on the entire Earth at the highest height of the atmosphere, though.
Some of them are, but no, you're wrong about that. For example, the average kinetic energy of molecules falls off as per Boltzmann's law with height, which I think is exponential. Like the higher up you go, the lower the average velocity of the same kinds of molecules, right? It's obviously going to be different for like different particles.
Do you know why that is, Guy? Why that is? Because we're contained. Because to have gas pressure, which you already agreed on in your first statement, you needed containment or an imaginary force field, which is undemonstrated, unprovable. You cannot demonstrate in a vacuum chamber on, as you quote, human scales. So there's no way to demonstrate what you claim this imaginary force field can do, or containers, which you agreed with us on. We have air pressure, and once you have air pressure, you get a gradient forming because new oxygen is produced from plant matter at ground level and expelled into the air, and carbon dioxide removed through plant matter. So there's a production and a loss that occurs right at ground level, but then it expands in all directions to fill the available volume. You quite rightfully say, yes, there is a slowing down at the top, which is peculiar, because when I place a vacuum chamber next to even a 1 magnitude difference, that 1 magnitude difference will flow into the vacuum the moment the seal is opened.
But we are not speaking about static act. We are speaking about.
Did you hear what I just said? Because if you did, all right, so air with a higher pressure will always flow toward a lower pressure, always, 100% demonstratable.
Unless there is a container, right? Containing it.
A sealed container to attain a pressure in the first place, like a sealed tire to pump up to get my tire to pressure.
Is he claiming there's a container? Is he claiming there's a firmament? Is that what he's saying?
I'm claiming that what a container is just something that changes the momentum of molecules, right? That is what pressure is over an area.
Not gas
literally is what
pressure.
it is.
Gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. To say that a container isn't a sealed container is an oxymoron. That's
So
what
hold on.
that's what it
What is
means. It's a container.
right? But what is a container? What's it like? A container is just molecules arranged in a certain way, such that they provide a force against incoming molecules, such that it knocks them back. Gravity does the exact same thing, except over a larger distance. But it's fun. It's the fundamental. The fundamental.
Okay, remember though that when we had this conversation, we asked for evidence, and you said there's heaps of evidence. Okay,
yeah.
So you're making this claim that completely different than we observe and can repeat and test and demonstrate that gas behaves the opposite. It doesn't experience entropy. So just show us gravity containing gas. In one way, show us the evidence that it does that. If you say we can't, it can only be done on a large scale, then it's just, we don't have to accept it as reality.
I mean, if you get a sensitive enough instrument, you can imagine it as like an extremely tall, like gas canister, right?
This is a load of barnacles.
You'll find the bottom. You'll find the bottom of the gas canister as slightly higher pressure.
You're describing a container, Key. You're describing a container to us.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know that I am. Because
Our point is container. Your point is no container.
So I'm gonna.
So
I
describe
try
that
not
column
to
of
interrupt
air.
you. So I'm gonna ask you not to
Describe
interrupt me.
that column of air without
Hey,
a container.
I try not to interrupt you, so I'm gonna ask you not to do the same. Okay.
I'm asking you just to stay on point. Just stay on point.
Well, I haven't corrected you when you're not staying on point, and I'm gonna ask that you don't do the same thing. Okay. So.
Our claim is container. Your claim is no container. So demonstrate your point with no container, please.
I'm trying to work under the framework that you're allowing me to exist in, and then you're telling me no. Right?
I'm asking you to support your claim with a demonstration that supports your claim. You claim no container, so do a demonstration with no container.
Yeah, that means
gas canister is container.
That means no gas canister because that's a physical container. That is our argument.
Or you can find some citation where it's written we can have gas pressure with a force.
Okay. Do you agree that?
Do you agree that you need to find one citation?
Yeah, there's a gradient.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. You want to argue gradient? Yes, there's a gradient, but the only way we can demonstrate a gradient is under containment.
Right. So we're saying that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a physical container. And then you're saying, look, there's a gradient of gas pressure. And we're like, cool, bro, we know. And the only way you could have the gradient of the pressure is to have the pressure. And we're talking about what's required to have the pressure. So we're talking about X, gas pressure. You're talking about delta X, change in gas pressure. Okay, so it's a non sequitur.
I am not sure I understand the distinction. If you agree that as you go higher, there is less pressure, how is that not already a demonstration of a change in pressure without a physical container?
There shouldn't be any pressure.
It's not. Listen. Well, the thing is, you can't prove there's no physical container.
Right. No one said there can't be a change of pressure. You can obviously have a pressure gradient in a container. You can demonstrate it a million different ways.
A gradient.
How? Hold on. How?
Yeah.
A million.
Propane tank.
Guys,
hold on.
You're quickly. Yeah, no. I'll address your point. Hold on. The thing is, the only way that you would have a constant pressure inside of any container is if you have a constant temperature in the container as well. We know that that's not the case on Earth. There isn't a constant temperature everywhere.
Constant in space, not constant in time. But hold on.
No, but you're talking about the relationship that's also demonstrable between temperature and pressure.
Oh my God.
Right? If you alter the temperature, you're going to change the value of the pressure as well. Correct?
Right, but I'm not talking about changes in time. I'm talking about changes in space.
I didn't say time. I said temperature.
Yes.
So is there a constant temperature everywhere on Earth? That's the only way you could have a constant pressure.
Well, that's the answer to your
It's a
question.
problem.
Just demonstrate it with a container by fluctuating the temperatures. You would have a gradient. You could also use electric voltage, a Van de Graaff generator. You could do many things. The only way that we have pressure on the Earth is closed, the closed dynamic system.
Yeah, in propane tank, you got a gradient at one consistent temperature. If you increase the temperature, you increase the activity, its input energy, so you increase the pressure.
Okay, Richard, you made a claim
Doesn't
you could have containers
affect
with a change in pressure within a container,
the
right? Could you elaborate?
Yeah.
That's
it.
Battle Mob was just explaining that, though.
Right. Well, we both did.
No, I mean, I want to hear it again. You said I can have a container with changes in pressure.
That's right. Yeah, you can do it numerous ways. One way is you can
propane tank, fluid on the bottom.
You're roboting a lot, so that's probably why people aren't hearing.
Yeah,
you can take a container of compressed gases, put a gauge on it, and it will read one pressure when it's facing up, where the gauge is reading off the gas. However, when you flip it upside down so the gauge is at the bottom, you'll read a little bit higher of a pressure because you're also getting the whole weight of the denser gases and even the gases that had, what do they call it? Condensated back into a liquid state of the gas.
Okay, that right there, which you just described, is exactly what's going on in the atmosphere. Exactly.
Yeah, except for one thing, one major thing.
It's a container.
You cannot use gases to contain gas.
You absolutely
gases
can.
are
But it-
never
but it's not- but it's
contained.
not
Hang
what
on,
is
hang
contained in
on.
the
I've been sitting here listening to you for about 2 hours, over talking your bullshit with everybody. Listen to what the fuck I have to say.
Yeah.
I'm getting sick and tired of it. Moderators, please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, he's not done. I muted him, bro. Finish. You're not wrong. Somebody's speaking for me finally.
When you actually think about it, you cannot have gases containing other gases. It does not work like that. I'm sorry. That is not how reality works. Your force field is a fantasy field. It's just a theory of gravity. You can't even come up with a definition of gravity. You want to keep going with fucking mass attracting mass, which there is no fucking proof of anywhere. Because you want to know how I know? Dust settles on top of objects, sometimes on the side, but never on the fucking bottom. Uh-oh.
Right.
And then, the other one with space-time, those are both fucking man-made concepts. Can you give me a cup of space and or time, or the combination of both? All right, I'm done.
I do think it's funny though that I can rip you. So we gave you gravity times 1,000,000 and it still doesn't work because it doesn't work where it's the strongest. So multiply by 1,000,000, it still doesn't work. You need a physical container. But what's funny is electrostatics is everywhere. We have electric field on the Earth. So we have like an equipotential field that goes up 100 volts per meter. And so positive goes to negative charges accumulate on the surface of the Earth. So that plays into the gradient we have, as does the dynamic system as a whole, meaning temperature fluctuations. Most of the gas is actually being produced at the surface level. And then, of course, densities are a huge factor, and these all play into the gradient we have on the closed in the closed dynamic system. It's the only way you could have it. It's kind of the point that we're making to you. We're making a claim outside of that.
Hey, Joshua, when you said that you could have a canister and you have a pressure gauge at the top and at the bottom, the pressure at the bottom is higher because of all the weight of the gas.
No.
At the top.
No, you have something that's
That's not
thicker.
what
It's more dense at the bottom than it is at the top. It's called the pressure gradient. And it's usually caused by a thermal expansion of gases, right? So when there's more pressure,
fluid
gases,
separating from gas.
however, like say for instance carbon dioxide, right? We have solid carbon dioxide on the Earth. We do not have liquid carbon dioxide. It does not exist. Carbon dioxide goes from the solid state straight to the gaseous state in a process called sublimation. Same process that happens when you take an ice cube and put it into a fucking vacuum chamber. What happens is you see the ice just evaporate away, right? You don't even see a puddle of water because it sublimates away. And what actually happens is when it's sublimating, that gas actually fills up the volume of the container, right?
Did you not use
So
the word weight?
it's no longer a vacuum, right? However, you could do the same thing on Earth in your living room with carbon dioxide, right? With solid carbon dioxide, you will never get liquid carbon dioxide unless you increase the pressure. And how do you increase the pressure? You ever taken dry ice and put it into a 2-liter bottle and saw the pressure like expand until the container was ruptured? How come you can't do that with just gravity? How come carbon dioxide fucks off everywhere and it doesn't stay around the block of carbon dioxide? It's a problem with gravity, right? See, the thing with gravity is it's called a theory, right? Do you understand what a theory is, right? A theory is something that has yet to be proven, but it makes sense on paper, right? So the thing is with the theory, usually you have to have a hypothesis and then run experimentation to come up with a theory on why the results are that way. Except for with
Excuse me,
astrophysics.
Josh. Sorry, brother, to interrupt you. Just one minor correction. It doesn't work out on paper. It's off by a number with 120 zeros behind it when you compare it to reality, so it doesn't work on paper. Please continue.
Okay. Shoot, where was I? Oh yeah. I forget where I was. Anyways, like
you started going to deep space, right? That's exactly where you were supposed to go. You were supposed to start talking about gravity at the galactic level. That's where you were, bro. Please continue.
Yeah, but I can't. I forgot where I was. Dang it! I hate it when that happens. Shit. Let's see here.
Cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
It happens to the best of us, bro.
He did say something that was troubling earlier, and that was that gases contain gases. Just maybe he could elaborate on demonstration of that. And please do not use pressure gradient. We've already covered that.
So do I get to speak now? Joshua, did you not use the word weight when talking about?
Nope.
You didn't. Okay, you didn't. Great. Well,
I said pressure.
It's wonderful. We have
you
this
invert the bottom caps at the bottom, you'll have a greater pressure than you will if it's inverted to where you're reading the top of the container. When you're reading the bottom, there's going to be more dense gases at the bottom of the container, regardless where you flip it. Now, if you didn't have that container, there would be no gradient difference in there, and it would all be fucked off and all equalized. It's the thing about.
Okay, well, I'm going to roll back the
But
tape.
one thing we know about nature, right, is everything in nature wants to seek equilibrium. Right?
As I said, I'm going to roll back the tape. You definitely use the word weight.
Okay, so you can't answer can gas contain gas? Yes or no?
I mean, it's not the gas. It's not the other gas per se that's containing it. Although that is what one gas being in a liquid state is. It's literally the bombardment of a gaseous gas on top of it, keeping it a liquid.
So gas.
That's why if you reduce pressure, you lower the boiling point of materials because it's being bombarded less from the top.
Okay. So anyway, what I want to do this. I hope that I can get this out to you. Okay. So you agree that to try to invoke gravity to explain the atmosphere next to the vacuum, then gravity would have to exist, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you know that on?
I mean, hold on. Are you going to bring up the whole bullshit point about how gravity is actually a fictitious force? Is that going to be your defense right now?
I have no idea. You have no idea what I'm about to do, bro. You should. Okay. So on the smallest scale, electrostatics is known to be 10 to the 29th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. And all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
How did I predict it?
What this means is you can literally in no way isolate any claim about gravity because you cannot control the variable of electrostatics, which is significantly stronger than gravity even claims to be.
Nobody ever argues that gravity is stronger than the electric force.
No, electrostatics, which is just the resonance potential in all matter, all molecules that exist. So the question is,
sorry, I don't have my salad dressing with me.
Can you prove and isolate gravity if you cannot control the variable of the much stronger force that's present? Can you isolate gravity?
Sorry, I don't have my salad dressing present.
He asked you a pretty direct question, buddy.
Yeah, this is bad, bro.
Not direct. It's not put in any
doesn't wanna
context
answer it.
whatsoever.
Okay, look, if there's a force present that's 10 to the 29th power stronger than gravity claims to be, could you isolate gravity with that present?
Over large enough distances, yes, because both forces don't scale at the same rate.
Okay,
like,
so
over large enough scales, you can notice gravitational effects a lot more.
Okay, so we have to leave the Earth.
No, not necessarily, right? Like the fact that you're standing, like my theory. I know you don't accept this, but in my theory, the fact that we're not floating, like the fact that we actually feel some sort of force pulling us down, is enough.
What?
Right, but the statement that the electrostatic force is a lot stronger than gravity is why we don't fall through the Earth.
I don't know about
Because it is
salad
much
dressing,
stronger.
bro, but you might need to get some barbecue sauce because you are getting smoked. This is bad, bro. So, if electrostatics is 10 to the 29th power stronger than gravity claims to be, can you isolate gravity if that's present?
Hold on, somebody just knocked on my door.
Conveniently.
That's the pizza guy. Look, here, I'm just a pizza guy, but I'll be the one to tell you that that's correct. You can't do that.
Somebody's knocking. Should I let him?
Man, dude, hey, can we get a delivery?
No, that was just my wife. I have to leave in 10 minutes.
Okay, ask her if she smells that. You just got smoked.
What was your question?
So if electrostatics is 10 to the 29th power stronger than gravity even claims to be, could you isolate gravity with that present?
Yes. In certain contexts, yes. Absolutely.
So if there's an attractive force that's 29 zeros of magnitude power more than gravity, you could isolate gravity within that?
In individual small particles, probably not. In large clumps of matter, yes. Right? Like I agree with you that we don't like this is in part the reason why it's so difficult to come up with a quantum theory of gravity, because over such a small scales, it's difficult to detect.
Okay,
I admit that. And you are also generally correct about like 99% of our existence explainable by electrostatic, or I would say electromagnetic forces in general.
Okay, that's right. And so you have to. Your model claims actually that the matter has to get so big, the mass has to get so big that it's on the planetary scale. It's on the yeah. Oh yeah. So I'll actually cite Boston University if you would like. But the theory is that once the mass gets so big out on like the planetary scale, that gravity then overpowers because of the scalar nature of electrostatic force.
Yeah, hold on. There are 2 points here. Masses have to get so big such that gravity overpowers the electrostatic force, but it doesn't have to get so big so that you notice gravity. Right? Like the very fact that we can stand on the Earth is proof that the electrostatic
Proof that you keep begging the question.
Yeah, you're not
maybe
question at all.
No, that last point was circular reasoning.
Exactly.
First and foremost, because you're talking about the necessity. No, well, it's circular reasoning because begging the question because first of all, if we're gonna make up a world where we lived on a ball and then make up a force that would explain that we were standing on a ball, that's all you just did. There's nothing significant about that.
No. The reason I brought this up is because Whitsid asked me.
I don't care why you brought it up. I don't care why you brought it up. At the end of the day, it's circular reasoning.
I'm okay with you not caring why I brought it up.
But it is circular reasoning, correct?
Yeah, he's actually right. Circular reasoning, because you just invoked a phenomena on the Earth while just conceding that all the phenomena on the Earth cannot be attributed to gravity or isolated or proven at all. So you're making my point.
I'm not begging.
The only yes, you are. The only reason that I even opened my mic is because you're trying to assert that the reason we're standing on this earth is because of this force. No thanks. You didn't even prove that it's a sphere at all.
I mean,
We're just playing this. We're just playing this
Earth.
game in which we're talking about your space religion where balls can exist.
It doesn't matter though. I just debunked
the flat Earth.
Hey, you need to answer it, bro. Can you verify and isolate gravity on the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes.
How so?
You pick up any object and you drop it and it falls down.
Okay, was the object electrostatic? Yes or no?
What do you mean? Is it electrostatic? Does
Was
it have
the
electrostatic properties? Yes, it does. Of course it does.
Oh, okay. So is electrostatics 10 to the 29th power stronger than gravity claims to be?
Yes.
How can you attribute any effect of the object to anything other than that if you cannot isolate something beyond that?
Because at the scales of like a baseball, where you have trillions and
Circular
trillions
reasoning.
of molecules.
Baseball.
Oh boy.
You don't understand
the answer or not?
the Earth, bud. You just don't understand it. Like,
Vincent, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When you take that object, do you, with that object, going through some medium?
Yeah.
When you pick up that object, are you moving that object through some medium?
Yes.
Is that medium less dense than that object?
Yes.
If you drop that object, why that object will fall down?
Because it's less dense than the surrounding medium.
Oh my god.
And it's intrinsically electrostatic, which has a electric voltage.
Wait. I'm sorry. Are you saying that objects fall down because they're more dense than the objects around them?
No.
Yeah,
I'm asking now. Can I ask him now a question? Can I ask you a question? Which object? Can I ask you a question? Which objects fall?
No, see, now we're gonna let him get away. Now you're gonna let him get away. Here's the deal. You have to hear it.
I told you.
You're gonna listen real fast, though. Listen, buddy. Listen. This is the reason I'm telling you. When things fall down, it's called incoherent dielectric acceleration. Okay, the primary thing is the relative density, but of course the intrinsic electrostatic properties is the primary thing. The surface of the Earth has a negative charge. We have downward current on the Earth, electric voltage. I can literally cite Richard Feynman, a hero from your side, and you just don't know about it. So objectively, you cannot prove it in any single way. And every single phenomenon that happens on the Earth is electrostatic, and things sort out based on relative density and their electrostatic nature, seeking equilibrium as they naturally do. Thanks for playing.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Can you tell us which object?
And he brought no evidence whatsoever. He just brought pictures, computer graphically designed, and then he had his theories. That's all you had. So thanks for playing. And now you're uncomfortably laughing where actually everyone's laughing at you. So thanks for playing.
Well, apparently the medium of air, because it's air, can't be considered an object. Though he'd not laugh at the sun being the same thing, an object, which is just a medium of hydrogen and helium, whatever.
Yeah, you'll never. Hey, by the way, guy, or whatever, you'll never be able to rebut what I just said to you. I want you to know that.
It's impossible to debunk nonsense. I'll give you that.
You're not going to be able to.
How is density nonsense?
Listen, this guy. Now it's like it will be 3 hours. It will be now, and it's great. We are speaking about evolution. We are speaking about sky. We are speaking about gas pressure. Everything is okay, but let's laugh about curvature for 10 seconds or 15 seconds if it's possible. Let's find that sphere in reality and laugh together.
Let the record reflect every subject he brought up on. He was intellectually eviscerated by the flat earthers consistently, and no evidence or knowledge of said subjects or claims that he found himself in. And he would Google reference. Now you do have an ability to think outside of this. I have hope for you in this weird way, but you're gonna have to swallow your pride.
Well,
3 hours of sorry, guy, but 3 hours of nothing. You didn't present anything about your story. Not even that your story even is not how to say. It's not the same like a modern narrative. Your story is different from the modern narrative.
Yeah, DM me and I'll send you a source from your side acknowledging every single thing I just said. This is why it's not taught, though, because it's glaring out just a theory without any type of empirical evidence that's even accessible in theory on the Earth.
Hold on, I really do have to go. So can I say goodbye for a second? I really do have to go.
He's already dead.
It was I mean this sincerely. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I will be back.
Hey, bro, it was a pleasure too. It was really funny hearing you laugh when he started talking about specific gravity and you didn't know what he was talking about, and you were like density. Density, fuck, I don't know anything about density.
When you know
fuck the
emotional damage.
Have a good night, guys.
All right, bro.
Emotional.
Hey, and don't lie. It's bad. Hey, don't lie. It's bad for your spirit.
I know. I appreciate it, brother. I totally agree with that. I don't like. I don't know what to say. I just found it hilarious, but that's not to say.
We just don't want you to believe.
What is hilarious, though?
I know, and look.
You're
Whatever
getting
reality
specific
it
gravity.
might be, I want you to believe it, right?
No, I don't want you to believe. See, that's the thing. You want us to believe, but we don't want you to believe at all.
I'm
We
just
want
trying
you to find out.
I'm just trying to be polite.
No,
here
no,
and
no,
say
no, no,
bye,
no, no, no.
but
You
guys
don't want
doesn't
to
might-
believe in anything.
Well, let him say bye. Let him say bye. At the end
He
of the
bounced.
day, the truth of the matter is we're dealing with people with a space religion. And in this space religion, you would have to talk about the billions and trillions years evolutionary process in which we could come from gaseous matter that somehow turns into physical material like rocks that we would then somehow become amoebas or whatever. I don't know. That you could have gas in the vacuum of an area. All of these different things to basically give you an answer for something that you yourself can't verify or validate. On top of there not being any geometry to tell us, okay, here's the prediction for the limit that we should see standing on this ball. None of that actually exists. So when we talk to people, we're talking to people about their religion. And everything that they're talking about is going to come in the form of a begging the question fallacy. It's never
Yeah, I
not
think
going to be
beautiful.
that.
It's beautiful in a way for the audience, right? Like, if someone just pops in on here, although that dude is a bit exhausting, like they got to hear the lunacy from a zealot's side. And so that's really the benefit. Like if I was new to Flat Earth and I came and listened to this place and I heard that, I would just be like, oh, I'll never be this guy ever,
You are right about that. Yeah.
Right. So
Many
if there's
times.
not over, then
For new person, yeah. They need to listen to Rompus Brenda for at least 2 hours, and then we'll realize what there are people saying.
It's so funny. They always say the same thing. There's just an abundance of evidence for the globe. There's just no way to look at flat Earth. And then they never bring anything. It's just, let me show you a diagram I drew. Well, my theory, or let me bring up an old theory that's been debunked. It's just so sad.
Or to be honest, to ask the person which you are speaking, why you think that Earth is flat? To ask only that one simple question.
See, I just wanted to ask him one thing: if he believes in the heliocentric or the helical. Like which one does he follow? The heliocentric, which is, archaic, debunked, boring, and just plainly incorrect, or the helical or the helical model, which is just asinine because there should be some sort of stellar parallax, which there is not. I'm just wondering what he was thinking about that, but he's gone. I can't ask him now. More than likely, he's probably going off some old archaic Newtonian heliocentrism.
well, like, and this is to be fair, I don't actually blame people if they come in here and instinctively do that, because it's like the easiest way to try to wrap your mind around what you think, and that's how they teach it. And you know, so like I understand, like we know the truth, but it's been like shrouded, you know, in all kinds of like lies. Now that guy's a little different, obviously. That dude was a zealot.
Well, no, what I was saying is, would it be worthwhile bringing that up and saying, hey, you know, how come you think it's one thing when, you know, academia says it's something different now?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Would that be beneficial at all, or should I try a different approach?
No, yeah, I think that's good. Just like people don't realize that people don't even realize what the great attractor is, and then they just believe whatever it is once you tell them what the new one is. It's really crazy. It's like how they said the Earth is slowing down over time, but then last year they said, "Oh, it's speeding up now." And the globe earther will go back and forth. If they change next year and say it slows down again, they'll just believe that, like back and forth, back and forth. You know, we just sit over here saying the Earth's obviously not moving. You know, we never change.
Not without evidence.
Now it's funny because I was listening to that podcast, and Bro Sanchez is like, it's crazy that you would think that you're standing there on a beach and 42D, standing there on a beach, and you think that the moon that's overhead is causing the tide, but it's not doing shit to your cup and what's in your cup. All that water is affected by that moon, but in your cup, everything is on the up and up. There's nothing that's going on other than you drinking it. It's like your hairs don't stand up. Nothing happens. I don't know why they believe this stuff so hard. I don't. What do they? I think there's this primitive understanding that if they were to go against these people, that they would get demolished, like on a probably literally. I'm a warrior. I don't care about that shit. Bring it on. I'm not afraid to tell the truth.
Yeah, that's a big part of it right there, bro, for sure. I think that would be an interesting poll to take, even if it was like anonymous, to get everyone to honestly answer that you verify as a flat earther. Like, how long did it take you before you went around and started telling people frequently?
Yo, Elijah, I'll carry my shield and sword with you, bro.
Well, it's the group conformity test. Will you conform to group conformity? No matter how ridiculous it is. I mean, right now we see how many people are failing that test. Just go into your local Walmart. Count the zombies.
Do you guys think that we're going to experience literal zombies?
I think they are.
It only takes 3 weeks of starvation.
It depends on what you call a zombie.
For people to start debating it, and they might all say no, like, "Oh, I wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that. We couldn't possibly." But in history, when people starve, they start eating each other.
Yeah, I mean more like activation of like literal NPCs, I guess, or like, so you know what I'm saying, like a modern world application of zombie where like the group will turn and literally come towards you to converge on you or something.
I think we already have that, don't we? Kind of in a way.
No, we have it clearly set up where the social norm is to do that, and it's just like social behavior is now like that. You know, would it get into what seems to be so fantastical that it would be like a literal convergence?
I think what you're describing, with the crowds, that's guerrilla warfare. Right, like smash and grab shit, you know?
I think that they're actually going to make a bunch of people robots. Like, I actually think.
I do too.
think
I
about
think
it,
the
I don't think that's
technology is
possible
gonna
because
is
people
gonna
have
come
free will
out, and
still.
then
if
Well,
you look at like people that,
what
sorry,
is free will if the entirety of your neural pathways is hijacked?
I don't think it's possible to hijack somebody's neural pathways.
All right, well, you and
well, of course you don't.
I guess maybe you should tell them before they start human trials this year.
The human will is in the immaterial aspect, not in the physical brain. So they cannot hijack the immaterial.
Well, the Bible, since you say the Bible actually says that they'll take the mark and the light will no longer shine within them.
yep, God will take away their ability to see it.
Yeah. The light will no longer shine within them, and they will not hear the voice of the bridegroom.
So
yeah, so their hearts are hardened, just like Pharaoh. It doesn't mean that they're literally being controlled from outside.
No, it literally says when they take the mark, there's no coming back, and the light will never shine within them again.
And they will all be of one mind.
Yep.
And it also is based on free will. You have to choose it.
Yep.
Yeah,
They cannot force it on you.
Hey, so can we not say the G word here? Because I just.
What's the
Were
G
you
word?
afraid of the G word?
Well,
Come
I
on,
typed
gravity.
it in.
Government?
Yeah, all the above, right? But no, I tried typing it in chat and I got banned because it said I sweared. I was like, I didn't swear. The frequency.
Oh.
The 5.
Oh, yeah, Cinco Hey.
Oh, yeah, that's a trigger word.
Yeah, the way they crack down here is in the text big time.
Okay.
This is what I hear.
Yeah, but if you,
I am Gamma Panda's server with all kinds of super funny woke memes, though.
if you have a AC router, AC wireless router, then you may already have that technology. There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, unless there's some type of biological change to you.
Right.
Yeah, so, but let me ask this out of curiosity, Matthew. If they were to in the future come out and say, now we need you just to take this final, it could be a shot, actually, but implantation, microchip, quantum dot, in your wrist or your forehead. And the patent number is 666 to tie you to a cryptocurrency cloud to monitor your body activity and reward you if your body activity is compliant. And they say that this is basically the final vaccine, the vaccine of all vaccines. This is the last one you'll have to take, and you just prove you take it, and then you're good. Would you take that?
No, that sounds really problematic. It sounds too much like the mark of the beast.
Right. So what's so crazy, man, is they're pretty clearly going to usher out we're just going to say microchip for intents and purposes. It literally doesn't have to be. It'd be a nanobot. It doesn't have to be like what they show you on the news is like this rice-sized microchip. No. Nanobots can do it. So if they said they could give you like a little because they put nanoparticles in everyone recently, right? So it's not really even foreign anymore. And if they just say that you can put this nanoparticle in you and it'd be the one and done, would you take it? If they say like it's the final vaccine and everyone has to end up getting a passport to prove they have it?
Yeah, that seems problematic. It violates all kinds of privacy stuff too.
Yeah. Because I mean they're sitting here talking about that with the jabba dabba doos right now, right? The Supreme Court just set the precedent that the only people that can't make decisions about their own health is the health workers.
Yeah, you know what's interesting too? You look at some of these things that are forming and they look like processors. You know, if you know anything about computers, they're forming processors inside and antennas as well. So,
yeah, crazy stuff. And this is where we do it. I can't even say everything I want to, right? But like, Yeah, dude, it's what's already out there is crazy, and they're not all the same. Difference like adverse effects just through the roof in one geographic location. It's a different batch, bro. It's that's to minimize fallout of serious effects. But anyway, yeah, my question was just like it's pretty clear that they're going to do this, Matthew. I mean, Elon Musk is on record saying that you could do the Neuralink thing, where he says you could speak telepathically and reverse all these different elements. You could do that literally through your veins and your arteries. You wouldn't need some type of surgical chip implanted in your brain. You could bypass the blood-brain barrier with the veins and arteries. So it literally could just be an injection that would literally aim to take over your neural pathways. And he claims that, I mean, they're claiming it can be done, right? They're putting it in humans this year.
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying, and I do agree that there is a strong connection between our brain and our immaterial aspect, our will. I do think, however, that contrary to what most secular people would say, that the seat of our will is still in the immaterial aspect in our soul, and that controlling our body or our brain can never truly control our immaterial soul.
Hey, bro, can I talk to you for a second? You ever seen somebody with like severe brain trauma and brain damage?
Yeah,
Like
so
they're there, but they're not there. So if you can lose like your will to control your body, right? Then couldn't someone just tap into that and wire in? Because we kind of are like a meat suit, right? But it's very, not just meat, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like we are electromagnetic. We got stomach acid, right? We got a charge, right? So couldn't you just wire in? Like,
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That's a valid argument. I just think those people are not their true selves when they're in that state. So I don't know if you could induce that in somebody. I suppose you could with certain drugs, I guess.
Well, there are major governments in the world like the UK. They've done like human automation instead of calling it transhumanism recently, and it's very clear what they want to do. And also, they want to lower the population drastically before basically rolling out a universal chip or identifier. So it makes the last 2 years pretty interesting, doesn't it?
Why do you think that is? Maybe because it'll be less people to convince?
I think they just want a much lower population in general. They need just a set amount to run things a little bit, but they're going to automate most jobs. And so they consider it, maybe they would say, useless eaters. Right. So
it is a scary thought though, right?
Yeah, very, very nihilistic and morbid, but like, I don't know. I mean, you want to tell me why every country in the world all updated their pandemic guidelines at the same time on like all around the world to follow this brand new one that the whole world agreed on? And the whole world shut down.
They're just the puppets being controlled by something on the backside.
Can you claim that there's not an international effort when they literally all shut down the same day?
You should read Scenarios for the Future. It's a Rockefeller document. Pretty cool section there about lockstep, in which all countries and leaders will operate as one.
Yes, lockstep is crazy. And I'll find this other one about human automation. It's really crazy. Really, really crazy.
Yeah, I think that's probably why they're pushing, against being against cops, and the cops are bad and that they're not doing their jobs. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think a lot of that does happen, but I think they just push it because they know it separates us so well.
It's a part of the process, but they also want to replace local police departments with a federalized police department. So that's the goal.
Exactly. If we all get pissed off at police and decide to cut them out of the picture, then they'll just say, "Oh, well, we need this other force." Yeah, exactly.
Well, the ultimate goal is that as well, though.
What was that? What's it?
The ultimate goal is to automate that as well.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, they've already made the drones. They have, the system. That's the thing about the 5G. You know what I'm saying? It's going to control that automated system. That's one of the primary functions of it.
Yep. Starlink, and so it's pretty interesting. Starlink and Cinco together, the most advanced surveillance system we know about. I mean, ever. So it's really pretty crazy when you start talking about any possibility of someone having something implanted or put in them that would be better tracked with said system. Like, to do all those at the same time is absurd. There's no way they could get away with that, right? And literally, all in the same year, they shut the whole world down, put the towers everywhere, put the Starlinks all in the sky, and got everyone to put stuff in them at the same time.
Giving you an invisible boogeyman.
It might be nothing. It might, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's not nothing automatically, because we know for a fact that this has malevolent intent behind this medical practice that everyone's being coerced into. So they're doing something. I mean, we can play. It's not, see, these are just, it's not about living in fear. It's just big boy conversations, and some people get scared, but
that's right. Yep.
It's not like I'm saying to freak out or something. Like, I'm just saying be realistic and be a man and realize the morbid undertone in these documents is insane, and they literally are referring to people as statistics. And the human automation thing that I'm going to get for you guys is insane, and it talks about people like as literal machines, like modems, like actual just electronic systems that are tracked, and they want to connect it to their phrasing a global mind.
They want to interface you to the system. So, like, for the past how many years they've been doing it through programming, trauma-based mind control, media, all these things. But now imagine they have some type of network that they can actually boot you up to, and basically have you hooked up to buttons. It's so wicked,
I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Like, they're just going to keep taking it, but I think what they're going to do is they're just making everyone so exhausted then that when they say that this is the final one, if they have a good enough sales pitch to really convince people it actually is a one and done, and not like where they reneged on everyone and then they were like, oh, I mean, 2, 3, 4, 5, then I think people would just be like, whatever, it's finally over. Let's do it.
I think they're setting the narrative for that already. They're talking about the universal magical potion, and they're telling people that you might get fatigued from multiple magical potions. So it seems like they're setting the stage to lead into that, for sure. And they'll give us the reasons why, and the sheep will be like, well, it's because of this, because of that. So they always fall for the why, as opposed to seeing the bigger picture. Like me telling my buddy's a biologist, and I told him back in 2020 that people were not going to be able to attend universities without the magic potion. And he flipped out on me. He's like, you're crazy, bro. That's not going to happen. I never see that, blah, blah. Fast forward a year later, it's like, well, yeah. At what point, do you start to see it? At what point, right?
Yeah, it's surreal almost at this point. It's so stupid what they said 2, and you're good to go. And then it's like 3, 4 every 6 months. Yeah. Like, I don't even know how you could. And then they're like, oh, but yeah, see, and whatever you're like you said, whatever the headline says, they just immediately hold that to be true. It's like a clone.
The problem is that the damn vaxes aren't even working. They're not doing their job. Like, I know plenty of people that got a shot and they still got it.
Use code words, brother.
Yeah. But yeah, no medical advice, but
yeah, we can't talk about vaxes here.
I hear when you don't put.
I'm not a doctor. I was just trying to make a point.
I hear when you don't put synthetic materials that aren't biodegradable in your body, you are much more likely to be healthy.
Yeah. Imagine that.
But really, those first ones, they were for tagging and tracking, and that's really because then the next.
Well, a lot of people.
A lot of people. And it's and the people that did decide to do that, they are patently owned now by the companies. So, and that is true. So you can look it up.
Yeah, that is actually pretty crazy.
Yeah, I have the Supreme Court documents that they were trying to achieve that. So if there's something that's found in your body that is patented by them, by law, that they would own that patent. And if it's a part of you, then by default, you know.
Yep. But I mean,
So
that's
what
actually
I never thought of that like that.
that's kind of what I was getting at, was that since they are patented now, that they really don't have the free will. I mean, yeah, in thought they have free will, but in reality, they're at the will of others.
Yeah, it's like they are now a magnet and they're just drawn to the next booster, but they don't know why. Like, it just takes them however long to get there. Like a clone.
Well, wouldn't they need to take the booster just to survive?
Well, that's a very cool story in the idea that anyone crazy enough to rush out the last 2 years would want them to.
How is this different than somebody who has an artificial pacemaker made by a company that's patented? That company does not own the person with an artificial pacemaker.
It's a patented object that's within the body, but it can be removed. What we're talking about is the patents they're talking about is your
GMO
body actually
patents.
producing their patent. So if your body produces that patent, then they own that
You
production.
can patent and own a GMO. You become a genetically modified organism, you're patented and owned. That's the difference.
And you can literally prove that. It's factual.
Yes.
Nobody's going to own another human being in
The law says you own what you modify. That's what the law says. Sorry, but
Genetically modified organisms.
Yes.
Or
So
what if I own something that keeps you alive? You know, like you know what I mean? I decide I want to turn it off. How does that work?
Well, if it's a part of your genetic makeup and cellular biology, you can't turn it off.
It's called Repo Man.
Exactly.
I mean, everyone in this room should be able to agree it's insane that that even exists, that even if it's a human, you know, genetic modification, a genetically modified organism isn't owned by the person with the patent to create said GMO. How does that exist?
Crooked government, maybe?
No, the government loves us, bro. There's no way. This fairy tale of rainbows and come on, man. There's got to be a reason. The fact it even exists,
You're right,
is it's over. That's insanity.
The world is insane, my brother.
Yeah.
it's time for Battlemod's favorite game, tranny or no.
Stop looking at Chinese.
I'm trying to up your transvestigation skills, Bong, so you're not.
I don't.
So you don't sleep with some, Hawaiian dude that's actually
Okay.
looks like a chick, but it's a dude.
Problem. Look, I mean, I don't want to be mean, because some women have masculine features. You know what I mean?
Listen, they have birthing hips, so they don't have narrow hips and a straight back.
And then there are dudes who have very feminine features.
Cameron, yeah, but they don't have. Those dudes don't have birthing hips. So Cameron Diaz, man or woman?
That's a dude. She's a dude, or he's a dude.
It's photoshopped, isn't it? It's photoshopped.
That's what?
Okay, I don't know.
His name is Cameron Diaz. Come on.
Look, my motherfucker, it ain't CGI, it ain't Photoshop.
Are you serious?
Well,
Man
Look
or
how
woman.
long them arms are, and look how big the hands are. Look how narrow the hips are, and how wide the shoulders are. If you
And
do
then
a
look at the
close
nice
up,
V pattern right down the middle of the
if you
midsection.
look at
That's a
the
man.
close up, I will say look at the big ears and the square jaw with the
Yeah, that's not
defined.
turning me on, dude. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
I
That
don't know
looks
of any
weird, dude.
woman.
If that turns you on, just go live in prison. Fuck it.
I don't know of any female or woman that has the name of Cameron.
It looks like somebody
Somebody
put her
You
head
know a
on
dude's
some
named
dude.
Cameron?
I do
Yeah,
know. I
I know
know
a
a
couple
few
dudes
guys
named
named Cameron.
Yeah, same.
Killer Cam. You know, Killer Cam.
Cameron.
Killer Cam. Killer Cam. Killer Cam.
Cameron.
Looks like
Yeah,
he's about to run a
Cameron.
out, you know?
Cameron, yeah, you know.
If this
Killer.
isn't a flat receiver, I don't know what is.
Okay, hold up. One more. How about Taylor Swift?
Dude.
Yeah.
She's got a throat, right? Something bulging from her throat.
That's why she said she kissed a girl when she liked it, right? Or no, that was somebody else, right?
That's Katy Perry.
I don't know.
I think Katy Perry's a chick. Might be a real female. I mean, come on, man.
Like, yeah,
What
this
about
could
Miley Cyrus?
like so some people say Justin Bieber is actually a girl, right? And that something that his wife is a dude, but I know a dude who was the bodyguard for Justin Bieber and literally saw his wife naked. And so I guess the argument would have to be like he couldn't tell, but he's like, I assure you, Austin, that's a female. The guy that was literally the bodyguard for Justin Bieber.
Seen Justin's wife naked?
Yes, she walked up to him and just took her towel off and walked over and asked him to do something.
Well, some dudes will look at that and not see a man, but I see all muscles, no curves, and too wide of motherfucking shoulders. I know birthing hips when I see them. That's what turns me on.
I always thought when I was little, I always
You
thought
ain't
it was
got them
anorexic.
love handles for me to grip from behind. You're not a chick.
I always thought that was the anorexic look, you know, that model
No,
look.
No, that's a straight fucking man with the V-shaped body, man.
Yeah, women's knees almost sit right next to each other. Women's legs are designed different than men's so that they can go over their fucking shoulders and pop out a baby. Their hips are made to dislocate. They pop out, open up, poop out a living being. That man, that motherfucker gets stomach cramps trying to take a healthy shit. That's men can't push shit out like babies.
There ain't no,
one for you. Miley
there's no thigh
Cyrus.
gap.
Dude.
I knew
it. Have you ever heard Miley talk? She sounds like a man.
No,
yeah, she sounds like this. She sounds like this. She does.
Yep.
Like a man. You know, hula. That's what the hips mean. You know, that's why the hula exists because of the hips.
Strange flesh indeed.
Well, you're talking about Miley Cyrus and Justin Bieber. You know, I thought I'd hit up a photo. But female to male is harder to spot.
Oh, Billy Cyrus is kind of a weirdo, right? Like a stupid ass type of person.
What about Hannah Montana?
Well, remember, right? Miley's
Listen,
father has ties with Lil Nas X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bunch of
So
fucking idiots.
when the shoulders of the chick are wider than the shoulders of the dude, I gotta wonder.
Burn it all. Burn everything.
Yeah.
See, that woman broke his achy breaky heart, man. That's what happened.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Unleash
You know what Zeta means, right? How about Sandra Bullock?
Nah, I definitely do.
With her square
Samuel
jaw
Bullock.
and her evidence of Adam's apple grinding.
What does Bullock mean anyway?
Look at
Bullshit.
the damn throat. Bullocks.
Bullocks, yeah, I think it has to do with that something.
Beam me up, Scotty.
It could be a a butt lover or a Hershey Highway guy. Sam Bullock.
No,
No. That woman's a man.
Yeah, what about that? There's like every single first lady since I've been alive, right? Like when I was born, it was Reagan, right? So you had Reagan was in
Nancy
office.
Reagan looked like a dude. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking every single first lady has
Nancy
been.
Pelosi is definitely a dude.
The last one, yeah, definitely a dude. Look at that.
Right? It's a trans world.
It's a trans world.
So you ever heard about that?
Michelle
The
Obama.
fact that America is dead and now we are under an empire called the GAE.
The gay?
Gay American Empire. Yeah.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Dude, one of the most epic interview questions ever.
The what? Gay what?
And they lick the poo poo.
Gay American Empire.
Why are you gay? Oh, that's the funniest question.
Started during the Obama years when same-sex marriage was made lawful.
Why have you done this? Why is
They
the reason?
take the tongue. If you don't know, they take the tongue and they put it in the butthole and they lick the poo poo.
Oh my God, my friend.
It doesn't belong
in your butthole.
You are born a man, now you are a woman. Oh my God, my friend, you are gay.
Have you even tried to get pussy?
You are not a woman, you are gay. Oh my God, my friend.
Don't knock it
You
till
are a
you
gay
try.
bastard. You butthole farging motherfuckers.
What is the problem?
Farging bastages.
Oh my God, you rumpum rangers.
Have you guys
Knock
seen
down
that?
that wall, knock down that wall, and knock down that wall.
Adamo, what about bringing the basketball?
If you must use anal ease, you are most definitely gay. That's not a chick. That's a 6-foot dude looking like a chick.
But she plays in the women's basketball team.
I don't give a fuck. That motherfucker
just one
could
testicle.
be a linebacker.
One testicle gives you a huge advantage when it comes to sports over women.
Yeah, just one ball. You don't need two. You can be a one-ball motherfucker and whoop a girl's ass. That's what he's saying.
I thought you needed to be a two-ball king.
No offense, I'm combat trained, and yeah, it would be unfair to put an ex-Marine in a fucking girl's, MMA with a wig on. Because I would choke the motherfucking neck out your ass, woman.
I don't know, man. I don't think so. I think that one comes down to skill, right? Right?
Well, not really, because here's the thing, men can deliver more of a beating. Women are designed to take more of a beating.
I don't know, man. Have you ever
They
found
take
someone
an ass whooping in childbirth. They take an ass whooping
hell no,
in
it's not
childbirth.
Samoan.
That we can't fucking imagine.
Obviously, you never got your ass whooped by a Samoan woman, right? But when
My,
someone knows like control their kids down like nothing.
they some. Listen, that Samoan woman, she got ball like coconut. No, I don't fuck with big
I think they
coconut ball
control my knees
Samoan
down
woman. Hey, we was talking about Nancy Reagan. Let's not forget that Ronald was Hollywood, you know. He was one of the first actors that was ever elected. And look at that's Ham and Sam. You know what I'm saying?
Cam and Sam.
Yeah. Oh, they are doing the sodomy thing. Oh my God. Your president's first lady was a guy. You have not had a first lady since the 80s. I don't. Jackie Kennedy was. They killed the real Jackie Kennedy and replaced her with a gay guy. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think Jackie Onassis is a female.
Was Paul McCartney replaced?
Paul McCartney? I don't know.
So when Kennedy said they're trying to send a probe to Venus, that's code talk for I'm gonna hit Marilyn Monroe in the sheets later on. You know, he's gonna probe Venus.
I thought that was probing Uranus.
Oh my!
Isn't Venus Saturn and it's like a man woman mix?
I was talking about Venus, the painting of Michelangelo, where it's a goddess coming out of a fucking scallop shell or something.
Look, that's Sandra Bernard. Tell me, dude or chick?
Ugly chick?
Fucking butt ugly dude. You can see the
Bernard.
Adam's apple scar.
You can see where his jawbones pop out at the back too. That's
But he got big lips like
yeah, that's like, oh my God, who could ever love? That's a butt ugly motherfucker there.
It reminds me of the depiction of black people in the Looney Tunes. Yeah, they had the huge lips and dark skin.
Kind of looks like a dude.
Reminds me of Susan Sarandon.
Look, I'll show you a full body picture of that dude. Samuel, you know. That's a dude.
Man, not all women are gonna like.
This motherfucker looks like a stick figure. Big hands, long arms, wide shoulders, and narrow hips all the way down. But that's supposed to be a freaking girl.
No chest.
Where's
the hourglass shit, man? You better be
Well, they're
pumping
not
out.
all gonna have hourglass shapes. You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
I'm gonna tell you how it is.
We don't want to
Don't lie
offend
to
people.
me. Don't. How about pink?
Look, you're gonna eventually point out a chick that looks exactly like your sister or your cousin or even your mom. That's what I'm saying.
No.
You don't want to offend people, man.
No, my sister is I got a sister that's a 6-footer, but her shoulder to height ratio is she has skinny shoulders and rounded hips, even as a fat chick. That's pink.
Nah. Pink doesn't, man. She's never done it, man. Like it's the hips, man. She's got a problem with her hips, but hey, whoever the fuck.
It's not just a problem with her hips; it's a problem with her V-shaped body.
And your
And you got to have junk in the trunk, otherwise you can't carry your stuff when you go to the supermarket.
Are you saying that Adonis figure? Now look,
I feel like we're just sitting here judging people, dude.
No, I'm about to post the game sealer on pink. I didn't even break out my best ammo on her. I wanted you to say no. That Bong now. Bong's still thinking that pink is kind of hot. Look at pink now. She looked like a Bradley or a Joe. Look at
when she first came up.
Look at the fucking. Look at the Adonis belt, motherfucker.
I heard her voice and I was like, "That's a black chick," right? When I saw her, and I was like, "It's a white chick."
Yo,
this conversation is getting the live stream full.
Dude, look at that love muscle he's got there, man.
That's an Adonis belt,
Yeah,
bro.
a lot of crunches, man. You know how paranoid girls
And
women.
look, the tits.
That's a
Usually
man, bro.
women got less space in between their pelvis and their tits. No offense, but they do.
Show me your uterus. Okay.
Longer
I believe
legs
that.
and smaller. Yeah, longer legs and smaller abdominal area.
Hey, what would prove it though, man? Like, what do you gotta see? What do we have to see to prove it? Since they're doing all this
Uh,
surgery and shit.
listen, Pink's a dude. If you need more proof, you might be gay.
Chromosomes.
So next, we're gonna go to Mel C. We're gonna
Is there
start
anyone
with
in here that
Spike.
thinks that's pretty? I mean,
Yeah,
I doubt it, right? Like, does anybody think
Motherfucker.
that's hot? I don't.
If this is a Spice Girl, you might be gay.
What if
Or
they're
drunk.
just working out because they're getting
Or
older?
drunk. Listen, you can't expand the shoulder width, bruh. Fuck,
Some white shoulders.
they couldn't even put tits on that motherfucker that look right because his pecs are too well defined. Look at this Spice Girl, dude. Tell me
That
this
chest
ain't
is
a
built
dude.
in a fucking gym.
Yeah. Well, you
It's like
can't.
250 kilo
She likes
fucking
doing
lifting
flies. A lot of
technique.
flies.
Who's
She
this?
probably
Anybody?
bench presses 250 kilos.
Anybody know
What
what
is that
Spice Girl
spice?
that is? That's Man Spice.
The crazy spice, right?
No, that's Man Spice.
What song? Spice Girls thing?
Yeah,
Notice
listen,
the rainbow.
this motherfucker looks like a 15-year-old boy, and people are out there like, oh, she hot. No, motherfucker, you gay.
No, she looked like Billie Eilish.
It's shameful for a man to have his hair like a woman, but it's utterly a blasphemy for a woman to have her hair like a man's.
Exactly. So, I mean, if you think that's hot, dude, I would go as far to say you don't
That's
just
not hot.
you're not just afflicted by gayness. You're a pedophile too. How about Lizzie Grubman? Anybody know who Lizzie Grubman? Look at that. That's a fucking little boy. It shouldn't be. Ain't even the age. Lizzie Grubman, man or dude. This a Hollywood motherfucker.
It's got fucking jawline like Dolph Rumblin.
Yo, man, you want to go in the back for a minute? Come on, bro. This will only take a minute. I guarantee this motherfucker says I could suck the chrome off a bumper hitch. Come on
Point
back,
is-
I'll show you.
The point is, if they can make a man look exactly like a woman and fool you, you're still being fooled. You know what I mean? It's like, stop.
That's a huge bit.
Stop. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I guess that's the only way. "40 days, 40 nights. No eating.
That
And
would
no
be tough.
sex." Why is that impossible to do? I'm sorry. Did I offend anyone here? Sorry. Sex is bad. You get offended by that?
So how about Madonna? I mean, you guys need a roadmap to her tranniness. These are the ones I really like. They just break it down to a skeletal and biological science. So.
Sean Penn, gay.
The voice.
Yo, man, I'm Madonna, and you motherfuckers are desperately seeking Susan because she ain't here. Just slap me silly and call me Susan, though.
Well, do boys who have the falsetto thing, cut their thing, keep their voices when they grow up? Do they sound like women?
Well,
Or
what
do
do
they sound like?
you call that? Madonna's a eunuch, and that's what you're saying, eunuch.
Well, that's what you're saying because these singers sound like women when they sing. So
Yeah. Look, I'm fitting to show you Madonna decked out grill, yo. Now tell me,
even girls that sound like women, but that's the falsetto, right? I'm talking
you
about
want
like
to kiss? You want to kiss
her,
that motherfucker?
no, her range, her normal range, like when she's singing in it, it sounds like a woman.
Honestly, I kind of want to punch it.
So, what's that dude's
That's why I
name
said
in 007?
I'd love to punch.
What's that dude's name in with Odd Job and 007? Who's the dude with the teeth?
Jaws.
Yeah, that's Jaws.
Yeah, Jaws.
Do you guys think they can
you ever-
clone people?
100%.
You think they can clone people?
It's highly
I don't know.
plausible.
I used to think so, but now I'm starting to think, nah.
Well, define clone: biological or artificial?
It's artificial.
Yeah.
Well,
Artificial.
they claim to be able to basically replicate.
Hey,
Some,
yeah, a homunculus ass motherfucker.
Pretty much. But I'm saying it's done with like robotics, right?
Oh my
And
God,
it's
that's
like
a gross picture.
somebody else with like, the robotic head on their body because their arms and all that. It's not really being paid attention to on the camera. It's just their head.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's something going on. There's definitely something going on with these celebrities, etc.
I'm gonna
I think
post something.
if it's possible, it would be like a twin, and you'd have to raise them, like normally from a baby to. I think if it's possible, it's probably like that. You guys seen that Hitler film?
Yeah, I'm gonna beat this dead horse and just grind Madonna right into the ground, man.
Oh, that's disgusting, bro.
I told you I'm fitting a grinder. Look, she look old boy from Nirvana in this next one. What's his
You look
name?
like Mick Jagger, dude.
No, I don't have a gun.
I mean, she only, her songs. She only encouraged all the young girls to rebel against their fathers and, go. You know what I mean? Satanist or whatever. I mean, it's not like what I mean.
I'm just gonna close my
Hey,
eyes because I don't wanna see these. But I don't know. Stop it, okay?
like a virgin.
Serial girl.
Ooh, fuck for the very first time. My sister used to sing that song.
Lord of the Rings.
How about Material World?
I'm just a material girl. Yeah.
Oh, we're living in a material world, and that dude is just a material girl. Let me tell you, only the boys that save their cold hard cash will make his doodly day.
I have to give you some purple when I get home.
Yeah, no.
Hell, I think Michael Jackson attended Michael Jackson's burial.
Right.
Of course he did.
Hey, there you go. Check that video out. This is what I mean by possible clone, artificial being. I mean, it looks just like fucking Sleepy Joe.
You mean like
Turn our light off for a minute?
Avatar? Well, he
Yeah.
talking motherfucking Avatar and up in the bed.
Give you your nausea medicine. Just as another lashes.
Oh, you're talking about like them like copying a human type of thing, like developing like meta, almost like a. Yeah.
No, yeah, because they don't have to give me the antibiotics by that anymore, and it's just
Hot mic.
big working machine.
Yo, man.
Cumbersome. Yeah, and you have
Jimbo.
Anyway,
I muted him.
what I mean is, if you look at the facial expressions on that thing, the eyes are a little off, right? But perhaps they have like these masks that they put on their heads. Right?
Yeah.
Makes their heads appear a little bit larger than what they should be.
and it's pretty much just animatronic for facial things, and they have like motion trackers on their face.
Algorithms have been written to pick up human facial gestures and movements. Any kind of gesture like people make, right? That expresses a feeling. Like algorithms pick those up. So I think they use that to train the the way these things can express it as well. And it's just a matter of building the material that can do what the face, the skin does properly without freaking scaring everybody. Because it looks a bit freaky, doesn't it? Like.
What about Angelina Jolie, dude or chick?
Lips.
I'm gonna go with hermaphrodite.
I say she's a dude smoking crack trying to be a chick, or she's smoking crack because she didn't want to be a chick, but they cut her junk off. Look at that crackhead arm. Tell me. Wrist so skinny, she trying so hard to look like a girl, but got this big ass fucking hand. Look at that.
What's the
Is
hands
that
gonna be, man?
That's a dick gripper, man. That's so you can shake it after you pee. That's what you need them hands for.
Isn't that what's her name? Angelina Jolie?
Yeah, that's Angelina. Tell me she don't look like she's smoking crack. Her cheeks all suck in.
Bro,
Got-
have you seen the Eternals?
Yeah.
The movie? No, the new movie, The Eternals. It's a Marvel movie about Gilgamesh and all these other creatures. Well, she
No,
plays
that's the new one.
she plays Athena, right? The Greek goddess of war, and she looks smoked the fuck out in that fucking film. And you can kind of see an Adam's apple in a couple of the scenes. They couldn't really digitally airbrush it out.
Here, I got the scene right here. She's a blonde in it, right?
Yes.
She's in her all gold outfit looking up, and you like, damn, that's evidence of Adam's apple reduction.
Yeah, when they do the linkage, the Unimind or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, look in Livestream. Yeah, they airbrush these motherfuckers, man. Cause that's an ugly motherfucker. I'm sorry, but when I was a kid, people was like, "Oh, she's so hot." I was like, "Nah, I don't know, man. She ain't got the kind of hips I like." This was before transvestigation was a thing for me. You know what I mean? Because I've always liked them pushed out hips.
You never thought Angelina Jolie was pretty?
No.
Wow.
No, she
I
got
always
lips.
thought she looked like her brother.
Well,
She
when I
got
saw
them.
Tomb Raider, I kind of did, but I think they airbrushed it. That's what I think.
I thought
got
she had pretty lips. Like when I was younger, I thought she had cool, like sexy
Yeah,
lips.
yeah. Whose lips do that look like? They all look like they got them burnt curling iron lips. Michelle, what was her name?
Pfeiffer.
Was it Pfeiffer? Michelle Pfeiffer. She got the Michelle Pfeiffer lips. I don't think Michelle was hot either.
I was never super attracted to Angelina Jolie though, because she was super skinny.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like them thick hips.
Olivia Newton-John was my crush when I was little.
And I'm pretty sure Michelle Pfeiffer's a dude too. But that's just me, you know. She does all them poses that try to hide the fact that she got wide ass fucking shoulders. The angle she sits at.
Yeah. Well, let's put it this way. Wasn't it Shakespeare that coined in one of his fucking plays that Hollywood is the wand of magic, the wood of magic? And these guys are all going off Shakespearean shit. And in the days of Shakespeare, all the lady roles were always played by men.
Yeah.
Even the lovemaking scene.
If you go back and watch old ass cowboy movies, you can see grandma and mom were played by dudes in wigs. I'm telling you, they didn't. There's no such thing as an actress. They don't want women having them roles. A bunch of gay dudes, and they like acting.
What do you think about Danica Patrick?
Who?
Danica Patrick, the girl that drives in NASCAR.
Oh, Danica. Now, I thought she was a girl, and I'm going to tell you, it's Danica. And I thought she was hot.
Yeah, maybe she. I don't know. I've never looked at her. Someone told me that was a dude, though. You know Serena Williams, obviously.
Yeah.
Like the most. Yeah, that's the most obvious. I think the most obvious actually is Michelle Obama.
Yeah, Michael Obama, yeah. And
I
then
don't
Serena
know.
Williams, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think the Williams sisters are just beating her up right now. Listen, this bitch tripped out on the tennis court the other day. I seen something about it. But she literally sounded like a dude ran about, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass. I was like, damn, that's a dude.
Really? When? I want to see this.
You might have to Google YouTube. Serena trips out at whatever tennis game.
Yeah, check out the Jolie brothers kissing.
The who?
John Voight's sons.
Oh,
You know, supposedly Angelina's brother.
Yeah.
Ew, grody.
So that's Danica Patrick, the drag racer. I don't know. Now that I look
Well,
at her,
she does kind of have big shoulders. I don't know.
Big shoulders,
Maybe she isn't.
big legs, and straight hips. So I'm gonna look for a better picture. That's not a very good image to transvestigate from.
Transvestigate.
I'm a transvestigating motherfucker.
Yeah, you notice how the index finger is longer than the ring finger instead of being equal. Like feminine women that are feminine will have that defined thing to where their index finger and their ring finger will be the same size, whereas men, the index finger is always shorter than the ring finger.
Is that really true? Or
yep.
Yes.
That's why Michelle Obama, whenever you would see Michelle Obama, his hands were always like not like straight where you could tell the difference. They were always curled.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Guess you
They
learn something new every day.
they're aware of it, guy, and they're good at hiding it.
And the other thing with a woman's shoulders are not as broad, not as wide as a man's shoulders. A man can take 3 of his heads and fit it on his shoulders.
Yep. So what they like
now-
to do is roll their shoulders forward and slouch, have poor posture to hide it. And they'll turn at angle. They'll turn at an angle and not let you get a front on view of them. Like literally, if I transvestigate a person and I can't find an image of them straight forward, without a pose where the arm's above the head and one arm's on the hip, then I'm automatically assuming they're a tranny because they're doing everything that they do to hide this shit, dude.
And they got all these guys thirsting after these women that are not actually women with strange flesh.
Exactly. So
Yeah, it's nauseating because I liked some of those women.
well, this could be the great deception. A lot of people say it's a
definitely
flat
a part
earth,
of it.
but this is Rome, and all roads lead to Rome. They want you to be gay. They literally, listen, by religion, they were condemned to hell and said, if a man lay with a man, when you kill that motherfucker, let his bloods be on your own hands. So that wasn't murder. And the Ten Commandments doesn't say thou shalt not kill. It says thou shalt not commit murder, which is illegal.
Unjustified killing.
Yeah, because see, the Bible says when we can stone a motherfucker. So you can't just translate it to don't kill nobody. Yeah, that's a bunch of homos not wanting to get their Levitican ass whooping, okay?
And
Because
whatever you do, never throw a rock at someone because that can be considered stoning, which is really, really bad.
not by the Bible.
No, but by man's law.
Let him who is
But getting
without sin
stoned isn't
cast the first
bad, right? As long as you don't stone someone else.
Look, it's like this. The wage of sin is death. Who do you think delivers that? They told you revenge is mine, saith the Lord. That's cool, but the Lord told me when to stone your gay ass.
Oh, just goofing with you. I'm sorry. Let's try to make
Well,
it fun.
see, like the law
the
of
wage of
Moses
sin
is the
is
rule of
death.
2 witnesses.
Righteous men. That's who delivers the wage of sin. Righteous men.
Yeah.
You're condemned by 2 witnesses. Has to be at least 2.
And I could give you a geometric formalization that says it right there in Don't Be Gay. Sin is a deviation from the straight path. Straight, pun intended, straight path. That's a cosin or a cosine. But geometrically, sin is a deviation from a straight path.
So, but like, what's so funny is when I talk, like, this is too heavy for some people when I talk to atheists and stuff. I'm like, really, like, if the Torah was still here, you wouldn't even have people cheating on their wives. You know, like if the Torah was still in place.
Oh, that's right. 'Cause the whole community get together. Hey, Dave, we found out Dave was fucked up. We thought he was cool, but he's fucked up. Hey, let's smoke some weed and drink us some wine and go down here and stone Dave to death. Cool? That way our kids know don't do that shit. Keep us pure in all our generations. And I put the redneck on it, but that would have been a reality. There was a time when it was a reality. So, who would be the most people who don't want you to purify your bloodlines and police the law of God? Those would be all the people who are condemned by the law of God.
The ones that try to convince you that you're under a curse if you try to follow it, but they don't realize that disobeying the law is a curse and obeying it is a blessing.
That is the curse, yes. So know this: when you let them sin, and maybe you don't sin, you try your best to live. And that's really what he wants. He wants you to try your best to live. When you make a mistake, realize it, admit it, and then move on from there. Don't make that mistake again. You know? But when you're not taking out motherfuckers that he said shouldn't be in your society, see, it's a society based off love. And so, if you really loved the children, if you really did, you wouldn't suffer a pedophile to live in this generation or the next. So you would take them out so they can't reproduce, they can't make other kids into the same thing as them, to purify yourself in bloodlines and your children. If you really loved them, you'd create a world where they don't have to live in fear in. If it meant you got to bloody your hands, because you got to understand, if it's not murder, then your hands aren't bloody. If a person broke the law, their blood should be considered to be on their own hands, and their blood wouldn't be on my hands. So understand this: by the law of God, if the blood of somebody else is on you, you're guilty for their death, and you sinned. Remember that when you say you're washed by blood. Because I'm a combat veteran, and I'm telling you, you can't take a bloodbath and come out clean on the other side. You's a guilty motherfucker. Unless you're delivering the wage of God's law, deviation from it.
Yeah, how crazy is it that they now try to paint the quote unquote Old Testament, of course, that has the Torah, as this like really immoral, crazy thing. But ironically, it's exactly the opposite. They'll say like, it says you can rape women, and literally it says if you take a woman and force her to have sex, then you should be stoned to death. And if you cheat on your significant other, you should be stoned to death. If you did anything to a child like that, you should be stoned to death. And so, therefore, not many people were having to be stoned to death because no one wanted to be stoned to death. So they just weren't doing the things that are
Yeah,
normal.
they still had believe me, they had the thoughts. They were like, "Oh, that girl's hot. Nobody's around. I should take that. No, I shouldn't take that. They'll kill my ass."
Far better is it for you to for a millstone to be cast around the neck of those who hurt
Yeah.
children
Listen, they'd be
than to
better
let
off
the
to
justice prevail.
tie a capstone to their neck and jump into the creek rather than hurt any one of these little ones. Yeah.
Just burn everything, kill everyone.
And say, here's the thing: if you let children get harmed and you're letting a motherfucker live, you're just as guilty as the person that did it, because you're not protecting the children from a repeat offense. That's not love. Who should you love more? Should you forgive this pedophile, or should you worry about the children more and get rid of the wasted life because you already know by its actions it's wasted? There ain't no curing that shit. When you cross those lines, man, you can do a lot of crazy shit if you can harm a kid and not feel bad about it.
Did you hear what
Yeah.
California is starting to do? They've reopened asylums specifically for lifetime pedophile repeat offenders. Like after they do their prison time, they go to the asylum and they never get freedom again
Yeah, and millstones are a lot
until they get
cleaner.
castrated.
Millstones is a lot cleaner and better than wood chippers. Just saying, Hank. I was like, hey, that's pretty good. Sleep with the fishes, I guess.
What about the young ones? Sometimes the young ones make mistake, right? Like I remember when I was young in high school, one young couple, like 15 years old, will have sex, and the girl will be pregnant, right? That they should just have marriage. They consume, so they should get. It's not that's not something bad, right? If two young ones are 15 years old,
Torah says,
the girl gets.
the
That's
Torah
not even the
says
same.
if a guy goes and takes the girl and impregnates her, then he has to take her as his wife and protect and provide for her and the baby.
Yeah.
So it's like you're not supposed to go do it without being married. You're supposed to go ask the father's permission. Actually, really, it's like he would say, "Okay, I want a couple goats or something," and yeah, he has to give you the blessing. Of course, the girl has to agree to it, and then you marry her and impregnate her. Or if you went and took her and y'all just snuck off in the field, and that's what it means by take her. People try to misrepresent it like it's a rape verse. It's not. It's like if you take her, it just means to have sex with her. If you ducked off in the field and had sex and she got pregnant, you have to then take her as your wife, is what it says.
Yeah, and that has to be forced because that it has to be an example for the other young ones. Like you see, this happened between these two, and the other ones will see an example. And if they want to do that as well, they're gonna get married, right?
It should be a law. Yeah,
Like
I
the
know,
other
right?
ones,
It should be a law,
the young
right?
ones, the young ones learn from examples, right? So if the adults are enforcing the laws and doing the right thing, the young ones are gonna learn from that too. Even if a couple make a mistake, that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. There's corrections. But
Right.
because I remember in high school, like I said, I I remember seeing like a young girl with a young boy, and they had a baby early, really young, like 15 years old. I didn't like people demonize that in a way, but I was thinking logically. I was like, you know, I didn't see anything bad on them. Obviously, they were young, but I didn't see anything like actually bad. They like it was
Well,
a crime or something. We should stone them or something.
what Jesus was talking about refers to anyone who corrupts like children. And when you think about what they've done to us, they've corrupted everybody. Like from when we were children. It's not just the like the body. like the assault on the body or sexual whatever. It's also in the mind, especially lying to children about God, about how the world is, and that's why the world is the way it is, right? People are the way they are. Nihilism and I talk about people that kidnap and kill and sacrifice, drink blood and all that stuff to their to their Molechs and their Baals and their Ashtars, Ashroth, whatever the hell.
The thing is, the children are being sexualized way too much. Like over, it's crazy. Even the transgender agenda is being pushed to children, which is just crazy.
Yeah, that's why we gotta burn it all and kill everyone. Where's that? Where's that comet? Looking up.
Don't look up.
I wonder when the stars are gonna fall. Don't look up. It's probably just aliens.
Destruction is coming, but just ignore it.
Yeah, everybody party and trade, sell, buy, live it up. Right? YOLO. I'm on a boat. I think they're gonna put things in people's bodies to easily manipulate the mind. Food, medicine, technology, you know what I mean? Yeah. They want to connect our thoughts. Do you guys know how that works? Like you get to know what I'm thinking and I get to know what you're thinking. You get to experience what I have experienced, sharing experiences, one world, one mind, one spirit, maybe. One Antichrist spirit.
So you guys know that all these famous people are like clones, right?
Clown world, yep.
There's like clones of all the famous people. And then like if they get out of line or whatever, they can just take them out and keep the clone making the appearances that they need.
Hey, what's it? Have you seen that document? Those clowns or Nephilim? Nephilim were clowns. There's a documentary of Conspiracy or Us channel, I think. It's pretty good because why are their noses red and their mouths red? It's blood, and it's the same kinds of entities people see on their DMT trips. So it's an interesting clown world. Like gestures, they've got these. I've never taken a DMT trip, but
I don't know. We've been watching these like clone documentaries, and it's freaky. This one guy did a really good job. He like showed Michael Jackson like coming back after he died, and he was like dressed up as this burn victim on Larry King, and it's like totally him. Oh, someone already dropped that in chat. Cool. It's crazy. I didn't even know Dallas Day was talking about it in Jim Pandas, and we were trolling him, and then we were like, okay, let's listen. And then he said some stuff, so we're in the process of researching it, and it's kind of maybe something to it.
Oh, like in my opinion, there is something to it for sure. I just don't know what exactly it is. But there, yeah, like I don't know the mechanism. I don't know to what extent. Right, but there is something to it.
Yeah, the Royal Order of Jesters. So I'll post a link. I mean, you have to be a Shriner to even, you know what I mean? So it's like, no joke.
The wonderful thing about the royal court jesters is they're able to jest, right? Because they don't go by the order of the things and they're accepted, right? So they are allowed to poke fun at and make fun of and expose things without fear of pain of death, right? So it's a different oath that they take. They're considered the fool, the wandering one, aka the Hebrew Jews, Israelites.
Yeah.
So it's one of these things like what's truly the gypsies, and then you got to think about all the motorcycle clubs, right? I mean, these motorcycle clubs are around for a reason, and people think that it has something to do with people just wanting to be in gangs, but a lot of times they started after World War II because perhaps some of the GIs that came back had gained enlightenment from their ordeal. You know, I mean, some stuff happens when you're under pressure, you know, especially when everyone around you has died and you're like the only one that survived the onslaught. I mean, it tends to, you know, kind of change a person. So perhaps these outlaw gangs, meaning out of man's law and into God's law, makes you wonder. I mean, you got Gypsy Jokers, Hell's Angels, and all these other ones. And the Hell's Angels, really, what they do is they help community. They build all the Rotary parks. So they're like connected with the Freemasons. All these clubs are connected with the Freemasons.
Yeah, and the mafia.
Yeah.
All the
Well, the mob is something different. That's connected to the Vatican.
yeah, the Vatican, right. But they all have these similar rituals, you know, these similar rituals of initiation and rites, you know.
Well, see, like everyone in the mafia and the mob, they all go for whatever the Godfather says, right? Well, who is the Godfather? Isn't that the Pope?
I don't know, man. I think the Pope is just it's like the
Well, he
president.
calls himself. They call himself Papa, right? Which is father.
Right.
So I mean, it's just like one of those things. I mean, we're not supposed to call any man teacher or father.
Yeah, exactly.
And in America, like, or at least in the United States, we always talk about, well, the forefathers.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we have an idol made of them in Montana, or not Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, wherever it is, the Mount Rushmore. Witsit knows about that.
South Dakota, yeah.
South Dakota.
That's that's like when you look at the Mount Rushmore, man, it just screams idolatry, right?
Yeah, it's about apotheosis.
Yeah.
The idea of the state of deification, attaining the state of deification.
Yeah.
Now, you know that statue of Geronimo, Wild Horse, that's supposed to be getting done by like one guy. I have a feeling that has something to do with the skull and bones, right? Because they supposedly have the skull of Geronimo.
Well,
yeah, I heard they dug it out and all that.
It's called Crazy Horse Monument.
I think it probably had to do with the spirits in that area, right? Why they went for the skull of I don't know. I'm just guessing. Like, why'd you guys steal this skull and not any other skull?
horses are very.
Yeah,
Like I remember. Sorry, bro. There's a time in the scriptures where like the horse, where like the creator says, "Don't get horses because those are for war," and you know they're obsessed with their symbolism of horses, like the Denver Airport as well.
Yeah.
That's why the kings had always rode donkeys, because donkeys were a symbol of peace, not of war.
Right.
Yeah, remember that donkey that ran into the angel and he went to the side? What was his name again? Balaam? That was like, it's like, donkey, the donkey's like, and the donkey spoke.
Why do you beat me? I moved out of the way because the angel prevented me from moving forward, so you continue to beat me.
Poor donkey, right? Like, the
Well, think
angel is
about Balaam.
standing there.
He's like, oh, crap, this donkey can talk.
Do you figure that's where they got Shrek from?
I know, right? I mean, the angel was probably looking at the donkey like, good donkey, bad man. Like, oh, this seems to be a blind dude, like, he's on his way to curse Israel. And he knows he can't do, he's not supposed to, he can't, but he's still like taking the money. Greed, greed. For all of us who might be riding a donkey and not seeing the angel, stop beating your donkeys. Whatever your donkey is.
Doesn't Balaam or Balaam, doesn't that mean son of Baal?
Yeah, as I heard, I'm not sure. He also rode a donkey into, the Palm Sunday. He entered the city as a king on a donkey. And everybody, you know, Hosanna to the king, the son, those same people were the same people who was like, crucify him. Like, oh. Yeah, but what's up with Denver Airport and that Lucifer horse? Is there really something under it? Some kind of tunnels? Tunnels? Don't do drugs. You know, people with schizophrenia, that video I posted, it almost sounds like the same kinds of entities that people see in DMT trips. The voices. Also, the same kinds of entities that, like, they call themselves aliens, that these mediums channel, like the Vril Society, or, you know, maybe even I am, that alien, gray alien that, Aleister Crowley channeled. I think they might all be the same entities. Or gods, right? So, as Stanley Kubrick calls them, gods. Super intelligence. Uh, Theopios, what you said, what's it, that word? Yeah. Apotheosis. That's what that torch on the Baphomet also
Yeah,
represent.
these are what the deists are, right? These deists are the ones that feel that they are divinity. They feel that they can become divinity. Kind of like what the Mormons think. They think, if they're good Mormons, when they die, the afterlife, they'll become a god of their own universe.
Right. And also I think Hinduism and Buddhism, I mean, not exactly, but has that same, like, reincarnation, Scientology, they all have that same Kundalini. Enlightenment. They even say Jesus was one of those, and that, yeah. And then Elon Musk goes and says something like, AI is going to be compared, like if we compare a human to AI, it would be like comparing a cat to a human. How much more superior and intelligent the AI will be, and that's why we have to ascend this framework and become one with the with the stars. Ascend the ladder and rise, like a rising star. Yeah, maybe, to help evolution along. If that's your cup of tea, right? Give evolution a little boost, right? Because we're all going to be gone in 8 billion years when the sun blows up, turns into a big red whatever giant. Dude only lives 80 to 100 years and is worried about 8 billion years. Can you even count to 1,000,000? Time exists because we die, because we measure how long we live, and then we call that time or whatever. A measurement of life, you know. When do people stop growing? How old? Like 30? They stop growing, right? And they start aging and start decaying, start getting old. The signs of sin starts to show itself on the body, right? On the flesh. And decay and death approaches. The wages of sin, right? Payment. Oh, and by the way, the earth is flat. Schizophrenia. That's so funny, eh? Schizophrenia. Psychology. Psychiatry. What the hell? Clown world, you know what I mean? It's like, really? So you're a scientist? I'm a Mayan scientist. Whatever. I'm a medicine man. I'm a water maker. I'm a water bender. I make potions, right? You're a wizard, Harry. Elixirs. Take 2 and call me in the morning. Doctor, right? Talk to me when you become a doctor. Or a PhD. That's the only way I will take you seriously. If you look at this horizon, I am not looking at your silly math. You don't have a PhD anyways. I think why would they lie is a very powerful thing that hits people when they go through the cognitive dissonance because are you saying everyone is lying? Like we're in some kind of movie? You must be one of those conspiracy theorists I've heard a lot about. You guys wear tinfoil hats, is that right? You guys is that true? Sometimes. Hair balls flat? What kind of silly question is that? I know, right? What kind of stupid question is that? Are balls flat? Is the earth a ball? So why does it look flat? Well, in this case, this ball does look flat because let me Google this real quick. Refraction, because refraction. Okay, then why are all the other planets balls? Right? Like, whoa, other planets, whoa. That escalated fat quickly, right? At 0 to 100, real quick. That's a Drake song, by the way. It's funny. I go 0 to 100, nigga, real quick. I go from the Earth to Mars, like real quick. But we can't go to the moon because we lost that technology, and it's a very difficult process to build it back up. Chugga chugga chugga. You guys don't want to get in on this roast, or what's up? Is it quiet? Mic check.
You're good.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Did you hear what I said the last 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Just quiet. Tough crowd.
Yeah, you're good, Bong.
I'm almost out of jokes, man. I'm gonna have to smoke another one. Go ahead, take over. You have to take Don Pettit seriously, man. That's what I'm saying. So, crack on. Balls in space. Mouse on a rocket in space. Car in space. I mean, playing guitar in space. Pretty cool. Splashing water all over the ISS in space. Look, water.
You're lost in space. Is that what you said?
You know what? I'm not convinced until they can make popcorn in space. Yeah.
Isn't that what would happen to popcorn if you tried to take it to space? A place called space?
Or just push it out into space.
Supposedly, if you just take a kernel and expose it to the vacuum, it should go pop.
Pop. Yeah.
Exactly. It'd be like space popping.
It would be like fireworks.
Especially if you're on the day side, right? Or the daylight side, right? Yeah.
Like popcorn.
Oh yeah, then you'd radiate them. You radiate pop.
Yeah, then it'd just be like pop instantly, right? So come on.
All you need is butter or margarine, man, and you're all good.
To butter in the vacuum of space. Like when the sun hits it, you know.
Depends on how many walls of aluminum foil they use.
The popcorn would pop, and then it would flare up into like some kind of like, I don't know, fire or fizzle. Some kind of chemical reaction because it's freaking hot as, right? So it would probably be very dangerous to make popcorn next to the ISS in space. Yeah, fire hazard.
Furthermore, how come the ISS doesn't turn into a popcorn kernel and go inside out?
Mm-hmm. But it's perfectly safe to spray water all over the place inside the ISS. Yeah.
I mean, even if you get a hole, well, then gravity would hold the gas pressure, and so I guess you have a leak.
Yeah, and I guess fingers are enough to stop a leak in space, right?
A leak would mean death very instantaneously.
Well, Don Pettit is the repair guy. He's also the science guy and the I forget what other guy he was.
The explainer guy. He's the one that answered to Ricky.
Yeah.
When Lucy's Lucy, you got some explaining to do. Okay, here comes Don Pettit.
He said he's pretty sure there's some kind of way to do it, like SOP or something like that. Like you don't know what it's called. You don't know what the thing is called. Did you write it yourself?
You know the thing.
So what do we do when we get a leak? Check the thing that deals with the
What's
leaks.
the thing?
So what happens if you get a leak on that? Then you have a leak.
Somebody interpret what that means.
It'd be no problem at all. It wouldn't be a problem. We would just have some kind of way that we would just fix it. That's all.
Yeah, we would just increase the air pressure inside to keep the water from ingressing inside of the vehicle.
Well, I think he means then we're dead. Because, you know, if you have a leak in space, like, right? Isn't that what he means? I mean, why bother
Yeah,
explaining
that'll
what we're doing?
cause you to die. Yeah.
Oh, if you have a leak, well, you have a
I'm
leak,
pretty
you're dead.
sure a leak in the fuselage of an airplane would cause catastrophic depressurization.
But not as much as in space, right? As this one, as the ISS. It's like what 10 times more
Yeah, it's
violent.
supposed to be traveling 10 times faster through 10 times less pressure.
Yeah, violently,
Is that how you get
instantly.
space herpes?
Looks
Sorry,
so
I didn't mean to
peaceful
cut you
when
off
you
like
see
that.
them.
My bad.
When you see them go on their spacewalks, it looks so peaceful, you know, almost like in Space Odyssey, you know. The only thing that's missing is like classical music, you know, strings and like Bach or so. Which one? But I don't know. Yeah, right? Like, hey, it kind of reminds me of that Space Odyssey movie by Stanley Kubrick, you know. And then they train underwater, right?
Well, yeah, because if you put somebody in a real vacuum, they'd kill them.
Well, it's like okay, we're going to prepare right to go on a mission. The place we're going to is going to be very hot, very the hottest place on Earth. We're going to train in the coldest place on Earth, in the mountains next to the snow, because that's the closest we can get to simulating a very hot place. Right, like densities of the mediums. Right, you're going to train in the most densest medium to go work in no medium? Like what? How? Why? Thought you were falling. Oh, now you're floating. Now you're buoyant. Look at the vomit comment. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, it's
boy.
fun. Is that hairspray? Is that hairspray? Because that doesn't look like you're in water. It doesn't look like you're falling. That's got to be hairspray, right? Bouncy, bouncy. CGI sucks, right? I mean, is it? Is it not? Is it augmented reality? Is it not? Which can you tell yet? You guys tell the real from the fake. It's real because it looks so fake, duh.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
What happens when it looks so real? What do we say then?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
I mean, CGI is getting really good.
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
Exactly. This is for all you flat earthers out there that don't believe the earth is a globe. Play it, man. Oh my god, it looks
What?
so real. Right? When they do utilize technology to make it look so real, right? So we stop saying it looks fake. That's how you know it's real, right? What do we say then? Oh, that's how you know it's fake. Why? It looks too real, man. But it is real.
Well,
Oh,
you
that's
would
how you
think
know it's
that's the
fake.
way it would be, but I'm sure that they'll have a reason why it was.
Yeah. Well, it isn't math, though, is it? I mean, Is that a man or is that a woman? You can find out for sure, dude. Like you don't have to guess, right?
Well, wait a minute. Like, what if you don't know? If you're not sure, are you really going to date that? Are you going to go after that just to find out?
Yeah,
I could
Crocodile
scar you for
Dundee.
life, bro. I mean, I could
Yeah,
scar you for life, bro.
grab him by the grab him, Crocodile Dundee and Donald Trump. You know, I mean, there are things you can do to verify if it's a ball. I mean, if it's curving or if it's straight or if it's not curved. It's a dude or a woman. If it's CGI or it's not, right? I mean, we're so proud of going to space and to the moon. Why isn't there footage of a rocket, unedited footage of a rocket that's going to space, uncut, you know, so you can see it leaving in the horizon? Why aren't there a lot of those videos that we can use to
That would
use
be
as
way too
images?
easy.
Right, use as you know, for marketing for a company, you know, just because it's cool, you know, and videos that we can use as backgrounds, you know, or stuff like that, or music videos and shit. There's so many things. Like you can use it as a reference, so you can model it in Blender or in video games, Unreal Engine, right? But it's not the case. It's like the opposite. Like, how do you model a globe Earth? So, well, you gotta make it flat. Infinitely flat planes. How do you do that? Can you do that in a computer simulation in a computer program? You grab a bunch of infinitely flat planes and put them together to make a ball. What do you get after? You get a ball, right? What ball? What curve? Like if we went to a restaurant and we put four tables together, is it gonna start curving? Like how many tables do we have to put together before it starts curving? Like, a billion?
I don't know. I couldn't find it. I went to the ocean. I couldn't find any of it.
Yeah, how big is a locally flat region of this ball you're talking about, right? At 128,000 feet, like how big is it now? It's as big as the state.
What was that?
I think someone was trying to chime in.
No, it was just me. I sort of messed up the timing on that one. My bad. You asked how big it was. You said something about billions, so I pulled up the billions clip.
You do that anyway. I always thought I'd have to have an extra phone or something to do it with, to make the noise, the sound effects, and then still talk, and be on the live stream.
Yeah, you do. You do have to have a second device for sure.
That's what I figured. Because I was trying to play some the other day when I was talking on there, and nobody could hear it, obviously, because they weren't responding.
Hey, you know what? You guys know that Red Bull space jump? You guys remember how much you could see from up there? 128,000 feet? Like, I think it was.
You mean with or without the lens that makes the fisheye? Because when you were the camera from behind him when he first opened the door, it looked flat to me. But then when you showed a camera outside looking down at the ground, it was all curved because it was a fisheye lens. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep. Probably, it's not even half the state, right? Not even a quarter of the state.
Yeah, it's like the state of half of the state of whatever it was, New Mexico or something. It's the planet it's planet New Mexico.
Yeah. How many New Mexicos do we have to put together to form a curve? I say New Mexico is our table.
It's so easy with GoPro.
Well, you don't even have to go up, right? You can't even see the curve from like the floor. If you put the GoPro on the floor and tilt it the right way, you can see the curvature of the Earth, right?
Well, if you hold it perfectly, if you hold the fisheye lens perfectly level, then everything at a level along the cross flat level line would stay the same. It would only be curved at the top and the bottom. You know what I mean?
You just tilt it up a little bit, and bam, curvature.
And then convexity. Watch it go convex.
Like, dude, that's the fisheye lens doing it. No, well, when it goes up there,
Oh
you
no, it
can
went
see it.
concave, dude. Oh my god, the Earth changed form
Yeah.
in one spin. I couldn't believe.
Well, when it goes concave, that's the curvature of the Earth, though.
Right.
It's concave and convex, yeah. When it goes convex, that's so aren't you? So you're not going to admit that that's the effect of the fish islands? What?
What's that? I don't think I've heard of that before. You're gonna have to show me how that works.
We're word salad. You're using word salad.
Get the ranch dress.
I didn't bring my dressing.
I got cruta.
It's kind of funny, eh? It's kind of funny.
All right, I'll quit and I'll be serious now. Sorry.
It's like watching a person threaten to step off the cliff, right? And then they actually do. I'll do it. Like, you don't have to. I'll do it. I believe it. Oh, you don't have to. You're gonna fall. Being dishonest, you know, when they
Just
start
don't
being.
worry. If you walk out here, you'll walk on the air. Don't worry. Just believe in yourself.
Don't make me be dishonest. You guys are forcing me. Oh shit! Do I spiral or do I be
Did you
dishonest?
guys catch that Godzilla versus Kong movie?
Yeah.
Like where they went to the center of the earth and all of a sudden the magnetism changed and it was going the opposite direction and they standing on the ceiling or some crazy thing. It was pretty interesting.
The gravity inverter aerial vehicle.
Well, that would be how you would have to do it, right? Like if you weren't, if you were in real physics and the earth was really a ball, like can you imagine the chaos that would ensue in a matter of seconds?
Not really, but it's cool. It's like
It would spin and literally turn into a muddy disc.
It's Godzilla, you
Like
know.
over time. Well, because all the water at the equator would go flying out, and then all the dirt would start to go towards it too. Think about it.
Yes. Like all these post-apocalyptic movies say about the end of the globe. Either from inside the globe or from outside.
Yeah, it's like, well, the North Pole pulls towards the center. That's how we can navigate. But then you go, but if you were on a ball, then wouldn't the center of the Earth be pulling the needle of the North Pole? Wouldn't that be towards the center of the ball? Like, how does gravity know not to pull and to allow the North Pole to pull? Like, it doesn't make, you know what I'm saying? It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, gravity doesn't interact with any of the fundamental forces. Well, electromagnetism specifically, because that's what we work with.
It's magic.
It, it's the invisible man. It's the
Invisible.
it's the yeah, it's the mysterious force. You know, that's what they call it. Like that. Those are the words. Yeah, mysterious force.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Holy shit. Turns out, studies reveal there is a magic speed. Researchers from the University of Magic have found Hogwarts School of Wizards report a magic speed.
Toasty.
What does magic speed mean? Is that like
I have no clue.
is that like Goku's instant transmission technique? Like,
All right.
I'm dying.
I always imagined that those cartoons were bad because they were originally porn and they just cut out all the porn parts. That's what I thought that show really was when I first time I saw it.
They cut out all the Japanese influence.
Yeah, the hentai or whatever they call it. You know, like you know how there's like part movie and then all of a sudden there's a sex scene, you know, in the middle of it.
I
I'm
don't think it
sorry,
was.
children. Sorry.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it was supposed to be for children, but you know that's why Americans.
Well, that's why they edited it out and then they just make it into an American cartoon. See, just like He-Man, I think it was originally a gay cartoon, but you know, it had sex scenes, but they had to cut them out. So then they just left it the way it was without the sex.
By the power of Grayskull.
Yeah, I mean, Skull. You know, well, you can imagine, right?
By the power of Grayskull and Bones. By the power of
You skull fucker.
Skull and Bones. Lee.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, but it was too funny. I couldn't help.
Remember Naked Gun?
Oh, keep an eye out for you.
Remember Naked Gun? Somebody jumped out of the plane and
yeah.
yelled Geronimo, and then the Asian guy jumped out and yelled Lee.
Yeah.
Like, why do you shout Geronimo when you jump out of the airplane? I don't know. In China, we shout Lee. Who's Lee? I don't know. Who's Geronimo?
I don't know. I always thought it was bonsai.
Oh man. The
Down
skulls
south,
and
it's
bones. By the power of magic speed.
by the power of numbskull.
By the power of gravity. Right? Let there be boom. Everything from nothing. I mean bang. Sorry, bang, not boom. Bang. So the expanding universe, how can it be expanding if they're not expanding? I mean, look at them. Do they look like they're trying thousands of years and still in the same place? What do you say?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Yeah, no idea.
Wait, what do you mean
You know what we should
expanding?
do? I'm thinking about building this giant, like, merry-go-round and putting dirt on it, and then, building a little lake, put a little rubber liner down so I can make a little lake, a little pond, and then spin it, and then take a video of it, and then show people exactly what it would look like.
Would look like
Like put
dirt
little GI
flying
Joe
all
men
over
on
the
there,
place.
so that way they go flying off and go flinging it. They go flinging into the side of the house or something and get lodged,
Mud,
or
mud everywhere.
going through the dog or the cat. Or
Yeah, it would be flying all over the place, right?
oh wait, I got lots of Legos. We'll make a Lego town.
Yeah, and then we'll smash it and see if it turns into
I will just spin it and we'll see how long it sticks to the damn surface. Yeah.
Oh, you can't. You got to start with nothing. I forgot. You know how to do that? Can you get us some nothing that we can blow up
So
and
was
turn
it
into something?
spinning first, or did it become a ball first? Like, cause that's the part I've never understood.
They said it was a singularity, like of nothingness, and because of gravity, it banged. So I don't know what that means. How can a singularity be nothing, right? But they're like, oh yeah, well
And how did the core become molten? I don't know how that would ever happen.
the magic speed probably probably has something to do with that magic speed. It's cousin or something.
Well, maybe the gravity just kept getting stronger and stronger until it pulled the metal so hard that it pulled it into a liquid form.
Right. That's
Like
what
that
God
magic
made
gravity,
gravity
the
do.
ball thing where, their magic
Yep.
gravity ball.
Gravity made it possible, just like God. I heard evolution also was a creation because people keep saying, evolution. Over millions of years, evolution's dying to evolution. It's like, what the fuck is evolution? Like, and is he related to gravity? You know what I mean? Like, are they in the
I think the
same
movie Super
pantheon?
Mario Brothers has it best. We de-evolved. We're de-evolving, not evolving.
Right. Well, that's what the.
It is evolving just backwards.
Yes.
Yes, backwards, because Superman did spins around the Earth backwards, and it made it reverse.
Yeah, and if you go forward fast enough, you'll end up going
Because
backwards.
he's
Isn't that
magic,
cool?
and he can do that. See?
So if you want to go backwards, you can also go forwards and then end up going backwards, like Superman.
If you were able to get a strong enough telescope, you could see your own ass.
Yes. That's fascinating. Yeah. You want to go try that right now?
But sir, I did see Spider-Man. I know him personally. I'll get pictures of him.
Thought experiments. That's what Einstein used to do a lot, right? Thought experiments. Imagine we are riding on a light beam. It's like, what the does it look like a
That's
unicorn? Like,
interesting.
what does the light beam look
Can you
like?
get that on video for me? I want to see a picture of you and your family during that.
Imagine we're riding on a light beam.
Imagination.
It's a thought experiment.
I like that one. That one's good.
I think I was like 15
Old
when I heard.
Hoss. Who's Old Hoss?
When I was 15, I was so fascinated about it. I was like, wow, that's so cool. Time travel? Holy shit. A 15-year-old, like watching stuff like Back to the Future. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, wow. I'm riding on a light beam. Like, you're waiting for a train. I'm riding on a light beam. Inception, yeah.
That's fascinating.
I feel like I'm getting hypnotized here. Like you're riding on a light beam. Uh huh. Like in Kubrick's, like in Space Odyssey 2001. Remember Neil
They're
deGrasse
gonna have to make a
Tyson?
2041 or something for it to keep up with the Joneses.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd outlive 2021. You know, like, remember when 2020 came out or whatever that movie was, the one after it?
I didn't see that one. Kubrick, at the end of that movie, Space Odyssey 2001, portrayed, these aliens, that took him in, the guy, the astronaut in, and then, he became an old man, in that room they were studying him, and then at the end of the movie, it looked like an embryo was floating in front of the camera. He said it was the ending is ambiguous that the audience should make up their own interpretation what it means, but when we asked what are these aliens, he's like, well, you know how intelligent beings is what we would consider gods. It's the only thing we can call them if some kind of super intelligence. That with the gods. There's your Anunnaki, there's your AI agenda. So it was all in there. It's a really good movie. I mean, not good. It's a good movie to study. To kind of. And then you go look at NASA. It's similar. The aesthetics is, that's where the look comes from in the feel of space from Kubrick.
That's true. In a Hollywood basement.
Yep. Stanley Kubrick, if you go look at his stuff, every shot, all the scenes, it's all arranged in a way to tell a story. You know what I mean? And it's also has everything a photographer slash artist, Da Vinci level of
Do we even
art.
know that those people existed? Like, nobody we know was alive when they were alive, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the timeline, who knows?
Looking at that picture of the supposed flat Earth, like the model of it, and it looks kind of like a guy with a mohawk wearing a helmet, or a guy with a helmet with a mohawk on it, or something like that. I always thought that was funny.
Think, you guys think a depraved society it can't still produce high quality artists or not? Are we ever gonna see high quality music or hear high quality music or see art?
I don't know. I think it depends on, what people are going through. I think some people go through bad things and they write music and they become artsy. some people just become assholes.
So I think I read you can tell the condition of a society by its art, by looking at its art and what the society, the mind is going on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so like music today, like the top 10, it's always saying, is this art? Is this reflecting, the society? Like, I know it's all controlled, but you know what I mean?
Well, I think it depends on how you look at it. I like some of the new music, some of the new music that's around. I don't, I don't see why any, people like what they like, I guess. They make hooks that'll affect certain people and certain tastes. They just mix it up a lot lately, and so that people cross platforms, they'll go from rock to rap or whatever, and so they draw you in. It's all about giving you choices and you making the selections. It's like, you stand there in awe going, wow, someone sat there and figured this all out and set it all up so that we would be duped by it. It's kind of crazy and kind of scary at the same time.
Yeah. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Something corny like that, right? To each his own. It's all subjective.
Think about it. Everybody sees something from their own perspective. It's always been that way. And you can't experience someone else's perspective no matter how hard you try to stand in the same spot they were in. You really can't actually say you see an.
And in the place where you were.
You can't walk a mile in another person's shoes. You can only walk in your own shoes.
I would walk 500 miles.
Oh, but you can
When I wake up.
empathize.
And when you're walking, you never think or feel like I'm walking on a ball, right? I mean,
Walk this way. Talk this way.
walk like a.
Looks like
Give me a chance.
I really want to troll. Walk like a
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
talk like a
Dude looks like a
G.
lady.
Do, do, do,
Love in
do.
an elevator. I always thought to myself, why do they always sing about some screwed up thing in an elevator or something like that? It's always about sexual innuendos. It's so silly. Don't you?
Do you remember the time?
Well, I'm not gonna say it, but WAP was like the number one song for a while. I was like, yeah, fuck this world. I'm not even gonna bother. They even open up like shows, like music awards and ceremonies with that song being performed by like. Then you got people like Nas X, and it's like, yeah, burn it all, kill everyone.
No! God, please, no! No!
Do it now, right?
Frankly, my dear, I'd rather have my face onto the carpet.
Plata or pomo, as the saying goes. Is do I spiral or do I be dishonest? Do I die or do I lie to myself? Death before dishonor. Young Jedi. Or are we Sith Lords? Power of the dark side.
You're so dumb, Bong.
You are all domestic terrorists. I hope you
Stop putting ideas in people's heads. That's why when they come in here, they trip out and they were like, "What is this dude thinking?"
You're all enemies of the state. You do know that, right? I'm just saying, I want you to know what you are. All right. Let's do this. When I was little, I used to get in trouble for making fun of the teacher and authority. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, what's wrong with me, man? Can you chill out?
Me
You know,
too.
now and I was like, holy shit, we get to make fun of them. Oh, crap.
I would screw around in class all day long, and then at the end of the week, I would still pass the test, and all the kids in the class hated me for it.
Yeah, say. Like,
I literally never read, never did my homework, but I still passed.
I was in a gang, so kids were afraid to hate me. You know, all the nerds, they just look away like I don't exist. Like, good job. You need some help? You want a copy of me? Algebra was my favorite class because it was the easiest when you're high and English was the worst because you always fell asleep. Biology was fun. Yeah, fell asleep in English class because it was so boring. It's like, why do we have to learn English when we already speak in English? Like, wouldn't it be better if we learned Spanish or Chinese or something, you know, that can be useful? Or French? Like, why is English taught as, anyways, okay.
And music is made like this.
Right. Why is music ignored and it's like the awesomest, most fun, like things like, what the hell? Why is it an elective?
It's not syncopated enough.
Do you guys ever take art class? Like, do you guys ever learn the golden ratio in art class or no?
Say what?
The golden ratio. You know, the mean, the
Fibonacci
one.
sequence.
Yeah.
Fibonacci, you mean?
Did you guys ever learn that in
Yeah.
art class or photography?
I think I painted it once, but I don't remember if it was art class or not. Like, we painted something that looked like that once. I don't know why. I just don't remember. I just remember doing it.
What about in physics or science or any kind of science? You guys, you ever hear that? No, right? It's always only in art. Because, you know, it has to do with figuring out measurements. You know what I mean? Like, the ratio, because what we call an inch, right? If you look at your finger, that first line, that's the closest, right? I mean, on average, we will take an average of like I don't know how many people, but that's roughly an inch. So you can use your body to measure things if you have to. Your foot is a foot. Your arm span is something like a cubit. So these measurements are based on our scale. It's like a scale. How big things are on the body, right? And that gives you kind of like a start. But this thing called the kilometer is kind of it's kind of it's almost like it's based on space. As freaking light travels to get a vacuum of space or something
That's
like
what it
that.
was. It was they were teaching us how to draw hands. I forgot. That's why I had that weird memory in my mind. I kept thinking that I was seeing a shell or something, but now I remember it was a hand. And I was never good at drawing hands either. That's why I hated it.
Mm. Oh, it's like practice seeing it in your mind, right? And then drawing it onto the paper. Like it has to do with perspective too. How you have to draw
Yeah, you
things.
got to decide where the light's coming from, and you got to
Mm.
Usually, if
Right.
you've done art class, you understand that everything has a parallax and things, and you have to understand how that works. Otherwise, your paintings and your pictures will not look right. They'll look all goofy.
Yeah. So there's going for the realistic, and then there's going for not realistic, but you still understanding, perspective, how everything. Yeah, exactly. Like you said. No matter what, you're still gonna have those measurements. You know what I mean? That's how we know things are far away and close by the size. Is because we have a reference. You know what I mean to how big things are, and it's usually our bodies that we use to reference how big things are. If something's so big, we call it uh magnificent. Like oh my, it gives you this feeling of scale. Like so, you know what I mean? Because you're comparing it to yourself. We always compare everything, the size of things to how big we are. This is how big an elephant is, and you put a human next to it. This is how big a blue whale is, and you put a human next to it. Holy shit, that's big. But if you just show somebody a blue whale that was the size of the sun and not put it next to something, well, you'd still think it was a blue whale that's the size of a blue whale. But when you put a human next to it, it's like, holy shit, okay, that's not a blue whale. You know what I mean? I don't know. Kinda, yeah, the body is the scale that everything we take in everything. Like the things that are too small to see, right? It's too small to see. The things that are too big and too far away, too far. But the scale that we experience the world at, so that you can smell the roses, see the flowers and the sunset and the colors in the sky and the colors in the birds and the flowers. Like birds can't really see the way humans see. You know what I mean? They have their own special abilities, but only the human can appreciate everything for what they are. You know what I mean? Therefore, designed.
Yeah, that's true. If there wasn't for people that thought art was beautiful, there wouldn't be art.
Right. So, in a way, yes, the universe does revolve around you because if you weren't alive, you wouldn't be experiencing everything as they are, right?
Hi, Truth. I just noticed you're here.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's interesting that you say that, Bong, because why don't they teach more music and make it, you know, like required? That if you take it,
Mandatory.
it's what, yeah, extracurricular or whatever. It's not even, and why don't they? And the interesting thing about it is when you read, like we don't know how much truth there is to them. And I'm going to preface it with that before anyone starts saying, that you're talking about some fantasy or whatever. But these accounts of, like the Smoky God, the account of the guy and his son who alleged to have went to the center or the north, right, and ran into a civilization there.
Yeah.
Well, that was the only thing that they taught them was to understand sound frequency, and music. That was it.
Wow.
The only math that they learned was in regards to that. Everything was, and they didn't even start school, if I remember it correctly, until they were like 21. And when they did start, it was music, or maybe it was the other way around. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that it was the time that we're usually finishing with school. That's when they begin. Just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, yeah. And it has to do with numbers, and that music is numbers in time, frequencies. Geometry is numbers in space, objects and physical. And then there's the other two I forget. Astronomy is objects in I forget. Yeah, but yeah. You're right. Yeah, music and sound is. Yeah, I read that book too. I forget a long time ago. Yeah,
You remember reading that part? Did
sure.
that ever
Journey.
like? Yeah. Well, no, not that one. The Smoky God. It is. I guess it's called the Journey to the Center.
Yeah.
Did you recall that? That kind of like stuck out to me when I read it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Didn't
read it
read it.
again. When I first read it, I didn't know anything about flat Earth, and I put it down thinking it was something probably just
Fairy
anecdotal or
tale.
not. Yeah, I thought it was like mythology, something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna try reading it again because I didn't get to that part, the music part you're talking about.
It's pretty interesting. I'm pretty sure it was in that one because there were two accounts that I remember looking into. Both were said to have been a journal based on a journal. One was a journal, one was a story based on a journal. But I think
Yeah,
it was that one that it was in.
I think I read the journal. That's what I remember reading because I read they were dying of thirst, and then somebody just risked drinking the seawater and tasted that it was fresh, and then they all like,
Yeah,
oh,
they discovered that there's like rivers of fresh water flowing on top of it
yeah,
coming from the center.
yeah. I read the part where they where they went in and met the people or the civilization, but I didn't get that far to where they were being taught mostly music.
Yeah, and like the light that was there, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was constant light. But regardless whether I'm right about that or not, all of it's like a different color green. Everything was the same. Like it still had colors, but the colors were just different. Like very in a magnificent way. And the fruits and things, it was like 10 times as large as what we're used to.
Yeah, yeah, I remember now. It was when I was looking into Hollow Earth. That's right. That's before Flat Earth. Yeah, that's wow. Then we watch. If you have you seen Godzilla versus King Kong? Kong versus Godzilla. Hollow Earth
Yeah, I was
is
talking about that
also
earlier.
yeah, yeah. So I was thinking,
Yeah,
if there's
go
a
on
Hollow
and
Earth,
say what.
what's up? Go ahead.
I'm
I was
sorry, I talked
thinking,
at the wrong moment. My bad.
like if there's a Hollow Earth, it probably has to do with like some kind of underground city slash deep underground bunkers slash Nephilim slash tunnels from all that stuff. That's why I looked into it. But when I read the part where there's a sun in there and then all this, that's when I put it down. All right, I'll come back to this later. Let me just do some more looking around. And then I found flat Earth. And I was like, oh, flat Earth? What? Music, geometry, art is also, all these artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, like they all kind of, it seems like they all had to master those skills topics to have such advanced skills in painting, sculpture, all these music. And the scale of music is also based on the the harmony of the spheres, the wandering stars, if you want to call it that. And there's a lot of math and music, intervals and ratios for like rhythms and frequencies.
Hey, do girls call the baritone a baratina?
Baritone. I think after world wars, they released, they started music programs in schools. The baby boomer generation, blah blah. But if you there's a pattern, like all this good music came out of it. And now that those people are old, retired, or dead, like the music just went, down, 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 because music is not taught, wasn't, isn't, you know what I mean? The programs aren't out there. They fully control everything. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
They don't treat it as if it's important, like it has any significance when it could, in fact, be the most significant knowledge that anyone can possess is to understand sound.
Yeah, and it seems like they do it whenever they need it, like especially after the war, right? It was to cope with the loss and the repopulating, and then so it was taking advantage of that, and then releasing these genres of music, eventually leading up to the very violent genre gangster rap. But it all started with these genres that had to do with rebellion and philosophies from the Lima, or I mean from Theosophy, or from Aleister Crowley's um, cult religion, and you see it today too. I mean, look at all these Aleister Crowley worshippers, followers. Jay-Z. You guys know who Jay-Z is? Kanye West. He released a new album last year. And one of his songs was a lot of his songs sounded like church songs, I think because they're all inspired, and if you're inspired, of course you're gonna be very creative. But what if you're inspired by the spirit of, say, some evil spirit? And why would they play that shit on the radio? And why would they make movies about that and then put it, you know? And then if we talk about something like flat Earth, they want to call us terrorists and that.
Well, they gotta make us the enemies, and they gotta make the enemies the heroes.
It's crazy. Just gonna grab another cup of coffee.
My weather thing at the bottom of my screen keeps, like earlier, it said raining and snowing, and then it said snowing, and then it said, which I don't remember ever raining. It's just snow today. And then it said, still snowing. It literally said, still snowing. And then it said, snowing to stop soon. And then now it says, stopping soon. It's just like it's trying to convince me that it's going to stop soon. I guess. I don't know. I just think it's funny. I've never seen it come across like that.
It's trying to convince you that it has real time data on the weather.
Something.
You should ask, hey Google, who will stop the snow?
I wonder what it would say if you asked it who. Who caused it to snow? Who will stop it to snow? It's interesting. I never thought about that. I don't have
Who,
Google anymore, so someone else can ask it.
who will stop the dark winter?
Why are you bringing up that dark winter subject?
I mean, we're talking about snow. It's just
Oh,
throwing
that
it
has
in.
nothing to do with it.
My bad. My bad. I retract. I'm gonna retract that. Thanks. Sorry.
What's the dark winter about?
Um, it's about a biological attack released on the United States, smallpox. From within. I mean, you can look it up.
Right. I will. Seems fitting though. But yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like a plan for a war game or something like that, like an exercise, and then maybe something might have happened. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
But you know how they're sitting there saying, well, climate change this and climate change that. Well, some things you cannot prevent, like when a volcano explodes, right? And the interesting thing about carbon dioxide gas, right? It's heavier than nitrogen, heavier than oxygen. Do you know what that means? That means it sinks. It's heavier than air. So how is it affecting the air that we breathe? It doesn't. It has nothing to do with greenhouse gases, right? It's what plants use.
Don't they say that? Don't they also claim that that's the gas that eats away at the ozone layer? Like their claims about that isn't.
No, it's CFCs. It's
Okay, never mind.
fluorocarbons.
I guess
Because what happens is the fluorine is more reactive and it bonds to the oxygen-free radicals, preventing the ozone from developing. But there's no proof that it is up there in the upper, atmosphere because it's denser than air. It's heavier than air. That's why it snuffs out fires. It
I don't buy
displaces
any
the
of that
oxygen.
bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like carbon dioxide. The reason why we replace those halon with carbon dioxide in fire extinguishers is because it's heavier than air and it displaces the oxygen and snuffs out the fire. The chemical extinguisher. As opposed to the powder or the foam, right? So you have a wet chemical, dry chemical, and then CO2.
We have a carefree traveler in here without a row. If you want to hop up into the VC check-in, I'll go up there with you and we'll hook you up with a row. Guess he's a carefree listener too. I figured with all the snow, there'd be more Globers than this. Maybe later up in the night.
It's only been like maybe 2 or 3. I don't know. Not like
Globers are
real
a dying
news.
breed. They're a dying breed, man.
You know, right? I remember when I died.
Yeah, I've shared this like once already, but I'm going to share it again. So NASA insider tells all about her experience working with NASA, and then later on with the private rocket building industry. The guys at NASA are laughing at everyone that still believes we went to the moon.
Like that Flatworth. Flatworth, Texas, instead of Fort Worth.
It's football games tonight, so that's probably why we're missing a lot of people.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Explains it.
All 5 of our Globers are busy at the moment.
And there's no way that all 5 of those Globers are your typical Miller Lite American watching the football. You know they are.
Beggars can't be choosers.
B.O.B.'s going to maybe put out Elements 2. Remember his Truth Record Elements? The first one? He might put a new one out. Another Truth Record.
Oh, yeah. Is he still down with
Science, bro.
Flatworth?
Fucking science, bro. I'm sure he is. I mean, if he's going to put out another Truth Record, let's hope he didn't go the Tom McDonald route and give us 81% truth and the rest nonsense. Like Alex Jones. Alex Jones and Tom McDonald are the exact same, in my opinion. Gatekeepers.
Gatekeepers?
Gatekeepers.
Yeah, I like him.
Joshua, do you think does that clip come from something that's copyrighted? Like that would prevent it from being played in a bot?
That I don't know.
Oh, he's deafened. He's probably listening to it again. Probably is. Most likely. Did the old dude from the other night ever come back? I can't even remember what his name was. The one that said he'd been listening and had like all these points of contention with flat earthers and glovers, which, I mean, of course, none of them were valid, and we definitely had like plenty of stuff to share with him to enlighten him on how it was invalid. But I just wanted to hear him all. I'm just curious if he ever came back. I don't even remember what his name was.
Hold on.
Guy with frustrations.
Yeah.
Yeah, the frustrations and nonsense.
Sisyphus. No, wasn't
There you go.
Sisyphus. No, I don't think it was Sisyphus. Hold on. Someone can just look in the history.
Yeah, that was the name, wasn't it?
Was it Sisyphus? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Pretty sure.
Cool.
I remember because somebody kept calling him Sissy Fuss.
Well, and I told him before he came down, like, that name's a nightmare and you're going to get made fun of. He didn't care, so. I was like, really? You don't care? He's like, nah. And I'm like, okay, well, then you'll probably get along with people just fine.
It's, you know that song Levels? He likes pushing that rock up the hill while singing, "Oh, sometime I get a kiss feeling."
I mean, a few of the things are understandable if you've not been in the conversation for as long as a lot of us in here have, or even if you've not been in the conversation, if you've just been listening to it for long enough, like if it's new to you and you just came into it, like some of them, it's understandable how you'd be confused about some of it, and you wouldn't have the full context to all of it. But some of it was just, to me, like, I don't know. I don't want to say anything. Oh well, it just seemed like it was. Some of it just seemed like excuses. Anyway, that's just me. What do I know?
I'll post a video to call him in. It's what his name means.
Oh, Avicii, yeah.
That's him pushing the rock up.
Right, Sisyphus, yeah. Now, here's my question. Why the fuck can't he get it over that little hump at the top? That's what I want to know. If he can get it all the way up there, he can get it over a little bit more. What the fuck?
Because he is cursed by the gods.
I know, but that's stupid. I would just let the thing fall over the other side and be like, that's a dumb curse. You guys, you couldn't even follow through. I just put the rock down over there.
Because he struggled too much to get it where it's at, and he has no energy left.
Bullshit. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I would have middle fingered the gods and put the rock down on the other side and been like, all right, what's next? Come on, are you going to tell me to kill my firstborn son or something? Come on, get real. I'm just kidding.
Gonna make him push rocks up hills and then over and over again.
If he didn't have the energy to put it over the top when he got up at the top, then he certainly wouldn't have any energy to start it at the bottom.
It's like Fort Leavenworth, you know. Like they used to threaten us. You want to turn big rocks into small rocks because that's where you're going if you try to sell our secrets to the Russians.
So, for someone to get this, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, for someone to get the idea for Sisyphus, they had to have watched somebody struggle pushing a rock up a hill. How would you even get the idea if not, if you hadn't seen that?
Or it's the idea of a hamster running on a hamster wheel, right? It's the idea of a slave, the modern slave.
Well, I know what the symbolism is. We do that, what he's doing to live in society.
Yeah.
Well, what I see is failure to properly evaluate the situation from the beginning, because you get up there and you haven't quite gotten over the top yet. So now you're using your energy to just hold it where you've got it while you sit and contemplate and think of how you're going to get it over, when you should have done that from the beginning. And instead of like wait until you run across the hard spot.
Go see what the top's like real quick before you try to get a rock over it. Yeah, I agree.
I think I would just leave the rock and go fishing and maybe like build a little hut. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how would you cancel out the losers, the god's curse?
I don't know. I would just not push the rock up. I'd just be like, yeah, make me.
Then he would. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
He or
Do
she
your
would.
best.
Are there
Yeah, yeah.
female gods? Don't tell me it's all this fucking
Look, how boring.
misogynistic
Yeah, how
gods.
boring would it be if I
Oh,
did
there were
not
gods, female
exercise?
gods. Yeah, yeah. Hera and Isis
Yeah.
and all right. Never mind.
If I didn't exercise my free will to rebel against the gods, I mean, that would it would be a boring world, wouldn't it? I mean, everybody living in peace and happiness and
You know how you
all.
know women are truly beautiful? Do you know how women are truly beautiful? You know how to know it? Because even the angels couldn't stay away.
Oh yeah, no, right.
Know what I mean?
And there's some see now that brings up
Yes.
an interesting point for me.
Crush.
This is something I've been contemplating on for years and considering. So we can only see things that our eyes can resolve, right? In the physicality of this realm. However, we know that we're very aware that there's definitely a metaphysical aspect to it that we can't see, right? We can't see magnetism, and there's some animals in creation that are able to sense it, and who knows, perhaps see it. I mean, what is it with is it the birds that have like some kind of chroma something in their eyes? I don't even know what it's called. It starts with chroma, but
Is it the same thing cats have?
well, I don't know, but my point is that there's aspects that our eyes can't resolve and we can't see. But it makes me wonder because there was a reason, and there was something to women that were supposed to keep their heads covered. And it makes me wonder if, like the movie Avatar, didn't have some kind of truth to it, to where you could see like the lines of energy, like the streaks of energy coming out that are within the hair when the hair's living, when the hair is
Yeah.
alive. That you can see that a woman has that a man doesn't have. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so a woman should cover
She's
that
extending her aura with her hair.
and that, in fact, that is what the angels were attracted to.
Yeah.
Well, whatever
Well,
the case,
it's
I
not.
feel you, dogs. I feel you.
Well, yeah, I think it. Well, I think the angels were attracted to the same things that I'm attracted to because when
Yeah.
I look at women with full hair and nice, beautiful hair, it's combined with everything else. It's very, you know what I mean. You get the, you know, having a crush on people.
It's
When
a
you're little.
physiological response.
Yeah, exactly.
It's awesome. Yeah, and I can barely explain why I'm in love with women. I can barely fucking explain that. And I
Well,
think
I don't think
that's how
it's
you know it's genuine, because words can't even come close.
yeah, but I don't think it's really. I mean, it's awesome if you don't lust after it.
That's
I
what I
think
mean.
understanding that even the most beautiful people on the outside can be really ugly. When you get to know them. But that's what I mean. Like I think the angels saw just what they lusted after on the outside, to their beauty, and just took whatever they want. But you know what I mean. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Is it possible to even stop a lust though? I mean, it's not really. You
I
just
don't think
all you
so.
can do is just not act on it.
Right.
That's really the only power you have over you. You can't like not do it. I don't think.
Just imagine she's your wife. She's been your wife for 5 years, and now she's taking a poop, and you have to take a shower, and then you're like, okay.
That's a new level.
Just bring her down to your level, and then you'll see she's just another being like you. Yeah.
Wow. So
Because
you're speaking from personal experience then?
when you see someone, when you lust after something, you've put them like in this
On a
place.
pedestal.
Well, yeah, you've turned them into something they're not. And I
Then
think
she
that's
does something while she's on the John. Then she does something that's really cute and it's unique to her that makes you love her even more.
Oh yeah, you know what I mean. You just think, oh, okay, no, what am I really attracted to now? You know what I mean. After you remove the whole outside appearance, there was a model when I was in the Navy. There was a model that got into a car accident, and lost her face. Like she was really beautiful before, but the after it was like horrifying to look at her. But she's still the same person, like the beautiful person inside. So you know what I mean. Kind of makes you wonder what happens if you take away the face. If everybody wore a mask or like a freaking thing over their head.
We
Yeah, they
get
would
really
have to.
nervous around each other more often, I'd say.
They'd have to rely solely on their character at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. And that's what's beautiful. That's what you're attracted to, really attracted to, right? In the end, like that's, can I stand this person for 20, 30, 40 years, however long we're going to be together? Can I, like live with them?
You'll never know if that's a yes or a no beforehand. You just got to take the plunge.
The right plunge,
But do you know the right or wrong plunge when, especially right away, like in the beginning? There's no way to know that.
Well,
But
first
you
check
gotta
the
go.
water.
You gotta make the adult decision, right? Go with your feelings one way or the other, but be smart about it.
If it's, well, first check for water and you check how far is the plunge. Is the water deep enough? Am I gonna die if I miss? Am I gonna die if I don't miss? Here we go. Wait, it's not
Come
even
on,
fun.
guys, don't get me into this. Don't get me into this conversation because
Wait, it's not
it'll
even
go
fun.
way too deep. It'll go. We'll all
You
drown.
guys know what's
We'll
crazy?
everyone drown. I guarantee
You know what's crazy is that even this conversation cannot happen on a spinning sphere in a violation of natural law. Isn't that crazy? Even this conversation, all the conversations, flat Earth dependent.
How
Can
is
you
it even
imagine?
possible for angels to look down on anyone if they're on a spinning globe? Anyway, like you would
Yeah.
have to be on a flat plane.
Well, they would be looking in, right?
Of course, they're spinning with us. Come on now.
There's no up and down on the globe. It's just in and out.
Okay, got it. Coming up next.
So if things in the spiritual realm can see the energy just coming off like from the woman's hair, how much more so could they see the energy of like what frequency you vibrate at, what frequency you resonate with? So just be careful and be aware that your thoughts and your words and your actions carry more than what you realize. You're gonna draw and attract the like. So
Mm-hmm.
I think even angels, the good angels, can cause people to lust after, someone, a woman, or to to be angry at someone or jealous, and cause a war. So I think they can do a lot more than, I mean, they can even take on physical form. That's what the Bible says, right? And God hardened Pharaoh's heart, all that stuff.
and
The
in
book of
space,
Enoch.
how is there even any orientation for a tilt anyway? Like tilted, like relative to what?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. The Fibonacci sequence and scale and putting it on a plane versus a ball. The reference is people. The orientation, like which way is up, which.
I don't know why they act like it's so detrimental to let go of it anyway. I take a lot of peace and comfort in realizing that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Well, how can you go to school, learn physics, learn that denser things sink to rest or find equilibrium on other denser material mediums, right? How can you learn that in physics? And then you say, oh, less denser things float up and find equilibrium up there, like helium, and then you say, oh, the sun is a solid object. What? Like what? Why would you say that? Like, didn't you just learn that? I mean, obviously it's a light. Like, why would you think the moon or the sun or solids in the sky when you understand how, you know what I mean? Like, it's, Like, if there's no curvature, if Earth is not a ball, the moon doesn't have to be a solid object because that's not how things work in the real world. The only solid objects I see in the sky are birds and planes, stuff like that. But they all also come back down where they rest.
The mechanics completely fall apart if it's not a ball, so it kind of makes more sense to assume that the moon isn't one also. But I don't know.
No, I don't think we should assume that lights in the sky are solid objects because they're all down here, no? Why should we assume it? We know what they are.
Yeah, from what I can see, it has one face. It's a circle of some kind. It's a luminary. That's about it.
I mean, we know what they do, and I think that's the most important thing is we know what they do, right? You know what they do? They regulate life. You know what else they do? I think Werner von Braun had it on his tombstone, right?
Yeah.
The firmament does
Psalms.
what? Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it showeth the handiwork of God or whatever the verse is, yeah.
Exactly. Isn't that enough? Like, why do we have to?
First head of NASA. He's a flat earther, sounds like. Well, of course, all of NASA are flat earthers. They're just lying about it. Well, I mean the heads, anyway. The important guys.
How can I tell you about heavenly things when you don't even understand earthly things? For example, how do snowflakes work? Dun, dun, dun. You want to talk about stars? Come on, man. Come on, man. We don't even know how the Earth works.
They have a single word answer for all of those questions: gravity.
Man, you just found out what a gland does in the body, and now you want me to you think you know what a star is? What the
Gravity
sun.
created the universe. Just replace God with gravity, and you'll understand their sense of the world.
Didn't you guys just discover the human genome in the 80s? Cool down, man. Like, I'm not putting people down. Like, I think people, when they work together and have one language, can accomplish anything, even the impossible. But how evil would that be, right?
Accomplishing something impossible?
That's not
Yeah.
evil, depending on what it is.
Like becoming gods.
Do you think that's the thing that they were trying to accomplish, or that they were to be prevented from accomplishing?
And we
Or
may
was
make
it-
names for ourselves.
I think it's rebellion, and basic, most basic, simple is rebellion against the creator. Yeah.
And I've always thought about that because it's like, look, okay, so if that is what was alleged to have happened to prevent man from building a tower to reach heaven, to reach the heavens, then that would mean that it would be possible. And then, like, why are they allowed to, like, launch so-called rockets into space? Like, that never made any sense to me. But I guess it's because they're not going to space. Because
Right.
they're not. This place doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree. And the Bible also says that too about the tower. It says, for if with one mind and one language they do this, nothing will be impossible for them.
So it makes me
So
wonder what we weren't told that was done. Their language was dumbfounded, or they couldn't understand one another. Okay, but eventually they would be able to learn to understand one another. So I believe that there would have been other things implemented, right, that we weren't told about, like in the heavenly realm, to prevent them from making it.
their goal is the same goal that we have today, the New World Order has today, was to build a city or a tower so that it can bring everyone together and they don't have to be scattered amongst the earth. So one world order, right? and that's what but it was building their own version of God and whatever it is, but it seems to be the same thing that's happening again, and that was the reason why the different languages is to scatter the people and to stop this thing that's supposed to be evil. I mean, some people say they were trying to build something up there and fight God. I don't think that was. I think it was more of a spiritual rebellion, had to do with spirits, actual
I don't know, man. I have my questions about the entire thing as to how the language was actually dumbfounded anyway. And I probably won't go into it in here because then it gets into some really fringy stuff. So
I think people
might
are
not be
like
what we think, is all I'm saying.
the diversity of languages, and like if you study any language, each language is developed. I mean, only a God could develop, so many languages for all these people. And then it answers the question of where do Chinese people come from versus Polynesians versus Africans versus all these different colors and cultures and languages that come with them. But they all seem to be worshiping, like their form of worship, their culture comes from their belief in entities and God or the creation of the world. The same thing that we believe today is science. And then those entities all seem to be similar, so the reason why they were scattered or gathered together, like in the end, they're all being brought together under one religion, and they're all calling each other, oh yeah, Jesus is the same as this, is the same as that, it's all the same thing, we are one, all this. If that makes sense, like um, it's just it's metaphysical, yeah, yeah. There's always a serpent, like a plumed serpent or a dragon. It's seraphim, seraphs. Seraph is also the name of the program that's supposed to protect the most important thing in the Matrix, the Asian guy.
Well, true angel of the Creator that serves the Creator will not let you worship them.
Yeah, they call themselves fellow servants.
They will quickly tell you to not to worship them.
To worship is to get on a warship.
I think there's many ways. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm glad you mentioned what to worship means because
it's just a funny coincidence.
Yeah.
That's only in English.
Because I think that people misunderstand what it actually means.
In Psalm 1, we say Tapwai. Tapwai. Tapua apostrophe I. Yeah, Tapwai. So it's like
No,
worship.
that's a nightmare. I'll probably never say that.
Tapu. You say tapu?
What's that mean, bro?
Worship. Worship. Tapwai.
Tapuwai.
Tapwai. Yeah.
Fine, I said it once. Tupperware.
What like Tupperware.
What is your Tapwainga?
Tapwainga.
Add the IGA at the end, inga, Tapwainga, and it becomes a noun. So Tapwai is the verb to worship. Tapwainga would be your religion. Like what is your religion?
You're gonna have a Tupperware party.
All
You should be worshiping your Tupperware now.
TAPU. Tapu. Yeah. Like ah. And our vowels, you only say it one way. U. We don't say. Don't have two or three. We don't.
It's like a baby. babbling, just yow, yow, yow.
A e I o u fa nga la mo nu pi sa ti he ka ro. That's our alphabet.
Sounds pretty
Tasi lua. Tasi lua tolu fa lima ono vitu walu iwa sifu. That's 1 to 10. You want to hear what 1 to 10 in Hawaiian? Tasi e lua e tolu e fa lima. It's like the same.
Is that Hawaiian, you say?
Yeah, Hawaiian, Samoan. The
It's all
numbers.
the same?
It sounds the same. Yeah, the numbers are. Some words are the same too, but.
I see. So one of y'all is slang, then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they're slang.
Oh, okay.
They're
They're slang, not you guys.
We're the OGs. Yeah, we started it all. No, just kidding.
We discovered pineapple before they did.
So our language probably also came from, because our culture also revolves around the worship of the gods, right? Like we still pour libations. So they've mixed Christianity and the pagan gods and the rituals, and they don't even know it. So it's like, and they celebrate Christmas and all this crap. Go to church on a Sunday. They don't care about the Sabbath, all that crap.
It's just confused.
Yeah, like everybody else.
Well, yeah.
The Mexicans, they got the Catholic Church. America's got everything,
New Orleans has voodoo.
Right. America's the religious melting pot of the world, right?
Yeah.
Anything you want, I got. What are you looking for? What are you looking for? Some peace?
I made him an offer he can't refuse.
What's the difference between a violin and a fiddle?
I don't know.
Player.
One has strings and the other has strings.
That's true. That is true.
Stole that from a 7-year-old boy. It's not original, by the way.
Man, sometimes they just got the best jokes.
Well, he was going up with Ricky Skaggs in the Grand Ole Opry. And that was like his opening joke. Carson, who was his name? I can't remember what his entire name was. I think he was like 7. He's a
When was
hell
this?
of a fiddle player. I don't know. You can probably look it up on YouTube.
Okay. 7-year-old hell of a fiddle player.
7-year-old Grand Ole Opry, Ricky Skaggs.
That's pretty cool. 7.
Do you think they made the cow jump over the moon just to rhyme with spoon? Or the other way around? I mean, why?
They wanted you to start imagining that anything can happen in space.
Well, and I think it's just truth in your face that the moon is local. Because even though like no cow is going to jump over it, the fact it's in there, like the moon is local. It's like you think it's out in space, but it's local.
Right. Yeah. It's so close a cow could jump over it, idiots.
Look, if a cow wanted to jump over the moon, I'm pretty sure it would, but I don't think they want to, so there's that.
Yeah, cows have free will.
I'll be like, why? I'm gonna die.
Who was that guy in that romantic black and white show where he lassos the moon and pulls it closer for his woman? What was his name? Some of you know what I'm talking about. Oh, come on. It's a famous line in a movie. It's a famous movie.
Casablanca.
Sorry. Frankly, my dear, I just don't give a damn.
Yeah. I don't know.
You're going to have to post it.
What? The lasso in the moon bit?
Yeah, you're talking about a lot of stuff that I think the audience would like to see. Livestream voice text.
Well, I might get knocked out of the room if I do try to do two things at once on this laptop, but I'll
Oh,
try.
got it. Well, your voice and your mic sound good this time, so yeah, I don't know what that is, but keep doing it.
Tell you what it is, just in case someone else has a shitty laptop that they're having to use for a backup while the other one's in the shop or some shit like that. It's the app, the Discord app. It will not work. This is through the browser.
Oh, I got it. So it takes more system resources with the app.
It's just not like, I think the technology involved in the app is not like the laptop's not made for it, maybe, or
How
doesn't
old's the
process it
laptop?
good. It's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had to buy a new laptop because this one, I can't find a single internet browser on the internet that allows me to like go on the internet. I can only Google things, and then I can't go to actual websites anymore on this computer. So I had to get a new one. It's a 2012 MacBook Pro though, so it's very old. And yes, it also cannot run the Discord app.
Pretty limited on this one. I can't even really take screenshots because I could, but there's a line right down the center of my monitor. Because like the
Damn,
screen's
people still use websites and browsers.
I'm in school, so I have to, unfortunately.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
I got jokes.
Yeah, we don't quite have it beaming into our heads yet, Bong.
I certainly never will.
I was saying everybody's got a phone these days, and that seems like why even computers exist? Like why? I
I'm
don't
not
like
going to do all my schoolwork from the fucking cell phone, dude.
Sorry, I like walking and using my phone. I don't know why.
Yeah, I like to keep my head looking forward when I'm walking or driving so that I know where the fuck I'm at.
I just like to be really efficient with my time, you know?
Yeah, you're probably wasting most of that time, though.
Smoking
Can't
weed
imagine you're emailing the CEO of your company trying to get a raise that whole time.
it takes a lot of skill, you know, to word it properly. First,
That's true.
With a paragraph of ass kissing and praise of the company and all the assholes that you work for. Then you start listing their achievements and their accomplishments, all the plans we have for the. I'm high, dude.
I think so.
I'm trying to get high, man. I'll reach you, hopefully.
Hey, Sarah, try harder.
Alright, another puff then. Alright, that was a decent puff. We'll see.
You smoke or what? Extracts? What do you do?
Yeah, right now I'm smoking some joints, yeah. You know, I switch back and forth. I dab, I smoke, I dab, I smoke. And I do both.
You dabble. You dabble.
Yeah. Dabble, way too many dabbles, bro. Which is not good. You know, I need to just take a sobriety break or some shit.
Just listen to your body.
My lungs are like, go fuck yourself, man. Quit smoking.
Then quit smoking.
Yeah, I know.
What about edibles?
They don't work for me, bro. So.
Wow.
And I know I'm addicted to the habit. So sometimes I just wake up, make my coffee, roll the joint, because that's the habit part, to get the dopamine and not actually light it up. And that seems to work. But then
that's the problem. Coffee.
Of course, it gets lit up. I love coffee. Yes.
Yeah, I heard. There you go. You gotta not mix your coffee with your getting high, man. You kind of like.
Yeah.
I've been trying to wait long as I can to not have a cup of coffee, and I fought the urge when Bong said he was going to go fix him a cup, but now yins have broke me, so back in a minute. There's your video clip, glass from 1946. So.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, I still get high when I have coffee. I'm actually trying to moderate my coffee, and that's helps me. Helps You still get your boost, but you're not coffeeed up all the time. You know, I'll have a cup and then a cup of tea and then a cup of water and then maybe another coffee at night in the evening. That's like
That's not bad, dude. Yeah. I mean,
peppermint tea
I
is
only had
good.
one cup of coffee. However, I had
Yeah.
two scoops of pre-workout, which is 500 milligrams of caffeine. Plus, I'm drinking a Monster right now, so
You need to quit.
that's normal.
Start with the Monster.
That's everyday
Start
shit,
quitting
dude.
the Monster.
No, absolutely not.
You have to, dude. You have
That's
to.
my sugary treat for myself.
I
I
know that
actually need it for my sugar.
Well,
So it doesn't dip too low.
Find a way to remedy that without a
little bit of
Monster.
Well, okay, so check this out. I bought this Monster.
Apple juice.
Bro, I bought
Red
it at
Bull.
4:30 and it's 7:00 right now. So I'm sold. I got a quarter left or a third, some shit like that. So yeah, I just sip it for the sugar, right? I don't down the Monster. However, the pre-workout, yes, that's down that shit, and I don't like that. It gives me a funky like feeling, right? It's too much caffeine at once. I don't like it.
I love that. I love a speedy feeling, but I got to make use of it.
Well, yeah, and anticipate the crash.
Don't do like me and get the speedy feeling after drinking a 16 or 20 ounce Red Bull and having a cup of coffee, and which I don't think the coffee gives me one. But then coming in here and try to have patience with somebody. It doesn't even need to be a Glober. It could be a flat earther.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Don't come in
I
here
like it.
expecting to be able to have patience with someone.
I can't do it if it's not like if I don't have my joint and my coffee. Fuck Discord. Like I'm just too angry. Fuck this. Like,
Well,
I'll just
yeah.
snap. Fuck. It can't, man.
Dude, it's the nature of the world. Like, I'm impressed with the general public staying so, like, people in my city at least are very nice, very cordial. You know, it's just a nice mood right now. And,
really,
you know,
I mean,
yeah, and I know that's not the way it is, you know, but this is probably scattered, you know, throughout countries, this kind of thing. And I'm surprised that anybody is, you know, on their best behavior right now. So it's good. That's good. That part of it's good.
people change,
Good
man.
time.
Over those couple of years, I'm not sure if it's the vax or just the fucking mask or whatever.
Yeah.
However, they're just assholes now. They were so nice in this small town I live in. Now they're just douchebags. Straight up douchebags.
I think here's what some of it is. I think in the back of people's heads, they're going, I might have to fist fight this person later. So right now I'm just going to be really
I almost got into one,
nice.
I swear to God. Dude, last week, man. Last week.
Yeah. So
last week, dude.
Okay, so mask mandates just came back in my city, but I didn't wear one all day today. And I didn't get stopped or nobody yelled at me. So that's good. I was like, all right, thank you for being real people this time around.
I just pretend like you know, like, oh, I just don't want to. It's all right if I don't participate, right, guys? I give that look to people like, it's all right if I don't participate, right, guys?
You like to breathe too, don't you? Okay.
I don't wear it unless
Yeah,
the place I'm going to, hey, you know, they stop me, be like, hey, you gotta wear a mask or something. That way, okay, fine, I'll bust it out and rock it for a little bit.
There was this one dude that I was walking my dog, and he was in front of his house smoking a cigarette, and he yelled out to me, "Where's your mask?" I was like, "Yeah."
While he's smoking?
While he's smoking a cigarette on his porch. Yeah, where's yours?
That never happens here.
Look at this guy. Is
Yeah.
he trolling me?
Your state, I assume no one is wearing a mask.
I'm pretty sure he was trolling, man. Yeah, Australians are laid back. I mean, we're not doing too bad.
Not saying that no one wears them. There are those that do. It's like they probably sleep in them. But there's no one going to stop you at the door anywhere and tell you wear one.
The problem here is I don't wear one, and everyone else that doesn't wear one, it's a political statement. So that's the problem. Every lefty is wearing a mask. If you're not a lefty, you're not wearing a mask. So it's kind of terrible. You get brushed in with the politics if you're not wearing one.
Yeah, and it turns everybody into high schoolers. Like
Fucking stupid.
you're not part of the cool kids club. Fuck you, and we're gonna throw food at you later.
Pretty much. Pretty much, man.
It's terrible.
You're
And everybody,
unmasked.
people are going along with it. They're like, yeah, fuck that dude
Mhm.
for not wearing some shit on his face that came from a different country off the floor. Fuck that
I
dude.
know his political opinion. He must be pro this guy because he's not wearing a mask. Like, fuck you.
I'm trying to save the world, and you're out here. Do you know how many people are dying because of wear your mask?
I got that
I'm
for it.
trying to save the world.
Well,
Because
you
it's up
just
to
double
me.
up if you're so worried about it. Just double up on yours. Wear mine. Have a nice day.
You're a terrorist.
Okay, I guess I'll go fuck yourself. Yep, sure. I'll take it. Thanks.
Hey,
Have
we
a
got a
nice day.
terrorist here. This guy's a terrorist.
Creates terror. Watch out, man.
You can't say that to a Middle Eastern. That's racist.
Oh, that is, yeah. Oh, I forgot.
The war on terror.
I must claim that now. I'm Middle Eastern, and you're racist, Bonk, so I'm gonna ban you.
You're terrorizing me. Your face, right?
We have 717 Noah. It looks like they deafened and undeafened. Maybe they're trying to unmute, and maybe they're not aware. I'll let them aware that they can go to the VC check-in and get checked in and get a row.
Just do it. Check him in right here. I'll unmute him. You do the talking.
Can you at least pretend like you care about the world?
Me?
What's up, Noah?
I used to care, Bong. I got tired of caring, friend. All right, let's talk to Noah. We'll get back to my
You're
feelings.
evil.
That's kind of where I'm at.
No, I'm not. Fuck you. I'm tired. I'm fatigued, man. My heart is fatigued, sir. I'm not evil at all.
Hello, Noah. Welcome.
What's good, Noah?
Aloha.
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 Malu. There you go.
And
We have carefree traveler
Aloha.
too. Just got verified. So if you guys got any questions, maybe tell us how much you know about the topic and what brought you here. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, we're just chatting, hopping. Don't be mic shy. It's all good. We don't bite.
If you want to start with your favorite brand of coffee or something, it's
Any question? Any question? By the way, men cannot have babies. Any question though? You like coffee? We're talking about coffee. Red Bull, that happens.
Well, I'm drinking a Mango Monster. You're right. Monster sucks. Red Bull's better, but Mango Monster is acceptable for sure. However, the sugar content is kind of scary, so whatever.
Like that glucose.
60 fucking grams of sugar in this can.
Yeah, you know,
That's a lot.
There's like little monsters in your brain, telling you to drink this stuff, like parasites inside you. Like,
Yep, 100%. Candida, yeah, I agree.
the sweetest drink you can get.
It runs my machine, dog, 24/7.
That is like the coolest gift ever. It's like I can't stop watching it. It's like, look
It's
at
mostly sugar weight.
Oh shit, he's freaking octopus picking his nose and everything.
Raw sugar is good though.
Love honey. However, I mean, it's the only sugar I had today, man. Nothing else. So whatever's in a piece of bread.
What's up, Traveler? I don't know why you were muted. You're unmuted now.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, I was muted. Yeah, I don't know why I was muted, but I was.
The Jimbo?
No.
Jimbo.
What strain are you smoking, Bong?
Carefree travel.
Is that? Yeah, sure. That's the strain.
Wherever we may be.
You're really muffled.
Who's that? Me?
Yeah, now you're better.
Oh, because I was just mumbling.
So what's your position? This is like, what do you think? Where are you at with the topic?
With
Like, do you think it's flat or flat Earth?
no. I believe it's a globe. I believe it's globular.
How'd you arrive at this conclusion?
He
I
said it.
didn't.
He said it's a belief, so it's a religion that he subscribed to.
Well, at least he's being
holy
straight
text.
up about that.
Yeah, holy text, sacred ancient text. Right?
Fair,
Have you ever tried? Have you ever tried verifying if your belief is what you believe in is true, or if you live a ball?
Like it would matter to me if the outcome like meant something like of importance, right? So like if I just grant that like the earth is flat, I don't see what changes like whatsoever, right? Like we still go to
Well,
work the
if
next
they're
day, like we still have to feed ourselves, we still have to clothe
Yes,
ourselves.
yes.
Like nothing's
Then what are you
That's a
doing here?
very, yeah. That's a very big. That's a lot of people say that, and we talk about we have a very good answers for that question, and it matters because if it didn't matter, then you wouldn't believe it to be a ball, right? You'd just say it's flat, right? Because you see it as flat. So
you
obviously, it
considered
matters.
So
that
you don't.
even if have you considered that even if you don't understand why that they're going through such lengths to convince you that it's something else, that it must be there must be a significant reason for them, and it really wouldn't matter whether or not you understood it or not. Just knowing whether or not they lied to you in and of itself is important.
yeah, totally. Yeah, I understand. I get that. Yeah, and so like I'm somebody who like believes, or I have an understanding that um not everybody's supposed to know everything, right? And that there are definitely people like on this planet that like know things about
Planet.
there are definitely people on this plane of existence that we are on now that know
You
things.
say in this world.
Okay. I'm sorry. I've never been around flat earthers before, so I don't know how I'm
Yeah,
supposed
man.
Plane.
It's adopted if you don't use the right words here, then lose your train of thought. Yeah, say in this world. Go ahead, man.
Hey,
the world.
you can.
So
Earther's our word. You can say Eartha.
all right. So yeah, there's people that are on this earth that have more knowledge about certain things, and the rest of the population is not supposed to know for whatever reason.
So the rest of the population isn't supposed to know where they are,
Leaders
where
and
they
followers.
live.
I agree. And so, and you are from the followers. That's cool, man. That's
Well, hold on. But what kind of things? What kind of changes would actually make it matter? Like what kind of change? Like if you knew the Earth wasn't a ball, but it was actually flat, what would make it matter? What kind of change would make it matter to you so that you look into it?
I just don't see why the knowledge of where we are should be reserved for a few. It's not fair.
But you have to care at some point, right? Like, what would that be like? Like, are you saying, well, is it going to make me richer? Why do I care? Or are you saying, well, do I have to wake up tomorrow and go to work and keep grinding and have a minute and still? I mean, what kind of changes are you expecting? And keep in mind, if the Earth is not a ball, then all the problems you're experiencing right now, right, come from a lie. So you don't know what would change. Okay, because a lot changes, like a lot. Dude, almost everything you think is true is false. Now think about the kind of change that does to your mind and the kind of decisions you're gonna make from now on, and how you're gonna live your life, and how you treat people. Sorry, go ahead.
And perhaps it's not reserved for a few. Maybe this is information attainable to all, to anyone who seeks it. All it takes is for someone to think for themselves. So it really divides people up from those who can think for themselves and those who need someone else to think for them, and they follow what they tell them to think.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, you guys.
I'm a big boy. I can handle the knowledge of where I live.
you guys, okay, so a lot of things were said right there, right? So, somebody first said something like, uh, you could see, I mean, so many things thrown out that like I can't even remember what the first one was now. Somebody said something that I completely agreed with, which is that like I believe it was that it might not matter to me, right? Like I could say that it doesn't matter to me, it wouldn't make any difference to me, but that doesn't mean that it makes any difference to anybody else, right? I think that's what the first person said.
Well, it was,
And
I think it was what I'd said, and it was more along the lines of even if you don't understand the reason, you got to realize that if you first need to determine if it's a lie, and if it is, then you have to realize that it's a significant enough reason for them to go to such extents to propagate the lie.
them?
Whoever's like the ones who started. Controllers.
Do we have an idea of like who they is at least?
Yeah, sure.
Like,
yes. How specific? You want names?
No,
And what are you going
no,
to do
no,
about
no.
it once I point you to?
No. Hey, that's what I mean. Like
NASA.
that's why. Yeah, that's why the names don't matter to me. Like individual names don't matter to me because there isn't anything that I'm gonna do about it or that I can like do about it. I'm just thinking like organization or something like that. Like what's if we know who they are.
So just think, who's telling you that you're on the ball? That's your answer.
There you go. And not everybody, obviously.
But
the people
the
in
New
charge.
World Order. Have you heard of the New World Order?
He may need some space to finish responding because I think he was in the middle of responding. Like he's got
Yeah, because this is worse than a Gish Gallop. It's a Gish Gallop by like 4 different people, right? So like you guys just have to, you all have to get together kind of and just like allow one thing to be asked and like, right? So like I believe in objective morality from a creator God, right? So I'm already living under the knowledge, right? I know this. This isn't like something that I believe. I know it to be the truth that a creator God like exists, right? He has willed that I know of him at a particular time and place for whatever his reason is, and that there is a lie that is happening on this earth, right? And that I understand like what that is. Now, flat earth or globe mentality or that thought, like has nothing to do with that, right? That would just be another lie of many lies that we are being told for whatever reason, right?
Yeah, but if you're believing, if you're believing the lie that the Earth is a ball, then you're believing a lie. But if you accept what you're experiencing and seeing, with your senses, then you're believing what you are experiencing, rather than what somebody told you could be experiencing. So, and because especially you believe in a creator, it matters even more that you don't believe the lie.
Well, that creator has not revealed that this is a lie that I shouldn't be believing in, right?
Well,
I don't want to follow that creator.
The creator has endowed you with senses, right, to experience the world that we are experiencing right now. And with those senses, the creator wants you to take it in and tell me, does it look flat? Does it measure flat with your eyes and what you know?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
You can simply look at the creation and then compare it to what's being claimed and see if it holds up.
And is the creator going to give us these senses to experience the world he made for us? Is he going to give us senses that's going to lie to us, or is he going to give us senses that we can use to learn and figure out how the world works?
Both.
Exactly.
Right?
So when somebody comes around, and when somebody comes along, well, when somebody comes along and says, when somebody comes along and says to you that what you're experiencing with the senses the creator gave you is actually wrong, it's actually something totally different, then obviously the creator is lying to you, or is this man lying to you? Like, who's telling the truth here, your senses or this guy?
Yeah, like there's many times where you would not trust your senses, right? Like something would appear to be a certain way by your sense perception. The reality is that it would not be that way, right?
But that's not what that's not the case. The case here is a very physical that thing that we can observe with our sense of sight and touch, and it's called curvature, We're not
Okay,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah, yeah.
something.
So I travel a lot, so it's also been my experience that like the Earth is round because of like my traveling and being up in the sky a lot and all that, right? But regardless of that, like I just want to,
What is it
bro,
that
hold
makes you
on.
think?
Regardless of that, regardless of that, I just want to address what it is that you're saying, right? Like, why does it like? How does it follow that if I look out at every point in my life, right? Like I've never stood on the ground and looked out. The world has not seemed flat to me. Has always seemed flat to me, right? Like I can't tell you one time where it has seemed round to me with my naked eyes. How does it follow that it's flat because of that?
Well, how does it follow that it's not?
Well, you
Here's the
go to the
thing.
next step
Water,
and measurements, not just
yeah,
perception.
water
Well, I
helps
don't know.
us understand.
Somebody just answered my question with a question. I'm kind of like I don't really accept that.
No, I didn't make. I didn't. That wasn't a question. It was a statement. You go
Water,
beyond perception to measurements.
Yeah, if
water
everything you've ever
is
observed
really,
or experienced suggests to you that it's flat, how does it follow then that it's got to be round? It's got to be a ball.
right.
Well, it doesn't. It doesn't follow
Right.
that,
So
right?
why
It
would
doesn't follow either way. So
well
I would arbitrarily pick one. Why would I arbitrarily pick the one that's flat?
why wouldn't you just pick what all your experience shows you?
Because he's saying that his experiences show that he travels, and when he's in the air, that he has seen.
I think he
Yeah,
didn't
but
even
I'm
say that he's seen curvature. He said it's
but
just
I
looked flat to him every time.
yeah, but I also experienced that like doing drugs like feels good, and that's been a bad thing in my life. And I've also experienced lots of things that like I have
It's
seen
not the
that are
same
not
thing.
good.
You can't compare these two things. We're talking about something solid and physical that we can touch and measure and see,
So if
versus something that can't be like I can't measure or look at your high, your experience.
seems like you have plenty of experience of the Earth being flat. So do you have any positive proof that it's not, that it's a ball? Because if you have some positive proof that would negate that experience, then, well, let's hear it.
No, because the only thing that I'm going to be able to appeal to is what we're taught as far as science goes and the measurements that have been taken and how we know it would be round, and that's something that you're not going to accept as like truth, right?
Oh, hold on, man.
Well-
Here's the thing. You're on a plane, right? And you're seeing the horizon do something that it shouldn't be doing if you were flying around on a ball. Okay, like, and what would that be? The horizon shouldn't be at eye level because the radius of the ball is small. The horizon should be below you. You should see more sky because the ball is beneath you and you're above it. So that's the other thing. If the horizon is always at your eye level when you look out the window of your plane, no matter how high you are, if the horizon is eye level, then you're looking across a plane. But if you were on the ball, as soon as you go up, right, you would be leaving the ball and it would be dropping below you. Why? Because now, if the ball was a lot bigger, right, like say 100,000 times bigger than what it is, then maybe the horizon wouldn't drop as much, but it will still drop in respect to that radius. A plane will never do that. Like a plane that's big enough will never drop because you can't see the end of that plane. Like the ball, you can see the end in respect to its radius, which is what our black swan observation is. Do you get what I'm saying?
And you're just assuming that they've measured, because if you look, I mean, there is no measurement of Earth curvature anywhere. They've never done that.
Yeah, and hold on. What does he accept as proof? What do you accept as proof for a round Earth? You know, what's your what do you believe to be true for it being round? Tell us that.
Believe that what we are taught about the Earth, its curvature, and the way that it moves, and the way that gravity works, I believe that that's the best information that we have by what we can observe at the moment, and that's subject to change at any time, right? So,
So have you actually looked at the research, or you just accept what they've said and then that's as far as you've gone?
No, what I do, what I can do to like go past all that is that I can just say that I accept, um, that I accept what they say is true, just like I can, just like I can say that I accept what you say is true, right? Like
Nah,
you can
you
like
couldn't do that.
you
You're
can
That's why.
cite.
supposed to go
Hold on,
test
hold on.
this stuff.
Yeah, but see,
Wait, wait,
just let him finish. Let him finish.
The reason
wait,
why
hold
we're
on.
giving you measurements,
Wait,
the
why
reason
am
why
I?
we're giving
Hold
you
on.
measurements is
Why?
so
Hold
that
on,
you
Hold
don't.
on.
Hey, we
let
gotta let the men speak.
him
Hold
finish.
on. Hold on.
Go
Why
ahead.
am I supposed to do that? Why am I
Well,
supposed to do that?
No,
So
no,
you
no.
don't have
because
to just
You're right.
accept
You're right.
things
Keep
willy nilly.
explaining. Keep explaining what you're saying. Just keep explaining.
Okay, I can just take what it is that you're saying at face value and say that I believe it without going to read the papers that you or whatever data that you want to like throw at me or like VC text me or something. I can just do that and then argue from there, right? If it is the case that this is, like, what would be incongruous about this? What would make sense to a normal person? What would make sense to somebody who isn't normal? I could do the same thing with them, right? So I would have to have some big reason to not believe what it is that they, right? The they is the they that you guys are saying is the they, that they are lying to me and for what reason it is and whether that actually impacts like life in any sort of way, right?
Yeah,
That's
that's
what I
fair.
would do.
That's fair. That's fair.
you
That's
think
fair. That's fair.
you think lies don't impact life like the way we live our lives?
No, I don't. I don't think that lies impact life in that way. No.
But
I think that
there's
some
a really
I think that
That's
some
bad
do.
logic, bro.
I think that
That's bad
some do.
logic.
Well, you would have to show me how that's bad logic. But there are
Okay,
lies.
I'll show you.
hey
Quick example. Quick example. I'll
There
show
are
you.
lies.
Last night,
There are
here,
lies.
First example, real fast, real fast, real fast. Last night, I sleep with your wife, right? Your wife comes home and tells you last night she went to a business meeting. Does it affect your life? Of course, it
I mean,
affects your life. She's
I'm
cheating on you and
Gong,
lying to you about it.
I'm
Gong, can
trying.
I get,
Hold
so
on.
can,
Hold
I'm
on.
just wondering, is
Yeah,
is
yeah.
geometry a good enough reason to doubt what they've shown you, what they've
Hold
told you
on.
the Earth is?
Wow, I'm getting like I'm getting a weird sense of like a level of argumentation here that like is there's something lacking here, right? Like
Nah, bro, it's just geometry.
you're this person, whoever just spoke, their example of what something matters is like, yes, dude, yes, there are things that matter, whether they are true or whether they are false or whether they are lies, right? That is something that does. Whether there are aliens on like Zeta Reticuli right now that are observing us, that is one thing that doesn't matter. And I'm putting flat Earth in the category of things that don't matter in that same way.
What?
I'm not.
Well, then you're lost, my friend. I'm sorry, you're a fake Christian. If you say you've read scriptures, then you truly haven't read it. Can you name one part in the scripture where it says, excuse me, can you name one part in the scripture? Can you name one part in the scripture where there's any part in any religion where there's a one true creator, because that's what you said you believe in, where there's a ball creation? I'm waiting.
First of all, I didn't say that I believed that. I said that I know it. I don't believe it. I know it to be a fact. Do you understand that there's a difference between me saying that I know it or that I believe it? And
How do you know it?
and
How do you
second,
know it?
and
Hold on.
second,
How
I'm
do you
not.
know it? I don't care about your second. I want to hear about your first. How do you know it? How can you prove something? Ah,
How can
science,
I
right?
what?
That's what it means. To know is science. Science means to know.
No, dude. I know it
Yeah.
because I know it because I'm made to know it.
Okay.
Well, shouldn't you be made to know where you are, where you live? Isn't that an important
can anyone
question?
hear me?
Yeah,
Am
I
I
can
We
hear
coming
can
you.
hear
through?
you.
Okay, yeah, I'm lighting up. I wasn't lighting up, so I wasn't sure. The only reason I want to try to get in, I've been trying to get in for a little bit, but it's like there is a place like where we can meet some common ground and to because he did say, right, he did say something about the earth being measured to be curved, and he might not realize that they have it measured. He did also say that some of this stuff about gravity and other things that he's open-minded and he could change his mind if he's like if he sees some things. One, I want to point out that we're not here to convince you. We don't want you to just believe. We don't want you to lay down one belief and pick up another. But if like maybe we start at like showing that they've never been any measured curvature, they've never been any measured. These are just assumptions people make that they've done this. They've measured curvature. And they validated gravity. Gravity's never been validated, never been demonstrated. Curvature's never been measured. There's been no axial rotation ever measured or demonstrated. So they just claim it, right? They claim it without any evidence for it. And maybe if you look into that first.
But I think that you're saying, I think that you're just saying that they claim it without it actually being a claim. So what's gravity? Tell me what's gravity.
All right. Well, if you can provide or demonstrate, if you can find it and provide or demonstrate anywhere where they've ever measured curvature, ever measured any axial rotation, or that they've ever demonstrated gravity, then great, bring it, because no one's ever been able to provide anything, and we can't find it.
What do you think? You guys are throwing me for a loop right now. What do you think science is? Do you think science tells us facts about things?
Science is testing cause and effect relationships to determine what is causing what.
Right.
Phenomenon.
And the claim there is not that it's true because of that, right? You understand that, right?
There's a thing that's called the scientific method, which indicates what true science is. If you do science that's not going ahead, that's not congruent with the scientific method, then that is called pseudoscience, like astrophysics.
But when a textbook says this is what, or you're in a college course or something, and it says this is what gravity is.
Hold on, you just said textbook, right?
When it says
which
in a
holy
textbook,
which holy
hold
textbook
on,
is that?
listen, stop, just relax for a second. When it says in some science textbook, or in your professor, or some professor says in a classroom says this is what
Professors
gravity
are retarded. They don't know shit.
We don't even need to go to this level. We can
don't
just
know
go to
what
10th grade
gravity is.
geometry. We could just go to simple geometry.
Theory. It's still a theory. It's not a law. It's a theory still.
Yeah. Okay, so we agree. You understand that they, quote unquote, they are not saying this is what gravity is. They're describing something that is being observed, and that is the best explanation that we have at the moment for it.
But they're trying to what they're trying to do is they're trying to find the cause of it.
Hold on,
not
Josh.
the effect.
You're saying that describing something that's being observed, you're saying that the effect of things falling is gravity, and that's not what their gravity is. Gravity is supposed to be the cause of why the thing falls, not the effect of it falling. So dropping a mic, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, right? The mic falling is an effect. Gravity is supposed to be the cause of that effect. So we do not observe gravity.
And that is subject to change at any point in time when something else better or something else that is more true.
Yeah, but why is this even a good idea to begin with? Are you aware of an experiment that isolates gravity and demonstrates that it's the cause of any effect?
And that's not what they're claiming either. They're not claiming it's the best explanation they have. They're claiming it is what causes it. Right? They're claiming that it is the thing. Right?
There is nothing in the scientific method that claims something as incontrovertible fact.
Right, but is there anything that even establishes gravity as the cause of any effect that we observe? Has gravity been isolated, and can we demonstrate that it is the cause of anything?
The only thing that does that is the regularity of nature. That's all that does that, and all of this is subject to change at any time. And so no scientist that is a real scientist is going to tell you, if you ask them, hey, you just told me that this is what gravity is. It seems like that's a claim. Like, is this open is this open for something else?
Here's the thing.
What experiment verifies gravity as the cause for things falling?
What experiment in particular?
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, wait, stop, please, man. if the Earth is not a ball, right?
No
This is the
monologue,
question.
long, please.
No, it's not. If the Earth is not a ball, okay, you don't have to ask why things fall. The question then becomes what causes the sun, moon, and stars to move? Because that's what gravity is on a ball Earth. But if it's not a ball, then the question is what causes the motions of the sun, moon, and stars? See, so think about that, right? And remember, it's not. There's no curvature. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter what gravity is on a ball Earth model. You want to understand what the question is on a plane. And these manuals for pilots and stuff, they say that you have to assume a non-rotating motionless plane. Sorry, yeah, done. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, he hasn't.
You're taking us away. You're taking us away from what it was that they were asking me. Like I like when there's like a line of questioning and like.
But Carefree, you haven't really.
This other guy just jumped in.
You haven't really answered like, one of the questions. You know what I'm saying? So just let's stick to one. I know we've gone with gravity, we've gone with curvature, we've gone with rotation. Is there any one of those that you have a definite answer for?
Yeah, ask a direct question so that I can give you an answer. Let's make sure that I don't weasel out.
One of those three. One of those three: curvature or actual rotation, gravity. Can you tackle one of those and give us a definite answer?
Curvature.
Ask me a question.
Yeah, let's start with geometry. Is geometry a good enough reason to doubt the ball model claims that have...
They've ever measured it? Because you are going on the assumption that, that they've measured it.
Would geometry be a good enough reason to doubt what you've been taught about the ball Earth? Yeah, just simple geometry. Testing the ball Earth model claims and seeing if it holds up to basic. What's that, sorry?
I mean, do you even know how you would measure a ball with a radius of 3,000 miles? Do you even know how that would be done? What would be the measurement source? What would you use? Things like that, you know?
No, yeah, I don't see how that could be done like reliably without like actually having space stations and specifically trying to do that like while we're in orbit, like around the Earth, right?
That's begging the question. You know, to get orbital mechanics, to even do that in the first place, they would have to already know the radius. They'd have to know that to start with.
There actually is a way, because if they claim a certain radius, then there's a certain distance from where you're standing in all directions, and they even provide Earth curve calculators online. And if you measure the Earth and you don't find that drop rate that they claim you should find,
yeah, it's really simple.
Away.
Okay, so what this person said before about begging the question? Yes, of course it is. Yeah, logically, right? In order for you,
that's broken logic, though.
Hold on.
It's called a logical fallacy, my friend. Begging the question, logical fallacy.
Hold on. In order for me to go to Mars, I would have to presuppose that I could go to Mars, right?
First, you need a ball. First, you got to start with the ball Earth, right?
Why would you have to start with? Why would you have to start?
You need a big enough sandbox.
Why
would you have to start with the ball?
Fuel calculations, man. There's a bunch of stuff.
Well, it's not just any ball. You have to start with the ball. There's a radius of 3,959 miles. If you were standing on a beach, right, at 1 foot above sea level, looking out into the horizon, your horizon on that ball should be only 1.22 miles in front of you, and yet look, it's all the way out there. So you don't have a ball, right? How can you have a Mars to go to if you don't have a ball to start off on?
Did Christopher Columbus have to know that the Earth was round or flat in order for him to like get on a ship and like go out
Columbus for a bunch of fucking assholes, bankers, fucking people. Who the fuck gives a shit what he knew? We're talking about right now. With
Wait a minute, you think Christopher Columbus discovered America? You think Columbus discovered America? What about the primary tribes that were already here?
Is anybody here actually going to answer like a direct question when posed?
What was your question?
No, because you are doing illogical arguments.
Christopher Columbus thought
Hey,
he was
listen,
in India.
listen,
That's why he's called an Indian.
somebody,
I'm
guys,
navigating.
Moderation, please.
Wrong, man.
there are 6 people jumping in and rambling nonstop. I don't hear anything that you guys are saying. The idea that you have to understand perfect measurements to explore, to just shoot something off into the sky and see what happens, that is akin to saying that Christopher Columbus needed exact measurements to get on his boat. That is an
It's not.
exact.
Do you know how
That's
they
the same
navigated
exact
in those
situation.
days? Do you know what they used to navigate?
What does Christopher Columbus to do with observing a flat plane all the time? Like, dude, we're talking about observing flat plane. We're talking about the ball being way too small.
You'd have to know
Dude,
the size
are
of the.
you, hold on, hey, hold on. Are you unable to like track a conversation? Whoever just jumped in, I
Yeah,
talked
but what does Christopher Columbus have to do with
You're
geometry?
the one that, you
Yeah,
busted
it's a
out
non
Columbus,
sequitur.
dude.
That's a non sequitur fallacy. Christopher Columbus has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. That's a totally different subject. That's a non sequitur fallacy.
you guys are just throwing out like somebody just learned like what the fallacies were and like now they're gonna use them in every sentence, right? Relax.
Yeah, but you
No,
just said
you're the one using the
logic. That was
fallacy.
good
I'm the one
logic.
pointing them out.
Well, that's why I'm asking you, what does Christopher Columbus have to do with what we're observing? Check in live stream text real quick. Open your live stream text.
Hey, for the person who just said that, you obviously can't track a conversation. So let me recap for you. I was asked if I knew a method by which we could actually measure the circumference of a globe Earth. I said, I don't even think you can accurately do that unless you're in space and you're in orbit to where you can observe it in that way. Then somebody else jumped in. Then somebody else, I'm recapping for you because you don't seem to be able to follow like a conversation. Then somebody jumped in.
Please, you don't have to recap. We got this. Don't listen. Don't moderate me. You're about to get muted. Don't even try it. Just chill. I'll just keep on talking. You got the mic. Okay, the floor is yours. Now ask a question since you said we can't answer a question, right? Now ask a question, please. What's your question?
Okay, well now I don't have a question because we're not engaging in anything.
Awesomeness. Sweet. Okay.
So it seems like you guys are asking me questions. I'm answering your questions, right? Where we were at, I'm not going to recap the whole thing. Where we were at is that I said how we would be able to measure it, and you jumped in and you said that's begging the question, and that it's presupposing that, and I said logically it is, and that's why I brought up Christopher Columbus, right?
Yeah, that's bad logic.
Yeah, we explore things, and we jump off of things, and we shoot off into things without knowing exactly what the situation is. But we do it.
Well, hang on, because I told you how you could measure.
Can I question this guy?
Yeah, please.
I told you how you could measure it, and then you brought up Christopher Columbus. So can we stick to how you can actually measure it without going to space and without bringing up someone who's not even relevant to the conversation?
You're going to need R to get a radius. You need the radius of the Earth to be able to get orbital mechanics or anything orbiting the Earth.
So let's just stick with how we can measure it.
Okay, so your claim is that nobody's orbited the Earth. So that's your claim, right?
Who's measured it? Your claim is that it has been measured. So, who did it? When? How'd they do it?
My claim is that I believe that the only way you could actually measure it is to be in space. That's what I just said it was.
Well, that's just presupposing the radius to begin with, though, because to go to space, to get orbital mechanics, to get anything to orbit this ball to begin with, you need to know how big it is to know where everything else is. If you don't have that, all you're doing is begging the question.
I mean, spraying and praying things up into the sky doesn't seem very scientific, just saying.
Wait. So you said
we can't validate anything from a medium that we can't verify.
We got 5 people. We got 5 people. We got 5 people talking
Can we stick with how we can measure the Earth?
5 people talking again.
Hey, man, stop trying to moderate the room. Chill. This admin was trying to talk, and everybody walked all over him. Indio, Go ahead, bro.
I said, how do you measure the radius of the Earth from space? Intergalactic size calipers? Like, how are you going to measure it?
No, I don't know how you would. I would assume that the people that were gonna like attempt to measure it would have some sort of idea of how it could be done.
You know you really can't measure things by looking at them, right? That's why we don't build houses by just like looking at the pieces and just nailing shit together.
Yeah. Were there a time that we built houses when we didn't have measuring tools?
Yeah, we compared the pieces to one another, right? So this part's as long as that part, we would just take the two pieces, like two pieces of wood, put them next to each other. Yeah, these are the same length. Yeah, so how are you going to do that with the Earth? Now we use a tape measure, right? So now we measure things directly. We don't measure things by just looking at them.
Can I just add that the oldest, most complex buildings that we have here on Earth are intensely geometrical. Like a ton of math went into the oldest buildings we have on Earth.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know what that does. I mean, I'm Mayan. I'm Guatemalan. Like I run up and down like Mayan pyramids like all the time. So like, I understand like how structures like that are made and like what an idea that they have to have in order to like make them. But it doesn't mean that they were like technologically like advanced, right? Like my race of people charted out. My race of people charted out the universe in 5,564 year epochs, right? Like to the T, right? Like they built these structures. They built these structures like in ways that like the sun would like come over it at a particular point in time every 160 years, and that was accurately done, right? That doesn't happen on a globe, right?
Truth. Do you think that the Mayans built that?
Yeah, of course I do.
How long ago were the Mayans?
Post-classic was 1,000 years ago.
Well, let's say that the things that you found in your country is also found in other parts of the world.
They are.
And do you think that the Mayans ever traveled outside of South America?
No, they didn't. That's what's cool and unique about our. Let me answer you. That's what's cool and unique about our cultures and in the Americas is that we, unlike Europeans and Africans, we had no outside influence because we did not know that the other side of the world existed. So everything that was created here was created on its own. The Mayans are one of 3 primitive cultures that had a concept of zero and of a null, of a cipher. No other like civilization even had a concept of that.
True. The people that built the stuff in the Mayans, were they more advanced or less advanced than we are now?
They are more advanced in certain ways and less advanced in more ways.
Did they account for Earth curvature when they built any of that stuff?
Did they account for curvature? No,
Yeah.
it was just yeah.
No, yeah.
Well, they had a flat Earth cosmology, right? All the ancient cultures.
No, it was multi-leveled, right? So Xibalba is like the land of the dead, which is like underground, right? I guess maybe you could say it was more like Hollow Earth, like
planes of existence, right?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with their scientific explorations, which they didn't even call scientific, right? They just observed things, right?
I'm just still trying to figure out where we got
sea level one of these levels. Is sea level one of those levels?
Look, none of them thought the Earth was a globe. I mean, like, seriously. Let's get real.
Well, what would it matter if they did to you? Like, what would it matter if I produced a document that showed they thought that it was round? And that's how they came up with these measurements and calculations.
But they didn't.
If
we have the Dresden Codex from the Mayans, so they didn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you some questions about that to find out that you totally like don't know what you're talking about, right? Like you understand that I know
Come on, man. About, right? No need to throw mud,
the Dresden Codex talks about the train to the Venus. Right?
No. Like you know that I know what I'm talking about, right?
I don't know. Listen, I don't know you sound
sound like you went to geometry class in fucking middle school, man. I'm not trying to judge, but you don't fucking I'm
I
sorry.
don't know what you listen. All I know is that there's 3 pieces of paper, 3 documents that came from the Mayans that were written out of the hundreds of thousands that were burned by the Spanish. One of those are the Dresden Codex. It records it predicts the transit of Venus more accurately than the heliocentric model did. So that's all I know about that. But I know they were not heliocentrists, and they did not think the Earth was a ball in space.
No, I just looked it up, and Mayans definitely had a flat Earth view of the world. I just found something, and I could post it.
Yeah, so I guess we're not going to get R from the Mayans next.
So I can tell you the idea. Like, let me ask you this: do you think the idea of like outer space void? Do you think that was discovered or invented?
It seems to me like it was presupposed, right? Like, so you have a concept of what it would be, and then you would explore and find out if that's like what it was. But that would also be begging the question, according to somebody on here who's really like into their logical fallacies, right? Because that would be somebody sitting on the Earth without being in space, being like, I think it's a void, like arbitrarily saying it, right?
No, it's called
Without
cherry
any
picking and
proof
confirmation bias,
whatsoever.
right? So there was Greeks called the Epicureans, led by Epicurus, in their metaphysical philosophy that everything was matter and void. And this is where the idea of an infinite void universe came from. Right? It was invented. It's also where atomism came from. So you can actually, it's not like this is like some old idea that nobody pays attention. If you can listen to talks given by the people at the Royal Society, they talk about atoms or space or any of that stuff, they'll reference the Epicureans. They're not like a forgotten people. They know about, mainstream scientists know about this foundation for their belief. So think about it. You have a belief, and then you're going to go out into the world and cherry pick, what you so-called experiment with, right? The phenomenon you see. You're going to try to fit it into this worldview. And this is exactly what has happened. They already have an idea, and they're going to fit all their observations into their preconceived notion.
That's it. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Listen, if they could come up, just let me say one more thing, one more sentence. Like, they could have came up with the idea that the Earth was a pretzel, that the Earth shaped like a pretzel. And you could make the math work to make everything work on a pretzel if you throw enough money at it.
By the way, in the live stream chat, I posted a picture of the Mayan view of the cosmos, and it is a flat Earth map, dude. I put it on the live stream chat.
Yeah, that's not like the interesting thing about that, right? Like, as it pertains to what we're talking about, the interesting thing were to be that if like using modern methods, like, and using God, I gotta get into like flat earthing talk.
You said
Modern
you said you have to
methods.
go to
Bro, will you stop butting in like while I'm mid sentence? Is that possible?
Hey, can you not get so livid? Just say, hold on. Like, you don't need to be like that.
Yeah, because it's frustrating because he keeps doing that, right? So what's interesting about that is not whether they thought, like, you're just picking and choosing that they have this flat earth model of the universe, right? That's not the interesting part. The interesting part would be that if using our globe centric science that these people that you call they use, if they were able to make those measurements using a globe earth and gravity, and that they would come to the same exact conclusions that the Mayans did over 1,000 years ago. And obvious enough, they do, right? So
It's flat. But you think the Mayans were a race of people that were wearing, skirts? Like, you didn't think they were that advanced, like, to begin with.
Talking about with the exact same, what conclusions? What conclusions did they come to?
You're just talking out of your ass, dude. Do you know that?
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, this guy sounds like he wants. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering what, like, he just said that the Mayans had their idea, and the Europeans had their idea with gravity or whatever, and somehow they came to the same conclusion. Like, I don't understand that. What conclusion was that?
So what I'm saying is that if the Mayans, right, if they observed the sun going up and down, right, at the same point and reaching a certain trajectory that repeated after a certain number of years. And they came to that conclusion very exact because they did, right? They could predict exactly where the sun was going to rise and where it was going to fall in periods of 5,000 years, right? Not like the next day, not a week from now, in periods of 5,000 years. That if scientists 1,000 years later, using a globe-centric like model of the Earth, did experiments, they would find the same exact thing. That was very interesting, and they do, right? Now,
heliocentric model.
Actually, no, they don't. Like, I don't know how you think the motions of planets and the stars are actually predicted. They have nothing to do with the globe model.
They're just paying attention to cycles. They're postdictions. They're watching patterns play out.
It's just cyclical patterns, and you just data fit them mathematically. Like, anybody can do this. You could do this. I could do this. It's okay. So there was the Ptolemaic model. So the Chinese had their flat Earth model. So predicting like where the sun and the stars are going to be over any period of time, as long as you have a good number system, you know, without any weirdness, like base 22 or something, you can predict all this stuff accurately. They're not. Listen. If you think that they're like actually modeling like balls in space, and this is how they're figuring out like where the sun is, they're not doing it that way because they actually cannot do it that way. It's mathematically impossible. There's something called the n-body problem, where you can't model more than two bodies using Newtonian gravity and get a stable orbit. So they're not using the heliocentric model, the physics of it with gravity and all that stuff to figure out where the sun, moon, and stars are.
And
Yeah,
just
I'd
really
like to
quick,
know,
one second,
like,
sir.
like, what would
One
be-
second. One second. I just also want to point out that the only civilization that has even promoted a globe model is America and NASA. Like, we're the only ones. We're the pioneers. And just keep in mind, nobody even thought globe Earth until we came along. And in the 1920s, they were teaching flat Earth, man, in our schools.
Yeah, what would be interesting to me is that if somebody came up with like a flat Earth, and you guys are flat earthers, so you would tell me if this exists already, right? But if somebody came up with a like measurable like flat Earth model of the world, and then
Wait, are you a round earther, Carefree?
It was
Do
the
you,
globe
you
Earth
still
model.
believe in the globe? You still believe in the globe, Carefree?
yeah. Whoa, more like.
Then it's been measured out. What are you talking about? Like we know that our Antarctica is our shoreline to our world, and we're in the pond. We're our little mass of land in the middle of it. Like, what do we need to? If anything, you guys need to fucking figure out what globe map you want to use. Whether it's like the map that we learned in school, or like that one map that's all distorted and all the countries are squished in the middle. Like, 'cause you guys can't even like figure out what map you guys want to use.
And Indio just explain to you why you don't have a model and can't have. In fact, you guys have like so many. The globe has so many
There is no
models.
globe model.
Right. So
There's a bunch of
how
pieces of different things, like Frankenstein's monster, like a bunch of body parts sewn together, hit with electricity, and then becomes animated. That's what a globe model is.
The toy model you put on your desk? I don't get it, man. What kind of model?
How can you demand a model from us, right? I mean, we're telling you what it is, when the model that you're trying to that you believe in doesn't
And that's
exist.
the point. And that's the point. Like, there's no globe model either. Like, all of them are bullshit. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
I'm not even. Yeah, I mean, it's the same person's voice who's unable to track like what I'm saying, right? I'm not even. Did I just demand that you produce some sort of model? I said
No, man. Come on. We don't have to take it there. Don't take it personal, please.
It would be interesting if somebody who had a flat Earth model with measurements cross-referenced with those measurements something like what the Mayans did and got the same.
Okay, it's been done. It's been done, dude.
Yeah, the
It's been
Mayans
done.
did it. The Mayans were flat earthers, and they did what you're saying they did.
Yes, they did exactly. And you
Chinese,
can
same with the
one second.
Indians, same
You
with
can
the-
you
I mean,
can trace. You can trace the Mayan pyramids to the Egyptian pyramids to the Chinese pyramids. Like, they all make.
But I'm wondering if you have, I'm not demanding that you produce it. I'm wondering if you have that, right? Because you
What
don't
do you
believe
mean by that? I'm sorry, what do you mean by that? Like you're
No,
asking
we
me if I
don't
did the
have a
measurements
model.
myself? Like myself? Like are you asking if I
no,
did it?
no. If you have
Nope,
a
no more.
measured version of this flat Earth concept you believe in,
Yes, Michelle Gibson. She
The
did
thing
it.
about the thing
You know, I
about
don't
the
know if you
Earth.
know Michelle Gibson, but she did it. And it's
The thing
there. Go ahead.
wait. It's the thing about the Earth not being a ball, right? Is that if it's not a ball, then it's okay to not know certain things or not have explanations for things we can't have explanations for. Like if the Earth is not a ball, then all those explanations are irrelevant and don't really exist. And what do we really know, right? There's a barrier to what we can know. And who guards those barriers? The government, NASA. Those are the people that would know because they're the ones claiming to have gone up, gone out. And if you do your research, you'll find out that they did explore out the Antarctica and up during the war, during the Cold War. Yeah, look into it, man. Like,
Yeah.
you get what I'm saying? Yeah.
I feel you, dude.
Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to present to you another model in order to prove that your model is wrong.
A
And
model of
beyond
what?
that, there's another thing we need to point out about this. There's a much more important thing to point out about this is that in order to make an actual quote unquote model, if you want to call it that, of the flat Earth, you would have to gain access to areas you are not allowed to go. And in order to do that, you need to overturn the Antarctic Treaty. So if you want to
One
make an
second,
accurate
buddy.
model, you need to start working very hard to make it so you can explore
right.
in places that you can't currently explore. Otherwise, you're just talking about ridiculous nonsense. Or not really that, but you're just presenting some.
Hey.
You're asking for something that cannot be made until that happens first.
okay, good. Like, so yeah, you just said a couple of good things, right? The first thing that you said was that you disproving what I'm saying does not mean that you have to provide like the other side of it, right? That's basically what you said.
A replacement. A replacement.
Yeah.
Falsification
Good.
is independent of replacement.
Good, right? And so and equally, you proving that what I believe is wrong in this respect does not necessitate that I follow your side, right? That doesn't mean that you are right because you prove that I am wrong, right? Do you accept that?
Can you say that again?
If you prove that what I am saying is wrong, that doesn't necessitate that your side is right.
It's not about being right. It's about accepting what we are observing or seeing or experiencing
Yeah,
as
but I
is.
was just told that there's.
Wait.
I was
Right.
just
Proving the Earth's not a globe does
accepting.
not prove the Earth is
Wait.
flat. Yeah, we understand that. We understand that completely.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that was so for the person who's really into like logical fallacies or whatever, like you understand that was just a false binary that guy assumed, right? Like if I don't believe, if he proves me wrong, then that means his side is right. Like there's only two sides to this. Like there's only globe Earth and there's only flat Earth, right?
Yeah, I guess there could be all sorts of other shapes. But I want to go back to something else, this model thing. Well, we're using sloppy language because models are for phenomenon, like actions. There aren't models of shapes. So there's no flat Earth model. There is no globe Earth model. That's geometry, right? That's the shapes of things is geometry. Models are for like phenomenon. Like there's a gravitational model, right? There's a electrodynamic model. Those are models. There is no when people say globe model or flat Earth model, there is no model. The reason it's even brought up in the globe because, well, we can't measure any curvature, so they have to go to their model of gravity and say we have this scientific model, and if that's true, Earth forms into a ball, right? That's the logic behind it. If gravity's true, then a bunch of particles would form into a ball. But why don't they just measure this curvature, this radius? Why don't they just do that?
I mean, sounds like it'd be a pretty cool thing to do, right?
Well, because when we actually measure the surface of the Earth, it's flat. That's why. Because they don't get what's actually done in reality when you go out into the physical world and measure the Earth. It doesn't measure as a ball. There's no curvature anywhere. The surface of water isn't curving. And this is why all pictures from space, we can say, yes, they're all garbage. because they depict something that doesn't exist in the physical world.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, sure, you can say
Like
that. I
just
wouldn't even.
you show me
I
a
wouldn't even.
picture of Bigfoot sitting on top of the Empire State Building, and I go to the top of the Empire State Building, he ain't there. I know that picture's bullshit.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that they're garbage. They're just CGI pictures. You know, like they're not. The majority of them are not like even actual pictures of like
Well,
the
why would
Earth,
they
right?
have to
I can
present
tell you
those to you?
every single image purporting to be of Earth, claiming to be from the International Space Station, is 100% not an accurate depiction of reality, even if the Earth was a globe.
Of
Because the
course, it's
International
not.
Space Station is not high enough to see curvature. Yeah, almost nobody knows this, is that the International Space Station is only up 250 miles above a ball whose diameter is supposed to be 8,000 miles. So it's a tiny fraction of the size of the ball. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, this is equivalent of being 2 inches above a 6 foot tall ball. You're not going to see curvature from that altitude. But every picture from the International Space Station, some look like you can see the entire Earth like you're like hundreds of miles away. Well, think about it like this. Think you had a ball that, I don't know how tall you are. Say you're 6 feet tall. You have a ball. It's 6 feet tall. You
Yeah,
take
but
your
I'm agreeing
eye
with you, dude.
down to the
I'm
surface
agreeing
of the
with you.
ball, right, and look
I'm
at it
agreeing with you.
from 2 inches
I'm a-
away, and then look at a picture from the International Space Station and see if you think that those are equivalent viewpoints. They're not.
I'm agreeing with you. Wasn't I the one who said that? Like you said, they're all garbage. I said I don't even think they're garbage, dude. They're all CGI pictures. That's not
Yeah.
really what it looks like. Okay, so we both
They're
agree on
not
that.
accurate
Like,
depictions of reality. That's how I say. Whether they're fake, not, I don't know what they are. Right? I just don't know. I can't confirm anything.
no, they're just approximations of what it is, and they're colored in, and they're made to look nice and beautiful. Like there's a blue sky and there's clouds there, and like whatever. Like yeah, like I don't know how that leads us to the Earth being flat, but
Well,
Why
we
would
know
they
the
have
Earth
to?
is flat because we've measured it. Because we've done laser measurements over large bodies of water. There's many people that have done this. There's long distance observations. There's radio communications. There's infrared observations. There's like all sorts of things that have been done to test to see if the Earth is the way it actually appears to be, right? So it appears
yeah,
as
right.
flat and motionless. So you go out into the world and you test if that's actual the case. And all
Yeah,
tests have revealed that that is the case.
okay, yeah, that's what you're saying, but I've also seen tests that like reveal like something else. So then I would have to see like
Well,
what.
give us some because we hear people say that all the time, and never has anybody ever come in here and showed us shit in 4
Okay,
years.
what's the test where the measurement is taken like on one of the straightest roads that there is, and then you duplicate that on the other side of the side of the Earth where you would get where you would see that like it would be curved. If it were curved, you would get this certain measurement, and you do get that measurement, right? And so you can't like put a string around the entire Earth because the person can't like literally go around the Earth. But if you do it in sections, then all that should line up if that was circular in that way, right?
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have like a citation, a reference, something like that?
Ooh, bro, I came in here kind of cold. I may have to like because I did a lot of most of the stuff that I've seen on like flat Earth and counter things have been like years ago. So I would have to find that experiment for you, right? I don't even remember the guy's name, right? Guy who did it on a bike, right? On a bicycle.
Oh, the
Oh,
Eratosthenes. Oh my
hell no.
goodness, dude. Are you serious?
It wasn't in the sky, right?
It was in Canada.
uh,
It was in Canada. He did a version of the Eratosthenes, two sticks and shadows in the sun.
no.
Yeah,
It had nothing to
it's
do with
like one of the
shadows.
most famous. He's got something like 2 million views of this.
Yeah, but
I'll
it has
post it in the chat, man.
yeah, but
We've
that
seen
doesn't
it,
sound like what this
Carefree.
is.
We've seen it.
Yeah,
but
this doesn't have anything to do with shadows though, right? Like what I'm talking about doesn't have anything to do with shadows.
And what did he measure?
It's like you measure length, right? I'd have to find it for you.
What
I'd have to find it
instrument
for you.
I can
were
pull
they
it up.
using to measure?
I don't know, but I think you're talking about this one.
No instrument, dude. Actually, that's the whole thing. No instrument, like something that anybody could do, right? Like because remember, you have to remember that when people are trying to quote unquote, and I'm going to use quote unquote, right? Because we're in a flat Earth thing here. When people quote unquote debunk something, if they use any sort of special instruments, the claim is going to be that like this is using something that has been like okayed by like specific like science like authority, and you don't appeal to that authority, right? So it has to be
No one
like
has
some sort of
ever said
experiment.
that. Dude, you're just making shit
Yeah,
up now,
yes.
dude.
Just,
Dude,
okay.
no one's ever said that. Can't use an instrument because it's made by. Come on, man. No one's ever said that.
How do
Dude,
you
if I
measure
use
stuff without instruments, man? I don't get it. Like what? Like okay, if you're weighing something, you're gonna use a
you
scale,
measure things with
a
length,
string
right?
scale or something. Length. So what are you gonna use for length? We have different instruments, right?
You can measure, you can use string, right? Using something that anybody could
Sure. Like
procure,
okay,
right?
sure, yeah. Tape measure, sure. String. Okay, cool, got it.
Yeah.
That's an instrument still. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
and everything. Yeah, and everything's just a token, right? Everything. I mean, we just arbitrarily call things because that's what we call them, right? But that's nothing like in the natural world, right? I'm just saying string, like it's an instrument in the sense that like it's something that you would use to like measure, right? But you could lay people down like by the thousands, and you could call that a measuring like instrument, right?
Well, no,
I'm just
because it's a comparative like measurement. Like you're comparing it to something else, to a known thing that we call let's say a gram or a centimeter or an inch, whatever it is. So a string, it's like okay, how much string, sir? Right? That's it.
Units of measure are arbitrary. It doesn't matter. Well, in some cases they're not, but in most cases, in this case, they're arbitrary. It doesn't matter what unit of measure you use.
Well, I don't know what or I'm sorry,
so
test
again, like
or measurement.
Yeah, I know. What are we even talking about? Like what measurement of what uses
I don't
what?
know. I just talking about.
So basically, you have to pretend that the Earth is a ball, even though you use it as flat, measure it flat, observe it flat. Pretending, right? Are we pretending now?
If it mattered to me that the earth was like flat or round, if like I had some sort of like preference for it being like round, and it made any sort of like, if they had any sort of consequence in my life, then I would say that yeah, I would be pretending that it was.
Well, it must. I mean, it seems like it's important enough for you to come here.
Yeah,
No, but you're missing the point. He might be missing the point that everything you do and everything everyone does is dependent on a flat, motionless Earth. Military, communication systems, navigation, airplanes, everything is dependent on a flat, motionless plane because everything is designed and follows the laws of nature and the laws that everything has to be built upon. So our opinions on the matter, like some people gonna draw you cartoons about this fantasy globe, and that's the only thing that you're gonna get from the globe, cartoons and ideas in the mind. But that's it. There is not applicable in reality. Everything is dependent on a flat, motionless plane.
Okay, good. So like, so again, what changes like if we know that it's flat? Like what thing in life?
When you build a house, you build it level, right? It's dependent on a level plane. When you build an aircraft to fly, so when people have to go to fly, the builder of the airplane, right, has to take into account a flat, motionless plane to be able to make the airplane practical and take people from point A to point B. The pilot operating the airplane doesn't ever take into account any curvature or any movement of the ground. It's the pilot knows that is following a path that is in a flat, motionless plane. So everything is dependent on a flat Earth. So when you're saying it doesn't matter and it doesn't apply because you don't need it, everything you do is dependent on it because it's done on a flat, motionless plane.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just doing it, right? Like it's not dependent on my knowledge of it. I'm just doing it. And these people that are
can you build a structure without level? Can you build a building, a house, without using the level plane? You just go ahead and do whatever you want without taking into account level. Can you?
Well, you can, but I don't know if it's going to work very well.
Exactly. You got it. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So what point do you think that you just proved right now? What do you think you just proved?
Everything you do, everything we do, is based on level, right? The house that you're standing on or whatever you're doing is dependent on that, on the flat plane, flat level plane. So when you're saying that it doesn't matter that you never use it or whatever, but it's everything you do is dependent on that.
Yeah,
Who's
laughing
now?
So we could just live our lives as if it's flat, right? Like we could just take all our measurements as if it's flat, but the reality is that it could not be flat. But we're not going to change our measurements because we actually see that they work that way.
Why is the reality? Why is the reality that it can't be flat? Why is that?
Well, we could just pretend that it's flat, right? We could just pretend that it's flat.
We don't. We use it as we measure it as flat. We use it as flat. Water is level. We see it as flat. What we have proven is that it is not a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
How have you proven that?
Because
lasers.
Yes, we've proven that.
Measured it.
Right. You can see it.
Measured it.
You know what doesn't matter? You know, when you say, it doesn't matter, right? Remember that globe that they give children in the first grade of kindergarten? That globe that is put in TV? Why would it matter? Why does the globe, this cartoon that nobody experiences, why do they push it so much everywhere? Why would that matter? Why are they pushing a fantasy to children, right? Something that has no relation to reality that they never gonna use in anything in their lives. They're just pushing this, and you're saying, well, the flat Earth doesn't matter, but the globe doesn't really matter on anything practical ever. Nobody uses it for anything. The flat Earth, on the other hand, everything is dependent on it.
How they never use the globe in an applicable way ever. Not in flights, not anywhere.
Yeah, for sure.
Someone was getting ready to talk. So.
Well, no, he said reality proves a ball, and I just wanted to know how. But I don't think he's got anything on that. He was just talking shit.
Now, I think I've been listening to the conversation, and he has made some steps. I think in the beginning, he was just how do you say, kind of like not agreeing on anything, but yeah, he's been listening. I think he got some ideas, but the thing is, I think maybe he hasn't entertained each point, but like specific things that are practical in reality. Once you go to things that are actually real practical things that everybody does, military communication systems, aircrafts, level houses, level buildings, everything. If you go to those specifics, you'll see that the globe, nobody uses this for anything except for give you Disney and Hollywood stories. That's it. And to take money from the taxpayer.
In the beginning, he said he was open-minded.
So everything he said right now is absolutely true, and I agree with, right? But it doesn't necessarily follow that the Earth is flat from what he just said.
No, because remember the Earth, the flat Earth. The thing is, I think you got this idea when you say these two words, flat Earth. That's like a trigger word that was made up by who knows who, right? But these two words, when people read it, they get like a reaction, like an emotional reaction, because it's been indoctrinated to people that this is a conspiracy theory or whatever. But when you think flat Earth, you're probably thinking about this image that you Google in the search engines, right? This flat disk flying through space. But the Earth, this reality that we live on, is not two words. Flat is just a description or something. Flat Earth, the Earth, nobody knows what it is. Nobody knows what the whole thing is as a whole, because have anybody been outside and described the Earth as a whole? Nobody has. So flat Earth is just a trigger word. It doesn't depict reality as the real things. Everything we do every day, you cannot quantify it in flat Earth, right? In those two words that are it's just a description.
Yeah, but what's happening here is that
don't get triggered by the term flat Earth, because it's been put out there to trigger people, and
No,
that's
but
probably what's
it's
happening to you.
no. What's happening here is the opposite, my friend. You guys get triggered by the word round Earth, right? The reason that I don't get triggered by the word flat Earth is because I live my life as if the world is flat. I already do that, so there's no
Everybody
triggering
does that.
when the Earth is. And okay, yeah, so there is no triggering. The triggering
Oh,
is
you see,
round
you're
Earth.
kind of confused though. You're kind of confused because you're saying round Earth. But let me ask you this: have you ever seen a round table? Have you ever had have you ever had dinner on a round table?
I don't know what you mean by round.
It can
You
be
know,
round and
like
flat.
a coin. You know, like a coin, like a pizza, right?
Like a circle, a circular thing.
Yeah, exactly. When you say round, round is a description, right? Like just flat, like round and flat. Those are descriptions. When you say round, and you actually think round means sphere, and so you're kind of confused about those terms.
Well, no. Globular is one thing, right? Like a globe is one thing, and then round is just because we're just using flat Earth and round Earth. I'm sure that when we
But
say flat,
something is a pizza round and flat. Tell me, can you make a pizza? Can you make it round and flat?
You're looking into live stream voice text because people are posting some useful information for you.
yeah, I think what's happening is you're getting caught up in semantics right now. Like,
Oh my god.
Things have definitions, bro.
Exactly.
In the reality, right? In reality, when we describe something, we put a word to something. When we name something, it has a meaning for it, right? But then I think you kind of confused about the round, because on the globe side, you could say anything about anything and describe it as you like. It doesn't have to have any relation to reality, and it doesn't matter.
Hermano, brother. Yo sé que hablas español, okay? But I'll speak to you English. I know you speak Spanish. Look,
yeah.
The reason
redondo, círculo.
yes, you just stated an obvious. You just stated an obvious thing. The reason why the word
It
is
is
flat
obvious.
and the other word is round is because they mean two different things. Yes, that is the case. So congratulations. We
not agree that it can be both round and flat.
Look,
Free
man,
traveler.
hold up. Wait, please stop, everyone. Let me say something. He said, right, he gave you a model. What he gave you was a disk in space. There's a group called Flat Earth Society. Okay, so the word flat Earth usually points to this group called Flat Earth Society, which is basically a disk in space going up. That's not what this is. So that's called controlled opposition. And I believe it's the government. They work with YouTube. YouTube pushes their content up. That's why it seems like we get triggered by the term, because people usually think that's the model.
Yeah,
That's
and what do you think
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
You know what the big problem is that
but you
what we're trying to present here is fundamentals of reality, right? Practical things, the things that are real, and we're trying to point out that children are being lied to and put towards a path where they learn these things that have no relation to reality, and they're being put towards this path of lies, and we have to point it out, because laws of nature, we have to follow them. Doesn't matter our opinion what it is. The laws of nature are the laws of nature, and there's rules to this place, to this world. But these people that are lying to the children, that you're saying, oh, it's okay for them to do this, to teach it in the schools. So that's the first rule: the shape of the earth, the laws of nature. And now they can lie about anything, and people's just gonna take it. So there's gotta be someone that have to point this out and see things for what they are and point it out to other people. That's what we're doing. That's what I do. I point out things for reality. I know people, and I'm pretty sure you know people that talk about BS that has no relation to reality, and they talk about it like they believe it. Probably you met people like that, especially in Spanish.
Atheists. Yeah, they're called atheists. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of those that believe in a spinning globe. They think that they live in a spinning globe, and that's being promoted and incentivized for people to have this kind of thinking that is destroying civilization, basically.
Gemsy, 666.
Yo,
Sixes, you know the sixes in the model. Can you
point them out. Point them out. So real quick, you know, the energy that is being put toward this lie is huge, and you probably can see it everywhere. That's why when you say, "No, I do everything, and the flat Earth doesn't matter," I can agree with you. We don't have to talk about this on the internet. We don't have to, but we do because we're being lied to, and we're pointing that out, and it has to be done.
93 million miles is one of those numbers. It's like numerology, right? 666 is in the tilts, the degrees, 23.4, something like that. It's also how fast the Earth is spinning around, rotating around the sun. I mean, there's a lot of sixes. You know what I mean? So if you're
Well, what would it? Well, here's a good question. What would it take for one of you guys to believe that it's round? Is it like
Curvature.
what?
You mean
No,
and
no,
curvature.
like
Measure the
no, like
curvature.
no, like would it be like that? That literally we just like take somebody that. Well, God, this is weird because like
listen.
Because if we
Let me talk to him. Let me talk to him.
hold on. If we appointed one of you, and paid, I don't know, who are we gonna pay? Elon Musk to take you out into space and go around so that you could see it with your own eyes, and you came back, and you came back and reported it, nobody would believe you, right?
The problem is, bro. The problem is that you can't go to this fantasy place. Nobody can go to Fantasyland. The place I depicting to you, and that's why they have to show you cartoons and all this deception, these drawings and all this Hollywood stuff. So they're telling you they're gonna take you to this place, right? But you're never gonna go because you cannot go to Fantasyland, right? You agree with that, right? You can't go to Fantasyland.
Hold on, man.
So nobody's been in outer space then.
Wait, bro, brother, hermano. Wait, what you're saying doesn't make sense, okay? Because what we're saying, okay, is that curvature that you want us to go up into space to see, right? Should already be observable here. So you gotta think about this. When we get to 128,000 feet, that curvature, right, is not there yet. It still appears flat. But now the Earth cannot have a radius of 3,959 miles because it still appears flat. So you got to think like even when we get to 250 miles where the ISS is, it's still gonna not look like a ball. So you got to
Now
think.
you got to go further out. You got to go further out. You got to go further out. You got to go further out.
Exactly, but listen,
bro,
now you got a
gotta go
ball.
further out.
Right, now you got a ball, right? That's way too big because it's not matching the math. But as we go out, is it going to snap into a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles? Or is it going to be such a huge ball that all the math, all the gravity, all the science, the astronomical units, the speed of light is all wrong? I mean,
you're saying that Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk is gonna take you on a spaceship and take you to outer space. Outer space is a place that is next to the globe Earth, right? Is it?
Look, dude, I do not. I look at the world. Look, I look out into the world and I see it flat. Everything is flat. I get on a plane, the horizon is flat. Everything is flat. All our measurements
And you
are
can
flat.
measure all the
Everything is
waters,
flat.
and you measure the
Everything is
waters of
flat.
the Earth. You measure all the bodies of water, and supposedly, the surface of the Earth is mostly water, right? Have you ever heard that? That the
Yes,
surface
of
of the Earth
course,
is
of
70+% water, and you do all the surfaces of water, and they all measure level, flat, right? So if it's not, if this, sea level, right? So if the waters of the Earth are not curving anywhere, so what is it?
I'm just trying to tell you that I'm trying to tell you that everything I see is flat, and every perspective that I see on the world is flat, and that the only way that the only way that I'm going to be convinced that it's round in the way that it's supposed to be round is if I go out into outer space and see that it's round.
Well, you can
But this
Do
is the issue, right?
Can't
This
go
is in
there.
this next
you
to
accept
that outer space. Hey,
do
next
you
to that
accept
outer
that?
space that listen, yeah. Let's say this, right? Next to that outer space that you just spoke of, there is this globe Earth, right? Because every time they show you outer space, they show you the globe Earth, right? But then you go to we go out there to the real world and you measure the Earth, and that globe that they show you next to the space is not reality, doesn't exist. So that globe and that outer space that you think you're gonna go, you can't go there because you're not on a globe. You cannot go from the globe to outer space because there is no globe in reality. Get it?
My friend, I'm not talking about any measurements. When I look into the world, I see it flat. I don't need anything measuring to tell me that it's flat. I'm sitting in my car right now in a driveway. It's flat. I don't need a laser or a measurement to tell me that it's flat. It looks flat to me, right? So the only thing, so if I use that as how I'm going to know something, then the only way I'm going to know
Get it?
if it's
No,
round
bro.
is to be up in space.
Yeah, but
Can't go to
is something.
Narnia.
Yeah,
Have
this
you
is
heard
the thing. We live in a contained environment, and even the people that have the power to do this kind of stuff, they try to get out. They threw bombs to the sky. They explored the extensions of the earth, and they
exactly?
still here. So we live in an environment. We live in a flat, level, motionless, contained dynamic system. So to get out of it, to go to Narnia, you can't do it. You can't leave
Earth
it.
is a closed system.
It's
We
called
cannot leave the
called
Earth.
Project. It's called Project Fishbowl, right? It's when they sent nukes up to the sky and start bombing the ceiling, right? Why? What is a Project Fishbowl? And then there's Project High Jump, where they went outwards and tried to jump over some ice wall. And then there's the 7 mile deep hole, right? Mining in Russia as the deepest they can dig, and then the drills breaks. And, they say the drills break because it's too dense. Who knows?
Do I
There's
need
a
any?
Listen, real quick, bro. So going up towards that place, they showing you this. Oh, go get on a rocket. I'm pretty sure nobody gets on these rockets, right? Maybe on a high altitude plane. Yeah, sure, you can get on a high altitude plane, go up as high as it can, and they come back down. Some people do that. But on these rockets that they telling you is going up, up and up and away from you and goes to outer space, they show you cartoons and a place that you will never go to. You can't do that. But on the flat plane that we live on, that everybody's standing on, there might be further places that we haven't been to, like it's been described on many documents. Explorers have documented it. Extra lands, right? Extra other continents that we don't know of, and maybe other people do, but you and I haven't been there. So there could be places that we can go on the extended plane, but this place that they pointing out for you up there, you cannot leave the container because they tried it and they failed. You can't leave the container. So going to this place that they show you in TV and cartoons, you can't go there. That's why they gotta give you cartoons. That's why they gotta give you cartoons.
We cannot leave the Earth.
And my other point. The thing is that when you look at the treaties and the limitations that as people that we have, right now you cannot go to the places that you want to go. If you have a ship and you want to explore the earth on a vessel, like the seas, the waters, land, if you want to go to places to explore, you can't do that. It's illegal. There's limitations to the places we can go. So you cannot go to the space because it's La La Land, and then there is laws that prohibit you to go to these extended lands or other areas of the earth, because right now you know everybody's on lockdown. Are you on lockdown right now, bro? Can you go anywhere you want right now? Can you?
Hey, I'm the carefree traveler. I've been traveling nonstop throughout this whole thing. So yeah.
So you can go anywhere you want on Earth, on the Earth. You can. There's places on the Earth that you can just go there. Hey, I'm me, and I just want to go here because even if they have laws that you cannot go to, they'll allow you, right? That's what you're saying.
You just asked the question. You can go anywhere you want. Yes, I can go anywhere I want. Yes,
So
I
you can go
can.
to Antarctica if you want.
I don't want to go to Antarctica.
Okay, but that would be how you would explore this place.
Yeah. You just said, can you go anywhere you want? And I said, yes, I can.
Bro,
asked
there's
me like
restricted areas and different places you can't go.
Yeah, can you go to restricted area, military areas? Can you go there?
I don't want to go there.
So
Don't
you
miss
can.
the
The answer
point.
is no. Just to be honest, bro, it's very simple. There's a lot of areas of the earth that you are not allowed to go, and that includes an extend many areas of the extended plane. It's very simple. You know this is true.
Bro, listen to me. You asked me a question. Can you go anywhere you want to go? I answered that question. That doesn't seem like that was your question, though. It
Just
seems like
because
what
you don't want to go there doesn't mean you can go there.
Yeah, can you go anywhere on the Earth?
That's our point, Carefree. That's our point, Carefree.
That was
How are you not getting that?
exactly, my friend. That's not what he asked. Okay,
Well,
that's not what he asked.
Yeah, but what he was getting at is, can you go anywhere on the Earth? You know it.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's not what he asked, though. I'm responding to direct questions, right? That's what I do. I listen to what people ask me, and I respond directly to that, right? I don't respond to questions that I'm not asked, right? You guys seem to not respond to the questions that I'm asking you. You seem to respond. You seem to go off on tangents about other things when I'm even agreeing with you guys. Half the time I've agreed with you, and you're still going on tangents about things that I'm not even asking, right?
Right, so you don't actually have to go to cartoon Narnia Spaceland that you can't actually go to, and that they can only show to you in cartoon CGI pictures and stuff like that to verify the claimed curvature of the Earth. You should be able to see it 1 foot off of the ground just using the ball maths that they've given us, the claimed radius value of the Earth. We should be able to see the geometric horizon not too far away at only 1 foot off the ground. So you don't.
Yeah, but no. You're saying that you should be able to. I don't know why you should. Like you're just saying that. You're saying that as if that's a fact. Whatever instruments that you guys have used, these lasers to test this out, when they're at the ground, at this direction, like at the ground, that's not the way that experiment works, right? I have an understanding that experiment is not done
accurately. It's not even an experiment. It's a measurement. And it does work because of the rate of curvature that they've claimed. It's exponential. It's roughly supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, given the 3959 mile radius that they've claimed, right?
You can do this. You can do the experiment correctly using flagpoles and people that can see with binoculars on the other side, right?
Not really. Well, sure. Yeah, I guess you could, because it should be obstructed.
Well, which one is
this? You go.
Well,
that would be an observation. That would be an observation. You'd be making an observation. But if you're going to do a measurement, you need to be able to measure.
Well, what I'm trying to get at with this guy is that you can see the physical horizon.
He cut out. He cut out.
No, I'm here. You guys cut out on me.
No, he did. He did.
Okay.
We're here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so you should be able to see, well, you will be able to see the geometric Earth curve horizon at 1.225 miles, 1 foot off the ground, if that is a thing. If the Earth is in fact a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, you don't have to go to cartoon Spaceland.
You cut out again. Cartoon Spaceland. You don't go to Cartoon Spaceland. You're using push to talk, that's why.
Yeah, he's the one cutting out, not me.
My bad. Yeah, if I'm cutting out real bad, then maybe somebody else might want to do this with me.
No, you're not chopping up or anything. You sound good.
You sound clear, but I think you're using push to talk and you're missing the push to talk.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So no, we don't have to leave the Earth like you're talking about to verify what they have told us it is. You can check for yourself what it is. You don't even have to go higher than a foot off the ground, let alone thousands of miles away from it.
Exactly. Isn't that what the Bedford experiment is? You being able to check that out for yourself?
It's been done many times. It's been done many times with many instruments, lasers, radar systems, long distance observations, optical zooms. It's been done in many ways, and the Earth doesn't have any curvature anywhere you go. because the specific claim about the globe has very specific numbers, and when you put this number to the test, you don't find these numbers anywhere on the earth. So it's been falsified.
There's
So
a
the
bump.
globe has
There's
been
a bump. There's a bump. There's a bump that you would see in your line of sight that would be expected to see if it was a globe. You would expect to see that bump, right? And you're not going to see that. And you're not going to see that bump when you use lasers a foot off the ground, right?
We're not even.
Bro, the laser supersede that curvature, that claim curvature. The lasers go way beyond. Yeah, the lasers go beyond the claim curvature.
Refraction doesn't work that way, my friend. Refraction doesn't
No,
work that way. So you're
when you
just
say
saying that
refraction, what type of diffraction you talking about? We're talking about lasers and radar system. Bro, I could show you a group of researchers that they're not flat earthers. They used to believe in the globe, and they themselves put it to test. They did multiple tests, and they even built their own laser. They built a laser that is more powerful than any commercial laser that you can buy, right? And they did the test themselves, and they concluded that there's no curvature anywhere.
Yeah, the
There's no
test is not
curvature anywhere.
the test is not a singular test, right? The calculation
They
is
did
done.
many tests.
Yeah, of course. The calculation is done at different times of day or night, at different times of the year as well, and in different locations, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Many
So
tests.
there's
They falsified the claim of the globe, because the claim of the globe is very specific. So there's no curvature, there is no globe. The geometry of the globe that is claimed is nowhere to be found in reality. That's why
how does that
there's no
follow?
globe.
How does that follow?
Because you're simply measuring the surface of the Earth. Okay, look, if you set up a laser at 4 feet of height on one shoreline, you've got an opposite shoreline, say 30 miles away, you've got a target there. It's at the same 4 feet of height at the opposite shoreline. Should you be able to hit that directly from shore to shore, if this is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles?
Stop making this.
It's very simple. You shouldn't be able to hit that target directly, because at 30 miles there should be 300 feet of Earth curvature, 300 feet of drop off from where you are sending that laser to.
Stop making this so complicated.
It's not complicated at all.
He just said something, okay? This is what it sounds like to me that he said. This is what it sounds like his argument is. A, or let's say X, you do not see the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
B, or X, Y, right? Y.
You shoot a laser 300 feet. Sorry, you shoot a laser 30 miles across. There should be 300 feet of Earth curvature. The Earth should be dropping 300 feet down and away from you. Is that observed? Not in any way.
I'm making a syllogism based off of what he said. The conclusion should be based off of. Hold on, dude. Hold on. Okay.
No, you hold on, because you keep wasting our time. Like, you're saying that it doesn't logically follow that the 300 feet of missing curvature is not observed. Of course not.
No. You're not allowing me to say what I'm going to say, because you know where what I say leads, right? It leads to a ridiculous claim. You are saying A, B, therefore C. It doesn't follow, therefore C. The flat Earth does not follow from what he just said.
No. You're not looking for a flat Earth. You're looking for the curvature. Remember the 8 inches per mile square, right? And that curvature that gives the globe the geometry that it requires to be a globe. So when you test that on the Earth, it doesn't measure anywhere. That there is no curvature anywhere on the Earth. Therefore, there is no globe, because the globe requires the curvature claim.
Yeah, you're getting confused. Yeah, what follows is that the 8 inches per mile squared curvature rate is falsified. That's what follows, buddy.
There we go. That's the false binary right there, right? That if
shut up. You're not listening. Be quiet. It's not the false binary. He just told you it's not a binary. He's telling you that it is a falsification of the ball claim. That is what it is. It has been falsified. He's not talking about a binary necessarily. He's not going not round, therefore flat. He's telling you that the model they have presented to you is false, demonstrably so.
Let me question him. When you say that I will not find any curvature, what am I supposed to deduce from that?
that the
falsification is independent of replacement.
That they claim that they tell you that the Earth is has a geometry that is curving a sphere. That geometry, the sphere, doesn't exist in reality when you put it to the test.
Okay,
That's
good.
it. It's very simple.
Okay, good. Does that necessitate the flat Earth?
You don't have to. The falsification is independent of replacement. You don't need to say, "Oh, the Earth is an elephant because there is no curvature." No, you don't have. So listen. Before you get there, you see. You see.
Question. That is a direct question. I want an answer to my question.
It is flat. Yeah, when you measure the waters, they're flat and level. We can describe it as that. But like I told you before, right? The entirety of the Earth is not this thing that you have in your mind of flat or globe. These two words, globe Earth or flat Earth, that is not reality. That is not reality. That's the description. The globe Earth, which will be a description, there is no curvature because a globe requires curvature. But when you put the curvature to the test, it's not there.
Stop pontificating, dude. I am not interested. I am not interested in your community college lecture. I'm asking you a question. If I do not find that curvature,
there is no community college on those waters that are tested. You don't require a community college for that.
If I do not find the curvature, does that necessitate the flat Earth? Yes or no? Does it?
No, it falsifies the claim. It falsifies the claim of the globe. There is no globe because you can test the globe and it's not there.
He's trying to distract you to diminish the argument. Stop letting him.
Can you answer the question?
It's already been answered.
What is it?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'm gonna answer. It measures flat, and you can describe it as flat. But you're trying to ask about the Earth, right? That we're not talking about the whole of the Earth. We're talking about a description of the surface that we're standing on. It's flat. It measures flat and level.
You are answering the question that you want to answer, not the question that I'm asking.
The answer is no.
Right?
The answer is no.
Let me answer his question. The answer to your question is yes, it does participate in flat Earth because, like you said, you experience it as flat, you observe it as flat, you measure it as flat, you live your life like it's flat. So yes, of course. What else can we necessitate?
Yeah, it measures flat. Like when you measure the table, when you go to your kitchen and you say, "Hey, let me measure this table." You measure the table, and the table measures flat and 10 by 10. That's your table. You measure 10 by 10. That's it. So
yeah, and then carefree
Yeah.
traveler comes in and says it doesn't logically follow that the table is flat. That's literally what he's doing.
He's trying to escape from the claim, right? The problem is he even said that he experienced things that are flat, but yet when he travels, he also experienced things as a globe. So what exactly does that mean? He doesn't even know who came up with the R value. You don't even know how the R value, excuse me, you weren't even aware of how the R value came about or who measured it.
Because he knows his experience. He experienced the flat Earth. Everything he does is dependent on the flat Earth. But when he tried to speak about the globe, since he has it in his mind, he's trying to explain the globe, but it's not there. It's nowhere to be found. No, I think he's trying to falsify. He's trying to falsify the flat Earth. But have you done any measurements to falsify? Have you done any measurements of the table to falsify the flat? Have you? Wait, before you ask, let me ask you this. Have you falsified level water? Have you falsified that level water? Have you falsified that?
No.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Easy. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, you see how easy it is to ask a question. When you ask a direct question, I give you a direct answer. You see how that works? Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if you can do the same thing. Okay.
The point is, you even said so yourself that it doesn't matter.
Karen, spit it the fuck out.
Because it doesn't change anything in your life. And yet you're
blocking my questions.
Spit it out, Karen. Say your question.
He got a gotcha question. He got a gotcha question. Go ahead. Give us your gotcha question. Go.
if I go to school and I am taught constantly from a young age that the Earth is a globe, right? I'm taught constantly that the Earth is a globe. And I go out, I experience it, that it's a globe because of what I was taught, right? So I don't know that it's a globe. I'm just taught that it's a globe, right? And when I go out, I experience it as a globe.
No, you don't.
But,
You never experience a
hold on.
globe or
That was a
nothing.
lie.
You don't experience that. That's a
That
lie.
was a lie.
But that's you making stuff up because you don't experience the globe. Nobody does.
You also
Let him
said you
finish.
wanted us to answer a direct question. What was the question?
What question?
Wait. You're
Let me
misspeaking.
Where the fuck is the question in this hypothetical tale,
All right, guys,
man?
slow down, stop.
You're
So, guys,
saying
1
you
second, guys, real
imagine.
quick. Let
Listen,
Gemsy or
if we
somebody
all do
one
that,
at a time, moderator, big data,
imagine
one person at a time, or he's gonna rage quit anyway.
Okay,
Please,
hold
one
up.
at a time.
I don't want to lose my train of thought. What you said
No,
was
I'm not gonna rage. I'm not gonna
what
rage
you,
quit.
hold
I
up,
just have
man.
to go in a little bit. Hold on. Let me
Hey,
ask my
listen.
dude.
He's already
Why
You
planning
did
to
not
rage quit. I told you.
experience about Earth.
Why?
You imagined it, just like I did, just
Exactly.
like all of us did. Because we were taught that it is a ball, therefore we imagined we saw a curvature, but it's not there. Look again.
Confirmation bias. That's confirmation bias. So if you look out of the window and you see a globe, it's in your mind. It's nowhere because you don't measure this globe. If you say,
Good.
I want to see the globe, and you get in an airplane and you look through the window and you say, oh, look at the globe. That's confirmation bias. That's it. It's in your imagination. That's it.
You guys are really bad. You won't even allow somebody to ask a question.
Well, you were
Okay,
saying you experiencing the globe, and that's just no one does that.
yeah.
So
Okay.
you're just making things up.
Okay. You guys. So you guys don't entertain hypotheticals then in this community. You cannot use a
Objective
hypothetical.
reality.
You said you had a direct
One at a
question.
time, guys. One at a time, though. One at a time. He's trying to rage quit already. Gemsy, yeah, just talk to him because he's gonna rage quit.
Yeah, the hypotheticals that when you say, hey, you as a child, they show you this globe on top of the flat, motionless table. You remember the globe in your school? You remember seeing the globe? It's on a top. It's on top on a pedestal, right? Hanging from a pedestal, right? And it's on a flat, motionless table because even the globe that you have in your mind is dependent on a flat Earth because the globe is just that thing that they show you in the first place. And then they show you the globe, then you saw it on the cartoons, then you depicted the globe and you draw the globe and you color it and you imagine that you live in that globe. And this confirmation bias was growing and growing. And then you saying that when you go out to the world, you experience the globe, but that's in your imagination. That's it.
Just say a
okay.
few minutes ago that he experiences the world as flat.
Are you? Okay. Are you done? Can I ask my question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Let's see how long I'll get before I cut off. Let's see if we can do this. I think we can, guys. I think you guys can allow me to ask a question, right?
Just get on with it.
Go ahead.
Just fucking ask it, bro.
Go ahead.
If I'm taught in school, let's say I'm indoctrinated, right? I'm indoctrinated that the world is a globe, and thus because of my indoctrination, not because it's reality, right? Not because it's reality, not because I tested it, not because it has been tested, but because I have been indoctrinated to believe that it's a globe. When I go out, I believe that it's a globe. It's not. I just believe it because I've been taught that it is. Does it necessarily follow that does it necessarily follow that it is a globe? Yes or no?
No, it's not a globe.
No, it doesn't, right? It doesn't necessarily follow, right?
Exactly.
No.
It doesn't necessarily follow, right? So
no, it doesn't.
So if someone does an experiment where I'm supposed to see a curvature, right? And I don't see that curvature, does that necessitate that the Earth is flat?
No.
Yes. It gives you listen. It gives you a description. No, right? It gives you a description, right? Descriptor. So you pull out the tape measure, pull out the laser, pull out the radar, and when you measure that is flat, the distance from where you're doing the test from point A to point B, it measures level and flat. You can describe that your measurement is flat and level. It's very simple.
Okay, so the answer is no, right? You just said like 50 words, but the answer was no, right?
The answer is yes.
Well,
The
I don't know.
answer,
It
the
seems
answer,
like you have a problem with the terms. Like if it's not
Wait,
curved, what is it?
wait,
If it's not
wait.
curved, what is it?
No, because he's trying to extrapolate that the test. Listen, he's trying to say, hey, that test that you did doesn't mean that the whole Earth is a flat Earth.
Oh, everybody
Right?
knows
That's what
it's
he's.
topographical.
Well, no. Before you thought the Earth was a ball, right? The Earth always presented itself flat, so the default is that it is flat. What kind of flat? I don't know, but assuming that the Earth is a ball is somebody's idea, hypothesis, and when you went to test it, it wasn't a ball, and that's that, right? You just go back to the default that it's flat.
I don't know why. I don't know
He's
why
scared
you.
of
I don't know
flat
why.
Earth. That's the problem.
I don't know why. I don't know why you would go back to that. I don't know, like why
Because there's no
Where
way to
else
go
would you go
forward to
to,
a ball.
Carefree?
It did not move forward to a ball. See, the idea did not prove to be true because it measures flat. There is no curvature. Now, what kind of flat? I don't know. There's ancient models of what people think, and you can ask people that have gone up and out to figure it out. The government, NASA.
Yeah, look, the reason you have a problem with the question is because the answer is no. It doesn't necessitate flat Earth, and therefore there is no reason for me to just automatically jump to it being flat
My
and to
answer
me
is
believing that I was
yes.
being live.
If
Didn't
the
you
Earth
hear
is
what I said?
measuring
My
flat
answer
and
is
level, it
yes.
doesn't necessitate flatness. I don't get it. If it's not curved, what do you want us to call it? What's your problem?
I don't know. It could be anything else. It could be lots of different things.
Anything?
It doesn't have to be flat.
Wait. Do you mean like anything in space, or do you mean like anything?
I'm not here claiming that it is a shape or it's not a shape. You're the ones who are claiming that it's not something.
No, you missing it, bro.
Wait. So
missing.
hold on. Why are you
Go
here?
ahead.
Why are you here? What is your purpose then for being here? If you don't.
He's
I'm
being a
just thinking.
contrarian at the moment. Hey, he's being okay, but at the moment you're being a contrarian because, my opinion and your opinion doesn't matter when you pull out the tape measure and pull out the laser, and the laser shows you the way it is. Water is level and it's flat, and you grab a level and it shows you there's level. My opinion doesn't matter, and your opinion doesn't matter. It's flat and level. That's it. That's a description. For if you describe the test that you did with the laser or the tape measure, and it measures flat and it measures level, that's the way you're gonna put it on the piece of paper. Flat, level, no curvature. You can put it in Spanish and a nivel, plano. You can put it in Chinese and Japanese, any language. But what's the description? It's a description of the observation and the result of the test. My opinion and your opinion have no effect on the physicality of the world.
Yeah, okay, I'll go ahead and agree with that, right? Because what I'm going to say next is why is it that when we have done that experiment correctly, that we see the bump that we would expect to see?
You haven't done anything.
Who did it? Who did it
It's a
correctly?
test of a measurement. It's a
How do
test
you
of
do
a
it?
measurement.
Hey, shut up! Shut up! You just made a claim. How was it done correctly? Who did it? When? Show us the measurements.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm not.
It's never been done.
Okay, so you just made, okay. So you're just making baseless assumptions.
hasn't
You just throw shit out there.
Look,
I'm
man, you
not-
can't do that.
Atheists do. I mean, you Globers. I mean, you weirdos. You just make stuff
You gotta
up.
bring. You gotta bring. Like you gotta do your research.
Hey,
So,
dude,
yeah,
I'm not a
your research.
Wikipedia. I'm
Well,
not
you're
a
claiming-
Wikipedia Andy.
I'm not
I'm not a
saying you
Wikipedia Andy. I'm
You're
not a
claiming-
Wikipedia Andy.
Hey,
Okay.
Bonk,
Yeah,
can I
but dude,
say
you've been
something
here for
real quick,
2
buddy?
hours. You've been here for
Real
2 hours
quick,
doing the
real quick,
same
guys.
shit, dude.
Listen, real quick, guys. Can I just make a point real quick, fraud and guys? Listen, here's the problem, man. Is that you come here to a place where we don't trust liars, and you start lying to us. That's proving our point. That's the whole point we're here, is because we're tired of people lying to us, and people come here and then they lie to us more. That's the whole reason why we're here.
So you're just looking for a lie in order to like confirm
No,
your
you're
bias
lying.
that
You're
everybody's
making
a liar.
stuff up. I don't go
So you're
to other
look-
places and start lying to them, right?
dude.
I'm gonna go
Just
to
wrong.
like I'm gonna go to some other channel and start lying to people. Why can't you just be honest and say you're right? I don't know. I've never experienced. You can't.
So you're
It's a religion.
looking for
Because
a
you have
lie.
religion,
to confirm your
Carefree.
bias.
No, Carefree, you're lying. I don't have to look. You're right here. I didn't have to go anywhere. You came here to us and started lying to us. I didn't look for anything. You came here.
There's a difference between lying and being wrong. Okay, like, and you're wrong.
No, no,
Okay.
he is
After
lying.
2 hours,
He
Bone.
is
After
lying.
2
He is
hours,
lying.
it's not being
Guys,
right
Guys,
anymore. You're just
the
making
the
stuff
problem
up.
is the problem is that he hasn't done this. He hasn't done the observation. He hasn't done the test himself. So he's confirming his bias and trying to question people that have done it. Right? He hasn't done it himself, and it's okay for him to question it. But if you actually gonna question the thing, go do it yourself. Measure the waters,
yeah.
measure the earth, use level, and then come to your own conclusions and tell us, hey, you guys are wrong because I did this and it gave me this result. The only issue is that the flat, level, motionless plane is being measured and tested by many people, many times, multiple tests, and everything you do is dependent on a flat, motionless plane. So
Who are
questioning,
these people? Who are these people?
going,
Who,
who is this
who are
people?
they?
We
Who are
have
they?
many tests in the server, many laser tests. We have engineers. We have many researchers from many
Just give me
countries that
one.
have
Give
done
me
tests.
one. Give me one name that I can research when I leave here on my own and come back and see and tell you what I find. Give me one name of somebody that did it.
No, you're gonna look at the. Have you looked at the live stream voice text? Everything that is being presented over there, because people have been presenting information there.
I've been driving, man. Can you just give me the name of one person, anybody, so that I could look at what they did and see what I
Check
think
out
about it?
Rob.
Hey, they can do one
REV.
better. They can send you a link. So look in the voice. Somebody send him a link so he'll have some.
Laser
No,
test. Look, laser test.
No, how about you tell me the name so that I can research it?
Rob, why do you need a name when we can give you the video? How about a video? How about a video? Wouldn't a video be better? Wouldn't a video be better?
But I
Would a
could give
video
you
not be better?
I could no, it wouldn't because I could give you a video of somebody debunking that video. I could give you a video of somebody debunking it, right?
You don't even know what the video is going to say. How do you know that you can give us somebody that debunks it?
He's
Haven't even
missing
heard
the
it.
point.
Haven't even heard
He's
the
missing the
argument.
point.
He's doing
These
it
are
on
things.
purpose, though.
These are things that you can go out and test for yourself. That's the difference between what they give you supporting the globe, that their assumptions of the globe. You can't test any of it. You can't verify any of it, and what you can debunks it. But anything that anyone here gives you, you can go out and test and verify for yourself.
Somebody, hold on.
I'm not finished yet. I'm going to direct you to the information if you want it. So when you stop driving and you jump back in here, you can scroll down to the bottom of the server and you'll find an area with a long distance. In the L's, you'll find laser tests, long distance observations, and so forth. And I will DM you a link for a wiki and for an FE core laser tests. Not meaning flat Earth, FE meaning field engineer. So these are things that you can look at.
It's
Okay.
trivial enough to do.
I was just laughed at because I couldn't provide a name and a location of where
BMLSB69. There you go.
of where somebody made this test.
Well, that's because you made a claim about the correct way to measure the surface of the Earth, and then you couldn't back that up with any knowledge of how that would even be done. Okay,
Now you're
we
making.
know
Now
how
you're,
we would measure. We know how you would measure the surface of the Earth because we've all tried to do that. We've done that. We've done the laser experiments. We've noted absolutely zero curvature. It's been done dozens of times. The results have been uploaded to this server many times. There's the black swan argument. There's different ways of looking at the surface of the Earth to see what it's doing. Right?
That's all an appeal to popularity, my friend. Why don't you give me the name of somebody who has done
Bro,
this?
I just
Hey,
gave you a
Carefree.
name, bro.
Hey, Carefree, guys, real quick. I'm gonna interrupt real quick. Carefree, I just sent you about 15 videos in your DMs. You got some homework, buddy. We'll see you here in a little bit. Go ahead and research this topic again before you start coming at us. Maybe measure it too. Thanks.
You know how Helio would answer this question? How about I give you the name of your mama?
You've been distracting the whole time, Carefree, and I've heard your tactics. Now we need to talk about the Earth, or you're gonna fuck off.
Nah, man, he's all right. It's just
No, he's not.
He's just.
I'm sick of listening to his fucking sophistry.
You know what assuming does? You know why we don't assume? Because it makes an ass out of you and me. See, ass, you.
What do you think,
me.
Carefree?
Assuming.
Where's the curvature?
Because it makes Uranus.
Well, he said he knew the correct way to measure the curvature, and he keeps throwing the ball back in our court. So yeah, where is it, buddy?
Just show us. There should be like a road sign.
There isn't. He said he has to go to space.
Somebody somewhere should have at some point found the curvature and marked it fucking moron.
I don't know. I said, look,
somewhere, sometime.
Stutter some more. Stutter some more.
Wait,
Why
dude.
would
If
somebody
you have to
mark
go to
it?
place-
Why
if you
would
have to go
somebody
to
mark
place
it?
in the
Why would
radius,
somebody mark it? Why would somebody mark it?
I don't know, man. If they're going to measure some
why are you
distances. Oh, by the way, here's some curvature. This
Why
is cool.
why would they mark
Maybe
it?
there's other parts where you can see more curvature than less. Isn't it pear-shaped?
Why would they think it's cool? Why would they think it's cool unless we're
See,
told to do that?
why are you going to the Y? Shut the fuck up and give me Earth curvature. Don't go to the Y. We're not going to talk about arguments. We're going to talk about information. Where's the curvature?
Why will they market? Why will they tell children that they live in this spinning globe and then
I don't know. Tell me. Tell me.
Exactly.
Why?
The curve.
Tell me why.
Show me the
Tell me
curve.
why. Tell me why. Tell me why they would.
Where's the curve?
Because they want the result that they want is people like you, zealots of the religion of the globe.
And what do we get?
Got it. Jemsy got it.
And what do
Let's
I
hear
get?
it. Jem,
And what
let
do
go.
I get
No,
for being
no,
a
no.
zealot for
Jemsy,
them?
fire
Why?
away.
What do I get out of that? What am I gaining by doing that?
Arguing against reality. Believing whatever the liar says.
Yeah, but what does that get me? Like, what am I winning by doing that?
I don't know. You said you didn't care if it was flat and that it wouldn't change anything, and that's why it doesn't matter to you. So why give us a hard time
Yeah,
about
why
it?
the fuck are you here, dude?
Yeah, but
Carefully, stop, relax. Why are you doing this? And so, as a religious zealot, so vehemently defending a cartoon religion, why are you doing it? Am I now going to tell you why you do things, Carefree?
Wait, man. Why not just take the information we're giving you, right, and then we can go verify it or not, and just leave it at that? Why the drama?
I'm not saying I'm a zealot about it. That's where you guys are wrong. I already told you.
You are. You're kicking and screaming like a 5-year-old having a temper tantrum to defend this cartoon religion you were raised upon television.
Bro, imagine being in a place where you want to learn something and then you're presented with information and you're just acting like this child. No, I don't want that information. I don't want it because I don't like it.
Go to the corner. Go to the corner.
Yeah, the one to
You're asking us to explain your actions to you, and we don't do that. Like,
The
if
one-
you want someone to explain why someone would do that and be zealot, then you explain it because you're the one acting that way.
the ones that are gish galloping, 5-6 people jumping in on one person and over talking them, those are you, not me. So anybody that isn't a flat earther here or isn't part of your little club understands what you guys have been
Dude,
doing,
stop trying
right?
to moderate the conversation. You've been talking. No, you start talking before anytime anyone tries to make a point to you, you always just start repeating the same thing over and over and over. So it runs into what they're saying.
Because you gish gallop. Because you
You're
gish
not being
gallop.
gish gallop, Karen.
We're asking
You've never answered the very.
We're asking for one
You know
thing.
what happened?
Stop. Let her talk. Let her talk. Stop.
Thank you.
You've never answered the very first question I ever asked you when you first came in here, because you made a claim and you said because someone has measured the Earth curving, someone has measured it to be a sphere, and I asked you where that measurement was, and you've still never provided that. Very first 2 minutes you were in here.
So I appeal to that Bedford experiment as a measurement that has been taken and reproduced by many people that would show a bump if the Earth was curved, right? And it does show up, right? It does show up.
No.
And furthermore,
experiment.
And furthermore, I've said that in order for you to really see it, it seems like you would have to be very far up in space, to which you guys jumped down my throat and said that that's Narnia and that you couldn't even go out there.
It is Narnia. You think you can go to Wonderland? You can't.
You're ignoring the math. You're ignoring the radius.
We want to
Everything.
see the fucking curve.
You don't have to go to space.
His way of blaming us for going to space when he was the first one to mention it, and it's his way of blaming us for going there when he is in fact the one who mentioned it. We're talking about a measurement, an actual measurement, not observation, an actual measurement.
You know what you're doing, bro? You know what you're doing. You basically came to a home and asked for dinner, and a plate of dinner was presented to you on the table. You put your dirty boots on the table and said, "I don't want that dinner."
And you insulted the cook.
And you insulted the cook, and insulted the people in the house, and you're like, you bunch of morons.
You don't even get a free drink, sir.
You said what? No ketchup?
We just presuppose that dinner was served, right? You served a bunch of shit, and you're calling it dinner. And you all agree that it's dinner, right?
You haven't even done the research.
exactly
You haven't even looked into it.
You're-
Haven't even looked
Just
into it.
because you're used to eating a certain cuisine doesn't mean that what we provide is not nutritious to
You haven't talked about the information once. We have arguments that destroy the globe. Would you like to talk about that? Because the name of the server is Flat Earth Discord.
Not globe earth sophistry.
Yeah,
Sophistry.
I didn't claim that it's a globe, right? You guys remember that, right? When I said that I'm not making a claim that this Earth that we're on is a globe.
From what position are you arguing?
From the position that it's not flat.
You have to look into it first before you make a claim like that, dude. You have to look into it.
He's arguing from ignorance and being a contrarian just because.
I gave you 15 videos. That should keep you busy for a whole fucking day.
It could be anything.
DM'd me and said that you were a new glober.
It could
you said you were a glober.
Yeah, because that's terminology that will let you know that I'm not on your side, right? Right away, you would know that I'm not a flat earther when I say I'm a
There is
flat
no
earther, right?
side.
You got caught.
Everybody's in the
Remember
same
when I said that
size.
you were lying? No, stop. Remember when I told you came here and started lying? She just proved my point. Thanks for playing.
You're an anti-flat earther. You're an anti-Mason.
That's correct.
He said he knew one way to measure the surface of the Earth.
You're anti-life, anti-freedom, and anti-choice.
I am an anti-flat earther.
Anti-religion, anti-creed. You are racist.
No. Settle down. Settle down. Listen.
You are,
he's going to get really bad karma later for that. So let's just have a good conversation in the meantime. Thanks.
So why would you lie to children, bro? Why do you lie to children?
Why do I lie to children? We lie to children all the time.
No, you do.
You got him.
I don't.
I've never lied to a child.
I don't lie to children.
Talk.
Can you answer this? Why do you lie to children?
Because it is in their best interest when adults lie to them about certain things.
We are recording. We are recording this.
Wrong.
Thank you. We are recording this. Let this.
And who's
grow.
who's we? Because it doesn't include me. It doesn't include many people in here.
Humans do. Humans do that, right? Like humans tell children that there's like a Santa Claus exists and shit like that, right?
So you're gonna tell your children that they.
Let
you're gonna tell your children
that talk, please.
That they. You're gonna when you speak to your children, you tell them they live in a spinning globe.
Like we literally tell children that everything is gonna be fine. We know when we know that it's not gonna be fine. Like
my children are fine. I tell them, hey, everything is good. There's food. We have everything we need for everything is fine here.
Okay,
and I don't tell them it's like I don't have to lie to them and tell them, hey, there might be an asteroid falling on the spinning globe Earth. I don't have to tell them that because that's a lie.
Your question.
The globe Earth is not a philosophy. It's like an actual geometric shape of a ball. Okay, and that's what they're telling us the Earth is.
Your question.
He's gonna tell you about your question instead of answering it. Watch.
Yes. Because you already heard me say your question, so you know that I'm gonna do that. So now
exactly.
You're gonna start
We're a little bit better at this than you. Just okay. Go ahead.
So your question.
Earlier, he was the give only direct answers guy. Now look
your question presupposes that there's a reason why that there is no reason that we should lie to children, and me showing you one instance that we do lie to children and it makes sense destroys your entire argument, right? So
it doesn't make sense to lie to children.
It is a fact. It is a fact that a child has cancer and we know they are going to die, and we lie to them and tell them that it's not going to happen, that everything is fine.
That's your fucking opinion, you dumb fuck.
We're off in the weeds. No, take it back, Jemsy. We're off in the weeds. This isn't right.
So yeah, better lie to them.
You can't just sit there and say lying to children is okay because I think so. Dickhead.
Once again, we're not talking about the Earth. Is there curvature, sir?
No, it's not. It has.
No, everybody clip that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm sorry. That was my fault. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Is there curvature, though?
Jemsy already aced this, guys. You see that? Jemsy's aced it. Listen to the guy. The fact that he's not saying anything, Big Data. Do you listen to this guy? He's silenced right now because he's disgusted with himself. Thank you.
Well, he doesn't know why it's important, right? To learn and understand this
His
stuff. But look,
claim is that it's not flat. So
Paul,
please
Do
show
you
us that it's not
listen? Stop,
flat.
guys. Do you
this
realize
is not
this
really
guy
good
just
reasoning.
confessed? Stop it. Stop it.
Wait,
Stop
wait,
it.
wait.
Put
Listen
that
to
down.
this.
Stop. Big data, please. He just confessed that it's okay to lie to children, and it's recorded live on air.
It's
Please let
fine.
that
It's fine.
sink in. Let it sink
Yeah.
in,
Yeah,
please.
there's not
It's
much we need to do after that. Hey,
already-
check your DMs
No.
though. Carefree,
Yeah.
check them.
So I just told you, I just gave you many reasons why we do lie to children, and it's good that we lie to them,
You
right?
gave reasons why you lie to children, motherfucker. We don't. Children.
So okay, so then let me ask a question, right? So if your child is dying of
No, we're
an
not turning
illness,
this around. No,
Not
we're
gonna
not
fucking
turning
do
this
that.
around.
oh,
Truth
you
What the
prevails
fuck
from
does
Gemsy.
that
now,
have to
right?
do with the
Start it up
curve?
again.
What is a
Bro,
curve?
let me tell you this, bro. My children are fine. They're not dying. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait. I'll answer the question, please. Let
How
me
did
answer
you
the
let
question.
him start talking about your
Let me
children?
answer the question first.
Because
If my
she
I'm
asked
done.
me
child was dying of
because
cancer,
he asked
I
me because he asked
we
me
will
he asked
explain
me.
to him what's
I
going
didn't bring it
on
up,
in
right?
his
I
life
didn't
and
bring it
death
up,
way,
right?
and
I didn't
probably try to
I
figure
didn't
out how
bring
to
it up, right?
spend
I
the
didn't bring it
precious
up.
few moments that he has left on Earth. See, that's the best way to go, is to tell the truth and not be a fucking coward and a dumbass and lie to them. Fucking
I didn't
dickhead.
bring
If
it
he's
up,
doing
right?
the truth,
I
Anyway,
didn't bring it up.
you're in a
I
flat.
didn't bring it up,
You're in a
right?
flat Earth server, and you're here to defend your
Can you
claim that
stop
the Earth is
repeating the
not flat.
same thing 100 times?
You're here to
No,
defend your
just
claim
just
that
be
the Earth is
talking.
not
The
flat.
same thing.
He has
I
a
didn't bring
claim.
it up,
You've
right?
got a
I
claim
didn't.
that the Earth is not flat. Who cares about that? You've got a claim that the Earth is not flat. Okay, so provide any backing for that claim. Show us the curve. Not flat means curved, right? Not flat, that would be
It's not
curved, right? So you've got to go out and show us a curvature measurement. Where is it? Get to the point.
Yeah, good question. If it's not flat, what is it? Is you saying it's not flat, right? So what is it? Carefree.
It could be any number of things, right?
Like, but what is it? What is it?
I'm not claiming to know what it is.
If it's not flat, isn't it curved? It would have to be concave,
Well, I'm not
convex. It would have to have
surprised
some kind of
for that
curvature.
answer because he said he is an anti-flat earther. He said it. Not you are an anti-flat earther, aren't you?
One more. If it measures flat, if it is used as flat and observed to be flat, what could it be?
It could be any number of things.
Okay, I can only see it being curved if it's not flat. How about you?
But guys, you know the problem that
it could be
we are
wavy.
talking. We are
Yeah,
talking
waves are
about
curves.
the measurements. Hey, the measurements that we have done, when we talk about that and we put a description, we do, there's been hundreds, if not thousands of tests, and even the militaries use the flat motionless plane. All of this has been done, and it shows a flat motionless plane, but he's taking that and he's trying to take it like we are claiming that the earth is some type of the whole earth has a shape. He's trying to say that we claiming a shape of the earth, but flat is a description.
It's coming.
I think he
I
doesn't get that.
no, I actually don't think that. No, I don't think that you're saying that, bro. I don't. Honestly, I don't think that you know what the fuck it is either, right? Like,
Yeah, of course we don't. We've been talking at length here about how we can't even properly explore the place, so of course we don't make absolute claims about what it is. We just know that it seems to measure flat at its surface, and we know it's topographical, so yeah, technically it's not flat, quote unquote. But you say it's definitely not flat, which to me would suggest curved. So where are the curvature measurements?
What you know is that it's not a globe, right? That's what you do know, right? Like you
Well,
don't
if it's
know
not
that
curved,
it's flat, but
yeah, we can take globe off the table if it's not exhibiting any curvature for sure.
okay, good, yeah, and I know that it's not flat, right? That's what I know. So I know the opposite of you, right?
How do you know that, though? How do you know?
To children. That's why what you know doesn't matter. You probably don't know your left from your right, a woman from a male. Who knows, right? What you know.
Well, knowing's not the same thing as being right, then. So why don't you show us how you know?
If a person that thinks it's okay to lie to children says he knows this, I'm not gonna really take his opinion or what he thinks he knows seriously. You know what I'm saying?
Cisco fan.
That's fucking crazy. I'm like, just shut up, all right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I get. Yeah, no, don't worry. I will shut up. I'll come back tomorrow or whatever, and I'll look at your videos and I'll see like what's what's
That
interesting or
wasn't.
whatever. Right?
All right,
Why
Bong, I'll
don't
shut
you
up.
just
I
why
didn't
don't you
mean.
just
I didn't mean you personally. I was just saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I didn't mean you. Go ahead.
just how about just ignore us and go out and measure the surface of the Earth for yourself? Just do what we're talking about. Do the laser experiment. See if you can observe that curvature that is supposed to be there.
Yeah, that because that wouldn't necessitate that it be flat, right? Because I came up with some
It doesn't
fucking
have to
measurement.
necessitate.
Well, if it's measuring
anything.
level, it's measuring not curved. What is it? What is your
What
problem
the
with
hell
the
does
term flat?
necessitate mean? Anyways, like we're not talking about necessitating anything. Somebody assumed it was a ball in the vacuum of space, and obviously it
You don't
wasn't.
know.
So it's just whatever it is a realm. It's an experience we're having when we're not sleeping or dead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and your side is that look, just because somebody taught us this, it doesn't mean that that's exactly what it is.
It's
We've
not
done
just
all.
somebody, dude. It's not just somebody. It's a big fucking plan that was designed by specific people who believes a certain thing and wants to control the fucking world and what everybody believes in and what they think. New world order. It's not just a bunch of researchers from all over the world, conflicting arguments and views and blah blah blah. It's very, very concentrated. They built the schools, they built the world that
Wow.
you believe in. Okay,
Wow.
it's everywhere.
That's incredible,
Too
bro. That's
bad
an
we can't.
incredible claim.
Too bad.
That's an
Too bad
incredible
we don't have like a huge.
There has been an incredible claim made about the
Too
Earth being a
bad.
ball, and they've given us
Hang
extremely
on just a
specific
second,
numbers about
Central.
that.
Let me.
Okay,
I'm trying to get in here.
Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, I was already trying to get in there before you went. It's the only reason I have to push. Sorry, but I have to push my way in here. I don't get to.
Yeah.
But too bad there's not like some huge leveling device that we can use and stretch all across the Earth, like say a water level, and see what it actually measures to be with the level. Oh wait just a minute. There's already water all over the Earth. Like allegedly more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. We know how water behaves. When left undisturbed, it takes the shape of its container and it seeks its level.
Okay.
Somebody talking, or is my phone screwed?
It's okay, huh?
Well, it just that was just a perfect silence after that. I guess.
Yeah, let it sink in.
He said okay, and I guess a good thing to follow it up with, and then I'll shut up for another however long. But you did mention also that you see the Earth as flat. You experience it as flat. And wouldn't that be the logical point at which, if someone's claiming it to be otherwise, that they would have to verify it to you?
Does he know what level means? I don't think he knows what level means. Do you know what level means? The definition of level? When she says that all the oceans are level, do you know what that means?
Yeah, it means that they're not at different stages of height at different places, right? That they have an even level surface that is not curving in any way. It's not curving around anything. And if you just measure that plane, even though it's water and it moves, if you just do scientific measurements and take calculations where you measure that, it's going to be level, right? Like it's not going to be on one side of the earth. It's not, or I'm sorry, on one side of what we say is the earth, which we say is a globe. On one side, it's not going to be different than on the other side, right? We're not going to find any disparity.
It's going to be uniform throughout. It's sea level, and all the
Yeah,
oceans
exactly.
are ultimately one body of water, so it's all going to be one level exactly.
Yeah, it all evens out. Whatever could be underneath the water as far as caves and depressions and bottomless depths, it would all even out the water anyways, because we would observe in any container that is shaped, we would observe that the water evens itself out in that way as well, right?
Welcome
to
Flat Earth.
Surface of the water is going to be level regardless of the topography below it, for sure.
Yeah, cool. So I've we're on board. It's just that again, none of that necessitates flat Earth to me, right? It does to you. No, I know it does to you. I understand your rationale for why it does, because you're gonna say, and it's perfectly reasonable for you to say, if you just observe that it's flat and you can't come up with another reason as to why it could be something else, it just seems that you would just default to it being flat. It just makes sense that that's like what you would, like.
No, I agree. No, we agree. But the thing is that we grab the results of the test that is done, and we describe the results on a piece of paper, and we describe it as level or flat because that is the result.
Yeah, well, let me.
One second, Jemsy. One second. I got to speak to my partner real quick. Jemsy, we're missing a big thing here, and he still thinks the Earth is an object. And what he does,
that's a big problem. I noticed that, and that's a big issue.
That's a really big problem. He still conceptualizes that the Earth is this thing that you can imagine the entirety of. No, Earth is coming out of the waters. Our existence is surrounded by waters. You can't measure the breadth and width of this creation. Earth is just land coming out of the waters, and like truth prevails, it told you all the waters of creation are flat. So yes, we are on Earth coming out of the waters. It's not an object. It's bigger than your cartoon fairy tale. And no, you can't understand it in one night.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And it's not a wandering star.
Let me answer that real quick. Earth means soil. Earth means soil. Earth means land. So when somebody says, "Well, Earth," what does that mean? Oh, I'm talking about a ball in space. Like, what the hell? Why did you call it Earth, though? You know what I mean? Like,
I think this comes from the problem that since the beginning, when we were young, we were given these terms, globe Earth, right? And people see this image, and that image is encrusted in the mind. And then people are given a second option, flat Earth. And then they see this flat disc, and these two images are kind of like fighting each other in the imagination realm. And people think they live in those things, but that the Earth is not these objects that are being depicted by people and put it in the search engines. When you search globe Earth or flat Earth and you depict it or write it down in a piece of paper, the Earth is not that, or the waters of the Earth is not that.
Or even saying Earth, like even saying the Earth, like imagine taking the word back of Earth meaning soil, and you have to find another word to describe the idea that you're talking about. What word would you use to describe this idea you're talking about, this model? What do you call this thing that we live on? If you didn't have to call it Earth because Earth means soil, what would you call it?
This realm, this existence.
I just say it's a plane of existence that we're on, right? Like that's what's been revealed to me, like through God, right? So like that's how I know that I can be true about that.
Well, that's how we experience. That's how we experience this thing we call reality, right? On a plane, and that's what we're saying. We know it's a plane. We know it's not that thing they call the Earth that float. That's in this vacuum in their model or somebody's idea of their world.
I don't know what it is, but I don't know what it is. I wouldn't tell you what it is. No one in here, but when you measure the waters of the place that we're standing on, the waters that we navigate, the waters that the levels that we use to build structures, and all that stuff. So the description of that is flat, level, motionless, because the ground is not moving. We don't detect any movement, so we can describe it with these words. But when you put all that together and what the whole construct of reality is, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a presupposition there that we're supposed to know to begin with, right? But like I said, since I believe in a creator God, like I understand that I'm not supposed to like have knowledge of all things, and that there's been revelation, like special and natural revelation, that is like told me what certain things are, right? So that's not even, when I say I don't care or it doesn't matter to me, it's because in the ultimate sense of what reality is, it really doesn't matter, right? Like it doesn't hold any like bearing.
Carefree, but that's the problem there, because when you say you don't care, that's because you're afraid, and you actually do care, and you're afraid of admitting you were wrong. That's a cop out. We know that's not true. Everybody cares, and you just don't want to admit that you were lied to. And now you're coming to a conclusion now, and you've realized that maybe you were wrong, which is good. But again, you can't make the switch overnight, bro, unless you're equipped. You're not equipped. You can't handle this right now. It's going to take
Wait,
some
bro,
time.
bro,
It's not
bro, bro, but listen.
Carefree. It's not something you can flip a switch on. But saying I don't care means you're a coward. You don't want to say you're a coward. You want to care about truth. You want to be able to know. That's the first premise. If someone comes into a conversation and yells and screams for 2.5 hours and says, I don't care, that means they've literally destroyed themselves mentally, bro. So don't do that. Don't hurt yourself, please.
No, you just said some really good stuff. You just said some really good stuff, right? That we need to go over. Like you said some really good things, which is that like you're afraid to admit something, or you're afraid to say that you've been lied to and you've been duped for whatever. Like the older you are, the worse it is, right? Because then you have to admit that you were an idiot for like 70 years, right? Now, why would that be the case that I would be afraid to, when I know that like that same school system that taught me that the earth was, or that told me that the earth was a globe supposedly, is the same one that gave me a food pyramid that is completely fucking bunk, right? Is one that told me that I have certain freedoms that I really don't, and that I have,
that you come from monkeys, and that you come from monkeys.
Hold on, let him go. Go ahead, Carefree. Yeah, keep going. Keep telling me about it. Let it out. I'm listening. Complete the story, please.
Right. So why is it that I would be okay with admitting some of them and not admitting this one? Why would it be?
Because it's called. I'm going to explain. I'm glad you asked, because it's called intellectualism. We live in a world where we have a society around us that looks down upon certain people. And there's this one really crazy catchphrase that a lot of people use to even insult people, and they say this term called flat earth, and it's so weird because they use it as an insult. So then when you see a bunch of groups of people that it turns out that they actually literally believe or know or actually address this concept of earth not being a magical ball in space, and they're called flat earthers, you think immediately, well, wait a minute, that can't be right, because flat earthers are actually people we make fun of. How could there be such thing as a group of people that are real flat earthers? That can't be right, because I'm too smart, Carefree, right? Because even though my school lied to me, even though my government lies to me, of course they wouldn't lie about that, because everybody knows that's already not true, because again, we see pictures from space, right? That's why it's called pseudo-intellectualism, and it's powered by the space program. The space program wasn't designed to get you to space. It was designed to destroy your mind, to make you think that that is a reality outside of this construct in which you live. It took away your senses. It took away your sight, your eyes, your ears, your proprioceptive abilities, literally destroying your mind and your spirit, and it separated you from the creator. Not that you didn't know the creator wasn't existing. It made it so that you literally are acting like you're senile and you don't know what up and down is, because you think you live on a cartoon in outer space. Bro, I know it hurts. It just takes a little bit of getting used to. It's like that movie Abyss, when you see Ed Harris starting to breathe water and he panics for about 30 seconds and goes, oh, you know what? This isn't that bad. You have to just kind of get into it and ease into it, and you'll realize once you get into it, once you start breathing water, pun intended, all of a sudden you realize that that's what they took away, bro. Here's the hint. They took away heavens above. They gave you outer space and they took away the heavens, and you don't even know why the sky's blue. They took away your senses, bro. And again, you can't just flip a switch. Some people can. 99% of people cannot, and that's why it hurts. That's why we're literally trying to drag you back to reality, kicking and streaming. Not because we're trying to convince you of anything, but we want to tell you that you can trust your senses. We're the only group you've ever met that has told you you can trust your senses, and you don't have to believe the people on television, bro. That's all they've done. I've listened the entire time. They're just trying to help. Okay.
I've encountered many groups that tell me to trust my senses, and so you're not the only one.
You have never met a group that says you can believe that you aren't moving and you're on a magical spinning ball. This is the only time this has ever happened to you, Carrie.
Oh yeah, that particular thing, yeah. Well, but have I met people?
Right, we're talking about your basic fundamentals, though, Carrie. They took away your fundamentals and they gave you. This is what Witzik calls it. Okay, he calls it an omnidirectional, bottomless pit surrounding us. They took away heavens above, gave you an omnidirectional bottomless pit and said, don't worry, we're going to go to other magical balls in outer space because we're so advanced. It's the heart of intellectualism. It's the advancement of mankind. They say we're the greatest thing that's ever happened because we landed on the moon. And by the time it's 2033, you're also going to go to the moon, little Billy Carefree. And then we're going to go to Mars. Aren't you excited? Yes, because you're a smart little boy. That's how they got you. They destroyed you with the outer space cartoon. And they didn't even have to try. You were excited since you were a child. And now you're kicking and screaming to make sure that you hold on to this outer space religion. That's all it is, bro.
Yeah, you're really jumping like very, very far there. But I mean, it's cool, man.
Don't deny it. Don't
It's
deny
a,
it.
it's
Okay. I've been
This
doing
is
this for a
great,
long time.
guys.
Don't deny it.
Thank you, guys. This is great, guys. This is good. Good,
it's a
guys.
cool it's a very cool speech, man, and you're just really leaping and grabbing at like stuff, but I understand like why you're doing it, right? You're like an apologist for like what this is, and so like you've made a category, just like globetards, right?
Apologist. Okay, it's okay. Get it out.
Hold on.
Yep. Go ahead.
Just like globetards have made a category and a mockery and a straw man version of what a flat earther is, you have made a mockery and a straw man version of what somebody who isn't a flat earther is. And you think that person just lies. So you've done the same thing that they've done, right?
But careful, you did. Remember, though, that don't deny it. You did lie, and it's okay. I've done it too. I've done worse. It's okay. I'm not telling you I'm better than you. We already know what you're thinking because we were already like you. We were on your team. We were indoctrinated. We were suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. We were thinking our captors loved us because they fed us and gave us shelter, and they gave us cartoons to watch. And then we broke out one day and went, oh my God, there's a whole nother world on the outside of this prison cell, and the people inside the prison have no idea. And that's why we're here, bro. We broke out of the prison and we're trying to show you there's a world outside of the cartoon. So we already know what you believe. Don't deny it. Just let it go. Or we'll try
He's
to help
not a
you work
glober.
with you.
Great.
It's okay.
Yeah, he's not.
I know.
This guy is not. And you know, and no, it's good, bro. No, you're good. You're good. And I know, I get it. You're not a glober. I think I'm pretty sure you have noticed. I know you don't believe in these cartoons, but you just don't want to buy. You just don't want to buy into something else. You just don't want to buy into something else.
Exactly. You were lied to, right? You don't want to be lied to
obviously,
again, right?
Obviously, you want to do the extension of the research and understand the fundamentals of the place that we're in, all the fundamentals of this reality, and accept it for what it is, and not put any pre-assumptions and presuppositions based on violations of the laws of nature.
I think that guy. I think my buddy here who was giving us this speech is kind of trolling me now. But
I'm not.
anyways,
Carefree, don't do it. Don't ruin it now, Carefree. I'm going to tell you one more thing. Since you think I'm trolling you, listen. Carefree, I used to. Carefree, stop. No, you're saying I'm trolling you. Carefree, you're saying I'm trolling you. Listen, I used to work for the government. Have you ever worked for the Department of Defense?
Dude, I'm not going to tell you who I haven't worked for.
Oh, well, I'm going to tell you what I've done. I worked for the Department of Defense. My grandfather worked for Lockheed Martin. He had no idea, and neither did I. When I woke up to this, I realized I was automatically lying to people, and that's why I took it so seriously. I thought I lived on a magical ball, and I was a photographer. I still am. I took pictures at 37,000 feet, and I thought I saw the curvature. And then one day, 7 years ago, will be this April 5th, 7 years ago, a woman in a conversation I was having a Bible study. She said flat earth, and I said, no way, I've taken pictures of the curve. I looked at my own photography and instantaneously realized I didn't even know what I was looking at, so that I instantly knew. They destroyed my mind. I thought I was seeing something I wasn't. And here I am 7 years later trying to wake you up, bro, and unplug that piece of matrix equipment that's in the back of your neck. Again, it's going to hurt. You're going to feel a little pinch, but trust me, no, I'm actually able to answer these questions. Unlike you have to say, I don't know. Now, you can't answer anybody. The point is you're into this outer space fantasy. That's the only thing you're holding on to because you believe in outer space. And that's what's going to hurt you in the long run. Again, It's again, you don't have to make a decision. We're not asking you to do anything. It's not like you're going to get a card membership to the damn channel. And guess what? This is not a cult. Half the people here don't want me to be here. We fight each other all the time because this is the only group that doesn't agree. We actually disagree on everything else. The only thing we realize is true is that we all broke out of the prison system and have woken up to the fact that they lied to us. That's the only thing we agree on, bro. So as long as you know you were lied to, you're already one of us. That's all I ask, is that you realize you're lied to and that you can trust your senses. I'm not a flat earther either. So
I
thanks for playing.
literally heard the same thing said to me word for word by a vegan person in a vegan server like 2 weeks ago. Exactly
No,
what you
they
just
didn't. They
said.
didn't say they weren't a flat earther and worked for the Department of Defense and were lied to. No, you're just scampering away from the truth, bro. Stop hurting yourself. They didn't
Dude,
say anything like that. You're just getting flashbacks right now. I'm not a
dude,
flat earther. You're not listening to me, Carefree. Listen, I'm not a flat earther, so relax. Don't feel pressured. I don't have the title either. We don't all get along. It's not a cult. They're just asking you to trust your senses, not eat vegan food. It's okay, bro. Get over it.
are there people that used to believe what you believed who don't believe that anymore?
No, there's nobody. Listen, I've been researching this for 7 years. You've never met anybody that has told you these things in your entire life, and that's just the surface, bro. I can show you 10 times more about this shit.
We don't believe in the flat Earth.
My friend, are there people who used to believe what you believed who don't believe that now?
No, there's no such thing, bro. No, there's no such thing. I know this for a fact, bro. Did you study Raytheon and General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works? Did you literally operate a jet engine in the military? Do you understand that there are things that I've done that you haven't? I'm not telling you to believe. You can't, bro. Listen, you're not qualified to know what I know. So don't trick yourself, bro. You ain't up to this level yet, bro. It's taken me 7 years to get here. This has taken me literally my entire life's work to be here. You're not ready for it, bro. So stop pretending you understand what I'm saying. You don't understand it. It's not for everybody. Listen, Carefree, you're not ready to be here anyway. You need some time to think about it. Okay?
I don't think I don't think you're understanding my question, dude. I don't even think you're listening to my question.
The answer is no. I already answered it. You're not accepting the answer because you're in fear
And
that
on top
somebody
of that,
might know something more than you, Carefree.
Let's leave it a break then.
Your question is irrelevant.
It is irrelevant, Carefree.
Irrelevant. It's irrelevant to what the truth is. You want to know if if somebody turned around and said, "I'm not a flat earther anymore. Fuck you guys." That makes it not real. I mean, come on,
yes.
dude.
And he won't listen to me. I'm not a flat earther, Carefree. You're not listening. You've never met anybody like me. You've never met anybody like Fraud. You've never met any like
I never
Gemsy.
called you.
We're not robots, Carefree.
I never
yes,
called
Carefree.
you a flat earther.
You've
I
never
called
met
you
anybody.
One.
Listen, Carefree. You know why people keep coming back here, even the ones that hate flat Earth? Because they've never met anybody like us. There's nothing like this team, bro. It's a team of people that don't even agree. That's the craziest thing ever. Not everybody here even likes me. Some people want to ban me from here, bro. You are way out of your league. I know you're a smart guy, but you ain't ready for this, bro. You need to take some time off and think about what you're going to do next time and go research your own belief system so that you can make a claim. Because right now, you can't even make a claim, bro. Anybody who asks you a question, you got to say, I don't know. Guess what I get to do when somebody asks me? I get to say, let me show you. Thanks for playing.
Flat, knowing that the Earth is flat is not a matter of belief. It's laying down belief.
That's
and
a good way to end
verifying
it.
What is?
Hey, listen. What he said.
That's right. Relax, Carefree. It's okay. We'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, the way he ended it is a perfect way to end it. Like, you don't ruin it. Don't ruin it by trying to say something after what he just said.
It's okay.
Listen.
Right.
I do need to clarify that because every time that you say the word belief, and it's not about belief, it's about laying down belief and finding out what really is.
All right.
All right.
Don't worry about it.
He's tired.
Have a good night.
He's gonna get off.
Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, he's gonna get out his car and go to rest. Go to rest, bro. Come back later.
Yeah.
Good night,
read
guys.
the Bible, Carefree? I hope you read the Bible, bro. The word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to dividing asunder of soul and spirit and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. Have a nice night.
No, he doesn't read that scripture, he said.
He was cool. He's cool. He's all right. He has to do research. That's the thing.
Good for him. God bless the little feller. I like him.
Yeah, he's got.
I thought he was irritating.
You got to do research. That's the problem. He hasn't done any research at all.
It's okay, Fraud. He's now going to stay here for another 5 minutes, hoping that he can be a fly in the wall because he can't get enough of this place.
Yeah,
Nobody can. Nobody can.
I slid hard into his DMs. You feel me? God, that sounded bad. Anyway,
That's good. That sounded a little awkward. That's okay.
It was bad. It's horrible.
Gotta play the
I
backup
don't know
good cup.
how he found the place, but I can DM him the YouTube link and he can listen to it all he wants to, if that's the case. And when he goes to looking for it, he can scroll. Just don't forget to scroll down to the bottom of the server and you'll find laser tests and long distance observations.
Well done.
You're going to have to kick him out, guys. He just loves you guys so much, he's never going to leave. Like I told you, it's like an ex-girlfriend. Batflow.
Sorry, I was AFK for the last 20 seconds. What'd you say?
I figured.
Nothing.
I figured the only way to do that is to like just take a hit and pay the severance fee, the early severance fee on the lease, and move and like kill the power and the utilities. Like, don't even let them know.
What are you talking about?
Huh? Oh, crazy girlfriend trying to get away from him.
He's going camping.
You just skip town, you know?
Where'd you go, Josh?
He's going to the hills. He's going to the mountains.
Come on, Josh. Come back. Get him back here.
Josh. He's going to the north.
Follow Gemsy's incredibly annoying voice.
It's really not Gemsy, actually. I gotta admit, Gemsy's he's like the MVP this year.
Yeah, right.
Wait, guys, why isn't there an MVP role?
I'll give the MVP to Helio. It's the Helio.
You guys got to make one MVP, dude.
There you go. I love reverse psychology too, Gemsy. Great job.
And the second place, I'll give it to Glaflobe.
For what now? I'm lost.
The second MVP next to Helio.
Well,
congratulations.
Listen, guys, that's pretty rare though. When you're about to actually push somebody off a cliff and then you end up actually just taking them to their apartment, that's pretty weird. That's rare.
Hey, the guy was very respectful. I enjoyed the conversation. I listened for probably most of it, and I'm glad that we were able to talk to him too. That was cool, guys. He was a tough cookie, but he has to do his own timing of things.
No. The fun
I know
part,
you're back already, Carefree. I
will-
knew you were never going to leave, Carefree.
will.
I'll do the introduction for you. Go ahead, Carefree. Tell us how you're feeling right now. Is everything okay?
I will watch your guys' videos. It's just going through all the DMs of people like telling me how ridiculous you guys are right now in my DMs is funny.
It's okay. It's okay. Guess what, Carefree? They won't come here and talk to me. They're scared of this room for a reason. Tell their
No,
friends
no,
of
no,
yours.
no, no, because
okay.
no, they're not friends of mine. They're people I know because I've never been in the server before.
Yeah,
but no,
I
there
understand.
there has to be somebody like me, right? There has to be a bad guy to you guys.
Carefree, you're not a Carefree.
all you have to do-
Carefree, you're not a bad guy. You are literally a cupcake. Trust me. Just relax and take some time off. Okay. You really need to get some sleep tonight. It's okay.
I
just tell them you're in your 30s. They'll leave you alone.
Yeah, bro, you're gonna ruin it, Traveler. You're gonna ruin it, Carefree Traveler. Trust me, you haven't seen anything yet. You haven't seen anything.
I've lived a life that is I've experienced and seen way more of this earth than I bet you have, my friend. You don't even know what you're talking about.
That's great. Bro, you have a good experience, bro. That's great.
I've heard, I've heard that. I've heard.
Whoa, what happened?
We lost XO.
I think
wow, that's
XO.
like everybody talk all at once.
His satellite connection.
I knew it wasn't me that had a connection issue.
XO, just turn on your 5G, bro. It'll be fine.
Where the fuck is Helio anyway?
Sleeping. You know how long he was on? He's sleeping for sure. 100% he's sleeping.
Hey guys, how you doing?
He was up for a long time. Hey, welcome. Hi.
I went to bed and then got up and he was still on. So yeah, I think I know. He was like on for 12 hours.
If he's doing something, it's sleeping. Hey, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Doing all right.
What is that, Sisyphus?
Yeah, Sisyphus is back.
Oh, it's our friend Sisyphus.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm back.
How you doing?
Right.
I'm pretty good. Been listening to you guys with Carefree for a while.
Hey, is your mic way better, or is it just me?
I can't hear my mic, so you tell me.
It's just way better.
Yeah, because weren't you in like a hallway with like that had like
Bunch of
dripping
pillows
pipes
piled up
everywhere? It was just loud.
I'm glad it's better.
Yeah, no, it's way good. I'm gonna turn you down, in fact, but that's just on my side. You're fine. So, how are you?
Oh, same as always. You guys tired of talking about flat Earth tonight?
No.
Sure. Yes.
Maybe if I was, I would be in a different channel.
Possibly.
No.
Most definitely. Most likely.
How could you get tired of it? I mean, come on.
You know what? I never get tired of. I'd never get tired of talking about the truth and helping people see how they've been deceived. That is a genuinely wholesome feeling.
Well,
Especially when
listening to you guys tonight, I had a question. Well, I had I think an observation, which I hadn't before, and a question.
Here it comes.
My observation is, I think a lot of people come here and say, "Prove the Earth is flat," and I think I'm hearing you guys say, "We're showing that the Earth is not a globe," and then people react with, "Well, then prove it's flat," and you guys get really frustrated. And I think I'm on your side on that one. Is that right?
Well, yeah, primarily
for
falsifying the globe claim.
Well, yeah, the globe's been tested and falsified, pretty much.
The globe is a
like-
positive claim
like-
falsified.
by many means.
Yeah,
All
so like
means- all
logically,
means
people come
necessary.
here and say prove it's flat, and you guys are like, "Well, we're proving it's not a globe," and they're like, "If you want to prove it's not a globe, then prove it's flat," and that doesn't really, that's not the like logical test, right?
The claim of the claiming that the Earth is curving and spinning on its axis next to a low pressure system when we experience a pressurized system that is required to be contained, and going against that claim requires the proof, not the axiomatic basics of reality, flat level, motionless. You don't have to prove that. That's axiomatic. That is self-evident. So claiming the opposite of that requires extraordinary proof, and that's those claims that the globe makes have been falsified because show the cowbell.
Well, here's where somebody said, "Here we go." So my question is the like "here we go" part, where you guys are probably gonna get mad at me, but I'm curious what statements that you guys feel like you make that are falsifiable. Like what arguments in this channel do you feel like you guys make that are falsifiable?
I can take it just for a second. Curvature. You can neither confirm nor deny there's curvature. Curvature out there. So that's one. Anybody else?
gas pressure without a container, equilibrium occurs every time, unless you have a container. A container prevents equilibrium, so how can you have a high pressure next to a low pressure without equilibrium occurring minus the container? I mean, if you can prove to us that, it's contained by other gases, like, contain me some propane with some oxygen, that might be enough proof right there. Because the upper atmosphere is O3, which is oxygen, right? Ozone layer.
The upper, do you think it's only O3?
The ozone layer. And why is ozone up there that high if it's heavier than oxygen itself? Therefore, it should be lower, and oxygen itself is pretty heavy compared to like nitrogen.
It's picky gravity.
you think that the gas?
I know carbon dioxide extremely heavy.
So you think that with the gravity model, the gas should be stratified with the heaviest stuff on the bottom, and then lighter ones above that, and etc.
That's how the gradient works.
That's what they're telling us.
Which gradient?
Yeah, the atmospheric gradient, according to these weathermen that come in here and try to tell us that you can have gas pressure without an envelope.
I've actually never heard someone say that the gases should be stratified with like carbon dioxide at the bottom and then oxygen.
Well, carbon dioxide is pretty heavy gas. It's always at the bottom.
But then we wouldn't be able to breathe.
Because it's oxygen with carbon on it.
But if CO2's like settled to the bottom, then we'd all suffocate.
Yeah, but it's connected to the oxygen, so it's not separated. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the grass absorbs it, the plants absorb it. Don't worry about it. So does the water. The plankton in the water absorb the carbon dioxide and produce oxygen. It's not actually the trees that produce the oxygen in the rainforest. It's just a fallacy.
I mean, they produce a little bit, right? Just not
like methane. However, methane is a lighter gas, which would disrupt, the amount of light that reaches us. But carbon dioxide really wouldn't do that.
Well,
It's a
that's
dynamic system
listen.
that's constantly in motion.
That's unfalsifiable, though.
So if you think if I like got some dry ice, I think that's carbon dioxide, right? And put it in a bucket or something. That
you fill a balloon
like
with carbon dioxide.
But wait, but if it's like a bucket, just like a 5-gallon bucket, I drop some dry ice in there, and I come back in like a week. You think it'll just be carbon dioxide in the bucket?
No, it will equalize out with the rest of the environment because winds.
Well, okay, I'll put the bucket in my basement. No wind.
It doesn't matter. You still need a containment.
Still need
convection currents.
So
it will scavenge out and equalize.
You don't have to like explain it to me. I was just asking. My question is, what claims do you guys feel like you make that are falsifiable?
None.
And
None.
Really?
You find one.
I am.
Now, what do you mean by you guys? Is this everyone
the people
that has ever claimed to be a flat earther in history?
No,
or
the people I've
just
been
the
listening
people
to tonight. Just the people tonight that I've been listening
I'm willing to make the positive claim that gas pressure requires containment. Just show me one example on Earth where that's not true, and then I'm wrong.
So gas pressure requires containment.
Yeah, I'm willing to go with that positive claim for sure.
Well, you know what a scuba tank is, right? Right? You know what that is, right?
Compressed air. Yeah.
I do know what a scuba tank is. Yes.
Okay, so what's inside of it?
It depends on the scuba tank.
Come on, dude! Don't play semantics, bro.
I don't know.
Be a
Sometimes
dickhead.
helium and oxygen.
Don't be a dickhead, dude. Don't be a dickhead, bro. Just fucking answer the question, bro.
Okay. Helium and oxygen, nitrogen and oxygen.
Okay, but why is it in a container then?
Why is it in a container? Because you don't want it to mix with water?
Well, you're gonna need to use it, right? If you go underwater, right?
I mean, and it's like at a pretty high pressure usually.
Yeah, okay, can you get that pressure just using gravity and no container?
So where have you ever seen a pressurized system next to a vacuum in reality, other than what you've been told or showed on TV? Is it reproducible? Can somebody conduct this experiment that we're supposedly living on?
Just one example where pressure doesn't require containment and that positive claim is wrong.
Adjacent to a vacuum, so let's be clear.
Yeah.
Technically, that would be two things that are open. It would be an open vacuum because vacuums have to be sealed, and then it would also be the Earth containment being open, both to each other.
A pressure, yeah.
Yeah.
You see, these are questions that they never taught us to ask. You know, they just told us something and we believed it.
You can't even really get past the pressurized gas without a container part, let alone even pressurized gas without a container within a vacuum or within a what would it be like? They claim that the atmosphere is 50 torr, and the vacuum of space, near perfect vacuum, is 10 to the negative 17 torr. But that's okay. Just, I mean, if you can start with pressurized gas without a container, we can go from there.
Fascinating stuff, isn't it? Is he even still here?
I think Koi Kid wanted to have a word. Maybe we could check on him.
All I know is every vacuum I've pulled for the last 20 years has been in an enclosed system, and whenever I broke positive pressure into the vacuum, it immediately equalized the pressure. I have 20 years experience of doing that, and never once did the positive pressure of my tank ever not go and fill the void of the vacuum.
Yeah, if you're trying to talk and we're not hearing you, hop out and then hop back into the room.
The reason that you can talk or breathe is because of the pressure within this containment.
Hey.
Yeah, hey Koi Kid, welcome.
Okay, so the thing I told Carefree Traveler is I'm a glow earther, so I know that we have an axis. So because of that axis, because it's moving in a circle, it creates somewhat of an outward force. So if you're on, let's say it's moving in an x-axis and you're on the y-axis up or down, so gravity is going to be the same, but there's going to be another force pulling you outwards. So if you're on the x-axis, on the sides of the earth, if you're looking at it that way, you're going to weigh less and things are going to fall.
What are you talking about, kid?
Yeah, you have
Faster.
run off into the woods.
Slower.
Can we just start with your curvature measurements, please?
No,
So
I'm
with
just
what you
talking
were- I just
that why would things
Are you
have different
saying-
weights in different places if
No.
there is
You haven't even proved gravity first. You
rotation?
just started talking, bro. You have to prove
So
something first.
if I
You have to
take
prove it. You have to.
Are you
My
trying to
bad, my
say
bad,
that
sorry.
if I take a 10-pound weight and a scale, and I go to the equator and I weigh that 10-pound weight with that scale, and then I fly to Alaska and I use the same weight and same scale, that the weight is actually going to weigh more? Is that what you're
It's
saying?
going to weigh different than it's going to weigh different because of the rotation. So it's pulling an out. It's having an outward.
So a person who wants to lose weight, who lives towards in the equator, somewhere in the tropics, wants to lose weight. All they have to do is fly north or south, and then weigh themselves again, and they lost weight.
It's going to be
Can you show me
around
this, please? I would love to see.
0.00337%, but yes.
So I can get in a helicopter, just fly up, stay stationary, and wait for the Earth to come around for my
So
destination?
you're saying the centrifugal force of this alleged spin is counteracting the gravity at the equator, but it doesn't counteract it in the north or south by a point.
Yes, because it's spinning in the x-axis. So if you're in the south or in the north, all you're doing is spinning, and you're not moving compared to the other people, compared to the axis.
So listen, let me ask you a question. I have a quick question. When you're on the ground, that's one reference, right? when you're on the ground, you're on one reference frame, right?
Okay.
Is that right? I'm leading you somewhere. You say yes or no at this point.
What do you mean by reference frame? My English isn't
Where
that
you
good.
are, from your point of view, your position.
Bro, you're not going to
one
last very
reference
long in this
point.
conversation if a reference frame stumbles you down, okay?
No, my English isn't very good, that's all.
Okay, all right, fair. I take it back.
Let's go easy on this guy. He seems
Let's
young.
go easy. Anyway, so the reference frame would be the ground. And the ground and the sky are two separate reference frames, okay? So when I leave the ground, I no longer have anything to do with what's happening on the surface, i.e. your quote-unquote globe, Earth. I've left that. So I wouldn't go with whatever movement you think it's doing. The man's correct. If you were to just hover the helicopter in place, the Earth should eventually be moving under you. And it doesn't do that.
If you are, because you are already in the speed, it's like you're on a plane, okay?
It's two different reference frames, though. That's the
you're-
problem.
Okay, yes, let me talk.
You're about
You're
to
on a
say-
plane and you're, I don't know,
You're-
flying a drone, so it's not going to go because you're already in that speed. You are
She's
going to
hearkening
slightly
to
move
relativity
because
right now.
you
Okay,
are going
so
to
you're
slightly
you're calling upon relativity right now. But if we do this, if you get on that plane at the equator, spinning allegedly at 1,000 miles an hour, and you take off and you fly directly north and land in Alaska, you are now spinning, the ground below you is spinning much slower. Or vice versa, take off in Alaska and land at the equator. The ground below you is now at a different speed than what you took off at, so you are no longer relative to the position that you took off at. So how is that going to work?
Relative to the ground, it's always stationary, but relative to me, to the North Pole, it's moving, it's spinning less.
Okay, okay. You're coming. All that's going on right now is he's coming in here, and maybe he should just listen for a while and like look at some of the stuff in the additional information and test some things for himself and look into it a little bit deeper, because he's just coming in here and repeating things that he's been taught, and he doesn't really. I guarantee you, he hasn't looked into it near enough to even know.
I'm just
Hey,
wondering.
can you guys hear me now?
If he, yeah.
Yep.
Hooray.
Oh, I'm just wondering if he did the first part where he substantiated the curvature necessary for this ball.
And that's the.
I want to know how you found gravity. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, he needs it for his ball fantasy to work, but first I want to see his ball. That sounded kind of bad.
All right, so I guess the other guy's back.
Yeah, I never left. I don't know what happened to my mic. So I was asking you guys what claims you make that are falsifiable, and I only have one so far, that gas pressure requires containment. But I was hoping for some about like the shape of the Earth or something.
Yeah, its surface measures flat. Get me some curvature measurements and prove me wrong.
Yeah. So like what kind of accuracy like proves you wrong?
Well, at this point, it doesn't matter. Listen, at this point, it doesn't even matter because you haven't lifted finger one, and we have, and a lot of people on our side have. So if you even want to enter this debate as if you've had some more than a cursory glance, then you got to go do some work. But go ahead and let other people destroy you on the finer points. Continue.
Well, the thing is, really, really small ball, right? So, and it is good luck.
Try not to make it 2 hours long, please.
I'm not sure what point you're going to destroy me on. My question is just like what I want to know what claims you're making. Like I get that the falsifying the globe is different than proving flat Earth.
Well, it depends on the radius, right? And when you look at the radius, there's a curvature rate, and according to that, it's way too small.
You guys don't claim radius.
We're claiming curvature. That's falsifiable. You can go out and measure for it. Hold on. He can go out and measure for curvature, and that's how you can either falsify or not falsify it. Does that make sense?
I think what you just said is that I could falsify radius of the Earth, and
no, you can falsify curvature, because our positive claim is that Earth measures flat, correct? And you're coming against that, right?
Okay, so I am not coming against anything yet. I just was asking the question, what are the claims?
Fine, curvature. Curvature is a claim. Demonstrate otherwise.
Claim is the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's the claim.
He's asking for our claim.
Our claim, we don't have a claim. The Earth presents itself as flat and level, and that's
sure. You could say we claim reality.
Here's the thing. Do you know how it's measured to be flat or round? Do you know what kind of instruments to use? Are you aware of any of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so what's the instrument you use to measure?
The actually only ones that I have heard about in this voice chat are optical ones, where you use a light source and some sort of sensor to detect it, camera, binoculars, whatever, and move it a distance away and try to see whether you can see it or not. But very close to the surface of the Earth, like 1 foot, 2 foot, 6 feet, stuff like that.
Saying you use a camera or laser, correct?
That's what I have heard described in here.
All right. Do you understand the logic of that?
With the assumption of like the geometry only and not accounting for any other kind of optical effects, I do understand.
Okay, so what would that be? What would the effects be?
Oh, geez, light is aggravating, man. It bends all the time.
How are you going to bend around a corner? You ever seen a flashlight bend around a corner inside of a hotel?
I sure haven't.
Yes, I have.
You've seen the
Sure, like a guy coming down the hallway, and I can't see him yet, but I see the flashlight way before I come around the corner. I can tell that there's a guy with a flashlight.
Light, you don't see the source of the flashlight.
Come on, dude. It's not a beam coming at your eye. We're talking about the direct beam. It's not going around the corners, right?
But I mean, the photons leaving the flashlight are making it to my eye around the corner.
You're gonna be one of those.
We're not the Ghostbusters. We can't bend nuclear fission around a fucking corner. Okay, this is real life.
What does nuclear fission have to do anything?
You can't bend anything around a corner visually, optically. You can't. From your position, from one side of the corner, you cannot see the other side of the corner unless you have optics over there or you go over there. You can't just see around a curve.
So wait, you think that light doesn't bend in weird ways ever?
I didn't say that. No, hold on. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. I didn't say that. But you have to demonstrate that that's exactly what's happening every fucking time people have measured it. In all kinds of conditions, all kinds of places, all kinds of day.
So, okay, wait, hold on. So you claim that the Earth is level and has no curve. If there's a single measurement that doesn't, jive with that, does the same thing happen? Like, is the Earth not flat either? Automatically, if there's a single measurement ever anywhere that you can't refute, then bam, it's done, it's over, case closed.
Is there ever been a single measurement? Has there ever been a single measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Has there ever been a single measurement of the radii? Thus proving the radius and circumference with the diameter to be true. Because as far as we can tell with our observations, in order for us to see an object at 1 foot observer height at 50 miles, that means that, the radius has a distance not of, 3959 like they say, but more like, I don't know, close to 250,000 miles, which is about the distance to the moon. So that means, it's much, much, much larger than what they say based on the fact that we see too far.
Yeah, I'll grant you that. My question still stands. What claim are you making? What claim are you making that I can falsify if it is falsified?
Well, there is no claim we're making. We're falsifying the claim that the Earth is round. Do you understand?
If you can falsify that liquids do not find their level when at rest, then you might be on to some Nobel Peace Prize winning shit right there.
I mean, you already know they don't. You just like say that part doesn't matter.
So water, being a liquid, is level.
But it's not.
Even
And you
at
already
rest.
know it's not. And then
Water,
you just wave that part away.
water at rest is level. Because you don't have meniscus, you don't have surface tension when the shores are wet. Now you want to get into semantics with this shit, right?
How do you not have
water lays
surface tension
flat?
when the shores are wet?
Water lays flat, right? When a surface is wet, then you do not have the surface tension effect. It is an opposite effect, where it meets the wet surface and continues to wet the surface. Only on a surface where that's dry will you get a meniscus.
So I'll go with that claim. The surface of water is flat. Water rests flat. Show us one example of curved water, just one, and then that claim's not true.
And you're discounting things like meniscuses or water on wax paper.
That's not curved water.
Waves
That's
at the
surface
beach
tension.
or-
Waves at the beach is still level. You jackass.
A standing body
You know
of
what
water.
sea level means?
Sea levels, I mean, the way that it's colloquially used, it means the average distance from the center of the Earth. But what difference does that make here?
No, actually, sea level is the difference. It's a average, right, between the high tide and the low tide.
Wait, he just made a claim. The center of the Earth. Provide any
I
backing
didn't
to
make
that?
a claim. I was asked to define a term, and I gave my understanding of the definition of sea
You
level.
invoked the center of the Earth to explain sea level. Did you dig deeper than 8 miles? Sometime that we didn't hear about?
I'm not claiming anything. I was asked to define a term and gave my understanding of the definition.
No, I asked you if you knew what sea level was.
And my understanding is it's an average measurement from the center of the Earth.
What's at the center of the Earth? Have you been there? Has anyone been there? Has anybody measured there? What do they say the center of the Earth is? Solid iron or some shit, right? Nickel iron? Because of seismometry?
Honestly, you're outside of my domain of knowledge there. I don't know what the center of the Earth is claimed to be.
So what the hell
but
does it
yet
have
you're
to do
invoking
with
the center of the
sea
Earth.
level?
You're just here to argue, dude. You're not here to learn anything, bro.
I'm not here to argue. My question is, what claims you guys make that are falsifiable? I want to hear them and think about them.
Told you there aren't any.
See, that's weird to me because, so you're not saying anything that's falsifiable?
We're not making claims, bro. We're breaking we're breaking down the claims of the globe, man. What don't you
Nobody
understand?
here has made a claim. The only thing we're doing is we're debunking the globe.
Yeah,
Do you understand that?
Yeah, that was actually my point number one. I was kind of wondering whether you guys were making claims about how things work or only making claims about how things don't work.
No, because if we make claims about how things work, then we have to come up with models, and all models are flawed because you have to be outside of the system to create a model of the said system.
But then I hear things like firmament, gas pressure, water doesn't curve, the
Those are
Earth's not
logical
an object.
questions.
Those all
The
sound like
logic-
claims.
There's logic to the understanding. So I don't understand. You sound intelligent, but obviously you're not very intelligent, dude.
No, he's not.
If a system exists inside of a vacuum with air connected to it that is not being contained, what's going to happen to that system, bro?
We would have to talk about scale size and a bunch of other variables, man. That's not an easy question to answer.
No, you wouldn't.
If you want to do a tabletop experiment, then
You
exactly what you
want to
say.
argue, bro. You just want to argue with semantics and foolishness. You're not preventing anything solid, any evidence. You're just asking silly questions, dude.
What claims do you make is not a silly question?
Well, I mean, fluid statics says that the surface of water, still water, is always level. So, I mean, is that wrong? Just provide us one observation, one example of the surface of water being curved, and then, okay, hydrostatics is wrong. You falsified hydrostatics, because that's all we're appealing to when we say that.
And if you're trying to say that, like, where the water sticks to the side of a glass and it has a little bit of a curve to it right there, that's not analogous to the Earth. That's not what the Earth is. It's not a glass, and water's not sitting in a glass jar or on a piece of paper, or it's completely not even the same thing. So, what we're saying is that water always seeks its level when at rest, and we're not talking about when it's leaning up in a glass jar or whatever, and there's a little tiny curve at the edge where there's water tension, surface tension that causes that. We know what causes it, but you get beyond that, which is like an eighth of an inch or whatever, beyond that where it meets the glass. Then from there on, all the way to the other side, it's perfectly level. Water always seeks its level. These how the oceans and the sand have no similarities of water inside of a jar, glass, or a bowl, or anything like that. It's up against sand. It's wet, and there is no surface tension right there. So, and there's always waves. The ocean's moving slightly a little bit. Water seeks its level when at rest, like in a swimming pool, or something like a lake. A lake 10 miles across. The surface is going to be level. It is every time, especially when you can go out and measure it. You can shoot a laser beam across the surface from side to side and measure the distance from the laser beam to the water. It's always level, no matter where we test it, period. So I don't know what you're getting at, but we've taken this and to the level that over distance, there's supposed to be this massive amount of drop rate. And if you cannot find that drop rate, I mean, yeah, if you're talking inches or something like that, that's ridiculous. I mean, if you're talking inches or even a couple of feet in 10 miles, when in 10 miles there's supposed to be like 666 feet of surface drop or of curvature, and you're going to squabble. I'm not saying you are, but anybody that squabbles about a foot or a half an inch, or I mean a foot or two because of waves, because the water's not at rest. But you find a lake or a pond that is at rest, no wind, no nothing. You might find a few ripples or whatever, but overall, it is within inches of being level in massive distances, 10 miles or more, 30 miles, when there should be hundreds or even thousands of feet of curvature, which is not anywhere to be found.
There has to be. If it's a ball, there has to be.
If it's a ball, there has to be. Exactly. We have not, no one has ever showed us no one has ever found this supposed curvature or drop rate of this said ball. It's never been found, seen, or shown. So
if you can just show us resting water curved around a ball, then I guess we're wrong about all that stuff.
Right.
In a vacuum without sublimation.
I'm sorry. So you want to see water at rest in a vacuum without sublimation curving on the tabletop or lake or pond or something scale.
That is the globe
you pull it off, buddy.
Claim. So yeah.
I don't think that's the claim, right? The claim
that
isn't
is
the
claim.
The claim
is in a
isn't on
vacuum.
the scheme.
That its
The claim's
surface
not
is
on that
70%
scale.
water. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So they invoke this scale that we can't.
So do you. You invoke the scale that the meniscus is too small to matter, and other people say, "Well, curve on this scale," and you go, "That scale's too big to matter." So you can't have it both ways.
Well, you're just talking about a story, though, that happens on the scale of things that is too big for anybody to directly measure or test or do anything on. So that carries the burden of proof. Nothing that we've said here does, because we're just appealing to basic fundamental laws of nature, like hydrostatics and thermodynamics and stuff like that. That's what you want to argue with by invoking these scales that you say things happen that violate those fundamental laws on. But you can't show us it happening anywhere, so you're not giving us much reason to really follow your logic there.
I mean, my logic is flawed anyway because I believe in making falsifiable claims, and you guys have said, I think 3 times that you don't make any falsifiable claims. So,
hey, I told you that I made a falsifiable claim that pressure requires containment, and that's just thermodynamics, right? And if you can show me one example where we don't need that, where we can just use gravity to take, say propane to a barbecue, then I'm wrong. That claim has been falsified, but I don't see it. Do you?
It's going to be hard to do an experiment.
It's going to be hard for you to prove your case, is what you're saying.
You said propane to a barbecue. Am I allowed to use like a 5-gallon bucket with no lid?
Well, I don't really see how you're going to take propane. I mean, well, that's still containment anyway, even if you did manage to do that. Just do it using gravity, please.
Okay.
But gravity's not. But gravity's not pointed at the barbecue, right?
So you're telling me that propane in a 5-gallon bucket with no lid on it is not going to, at some point?
Yeah, it's crazy. But I was just asking him to just replace the container with gravity. Get rid of the propane tank and just use gravity in place of that physical container, please. And then the claim that we keep making about the natural antecedent of gas pressure containment is false. That's all you got to do.
But your question's ridiculous. Gravity isn't.
It is
pointed
ridiculous,
at the barbecue.
and
Your question's not pointed at the gravity. Is not pointed at the barbecue. So
What is
why
it?
would gravity take the gas to the barbecue?
So exactly, yeah. How are you going to do that? It is ridiculous because that is your claim.
You can't do it. It's not that hard.
Exactly, you can't do it. That's our exact point. Thank you.
No, you can.
So gravity says I can't take gas to the barbecue, and then you guys go, gravity can't take gas to the barbecue, therefore gravity's false.
Okay, you don't
gravity
like that?
doesn't even claim to be able to do that.
You don't want to do it with propane? Okay, do it with something else. Do it with anything. Just replace
Mercury
containment.
gas.
Just
Gravity's not
container.
pointed at the barbecue, dude.
I
It's
want-
not going to move anything.
I'm not even
towards the
talking about the
barbecue.
barbecue. I'm talking about
Okay.
contained gas. Any
Okay.
situation where you
Okay.
have
Okay.
gas pressure contained, a bike tire, anything like that, gas
Okay.
pressure. Just show us gas pressure without the container. Just do that once, please, because that is the claim you are making with the globe Earth model.
Okay, I can do it. I can take mercury gas. It's pretty easy to make, only 700 degrees Celsius, and I can put it in a bottle and a water lid, and it's going.
Okay, wait, I gotta stop you right there. Do you know what a bottle is? Hey, do you know what a bottle is?
Yes.
What?
What is it?
It's a space mostly.
It starts with a C.
Container, yes.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. So next.
You can't invoke gravity without the
Yes,
curve.
but you can also say here air is a container and oxygen.
Yeah, but dude,
is
you're
a
not
container.
listening to the argument.
That is
Don't
what we
jump
say.
in unless you understand what's going on.
I'm listening to the argument, and you guys want gravity to be magically pointed at the barbecue, which makes no sense.
Gravity is all around, right? Gravity is all around. So it's already pointing at
But
the
it's
damn
not
barbecue.
pointed at the barbecue.
Explain yourself. Explain yourself. What are you talking about? The
Why
barbecue?
is who's making claims about gravity? Who's saying
The globe
something
Earth
about
model
gravity?
makes claims about gravity, and I'm just demonstrating to him how ridiculous those claims are. And when I do that, he goes, "Wow, that's crazy." But yeah, I'm saying, man, that's what you are claiming. That's what your globe Earth claim is.
No one that I know claims that the gravity points from my house to the barbecue and would ever move any gas
He's
from my
missing
house
the
to the
point
barbecue,
anyways.
which is
He's
what you
missing the
asked.
point.
You
It's
told me
okay.
to bring
Move on.
propane
Let's
to
move
the
on.
barbecue.
Do another example or something.
Well, yeah, it doesn't have to be propane for a barbecue. It could be any gas pressure. I've said this many times. Just show us any form of gas pressure without
to the
containment.
definition.
Okay, I can show you 14 psi of a gas sitting in a 5-gallon bucket with no lid, not leaving.
That's not.
You're so stupid, dude.
Do you know-
So you're talking about equalization? That's not gas pressure.
Well,
Jackass.
If the
There's
gas
always
stays
this side
separate,
of a
how is it
containment.
not
I want it next to a lower. Can you have it next to a lower pressure container? Remember, low pressure field with compressed gas inside.
Sure, I can set my 5-gallon bucket with one gas
So
next to
it's
a
easy to
5-gallon
do.
bucket of
It's easy
another
to do.
gas, and the partial pressure of the
It's
gas
easy to do.
we
You
care
can
about
take,
will
you could
be
take
lower.
said containers or a balloon or whatever, and then go up to the top of the mountain. You effectively are in a low pressure atmosphere.
Lindsay, you're posting stuff that I'm not saying. If it's exerting pressure on the walls of its container, but it has no lid, so how's it doing that?
Because you have overall pressure. When you pressure read a tire and it says, 35 psi, you're not equating into the effect that there is already 14.7 psi in there when the tire is flat. So you have to add the 35 plus 14.7.
So you guys want to see just a magic volume of air next to a magic vacuum of air where nothing happens, and unless you see that, then
because how else can you have Jupiter?
Let me just interrupt real quick.
How do you go from talking about 5-gallon buckets and tires on cars to Jupiter? Those aren't relatable things at all.
Because it's gas next to a vacuum.
But the size doesn't make any sense. You can't compare stuff that's that small and that big.
Hey, motherfucker, can you shut the fuck up so I can say something? You stupid fuck. Is that better? Is that better?
I don't know. I'm not cussing at you, man.
Listen. If you're gonna say gravity, you have to say gravity is your container. Okay? You have to say gravity is your fucking container. So how can gravity be your fucking container if it's not a fucking ball? Okay? So now here we are again. Is it a ball, right? If the Earth is not curving, what the fuck is gravity anyways? We talked about this earlier. It's what's causing the motion of the sun, moon, and stars. So if you're saying gravity is your container, which you have to say that, then what the fuck? Where's the ball? Thanks a lot.
I also like how he's
You're the
hammering
one
on
saying
this.
gravity is a container, not me. That's your claim, not
It's
mine.
an effect, not a cause.
And you're hammering on falsifiable claims. You want falsifiable claims, and then you go to a scale of things where nobody can verify or falsify anything on.
You brought Jupiter
kind of
into it, not me. You guys went to that scale, not
well, that's
me.
the whole point. Well, that's the model that you're defending.
So you're
or is it?
invoking scales no one can measure to make your
next to a vacuum. Gas ball next to a vacuum without the gas pressure equalized the vacuum.
Just check the projection, man. You brought Jupiter into it, not me.
Projection.
Yeah, I didn't bring Jupiter into this. Don't say
projection.
Don't go talking about Jupiter scale. We
He's
can't measure.
projecting.
It's the same thing. What's the difference between Jupiter and the atmosphere of Earth next to the supposed vacuum of space?
Have you measured Jupiter? Anything about it? Then stop talking about it. Shut up and stop talking about Jupiter and don't bring it up again.
Sorry about cussing. I had to.
You guys seem to have a problem following your own rules. If you haven't measured it, stop using it.
Okay, gas pressure without a container. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
I can have gas pressure. You're going to say, well, I have
you
a
can
5
have
gallon
gas
bucket with
pressure
no lid.
without a container. So you're saying that your magic 5-gallon bucket somehow takes equilibrium out of the fucking equation.
Dude, there's gas pressure all around me right now. Where's the
because
container?
if you fucking think that there's 14.7 in it,
Where's
go
the
for fucking
container?
ever. It's not going to have that pressure, numpty.
Exactly.
Where's the container?
He's starting to get it.
Where's the
There's gas
container
pressure all
around me
around
right
us.
now? Where's the container?
Stop yelling.
Above you.
There's nothing above me. Where's the container?
There's nothing
How
above
high
you.
have you been?
How high have you been? How high have you been?
Listen, dude, have you
How
proven
high have you
nothing
been?
above you? Dude,
I've been
shut up.
30,000 feet.
All you do is talk without
And
any
at
answer.
30,000 feet, did you see a container?
Oh my
Nope.
gosh, you're such an idiot, dude.
So stop talking about a container that you didn't see or measure.
But I was inside of a container inside of an airplane that had higher pressure than the outside.
But there's no container outside that you've ever
The
seen or measured.
fuselage
So
is
stop
the
talking about it.
container of the atmosphere that I was breathing so that I
And what
didn't get
contains that-
sick
what contains
from
that
bends.
atmosphere?
Oh, hold up.
What
We
contains
talked
the
about-
atmosphere? The fucking aluminum skin.
No,
So the
outside the
aircraft.
plane. The atmosphere outside the plane. What contains that?
Project
It's not
Fishbowl.
gravity. Gravity is the effect, not the cause.
what is it?
Once again,
You know, Project Fishbowl is when they bombed the firmament, I guess. So go look into that.
Did
and
you
there's your
participate in that project?
Oh,
I don't think we
shut
even
up.
need to go there. It's just a logical
shut the
deduction.
fuck up, Sisyphus. I'm sick and tired of your fucking
Stop bringing
sophist
in
ass.
things that you guys didn't do.
It's
Stop
simply
bringing in things that you guys didn't do. Stop bringing in things that you guys didn't do.
Well,
Have you measured the Earth? Have you come up with the fucking measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Have you measured it? Have you
I
actually
just want
tried
you
to debunk
follow
it?
your own rule.
Have you actually debunk it? No,
I just want
you
you to
haven't.
follow your
You just
own
sit
rule.
on your ass watching TV.
Oh,
That's not true. Okay, you think that.
What
And it's
have you
just
done? Have you been
thermodynamics.
out there measuring the Earth, or are you just watching TV and videos going, "Oh, that's bullshit"?
I am sure that I have done more measurements than you, my friend.
Yeah, you watch 24-hour NASA Live all day. Fucktard.
Well, did you measure the curvature of the Earth? Can you get that for us? Because we keep asking.
Well, that was actually one of my big questions, was what claims you guys make that you think are falsifiable, because I was
Jesus
looking for
fucking Christ. Shut the fuck up, broken record.
Okay.
Well, I mean, is invoking the second law of thermodynamics like a claim, really?
I think so, yeah. But I've been told to shut the fuck up, and I think I'm going to do that.
Okay, well then
Because you
just
keep
show
saying
us
the same
one
thing
example where
over.
gas pressure does not require containment, and then we can just say that the second law of thermodynamics is falsified. Gases do not spontaneously seek equilibrium next to a vacuum, etc. And we can just be done with that. But you haven't done it
you
yet.
can win a Nobel Prize along the way.
Because I have seen no example in reality, anything I've ever observed, where you can have gas pressure inside of a vacuum that does not seek equilibrium. Have you?
Yes, personally, I have.
Okay. Was there a container involved in this experiment?
Yes, there was.
Okay, so we're back to the beginning. Can you show us what I just asked for? And this time I'll be even more specific without the container.
I don't know how you do any kind of experiment on gas without some kind of container.
Well, there you go.
But neither can you, so there you go. Proves nothing.
That's my claim. That's
There's
my
no
point.
container around the Earth. Take that one. And if
Okay,
you say
but that's-
firmament,
okay.
show it to me. Show
Okay,
me
but
any
now
evidence
you
of it.
are making a claim that is at odds
have
with
a
the laws of nature. Okay, so
No,
now
it's
the
not.
burden.
It's
Yes,
not
it
at
is.
odds with
Yes,
that
it
at
is.
all.
Yes,
Nor
it
is it at odds with many experiments that I have personally
Okay,
done.
no, okay, many experiments. All right, I just asked you for those experiments, and then you admitted that you needed to use a container to contain the gas pressure. So we just keep going in circles here.
But it needs no lid. There's no barrier separating it from everything else.
Okay, but you said it was what 14.6 psi
You
at the
don't
bottom of
have
a bucket.
pressure
What
in there.
do you know what the psi is at sea level? Where did you do this?
Do you guys understand anything
If you
about
put a
partial
gauge
pressure?
on it, it will read 0. You know that, right?
Do you guys
If
know
you try to
anything about
gauge
partial
that
pressure?
fucking pressure in the bucket, it will read 0. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, you're playing games. Like it's about a pressure differential, right?
Do you understand what partial pressure is?
I believe I
Apparently not.
told you what absolute pressure is and what the difference between absolute
Dude, if
pressure
you don't know
and
what
measured
words mean,
pressure
you
is.
can just say, I don't know. No one will judge you for that. I don't know is a fine answer to a question.
Can you show us gas pressure without a container?
No,
Do you have
cannot.
perms? Just post it.
Yes. Look around you. There's gas pressure without a container.
I'm in a house. It's contained.
That's not you
and
showing us anything.
Then go outside.
That's
dude.
not proving a fucking thing.
Yes.
That's like this is what Globe has to offer. Nothing but rhetoric.
Here's what he's doing. He's presupposing the nature of the earth. He's presupposing.
The other kid was trying to ask a question. Leave this idiot alone. That kid was trying to answer a question.
Can I say something? Yes, it will read 0 because psi literally means pounds per square inch. So yeah, air isn't more than 1 square inch, so it's going to be like 0.00001. So
Yeah, it's against mercury, right?
Mercury is very dense, so it's going to say around like more than that, but it's still probably not going to say more than 1 in a normal pressure without condensing it.
So there's a condensed ball of gas in a vacuum.
And gravity can be a container.
Okay, gravity is the container. Can you show us
claim.
gravity as a container of anything equivalent to that here on Earth? Can you set up an experiment that demonstrates this behavior you're talking about?
Not that you're going to believe it.
Well, I will believe it if I see it.
Which instrument would be used? Another interferometer failure?
Okay, the thing is...
How could you possibly know what we're going to accept?
Yeah.
Right? If you demonstrate something to us and we can demonstrate it ourselves, we're going to accept it because it's demonstratable. We're not bigots. Hold on. We're not bigots, right? We're the ones who have already changed our mind about our cosmology. So if we're going to ask who's the open-minded person here, we're going to trust that it's us, not you.
Okay, two people can be open-minded, but listen, I have two pictures that I want to show everyone, but
No,
I
pictures
cannot.
aren't proof, dude. Pictures aren't proof, bro.
No, it's not a picture of something. It's an equation. I want to show it, but I can't because for some reason I can't show pictures in the live stream chat.
Well, I'd like to see his experiment. I would like to see this ball of gas that he has in a vacuum without any containment.
Okay, if you want technically you can't really have a proof because even if you're going to go to space, how do you know you're not a butterfly dreaming?
Okay. So you're getting a little bit off course here. It sounds to me like you're saying you cannot validate your claim, so I guess we can just move on.
Yes, so yeah, I cannot validate anything. I cannot validate.
Okay, thank you. Cannot validate your story. Okay, fine.
I cannot validate that you're alive. That doesn't mean anything. I can still believe the most likely and most logical explanation.
What did you just say? You can't validate that somebody's alive?
I can't validate that you're real.
He's slipping into solid state. Okay, bro. You want to know how you're real?
Can you validate?
You want to know how to know?
Can you validate that you're real?
How do you know that I'm not a brain in a
Oh my
jar?
gosh. Kid, come on, dude.
So to back up your ball religion, you now have to go, geez, how do we know what anything is? How do we know if this is even happening, really?
Yes, so
This is the extent that you have to go to?
I believe the logical explanation and not the one with no scientific base.
But you're not giving us a logical explanation.
Are you serious? You said you believe in logic.
I told you about. I want.
What gravity are you talking about? Do you know what gravity is?
Yes.
What is it?
It depends. Einsteinian gravity is when a mass does. I don't know how to say it in English, but it does something.
Oh, you don't know.
I don't know how to say it in English. No, and it's like it kind of moves around space time, and then things fall to it. Like if you're in a trampoline and there's a weight in the center, it's going to do.
So space and time. What is space? It's like the absence of something. Space. What is it? The absence.
Can you show me the trampoline in space in the middle of a vacuum? Where do they keep the trampoline fiber? Is this continuum? Is it made of material?
How about the time? Can you grab a piece of this time, put it in a glass, and paint it purple?
All you did was tell us like about a movie.
So space, the space and time that you're mentioning is two concepts that you're talking about.
Yeah,
like I said, I can't prove anything.
They're concepts. That's why you cannot explain them logically, because they're concepts that you. Those are concepts. Space.
It's just mathematical concepts.
So by defending this globe model, you've
my last point. Can those two concepts have any effect on physical things like in physicality, real stuff? Space.
No, it's metaphysical.
Yes, that's the whole idea.
It's metaphysical. How does it affect reality? It's non-physical. How does ghosts punch people's teeth out? A ghost doesn't have a hand to hit you with.
Okay, so
and talking about these concepts is like describing love or joy. So how much love can you put in a jar, or how much joy can you put in a jar?
Yeah,
how much time? How much time can you put in a jar?
Can I get a dime bag of happiness?
Okay, so listen. So the thing is, like I said, we cannot prove anything. I just prefer to go with the more logical choice.
No, but this is where the problem comes in. So that would you think nothing can be verified. You think everything. You think everything is more a philosophy than actual physics.
Yeah,
in the
now
physical
we're
realm,
going more to philosophy than physics. Yes.
So Koi Kid, so you know that you're not a brain in a tube. You know that.
I assume
And the
that.
fact that
I do not know that.
No, you know that because you're
Bro,
living
have you
your
ever been
life.
hitting the testicles?
And
You ever been hitting the testicles real hard? You ever
in
been
other
hitting the
words, have you felt
testicles?
pain?
Have you felt real pain? Like
I
a broken
have
nose?
felt pain.
Okay, during that moment, did you wonder, am I really alive? Am I really a brain in a vat? No, you knew it was real.
And
The
this
realest
My
and
thing
this
brain
is where
you've ever
philosophy.
consciously,
experienced.
unconsciously assumed it was real. And
No, very conscious.
even though it
Pain,
is,
pain is conscious. No,
even though
listen, quick it.
it depends
Pain,
what
pain is a
I,
very conscious thing. You'll know when you're in pain. Like Hank just said, you never considered if you're a simulation when you're actually feeling pain. Because when you're actually feeling pain, you know you're really feeling the pain.
it
Then
depends
there's
what
this
you
little thing
define
called
real.
this. Wait, let me just make my point. There's a thing called the scientific method, whereby through experimentation, you demonstrate the cause of the effect. There's no philosophy, there's no wondering. So if you are a brain in a tube, we could scientifically validate that, go through
No,
experimentation to
it's
prove
like we
either,
can.
yes, you are a brain in a tube, or no, you're actually a living human being. And the scientific method, which is physics based, meaning in the real world, would tell you yes or no. Not everything has to fall into simulation
Okay.
and
Can
maybe
you
you're a
listen
brain.
to me? Can you listen to me? No, it
Can
doesn't
you hear
work
me?
like that with all things. Let's say I can't conduct experience in 10 dimensions. I just cannot. Some things
Because that's a
are just
concept.
You don't
No,
have
but
to
that's
go into
because that's a
15
concept.
dimensions.
exactly that's a concept.
And
Everything
you
is a
can't do
concept,
anything to a
but you
concept.
don't look at it like that because it is more logical and makes more sense.
Not more logical. It's just what you've been taught. So therefore, it's your foundational knowledge,
Oh,
which
so I've been
seems more
taught that
familiar.
that you're alive. Yeah, so I
Have you
All
trust.
have
right.
you ever
So
been to the have you ever been to the beach, to the sea, to the beach,
Yes,
the ocean water, the waves? Have you ever
yes,
been in the
yes,
ocean water?
yes.
When you jump in the ocean water, do you think about it as a concept? Do you think that's a concept where you experience it in the waves and all that stuff? That's a concept.
I have a question. When you think, do
just
you
answer
think
his
about
question
all the
first.
stuff?
Just
You
don't be
don't
rude.
think about
Answer
all the
his
stuff all
question
the
first.
time.
Wicked.
Sometimes I think about it. Sometimes I don't think I'm doing something and I'm so I forget to breathe because I'm so into something and I'm doing something. Sometimes you forget and don't think about stuff. Saying that you don't think of it all the time doesn't disprove nor prove it.
Okay,
That's fair.
a second ago you said that you had to be taught to know somebody else is alive.
No, I didn't say it. I said it cannot be proven.
It cannot be proven. So these are the
Bro,
lengths
we
that you
can.
have to go to
And it
defend the
depends
globe
what you
model.
mean
You
by
have to
alive.
bend the definition of what's real now to defend the globe model. We're on par with Narnia here, basically. This is Narnia land. I can't prove that Narnia doesn't exist, right? This is the length that you have to go to try to make
Yes,
this globe claim
but the
work.
more logical explanation is that Narnia isn't real and it's a fiction made up world. Maybe if the multiverse theory is right, maybe there is a universe where Narnia is real. But
Hey,
But maybe the Ninja Turtles will sprout out of your hat and then take you to Mary Poppins' house so that you could eat gingerbread cookie men, right?
Yeah,
What are you
maybe.
talking about, bro? You completely
hey,
lost touch with reality. You sound like someone who's suffering from psychosis. Do you know what psychosis is? You're not a brain in a vat, bro. You're a man. You know how you know
prove
you're a
it.
man?
Prove it.
Go to a
Prove it.
doctor. Go to a doctor and get a physical, right? And the results will tell you.
That doesn't prove it.
Yes, it
I can't
does,
believe
you
he's saying
imbecile.
prove it. I was about to ask him,
Oh
like,
my
do
gosh!
you
All right,
even know that you're a
go
boy?
become a transgender Olympian. Then go ahead.
What? No, that's no.
Let the record show
hey,
that this globus doesn't believe in reality.
I
He doesn't even
I do
believe he's a
believe in
boy,
reality, but I
apparently.
think
You're doing Globus a true disservice, man. Seriously, bro. You really are fucking up Globus all over the place, dude.
hey,
And
real quick
what you're
question.
trying to imply, sorry, just before you, Jamesy, what you're trying to imply is that a hospital is useless, and having an ECG machine to measure my heartbeat until my heart stops is useless. And any doctor ever trying to fix your physical body is useless, because you could just update a program in your mind because you're a brain in a vat.
No,
so you said there's no way to prove that you're alive. An ECG. Let me finish, quick kid. You said to me that you wanted to have a chance to speak. Just let me finish my point. Then I go quiet. Then you can respond. So an ECG machine, which measures your heartbeat until your heartbeat stops, is the demonstration of you being alive and being dead. If you want to think about it in another way, that's just your imagination, like Narnia. In real life, there is equipment to show when someone is dead.
Okay, now can I speak? Something that is not real doesn't mean it's not valid. I like video games and I care about video games, but I know they're not real. So yes, even if
but the program is real.
You know they're not real.
The program is real.
I still care about them.
But the point I just said to you, did you hear the point I just said? What about hospital equipment which shows whether you're alive or dead? And then they declare you dead at that time because the equipment has now shown you to be dead.
So if I let's go to the situation that I am a brain in a tube. It doesn't make it any less valid me dying in the let's call it simulation than me actually dying.
False. It's only in the imagination, because what you're effectively doing is you're talking about concepts here. So the concept of you being a brain in a tube is actually retarded because you can see your physical appearance. So you know that you're not. And you have all the boring time in between stuff.
I can have a VR headset and I can see people fighting me. Does it mean they're really fighting me?
Do you know that you're wearing a VR headset when that's occurring? Yes.
You're going to...
You know when you're in fantasy, and you know when you're back in RL or real life.
You're going to put a suit that makes people feel things and makes people in a VR headset, and you're going to put them in a virtual world without them knowing. They have no way of knowing their world isn't real. They think their world is real. They think that's what it is.
You're invoking virtual reality. You're arguing against empiricism to defend the globe model. Just let that sink in.
To defend everything that they say.
Listen, until you reach up to your head and your body and you feel that you're wearing something that is not your skin.
How do you know that it is not your skin?
That's your internal wiring, and it is electrochemically real. And if you don't believe it, well, just go touch some fire, some plasma, hot plasma.
This kid is presenting the Cartesian demon to you guys, and you're all too stupid to understand what he's saying. You guys are idiots.
Thanks, bud.
Carefree. Oh, why did you mute him?
He probably muted himself because he heard you talking.
No, it's
because he's a fucking troll. That's all he is.
Why do you care that he's muted?
Why can I show you something in the live stream voice text?
Why it's not real?
He's invoking stories. Okay, he's going to Narnia land. He's talking about virtual reality. He wants to bend the definition of real now so that he can claim his globe. I mean, this is where we're at. He didn't show us gas pressure without a container. He didn't show us. Yeah, he didn't show us curvature. He hasn't shown us axial rotation. He hasn't shown us anything. He's just run away to story time now. So I think that's about good.
Carefree. The pictures I sent you and the equations that I sent you, they make flat Earth seem very laughable, right? You can write.
Why don't you post it? Why don't you send it?
Yeah, let's all have a laugh. I want to laugh.
For some reason, I cannot post pictures.
I know. Just send me the picture and I'll post it for you.
Who are you?
I'm Cyrus.
Cyrus, okay. Can you speak?
Oh yeah, right here.
You see me?
Equations.
If you're worried about people looking at you, then if you're worried about what people think about you because you're looking into things that are true, then what the hell? Like, what's the point?
Well, look, if you're okay, if you're gonna deny your neurons firing, if this is where like I cannot actually fucking help you, and I know that I can't because that's just stupidity, right? So if you're gonna deny that mechanism that's within you, like biochemically, like I'm fucked here, and I know that.
I sent you
talking about concepts. All right.
He's been hanging out with Dr. Stephen Allen Greer. That's what he's been doing.
He's been wearing his VR fucking headset too much, man.
Now he believes he's on a strong ball.
Go outside, dude. All right.
You got to wear a VR headset all day to think that you're on a ball.
I mean, this kid is fucking in La La Land. We're not real.
Why are you guys like falling into this argument about whether perception is reality? Like this argument has been going on for thousands of years. Why do you think you can win it?
Cyrus, can you send it?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, Sister Fish, you should probably just
both of them.
stay where you were.
He's just making very specific, tangible claims
you guys
about what the Earth is that we are
overreaching.
testing.
You can't.
No, he's overreaching. He's the one who's going off to story time and invoking fantasy and fairy tales about maybe he's a brain in a jar in order to argue for his ball. So, I mean, it's a tangible thing that he has claimed. It's supposed to have a specific radius, a specific rate of curvature. All he has to do is go out to a lake and measure it. That's it. He doesn't have to start talking about whether he's a brain in a vat. It just shows the weakness of his position that he's doing that.
Yeah, well, if you're just in an experiment, why don't you take control? Become a millionaire, go have a bunch of cars.
But the question about whether perception is reality doesn't.
Break free of the
the things the atheist mind comes up with to justify reality.
Yeah, get it. You're not in reality, bro. We got it.
Okay, can everyone go to the
break free of the chains, man?
Can everyone go to the live stream?
Be like Neo.
And see it?
Be like Neo. Trinity now can fly too.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, they have two jacks in their head.
Walk me through your equations here, kid.
They got new jacks installed. New Jack City.
Up top is 9.82. You're missing your units. That's meter per second squared. Okay. And at the equator is G equals G, which is minus 0.033. So what's that? And somehow G equals gravity. Words, English. Okay. Wow.
Okay, so if
numerals
let me speak. If you are on where the line, the second line with the arrows
equator. I got it.
Yeah, if you're on the equator, there's going to be an outside force that's going to send you outside. So it's going to.
Yeah, centrifugal force. Did you run the math for that?
Yes. No, I did it took me a long time to write because my writing isn't that well, but I didn't run it a long time, but it seems pretty right to me.
Oh, no, you have to prove it that is correct mathematically. I used to tutor calculus.
Okay, people.
So hold on. So you're gonna have to redo this. You're gonna show me how you got that 0.0337 and what the fuck that is. That's it. That's
show
all
your work.
That's all
you can see all the bright.
No, I know you can't see all the parts, sir.
No, those are just statements.
No, not the with. Okay, so. Okay, do you listen? Okay, so. To understand this, you probably do understand it, but to know if that's real, you need to see the experiment people have done to show that things way different.
Yeah, but what you're saying is you just believe these people. That's all you're saying. You're saying I believe.
Yeah, because I can't go to the North Pole
they
or
don't.
South
They don't
Pole
weigh
to
different.
do it. But because it's going to be very hard, and I need to buy a very good.
You just believe. Just say it, dude. You just believe these people. That's it.
And their experiment has coincided with what I just wrote. boat and they work together flawlessly.
Well, you could easily test their core. You could test the. You could test the core claim of that model for yourself easily enough if you just go to a body of water somewhere and measure it for curvature. That's all you have to do. You do not have to go through all these mental gymnastics, little buddy. It's so much easier than that.
No, it is not so much easier than that.
No, it is. You can go out and test the surface of the Earth for curvature. Go out and find it. You just take a measurement. You don't have to do all this on the chalkboard. Real life is not on a chalkboard. It is the Earth. That is what we're talking about. We've heard your abstractions, but you haven't demonstrated anything from reality. That's all we've asked you for. You're just in your head this whole time. You're telling stories. You're talking about how you could be a brain in a jar. Okay, that is the level that your claims are on. Like, just show us something from the world that substantiates what you're saying about the world.
Okay, so
you're missing. No, wait. All you guys are missing.
Okay, so I have a question for you. An infinite.
Hang on just a second. I want to point something out because this thing about things weighing different, even if you determined that they did weigh different in different locations on Earth, what does that even mean? Because the only thing that I've ever seen anyone demonstrate that changes the weight of anything is if you change the medium that it's in. So what is it supposed to mean, even if it did?
It proves that for what we know and the models that you have don't add up with the facts.
You know that your 9.82 is an agreed upon constant because it changes all the time and it depends on location.
Yes, that is so without
you know
the rotation.
It is going to weigh differently. No, it has nothing to do with the rotation.
Yeah, yes, it does.
No.
I just showed you.
No,
I just
sir.
showed you. How
Absolutely not. It changes in the same place, different times of the year. It's an agreed upon constant, dude. You should at least know your physics before you post it. Well, mainstream physicists know that. It is an agreed upon constant. 9.81 per meter per second squared is agreed upon constant. It's an average.
Isn't it 9.82?
No, here I'll post you a TED talk about it. How about that? Yeah, I'll back up my claim.
Oh, as I saw the second paint, I accidentally didn't write squared, so it's okay. It's okay though, right?
It's okay. I know what it is. It's okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't have I haven't yet finished my bachelor's yet, so maybe there are things that I didn't learn yet, but I don't think so.
Yeah, you need to learn about tensor equations and Einstein, because all that shit is Newtonian and doesn't work in space. You know that.
Yeah, you need to learn how to geometry too, bro. I mean, you need to go back to high school for that one, man. I don't understand what's going on with the way you're thinking.
Yeah, go back to the school that teaches us that the Earth is a globe. Have those people teach you about all these things.
Yeah, and you're getting miles ahead of yourself. You should just start at step 1 and just check the Earth for curvature.
You're letting equations take over where reality should be. I mean, that's just weird, dude. You rather believe in equations than your own eyes and observations that you can do on your own.
My eyes are stupid. They're literally.
We know.
Yes, I can't believe my eyes.
You can't.
Okay,
my brain tries to do shortcuts to see stuff different.
So that means the equations are wrong.
Told you can't believe your eyes.
Hold on, he just did. He said his eyes are bad. But if your eyes are bad, then you can't believe the equations that you just put out. So what the fuck, bro?
But this bugs me because people say this shit all the time. Man, people say this shit all the time, and it bugs me because these even the technology that people have, measuring equipment, all this shit, they say we need this equipment because we can't trust our senses. What the frig do they calibrate this equipment by? They use their senses. I mean, how do they build this shit to test shit? By first using their senses.
Yes. How do you read your instrument?
Okay, so if you have a white screen,
USB plug in your brain or what?
Okay, if you have a white screen with a
yes, he will. He will get the fucking Neuralink. He will be a fucking sci-fi zombie.
Let me speak for a
second. He would volunteer for the fucking Neuralink human trials, man.
Okay, can you let me speak for a second?
You've been talking.
Okay, so if there is a screen, it has to be white, and there's some color of a circle in the center. and there is going to be a halo that fades out towards the center and towards the outside at any color except white. If you're going to look at the dot at the center, it's going to fade out and just look white.
How your eyes are stupid? Remember, your eyes are stupid. So why?
Exactly. So you don't believe your. So you don't need to believe your eyes.
Is that on a digital screen or is that?
That can work on a digital screen, on an actual thing. It always works.
Wait, has it been? Have you tried it on an organic medium that's not? Or
I tried it on paper.
Have you ever been to a gun range? Ever been shooting?
Yes.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
I have.
You're gonna have to draw or something. So
Yes, I
you're
have.
looking at a white wall, essentially. What's
No,
wrong
someone
with
asked if I've been shooting. Yes, why? Hello?
I said, obviously you trust your eyes then, you little shit. Stop stupid shit, man.
Yes,
Seriously.
sometimes I can trust my eyes, but sometimes my
only
eyes
when I'm
deceive
shooting,
me.
though.
Man, shut up, dude.
They only deceive you when
becoming
the
really
world turns
annoying,
out to
dude.
be
Okay,
not what you really said
your
it
brain
was.
has two forms of thinking: slow thinking.
You
and
contradict
fast
yourself
thinking.
left and right, bro.
No, I
If
didn't.
you
Okay,
can see good enough to
better
shoot, you can see good enough to go out and measure some curvature, so just do it. Cut the crap.
You say
Okay,
I
now-
can use
now can
my
I speak?
eyes. No, you can use it to a certain limit.
Now can I speak? Okay,
You've
so
been talking. No, okay, don't you just
no,
fucking
No, we're tired. We're tired of you, man. We're tired
click
of you.
and you're muted. So don't just talk over me, dude. Relax, calm down. Here you go. Try it. Let's try this again.
okay, so now I forgot what I wanted to say. Okay, so your brain has fast thinking and slow thinking. So fast thinking is, let's say, when you breathe and when you walk. You don't really think about it; you just do it, right?
Which part of your brain controls that? Because I've been studying neuroscience recently.
Yes, I'm not a neuroscientist, so I'm not really.
Oh, okay. All
good
right.
at it.
Well, all right.
Yeah,
So
but you know
I
to tell
don't
us
take
to
my word on it,
explain.
but I'm pretty sure I'm
How
right.
many types of neurons do you have in
Man,
your
you-
body?
How
You like
many
to
what?
talk about a lot of shit you don't know about. You know that? You talk about a lot of shit you don't know about. And you just excuse it. Well, I don't know enough my English. Bro, you're really becoming annoying. Seriously.
Yeah.
Koiki, do you know what you're doing here?
Where?
In here.
Where is here?
Flat Earth Discord server. What's your
Flat Earth
purpose?
server.
Oh, I'm just speaking to people, having a debate.
No. I just came in and I have heard you, and I can tell you, after 1 minute of listening to what you are saying in here, what you are doing is propagating faith, your belief, instead of truth. Can you tell me which one is stronger between belief and truth?
It depends.
Can you distinguish between the two?
Gymnastics, man.
Yes. Yes, I can.
How
So then
can
you
you distinguish?
One of them is objective, and one of them is not, and one of them is subjective.
So the Earth, that's an objective thing, right?
Um.
It is what it is, regardless of what you think it is, right?
Yes.
Okay, and
That depends.
it's a ball. It's a ball.
Wait, that depends. If you're going to the philosophy
No.
point, you can say if you think about something, it appears, and just the idea, let's say, of thinking about the sun and people knowing about the sun made the sun a thing. So that's just
Okay,
philosophy.
so you're
but
going back to La La Land. You're not going to make a definite claim about what the Earth is.
Okay,
It's
so
just a
let's don't
story.
talk about philosophy. What did you say?
Well, I thought you were making a definite claim about the Earth, and then you turned around and just went back to story time.
Are you like philosophy major or something?
No, astronomy and physics.
Wait, astronomy. What do? You just look up through a telescope, or
No, astronomy and physics.
okay. Most of your classes, do you spend like behind a telescope, or do you spend it
No.
on a piece of paper? Of course,
Piece of paper
simulation, right?
Yeah.
and computer.
And is astronomy a science or fortune telling?
I want to learn astrophysics, and astronomy is science.
So
Yeah.
Kit, huh?
So it's not guessing. It's not guesswork, is it?
It is not. No.
I see. Where are you from?
So you look up at the stars, yeah, in the night sky. You do not touch them, correct?
That is right.
You do not measure them with a
I'm not.
ruler or
Yes, I'm not
a
statistic.
measuring instrument. Do you know of any measuring instrument that can measure a star or
The distance?
its velocity?
The distance between a star? The distance between me and a star, or the velocity of a star?
Yeah.
The distance you
Yeah, how
can
can
use a lot of things, but you can use a lot of things. If the star is close enough, you can use lasers, which are pretty accurate.
Oh.
Or not the star, the
What?
planet.
Laser?
If the planet
What?
is
What
close
planet?
enough, not
What planet can you use a laser and touch
wait.
it?
Do you know what's the purpose of a laser, the laser technology in the observatories?
Which laser? There.
They are using a laser
Sometimes for
in
showing stuff and having
the
directions.
observatories. In the observatories, they are using a laser. Do you know what they are using that for?
Do you mean the laser that they're pointing at the sky? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's for showing and teaching about the stars and the planets. And
No.
that's not what they're doing?
See, yeah, you were saying what you're thinking. So you make
what
a
are they
lot of
doing?
guess. You make a lot of guessing,
Yeah, I said I think.
fortune telling. Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
why
really
I
know
ask
that.
you. That's why I ask you if you know, because there is a difference between knowing and fortune telling.
Tell you what, next time I build something, I'm not going to use a tape measure.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bust out a laser and just use lasers to build my house.
Don't trust your eyes either.
Where'd those stars
Mm.
come from, man? And the
I'm
planets.
throwing those tape measures away.
Since you're an astronomer, teach me. Where'd the planets and stars come from? Since you measure in astronomy.
Okay, so stars are gases who at the start they're like fogs, like a lot of fog, and then they're getting closer to each other.
In a vacuum? In a vacuum?
A gas
Really?
ball in a vacuum. That's burning.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Doesn't gas expand?
There is gravity, so it doesn't.
No. Wait. So there's no solid material in the center that condensed that started attracting this in your modern
What do you
theory.
mean, gas? There's gas. It's not like solid, but it's still something.
Did you manipulate?
Wait.
Did you manipulate that gas?
Wait. Do you know what the
using
virial
scientific
theorem is?
You're lagging. What? What did you say?
Virial theorem. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, maybe you'll study it in advanced astronomy 3 or some shit. How about gravitational collapses of stars? Do you know what that is? Okay, would you like me to post some white papers about what that is? How that's horseshit? High level, your level, or higher?
Which one?
PhD papers. I gotcha. Which one? There's a ton. Because tell me. So you have to educate me first, though. How this gas and these planets? Where'd they come from again? I forgot.
Originally from the Big Bang.
Were you there?
Oh, what's that?
No, I was not there.
Cool story.
Can you prove?
Okay, can I prove that my mother had birthed me?
Bro, if you can't prove that I'm alive, can you prove to me that the Big Bang was real?
Exactly. I cannot prove it, but I can believe it, and that's the most likely logical explanation.
You can believe it,
It's a
yeah.
belief. This kid makes
It's
that's
a
the most
blind belief.
logical
If it's
explanation.
without evidence, if it's a belief without evidence, then it's a blind belief.
Hey,
And
guys,
that's
you know,
called
hey guys,
that's
he's being
called
very respectful to you, and
fanaticism.
I don't think you should laugh at him.
Shut up.
Who's
You guys are so rude.
If this was the year 1021, you'd be saying it. The most logical thing is to think that the Earth is flat. You would just go with whatever the orthodoxy of the time is.
1020,
You would
people-
go with the orthodoxy of the time. That's all you
It
would do.
depends where you are. Some places knew for thousands of years.
No, they didn't. They didn't
Yes,
say.
they did.
Hardly anybody claimed that. There was Pythagoras and a few others, but it wasn't a commonly held perspective.
You were listening, dude.
1,000 years ago, it wasn't commonly held.
Syphilis, if you're listening.
I don't care what
yeah.
time period. You can choose any time period, and you would just go with the orthodoxy of that.
I'll use my moderator power to just quiet the room. Okay. Syphilis, if you were listening, I actually told COVID guy, I was like, hey, fair enough. You know, belief, cool. Religion, I'm down. You know, he gets a pass. So, but you weren't listening. You just want to concern troll.
Koi Kid, what are the states of matter?
Plasma, gas, solid, and liquid.
Oh, then in your pseudoscience knowledge, how come I heard you here saying that the stars are balls of gases?
What's their gases and their nuclear?
You said the
fuel.
stars are gas.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
He did.
And stop mentioning nuclear fission because you have no clue what you're talking about when
we'll
you
get
say that. Yeah, we will get there, but first we have to clarify: are the stars gas or they are plasma?
And some places they are that, and some places they are that.
Some places. Which place of the star is plasma?
When there are explosions, so in the center it's gas, but when there are explosions at the surface, it's
So the star, when it's gas, is it burning?
It's not burning. It's having explosions.
It's not burning. Then it doesn't emit light.
Then it's not plasma.
No, that's not how things work.
Then it's not plasma.
What do you mean?
You know what plasma is?
Do you know the difference? Yeah, the difference between plasma and gas.
Do you know why we have to contain the plasma? Because it's the kinetic energy. It wants to spread apart so fast. You have to contain it. Show me plasma without containment. I can, of course, but can you?
Lightning strikes.
There you go. Good job. Lightning strike. That's about it. Anything else?
Explosion, like really strong explosions.
Well, they go out though. It's not continuous.
Right.
Yeah, but the sun is
lab-made.
Explosion's not really plasma. It's just
Lab-made.
expanding gases.
Oh, that's what plasma is. Just superheated gas.
Lab-made plasma.
So
yeah, it's
that's
superheated to where it turns into ions. Yeah.
That's non-transient.
When it's
Yeah, it's
plasma, it's
the
no longer
ionic
gas.
version of a certain element.
Yeah, and that is no longer gas.
Yes, I know it's not a gas.
Yeah, it's a different kind of state of matter, in which matter exists.
It's
Just like there is a difference. Listen. Is a rock the same like a liquid, like water?
Yeah, I know it's not the same.
They are not the same. How different are they one from another? Can you tell me the differences between
The difference
two?
is how close the things are together and how fast the atoms are moving inside it.
I want something. I just thought of something.
So
I want.
you didn't say. this molecular or atomic distance between
and speed they're
atoms
moving.
gives you the molecular shape.
And the speed they're
Yeah.
moving. If it's really fast,
And
it's going
you
to be a
also
different
have
state of matter.
molecular distances. Do you know the difference between atomic distances and molecular distances?
Yes, one is atoms and one is molecules.
What's the difference between the two?
A molecule is something that's made out of elements, like out of atoms.
It's a certain construct, yeah, of
Yes,
atoms.
of
That's a
atoms.
molecule, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, in all this, where did you told me that, you know, when someone is asking me the difference between a rock and water, I will say the water is wet, yeah, and the rock is dry.
That's an interesting way of thinking.
Oh, it's interesting. It's not realistic what I said.
It depends. Do you see, let's say, ice? Do you see ice as wet?
Ice is cold, yeah.
Yeah, but is it wet?
And also wet. When you touch it, yeah, it will get you wet.
Yeah, but that's the water that's coming out of it.
Water is coming out of the ice.
It's
Are you kidding me?
the ice is
The
becoming
ice
water.
is
The ice is becoming
frozen water.
The ice is becoming water. It's
Right.
changing its state of matter.
Oh, so the ice is not water.
The ice is water, but just in a different state.
What? Yeah, what kind of state is that?
The ice is solid.
Solid. Why is it solid?
Because the atoms are moving slower and they are closer to each other.
No.
What about Bose-Einstein condensate?
No. It's not that.
Okay, so what
The
is
ice
it?
is solid. The ice is solid because the water molecules form crystals. They crystallize.
Yes, but they
Have
do
you
it.
heard?
They do
Yeah.
it
Have you
because
heard of
they are on a certain.
crystallization? Do you know what crystallization is?
Yes.
Have you studied it?
It's not just in that, but yes.
You said yes. No. Then yeah. Tell me what's going on in the crystallization process. What's happening?
Okay, so let's say it's hard
You
to.
know,
Okay,
when those snowflakes form, yeah?
Yes.
Can you explain me what's happening there?
Yes,
With the atoms, the molecules, everything.
Okay,
What
so in
causes?
water,
What causes?
okay, so in water, the
Yeah.
H2O molecules are starting because the cold. They're starting to move slower. They're starting to condense to each other, and that makes them, because they're moving slower.
So
It's not dripping.
listen.
And
From a high
and
velocity, from
you
a
need a
high
certain point to
velocity,
start to do it. So they're starting.
decelerating from a high velocity to a lower velocity, you call it starting to move slower.
Moving slower.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Kinetic energy.
They start to move slower. Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, I want to go back to
That's
the gas
actually not correct.
because you guys are on ice
Why
now.
is it not correct?
Yeah. Because those molecules, they lose energy. It's not about their
They're
motion. As they are losing energy, a result will be a lower velocity. Yeah. But it's not because they lose the velocity. They lose energy, not velocity.
Yes.
What you're saying is they lose energy, so they lose velocity, but they lose velocity, so they lose
That's
energy.
an observable,
So
yeah. That's molecular speed, yeah. That is actually an effect of losing energy.
they're losing energy because of the different temperature.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
difference of temperature.
if x is
Yeah,
if x
so temperature,
okay, if x is y,
temperature
if
makes
x is
it
y,
freeze. Correct? It's not the
yeah.
velocity that makes
Okay,
the
if
water
x,
freeze.
okay, let me speak. If x does y, and y and x are the same, and y does f, and f
The
and y
zeroth
are the
law of
same, then x
thermodynamics.
and
Come on,
f are
yes,
the same.
yes, come on, man. Yes. Isn't that the zeroth law? Isn't it? Right? Google it.
What?
Isn't that called the zeroth law of thermodynamics?
Maybe.
It is the fourth law, zeroth.
I don't know names of stuff.
Well, that's what you're just saying exactly. If body A is the same temperature as body B, and body B is the same temperature as body C, then 100% body A and body C are at the same temperature. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you
He
go.
said he don't know what he's saying.
Yeah. Well, no,
Exactly.
that's what it's called. He doesn't know the label, but he did know what he was saying. And back to the sun.
Yeah.
You do agree to the kinetic energy of kinetic theory of gases, as you were talking to get beget. So now to the Big Bang. This really hot singularity. Remember, infinite heat. Now it's expanding, which is phenomenal because we know what gases do when they're expanding, right? To fill the void.
Yes. No, what do you mean to fill the void? There was no void because there was nothing there.
No, whoa.
Well, that's pretty much the definition of void.
Space.
Being
Yeah, but
nothing.
it's outside the observatory space, so you can't really see it.
So wait, okay. So all right, this is Narnia. This is all right. So you have a singular.
That's why there's the idea that let's say the universe is expanding, but let's say 3 million years ago it was exactly the same as now because there is nothing outside of it.
There was no 3 million years ago.
Believe in the Big Bang theory? If you don't believe in it, we won't discuss it. Or do you
I do believe in it.
All right, then let's discuss it. Now it's expanding, right? Singularity.
Yes.
Kaboom. Yeah.
But it is the same size.
Who invented the Big Bang theory?
I don't know. Why would that?
Georges Lemaitre.
Yeah, religious guy. You don't know.
Catholic priest. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Trying to come up with a religious theory.
That's nice. Yeah. I know.
He
It's a religion.
died a Jesuit priest till the day he died.
Yeah.
No.
That's interesting.
So, dude, let's talk about
it's
that are expanding because we got kinetic energy. Things are moving outward. Yes or no?
Yes, but as I was saying though, 3 million years ago, but by the Big Bang.
Matter how long now? It's irrelevant.
Okay, but it's expanding. But
It's
there is nothing out there because it's expanding at the speed of light, and you can't.
Whatever is out there now has been always out there. You agree?
Yes, exactly. Because
How do you measure the speed of light?
It exists on both sides of the equation, sir. Let's divide it out. Yeah, and let's just
wait.
talk about
Someone asked how you.
How would you measure the speed of light? Without altering it.
You cannot measure the one-way speed of light. You can measure the two-way speed of light.
Well, I thought
this is bait. All this is bait. It's all leading.
I thought the act of observing something changes it.
No, we still cannot. We cannot.
Quantum theory, right?
We cannot. How it's called? Measure the one-way speed of light.
It's just theory.
So are we expanding, or we at the singularity after the singularity?
Technically yes, and also technically no. Because there was
how not?
Okay, if there is first it's expanding at the speed of light, so you can't go there. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the thing that if there is nothing outside, there is no time, there is no space, there is nothing outside.
I'm not talking about the stuff.
No, there is no nothing. Also, there is no nothing, and there is no nothing. There is.
Bro, what the fuck are you? This is philosophy like squared. The shit that you're saying. Just hold on. Listen. You're talking about laugh exactly. You talk about the void. I'm telling you, sir, fuck the void.
It's not a void. There's no void.
Listen, I'm talking about the objects, the mass that's being fucking ejaculated out of the singularity. Capiche or not capiche?
Capiche.
Holy shit!
Fucking capiche, man. Goodness. So let's talk about the mass. Is the mass expanding or is it not expanding? Do not take me to the void or I'll fucking ban you. Talking about the maths. You know what I'm talking about.
Technically, it's staying the same.
Oh, so that okay, singularity.
And
So
it's
we
also
live. All right, then.
expanding.
We
And
live.
it's also expanding because the outside of the.
So we live in a singularity when we never expanded. Is that what you're saying?
And we are also expanding at
Do you
each
know?
side.
Do you know what singularity means?
He doesn't
Koi
even.
kid, do you know? Do you know what
Yes.
singularity
Yes.
means?
What is it?
What? What?
A certain space that like a space that doesn't have like a, let's say, a height or way, like stuff like that, like a y, z, and
Dimensions.
x. Yeah,
I'll get you quotes
Dimensions. Yeah, it doesn't have measurements.
Yeah.
So that's one.
It's infinitely small.
It's mathematical
There
monster.
you go.
No,
There
it's
you
not infinitely small. It
Yes,
is
he's
one.
right. Infinitely hot. He's
Yeah.
correct. In their description, it's
Yeah,
infinitely
yeah.
hot, and it occupies no space. So,
And
thus, they say it has infinite density. And this is madness because, of course, density equals mass divided by volume. And they said it occupies no space, so they set the volume equal to 0, and that's how they get their infinite density. But we know in mathematics, you cannot divide by 0. It is forbidden and undefined.
You can. It's just going to be
No,
zero.
no, sir. It's undefined. No, you multiply by 0, you get 0. You divide by 0, you get undefined answer. And if your math professor tells you otherwise, bring him here, and we'll have a serious discussion.
So the density is infinite and unknown.
Bong, you're muffled.
So the density is unknown.
Some professors like mine, they accepted the. However, mine was excellent. He said, "I will accept infinity as an answer." However, he said it's undefined mathematically. But he said if you just put if you put that symbol infinity, it's cool. But it doesn't. However, it's just the symbol. Symbol means undefined.
Isn't that what I just said?
No, because what they're doing is saying it has infinite temperature. You see? And occupied 0 space. It doesn't exist in reality. It doesn't actually exist. And then out of non-existence, now see, they broke the first law of thermodynamics. Mass cannot be created or destroyed.
Yeah, but that's before the
Then how could you have mass to occupy 0 space?
Yeah, so that's the thing.
Oh, there you go.
How do you know that that mass and all of that, and mass and heat and all of those stuff are the same in a non-dimensional thing?
Bro, that's your story. That's not our story. That's yours, man. Go ahead.
You can't have a reasonable debate about it.
There's no yes.
Koi
We can.
kid.
Shredding it.
Koi
by
kid.
0.
Yes.
Easy.
Koi kid. From an infinitely small place, which is non-dimensional. It means it cannot be measured because it does not have measurements. So space, this thing which you perceive as space, 3 dimensions, X, Y, Z,
It is not existent.
It does not exist there.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and how can you have a billion, million, trillion atoms, inside that?
We have the entire solar system.
Right? Do atoms are atoms three-dimensional? Are atoms three-dimensional?
Yes.
Yeah. Then how can you have atoms in something which is not three-dimensional?
Okay, so the idea of more dimensions
The
or less
very
dimensions.
the idea of the very existence of the atom. Listen. The very idea of the existence of the atom implies the dimensions, its dimensions.
No, listen to me. We observe the atom as three-dimensional.
Show me where you have been observing an atom being into a singularity.
I haven't, but if there is a being that is a singularity, he could see it.
We have a math teacher.
I know, it's a nice story that you have. That's it.
You seen an atom?
You agree with the division of 0, Matthew? If you got anything to say on that, please enlighten the kid.
Division is only defined if you have non-zero divisors. If you have a zero divisor, there's no defined answer.
Exactly.
Exactly. Then you can't say infinity, motherfucker, if you say exactly to that. All right.
So let's put a question mark.
Question mark.
Yeah, I like putting question marks and things I don't know.
Well, you go figure it out. Maybe you'll define it one day, right? Yeah, define it.
What I want to learn is how things move.
How things move.
Yes.
Like
motion.
I studied mechanical engineering, so like, what kind of motion are you? Like that's exactly
motion. How would you
does.
something move from one place to another place? That's
like heat moves from one place to another place, and you can't actually see it.
Yeah, but
it propagates.
No, physical matter, how it moves. That's what I want to learn, and that's what I want to, you know.
Well, it needs that space to move.
What kind, like?
No, in a normal three-dimensional space that we live in, how do things move? That's what I want to learn.
Well, fine then. We'll take you to the three-body equation or the n-body equation with three bodies. Do we have a solution for that? For
No,
orbital
we don't
mechanics.
know how things move.
Okay. Awesome.
Do you know how the sun and moon and stars move?
We know that they move. We don't know how they move. We don't know how things go from x0 to x10.
Well, this is how they lied to us about what gravity is. That they're trying to explain how things move, but really we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, so that's a really interesting topic because we literally have nothing on it. We don't know even the slightest bit about how things move. So that's a really interesting topic.
We do. How about this? I'm extremely fair, dude.
We do know.
Motion. When we look up at the sky, we see that the stars are moving. Now, yes, we assume, check this out, engineer sort of shit, assume, highlight that shit and circle that shit. We assume that where either one of us is moving at a constant velocity, then it's a 50-50 split. We could be moving or the other body could be moving.
No,
However,
you're both moving. It's not or. It just depends. It just depends.
Both of them are moving in opposite direction at constant velocity, sure. So
No,
what you would need,
it can be that they're both moving. It just depends relative to what you're moving.
To what exactly? The data.
Relativity proves nothing.
Data. So you're going to need a stationary plane to verify which one is, orbiting or rotating.
Yeah, but we still don't know how things move.
You can't assume that we are moving just because you have a theory that the Earth could be a ball. First, you have to prove the curvature.
I honestly don't understand what
You know, it was once said through observation that all the heavenly bodies follow Saturn.
Don't you have the Newtonian laws of motion?
I'm not talking
You
about
got Newton.
Okay, I'm not talking about the globe Earth. I'm talking about my finger. How does my finger move from point X to point?
That's biology, bro. That's biochemistry, neurology. That's different.
No, that's not what I'm talking. How things.
Muscles, tendons, electric,
Actually, we do know.
chemicals, salt, sugars, acid, bases.
So your neurons fire from your brain down your spine. And then what? Which chemical?
It sends a chemical reaction to my muscles to contract or
what? Which chemical that's released on your
muscles? I don't know how
muscles?
it's called.
Acetylcholine. Good job.
Okay.
At least you know something. You're actually you're not bad.
Wait, let me. I want to talk. Hold up. Everybody, stop, please. Things do not move until an outside force acts upon it. Right. In the case of biology, sun, moon, and stars, I would say it's agency. Okay, you decide to move your finger left to right. How it all works, I don't know, but you're making that decision. So do animals, sun, moon, and stars, like, do they decide how to move? I don't know. Why do we call them wandering stars?
Okay, can I say something? So yes, my brain sends a signal to move. So now it moves, but we still don't. We know how it sends the signal to move, but we don't know how the finger is going from.
No, listen, you're missing the point. You're missing the point of making. It's not about how the work, about you making the decision to ask the question how you're moving your fingers.
I'm not talking about a normal. I'm not talking
your
about the
fingers.
neuroscientific viewpoint. I'm talking about the physics
Motion, right?
viewpoint.
Yeah. So,
How
so may
do
I
how do
answer
things
your physics?
move?
Okay,
What
what do you
has
mean move?
survived animals to live? They move.
It's the change of the space occupied relative to time, right? Motion, yeah. Or
Yeah,
else,
it
what are you
still
talking about?
doesn't explain it. It says what
Here, wait.
happens
Here's another. Here's
That is,
another
that
machine.
is the
Here's another
explanation
machine. Wait,
of
let
an
me answer
object
that.
that moved, right?
The currents
it's
in the
like
ocean move,
saying
right?
two is
What
one
causes,
plus one
what causes
without.
the currents in the ocean to move? What causes the air and the wind to move?
He's not
What
even talking about
determines
that, Bong.
their
I'm not talking
movement?
about what
Not
causes things
even.
to
He's
move.
talking about
I'm
like
not.
These
define
are all the
motion.
things that move.
He's trying to define motion. That's what what he's asking is define motion. It's like, okay, give me a definition. Go ahead.
No,
You give me.
it's not. We don't have a definition because we don't know what we know what it is, but we don't know how it works.
How it
Like
works.
What are
We
you
have the
talking about?
Newtonian
how
laws
motion
of
works.
motion. Like,
Yeah, it
Maybe
doesn't
you don't
explain
know
how it
how it
works. It
works.
explains. It
Actually, we
explains.
do know how it works.
No, we do not.
Yeah, we do. Everything that exists inside the field. Yeah, magnetic field, electric field, and electrostatic field. What do you know about charges in a electric field, for example?
I didn't take any courses in electric engineering or.
So electricity is tooth fairy, is not science, or what?
No, what I'm saying is okay. So you
I
have
mean,
okay.
you do not use electricity in your life is not one very basic, fundamental thing that you are using to live?
It is, but what's your point?
Yeah, a lot of your housing, yeah, to see inside your house, you use electricity and
Yes.
light bulbs,
What is
yeah.
your point?
Well, why is it not important for you to know this thing that you are using every day?
Because I'm not
And you
interested
depend
in
on
it.
it.
Some people are interested. That's not why I'm not taking. I don't know a
Yeah.
microbiology.
okay,
I'm not
I
learning for
know. Neither
microbiology.
did I, and I really want to understand. I know that you studied physics, so please tell me how you don't understand what motion is. Like,
We
I don't
understand.
get you.
We understand that something is here and then it's there, but
Yes.
we don't understand how it got from here to
Oh,
there.
we do it. You must spend energy. That's a fact.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
So
We do know.
we know that for it to go from there to there,
Well, observe it.
something has to happen, but we
Observe
still
it.
don't know how it goes from there to
Yes,
there.
we do.
Motion,
Observe it.
yeah.
Observe it.
Motion in an electric field is given by the charge.
He's not even talking about that, man. He's just talking about of what. That's the thing here, man. Let's define what. How about that? Motion of
An example of what you're talking about.
a car, electron. What are we talking about?
Everything, every motion,
Photon.
every possible motion.
No, man. It's different,
Well,
man. Come on.
motion, the motion of a particle, yeah, of a charged particle,
Okay.
is one of the most fundamental kinds of motion.
Okay.
Yeah. If you get to understand that, you will be able to understand a whole lot more.
Yeah, exactly. There's this idea that if we understand how things move and how things react with each other, we are going. No, wait again. Let me
The
talk.
charge of that
Okay,
electron
can you let me talk?
tells you, the charge of that electron tells you if it's moving with the electric field or against it.
Okay, now can you let me speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, so there's this idea. So if we are going to understand how particles move, how particles behave with each other, and how particles are, we are going to know everything that is going to happen, the future. There's this idea that we are going to know exactly what is going to happen. And because if we know how things behave, we can predict what it's going to do, right?
Oh, so you are now diving into fortune telling.
Yes.
Exactly what I was telling you about 15 minutes
It's
ago.
not fortune
Fortune telling, yeah.
Fortune telling, yes.
Telling the future is fortune telling, palm reading. You know, have you ever
Okay.
been to a circus where
Okay.
there is
Listen.
a
We
gypsy
know.
woman
Okay.
and
Okay.
she reads your
Okay.
palm?
Okay. Listen to
Asian
me.
lady
Okay.
once read my palm. She used
Yeah.
emotion for
Okay, I'm throwing something.
reasons.
Okay, listen.
To feel
I'm
the head.
throwing something. Let me speak. I'm throwing something.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm throwing a ball. I'm predicting that the ball is going to fall back down. It's not reading the future. It's just prediction.
It's actually fact. It's not
Yeah,
prediction.
if it's a ping pong ball and I blow air
No,
yes, at it, it's not gonna fall anymore.
Quantum mechanics
Post-diction,
says
anyway.
that there is a chance that it's just going to
Disappear.
go into
Quantum mechanics is
Oh,
only
quantum
because
mechanics.
they thought that
Become
light
energy.
behaves like a fucking particle and they saw that it behaved like a wave. So they thought an electron behaves the same way as a photon and did the same experiment with an electron to measure which side the electron's passing through. Found out that after they measured it, then it appears as a particle again. Wait, what? It's all about their misunderstanding of how light works.
Yeah.
It's electromagnetic. It's a perturbance. It's a phenomenon. It comes from darkness. There is no light. Light is not pure.
Too much, Joshua. That's esoteric. Nah, you know what I'm saying? Let's keep it Einsteinian sort of horse shit.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
You need to stop
I'm
believing.
100% with you. That's exactly what I. That's
You,
fine.
you need to stop believing and entertaining the ideas that you hear, like from quantum mechanics and all these theories. Like you can't take it in. Like you can't accept these things as a possibility until you verify them from the bottom up. You know what I mean? Like so, saying quantum mechanics says that this. Well, that's at the level of whatever they're talking about, and even then, that's
Quantum mechanics proves God to me, man.
Okay, here,
like that.
listen
there's
to
a
me.
lot of
Okay,
unknown.
Here, that's not just not quantum mechanics. There is a very, very small chance that if I'm going to pass my hand through the wall, it's going to pass through it, right?
No, there isn't.
There's
No,
no
try it.
chance
Let's
that that's
try it.
gonna happen.
Let's try it. Run as fast as you can into the wall head first.
No,
Let's try it.
very,
There is a
very-
small
okay,
chance. I'm
listen.
betting. I'll bet
It's
all
a
my
very, very,
I mean,
very small
I thought I could do it on shrooms once.
Stop. Everybody stop. Hold on. This is what I mean. You're misunderstanding what they're saying, and they don't even know what they're saying, right? And now you're saying things like you can pass your hand a solid object to a solid object. That's not science. They're talking about something at the level of light. Your hand is not light. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you applying something
Light,
at the level that? Okay, do you understand? Okay, there's no chance that your hand's gonna pass through the wall. Do it.
There is a chance.
No, there's not chance. What is the chance?